So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 2209 to Chapter 2302. Elder Yu, I'm afraid you didn't expect it even in your dreams, right? Yang Ming shook his head and said with some regret. The person you invited to watch you act pretentious has become a ghost who chases after your life. Bro, do you think Brother Dongjun can complete the mission? Lu Yezi hesitated and asked. There should be no problem. Yang Ming said, he is the world's top thief. He even deceived me many times. Although his martial arts is not as good as mine, his stealing skills are definitely better than mine. Therefore, I think this mission is easy for him. The most important problem is that Elder Yu is not on guard against him, so it is easy to succeed. As for us, Elder Yu is on guard again and again, so we don't have any chance. No matter what we do, Elder Yu will be suspicious. Elder Yu said. That's true, but Elder Yu is such a careful person. If he can be tricked, it will be a happy thing. Lu Yezi laughed. He is being careful, but he is being careful towards us. As for someone who has worked together with him many times to kill me, it is impossible for him to guard against him. In his opinion, Dong Jun and he have the same goal, which is to kill me. So, what is there for him to guard against? Yang Ming sighed. This Elder Yu is quite pitiful. After he eats the quick cicada goo, let him live out his old age in peace. There is nothing to be afraid of with his life. Lin Dongfang and Feng Tianlong drove to keep the bottle of nutrient solution in the spring water. This was the only bottle of nutrient solution, so Yang Ming and others unanimously decided to use it at the most critical moment. Unless it was a last resort, they would keep it. So every few days, Lin Dongfang would drive to the spirit spring to get some spring water to drink. Fortunately, the current battery car had been modified by Dr. Sun Sikong. Its speed was unusually fast, and it didn't take much time to go back and forth. On the helicopter. How is it, Brother Falcon? Does Yang Ming believe you? Did you get any useful information? Asked Elder Yu. Ai. Yang Ming is very smart. Although I told him in private that I was actually an undercover and wanted to deal with him, Yang Ming didn't seem to believe what I said. He didn't comment on what I said and didn't reveal any useful information. He didn't do anything to me. He entertained me with good food and drinks all night and accompanied me to drink a lot of wine, but he didn't tell me the truth. Dong Jun sighed and said helplessly. Oh, this is in line with Yang Ming's character. This guy is very careful. He is not so easy to fool. You suddenly appeared here and said that you want to help him deal with me. If I were Yang Ming, I wouldn't completely believe you. Elder Yu nodded and said, but I think that Yang Ming should still believe your words a little, but he is not sure, so he doesn't want to say more. Otherwise, why did Yang Ming not only not trouble you, but also entertain you with good food and drinks? This is also true, but it can't be ruled out that he is afraid of you, Elder Yu. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me in the Medicine Valley, said Dong Jun. No, I know Yang Ming. He is a very fierce person. Is he afraid of me? If he was afraid of me, he wouldn't have repeatedly found opportunities to deal with me. He can't do anything to me now, and he also knows that not only can he not do anything, but I also can't do anything to him. After all, I asked him to help me refine the Hercules voodoo, so I can't do anything to him now. He is confronting me like this, so it's really not my fault that he didn't do anything to you. Elder Yu shook his head. Although he was arrogant, he was not brainless. He still understood Yang Ming's mentality very well. Oh? So? Yang Ming may be dubious, but he didn't say too much when he wasn't sure which side I was on. Dong Jun said this, but he sneered in his heart. He thought, of course, he is not afraid of you. He wants me to deal with you. That's right. So, when you go back this time, find a little think tank to analyze it again. If you don't succeed this time, then go a few more times. If you go more often, Yang Ming will be less guarded against you. Maybe you can reveal some of his secrets. Elder Yu said, in this way, knowing his trump cards and secrets, I can also have some confidence and be more at ease. That's also true. Dong Jun nodded and said, however, then I will have to trouble Elder Yu for a long time. You won't mind me eating and drinking here for free, right? Ha, Brother Falcon, what are you talking about? You know, having a friend who can deal with Yang Ming with me, drinking with me, and watching Yang Ming's painful appearance together is the greatest joy. Elder Yu laughed and said, let's go. After we go back, let's drink a few more cups. We won't stop until we are drunk. Then, I won't be polite. Dong Jun chuckled and nodded. By the way, did Yang Ming say when he will help me refine the Jin Gang voodoo? Elder Yu asked. He said this, but Yang Ming also said that he can focus on refining the Jin Gang voodoo, but he is afraid that you will regret it at that time and not let him leave. Dong Jun said. Sigh, this is indeed a problem. Elder Yu nodded and said, to be honest, I didn't intend to let them leave. Even if the Jin Gang voodoo refinement is successful, I won't let them go easily. After all, Yang Ming's threat to me is too great. Just like Lan Hai of Blue Miao Village, as long as I don't kill him, I always feel that he may find an opportunity to deal with me, so I can't let the tiger return to the mountain. That is simply endless trouble in the future. Dong Jun sneered in his heart after listening to Elder Yu's words. This Elder Yu is not stupid. He also knows the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain, and he can actually think of Lan Hai's threat to him. However, this time, it was indeed Lan Hai who thought of a way to deal with Elder Yu, but Dong Jun naturally would not say these words to Elder Yu. However, even if you don't let him go, at least find a reason to let him see some hope. Otherwise, he won't help you refine voodoo with peace of mind. Dong Jun said, I understand Yang Ming. If he can't see hope, it is useless even if you promise him extravagantly. It can be said that he won't act without seeing the hair. I'm afraid it won't work to deceive him with simple excuses. Yeah, let's go back and discuss with the little think tank. Although Elder Yu was very cunning and treacherous, he was not very good when it came to wisdom. Fortunately, there was a little think tank by his side who could give advice. In a while, he could ask the little think tank to help analyze it. Thinking of this, Elder Yu stopped talking and concentrated on flying the helicopter. Elder Yu returned to the base with Dong Jun, and he called little think tank over without any delay. Elder Yu, Mr. Falcon, you are back. After little think tank greeted them respectfully, he said, Elder Yu, what are you looking for me for? It's still the previous matter. I want to discuss it with you. Elder Yu nodded and said, Brother Falcon, tell little think tank about Yang Ming's situation and current difficulties. After Elder Yu returned to his base, he began to act pretentious again. These troubles and difficulties were obviously his and Dong Jun's, but he said that it was Dong Jun's alone. He even asked Dong Jun to consult his subordinates. He obviously enjoyed the feeling of being in a superior position. However, Dong Jun was too lazy to care about these things. He nodded and said, the matter is like this. As he spoke, Dong Jun repeated what he said to little think tank on the helicopter, including Yang Ming's doubts about him, and how to let Yang Ming see hope and help Elder Yu refine Jin Gang voodoo. He told little think tank all the problems. So it's like this. Little think tank nodded and fell into contemplation. Dong Jun and Elder Yu did not disturb him, and quietly waited for little think tank's answer. After a while, little think tank's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, I got it, I thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. What is the way? Dong Jun and Elder Yu were both delighted and asked quickly. Elder Yu was delighted that little think tank really found a way, and Dong Jun was delighted that little think tank quickly found a way and left quickly, so that he could drink with Elder Yu and then put voodoo in Elder Yu. So, didn't Mr. Falcon say in front of Yang Ming that he would help him deal with Elder Yu? Little think tank said, in this way, as you said, during this time, Mr. Falcon would go to the Medicine Valley every now and then and talk with Yang Ming about the plan to deal with Elder Yu. First, he would cultivate their relationship. At this time, we can use a trick to sow discord. When Yang Ming mistakenly thinks that Mr. Falcon is with him, let Mr. Falcon persuade Yang Ming to refine Jin Gang voodoo. The purpose of this is to confuse Elder Yu. Oh? What do you mean? Elder Yu seemed to understand little think tank's plan. In this way, we can let Mr. Falcon say to Yang Ming that his purpose of meeting Yang Ming is to act as Elder Yu's lobbyist and get Yang Ming to help refine Jin Gang voodoo. But Mr. Falcon's real purpose is to help Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu. Little think tank said, and if he comes many times, Yang Ming will inevitably be exposed if Yang Ming doesn't react. In this way, if Yang Ming can start refining Jin Gang voodoo under his persuasion, it will also confuse Elder Yu. Yes, good idea. Elder Yu nodded and said happily, in this way, Brother Dongjun not only obtained Yang Ming's trust, but also can get Yang Ming to help me refine Jin Gang Voodoo. It is really killing two birds with one stone. Oh? This is worth a try. As expected of Little Think Tank, you actually came up with this method of killing two birds with one stone. In this way, while Yang Ming cooperates with me, in order to confuse Elder Yu, he has no choice but to start refining Jin Gang Voodoo, and I can also investigate Yang Ming's secret and trump card. Dongjun praised on the surface, but he despised this little think tank in his heart. Good idea, my ass. Do you think Yang Ming is so stupid? Just because he is confused, he will really be confused? Even if he wants to be confused, he won't really refine Jin Gang Voodoo. He will definitely pretend to fail continuously. However, Dongjun and Elder Yu were not on the same side now. He was too lazy to say this to Elder Yu. Moreover, the success of Little Think Tank's plan was no longer important. After tonight, Elder Yu will become an idiot, and the matter will be resolved. Of course, Little Think Tank is my favorite strategist. Elder Yu nodded and said. Elder Yu is too kind. Little Think Tank smiled respectfully. Well, since I have thought of a good idea, then I am relieved. In this way, I will go to the Medicine Valley again early in the morning and continue to build a relationship with Yang Ming. Dongjun said, we can also fake a promise to Yang Ming, but after I go there and help you convey this promise, I will directly expose this promise. This can also make Yang Ming feel that I am on the same side as him. This is easy, you can just say whatever you want. Say that I agree to let them leave after he refines Jin Gang Voodoo. Elder Yu waved his hand and said, the more flaws in the excuse, the more Yang Ming will definitely not believe it. If you help him expose it, he will not doubt you. Okay, I will just make up an excuse. Dongjun nodded. In fact, he didn't want to talk nonsense. Why make up an excuse? After today, Elder Yu would become an idiot, and all the plans would be in vain. Well, Mr. Falcon, I will help you prepare the helicopter. You will go to the Medicine Valley early in the morning. Little Think Tank nodded and said. You can go now, Little Think Tank. Check the helicopter properly, fill it with fuel, and then get someone to prepare some dishes. Today, I am very happy. I will drink with Brother Falcon until we are drunk. Elder Yu said. No problem, drink until we are drunk. Dongjun said with a laugh. Under Elder Yu's order, the people of the entire Miao village moved. After a while, a table of delicious food was placed on the table. Elder Yu raised his wine glass and said to Dongjun, Brother Falcon, come, to celebrate that we found a good way to deal with Yang Ming. Cheers. Okay, cheers. Dongjun smiled and raised his wine glass. The two people's glasses clinked and they both drank. After eating 2 mouthfuls of food, Dongjun sighed, I say, Elder Yu, your life here is really leisurely. Speaking of which, I am a little envious. Food, wine, and such a comfortable environment. It is really a heaven on earth. Haha, Brother Falcon, you don't have to be envious. If you are willing, you can live here with me. Drinking and chatting with me every day is also a great joy in life. Elder Yu laughed. I want to, but you also know that sometimes, people in the underworld have no choice. I am not as free as you. The person behind me can't let me stay here forever. After I settle the matter with Yang Ming, I still have to go back. Dongjun sighed and said. I can't do anything about the matter behind you. Elder Yu said, but now, let's drink 2 more glasses. There is wine in life, so let's enjoy it. Dongjun's heart was full of disdain. This was the difference between Elder Yu and Yang Ming. Although Elder Yu's ability was great, he never helped others enthusiastically. If Dongjun didn't have a common goal with him, they probably wouldn't have crossed paths. If Elder Yu was asked to help him negotiate with Dr. Benjamin, with Elder Yu's ability, Dr. Benjamin should give him face. After all, in the face of such an invulnerable monster, no one wanted to offend him. You couldn't kill him, but he could kill you at any time. This feeling was more terrifying than being targeted by an assassin. As long as Dr. Benjamin and Elder Yu didn't have that kind of deep hatred that couldn't be resolved, they would probably give face. It was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Dr. Benjamin was not mentally ill. Wouldn't it be looking for trouble if he made enemies with someone he didn't know, especially with such a terrifying existence? However, Dong Jun knew that with Elder Yu's character, he would definitely not help him with this. Just like just now, when Dong Jun cooperated with Elder Yu, he revealed several times that he wanted Elder Yu to help him with something, but Elder Yu directly refused. This was also the reason why Dong Jun was determined to turn against Elder Yu and help Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a friend that could be made. It could be said that Dong Jun was the luckiest person in his life to meet him. Elder Yu could only be regarded as a partner in interests. If there were interests, they would cooperate. If there were no interests, then they would be enemies. Haha, it's okay. Since I joined this organization, I naturally have to listen to the orders of the higher-ups. It is impossible to leave. Dong Jun laughed and said, if I had the strength of Elder Yu, then I am afraid I could leave the organization and live this leisurely life. AI, Brother Falcon, I won't hide it from you. The strength behind you is too terrifying. I can't do anything. Elder Yu said with a laugh. Dong Jun sneered in his heart. He had long known that Elder Yu would answer like this, but he asked again to increase his confidence in making a move on Elder Yu. After all, the two were partners before. They had known each other for so long. Dong Jun still felt a little guilty about making a move on him. Although he had to do it, Elder Yu's words at this moment undoubtedly made Dong Jun feel relieved. This old thing was incomparably treacherous. When it came to his own interests, he cared more than anyone else. When it came to helping others, he made all sorts of excuses. Even if he had the strength, he wasn't willing to help. What the hell? However, Dong Jun's expression was very calm. There was nothing wrong with it. He only lightly said, haha, I know. I was just casually speaking. Let's drink. Okay, let's continue drinking. Elder Yu saw that Dong Jun no longer mentioned this matter. He was happy to be idle and didn't say anything. Elder Yu did not have any special ability, so it was naturally impossible for him to remain sober after 1,000 cups. He would get drunk after drinking too much. Thus, he started to become a little muddle-headed after drinking a few cups. He was a little tongue-tied when he spoke. Brother Lying, this time, the task of getting Yang Ming to refine goo will be handed to you. Once it's done, I'll definitely reward you. Hee, don't mention it. Yang Ming is also my enemy. Helping you is helping myself. What reward is there to talk about? Dong Jun also pretended to be drunk and said excitedly. In fact, Dong Jun was not drunk. He was a godly thief and was trained by the center. He was best at concealment and disguise. He seemed to have drunk a lot of wine, but in fact, the wine did not enter his stomach. Instead, he spat it out. However, Elder Yu did not pay attention to this at all. In his opinion, Dong Jun had no need to spit out wine. He was also very happy today, so he drank to his heart's content. Good brother, it's good to hear your words. Let's continue drinking. Elder Yu raised his wine glass and toasted Dong Jun again. Then, when he was about to pour the wine, he found that the bottom of the bottle was already empty. There was no more wine. He looked at it with drunken eyes and finally confirmed that there was not a single drop of wine left, so he said, Brother Lying, wait for me. I'll get another bottle of wine. Wait for me. No need, I'll go. I'm about to finish this bottle. How can a younger brother let an older brother take the wine? Dong Jun smiled slightly, stood up, and staggered to get the wine. However, he was delighted in his heart. It seems that Elder Yu is already drunk, and he is already very confused. He even looks at the wine bottle for a long time to see if there is any wine in it. This is a good time for me to make a move. Okay, then you go. Haha, I haven't had such a refreshing drink for a long time. It's so refreshing, said Elder Yu. Dong Jun took 2 bottles of white wine from the shelf, then walked to Elder Yu. He opened a bottle first and said to Elder Yu, come. Little brother will pour you a glass of wine first. Okay. Elder Yu raised his wine glass in a daze. He did not even look into the wine glass. It had to be said that although he was cautious, he was smart all his life but stupid at this moment. For Dong Jun, it was his biggest mistake to not guard against him from the beginning. Dong Jun quietly poured wine for Elder Yu. Then, according to the method Lan Ling taught him, he quickly put the quick cicada voodoo into Elder Yu's wine glass. Dong Jun did this kind of little trick very smoothly without any hesitation. Not to mention that Elder Yu was now drunk. Even if he was not drunk, he might not be able to see Dong Jun's method. Just like before, Dong Jun did not drink so much wine at all, and Elder Yu could not see it. Dong Jun poured wine for Elder Yu. When he returned to his seat, he picked up his wine glass. The wine glass was filled with the wine that had been poured before. Before he decided to carry out this plan and went to get wine for Elder Yu, Dong Jun had already filled his wine glass first. The purpose was to drink with Elder Yu immediately after pouring wine for him, so that Elder Yu would not see the quick cicada voodoo in the wine glass for a long time. Although Elder Yu's current vision basically could not see it, some things were better to be careful. If Elder Yu discovered that there was something in the wine glass, then the loss outweighed the gain. This was Dong Jun's and Yang Ming's last chance. Dong Jun could not waste it. Although his heart was very nervous at this moment, he also had the confidence to complete it. Elder Yu, come. Let's continue to toast. Dong Jun put the white wine in his hand on the table, then picked up his glass and said to Elder Yu. Okay, cheers. Oh. I need to pee. Wait for me to go to the toilet first. Elder Yu just wanted to drink, but he suddenly felt the urge to pee, so he was about to go to the toilet. So, he just raised his hand and put it down again. Dong Jun's face suddenly changed. Not good. If Elder Yu went to the toilet, he would probably wash his face before he came back. If he woke up and found the quick cicada goo in the wine glass, it would not be fun. Although Dong Jun could catch the quick cicada goo again when Elder Yu went to the toilet, wait for the opportunity, and wait for Elder Yu to come back. Then, he could put the quick cicada goo into Elder Yu's wine cup again. However, at that time, let's not talk about whether there would be a chance. If Elder Yu woke up, he might miss this opportunity today. Dong Jun didn't want to lose this opportunity. If he lost this opportunity, he didn't know when he could do it again in the future, so Dong Jun decided to fight for it again. He held the wine glass and said, Elder Yu, since you have already picked it up, then finish this glass of wine. After drinking, we will go to the toilet together. It just so happens that I want to go too. All right. Elder Yu was anxious to go to the toilet, so he picked up the wine glass and gestured with Dong Jun. Then, he drank it in one gulp without even clinking glasses. Dong Jun watched Elder Yu drink the wine. Glass in his hand in one gulp, and suddenly there was a relaxed smile on his face. He also picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, but this time, Dong Jun did not spit out the wine again. Instead, he drank all of it because he was very excited. The plan finally succeeded. The stone in his heart was also dropped. Although there were some unforeseen events, fortunately, everything was more daunting than dangerous. Dong Jun stood up with a smile and said, Let's go, Elder Yu. Let's go to the toilet together. Oh, let's go. The quick cicada goo had just been swallowed, and it had not acted up yet, so Elder Yu did not feel anything strange at the moment. However, it was reasonable to say that Elder Yu was a person who was very proficient in voodoo. If he drank the quick cicada goo normally, even if he was not familiar with the attributes of the quick cicada goo, he would definitely find something unusual. However, at this moment, because he was too drunk, he did not feel anything strange at all. The task given by Yang Ming was finally completed. Dong Jun's heart was relieved. Elder Yu was solved, so Yang Ming had the intention to help him deal with Central. Dong Jun smiled slightly, walked out of the room with Elder Yu, and went to the outdoor toilet. After going to the toilet, it was probably the quick cicada voodoo in Elder Yu's body. Elder Yu pulled up his pants, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He turned to look at Dong Jun and was slightly stunned. Why am I here? Falcon? Why are you here? What are we doing here? Dong Jun was slightly stunned by Elder Yu's question, but Dong Jun suddenly thought of the situation that Yang Ming told him before that would happen after the quick cicada voodoo flared up. He was overjoyed. It seemed that the quick cicada voodoo in Elder Yu's body had already taken effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this situation where he just came out to the toilet and forgot about it. As a matter of fact, this quick cicada goo was a mature quick cicada goo. When it was in Lin Dongfang's body, Lin Dongfang often forgot things after he finished speaking. Not to mention that this quick cicada goo was taken out of Lin Dongfang's body by Yang Ming and raised for so long. Therefore, it was reasonable for Elder Yu to have such a situation now. It was not surprising. Elder Yu, did you drink too much? We were drinking just now. You wanted to go to the toilet, so I accompanied you, said Dong Jun. Oh, yes, yes. Let's go. Let's go back and continue drinking. Although Elder Yu said so, he thought in his heart, really? Why don't I remember it? But now, he was indeed in a daze. Moreover, his body reeked of alcohol. It seemed that what Dong Jun said was true. He had drunk too much today. He was a little dizzy. Shaking his head, Elder Yu and Dong Jun returned to the previous room together. The two poured wine again and drank. This time, Elder Yu was really drunk after drinking a few glasses. He lay on the table and fell asleep. Although Dong Jun also drank a few glasses of wine, it was simply too little compared to Elder Yu. His alcohol tolerance was not bad. His previous drunkenness was completely faked for Elder Yu to see. Who? Dong Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Looking at the banquet on the table and the unconscious Elder Yu, Dong Jun sighed slightly. How powerful is Elder Yu? In the end, he was actually dealt with by a small quick cicada goo. It's really fate. The most ridiculous thing is that he was dealt with by a master thief who didn't know any martial arts or any voodoo. If Elder Yu knew the truth, would he die of anger? At this point, the relationship between Dong Jun and Elder Yu had come to an end. Today's banquet would be their last banquet. In the future, similar things would never happen again. The remaining thing was to meet up with Yang Ming. Dong Jun stood up, walked to the window, and looked out. It was already night, but Dong Jun didn't want to delay. He was going to wait. In a while, when the sky was bright, he would fly the helicopter to the Medicine Valley. If he waited for Elder Yu to wake up, Elder Yu's Miao village would definitely be in chaos. At that time, Dong Jun wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Although Dong Jun's Qinggong was powerful, his martial arts were not good. Enough. Under the siege of so many people, he wasn't sure if he could escape unscathed. So Dong Jun turned and returned to the previous seat, closed his eyes slightly, and began to close his eyes to rest. Time passed by minute. Dong Jun was a patient person. He had received professional training when he was in the center. If he didn't have patience, it was impossible to endure for so long in Songjiang City. But at this moment, Dong Jun was still a little impatient. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait for a moment. Finally, Dong Jun endured the most difficult few hours. The sky was bright. Obviously, it was dawn. Dong Jun glanced at Elder Yu. He was still sleeping very soundly. There was no sign of him waking up at all. Dong Jun suddenly felt a lot more at ease in his heart. Dong Jun tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room quickly. He shouted as he walked, "Little Tactician? Is Little Tactician here?" Not long after, Little Tactician hurriedly ran out of a room not far away. Obviously, he was sleeping just now, but he was woken up by Dong Jun. "Mr. Falcon, are you looking for me?" Although Little Tactician's sleep was disturbed, there was no unpleasant expression on his face. He ran over and asked respectfully. The helicopter is ready. I'm going to the Medicine Valley again to build a relationship with Yang Ming. Moreover, I was drinking with Elder Yu before. We talked about a good idea. I can't wait to test it, said Dong Jun. The helicopter is ready. It's parked on the tarmac of our base. It can be used at any time. Little Think Tank said, "Where is Elder Yu?" "Oh, Elder Yu drank too much. He hasn't woken up yet. He asked me to tell you not to disturb him." Dong Jun said, "If this is the case, then I will go first." "Oh?" Little Think Tank was slightly stunned and said, "Mr. Falcon, Elder Yu is in the room? Please allow me to take a look." "Of course, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just afraid that Elder Yu will catch a cold if he drinks too much and falls asleep directly." "Of course." Dong Jun secretly admired this Little Think Tank in his heart. He is really a little think tank. He is very smart. He probably saw that Elder Yu didn't come out when Dong Jun was about to leave, so he was worried that something might have happened to Elder Yu. Fortunately, Dong Jun came to secretly plant the voodoo. If he secretly came to assassinate Elder Yu, then he would definitely not be able to escape. But now, Dong Jun didn't have the slightest worry. He didn't think that little think tank could see any problems. As a matter of fact, Lin Dongfeng was planted with the quick cicada voodoo. Even Lan Ling couldn't see it. When the voodoo was taken out, Elder Yu couldn't see it. It was enough to prove the strangeness of this quick cicada voodoo. Therefore, although little think tank was smart, his attainments in voodoo weren't great. Therefore, Dong Jun wasn't afraid of him looking. Sure enough, little think tank went to the previous room and took a look. He found that Elder Yu was sleeping soundly. There was no other abnormal situation. He was still holding a wine glass in his hand. It was obvious that he drank too much and fell asleep, so little think tank was relieved. He quickly ran out and said to Dong Jun, "Senior Falcon, sorry for making you wait." "Haha, this is nothing." Dong Jun waved his hand and said, "How is Elder Yu?" "I saw that he drank too much, so I didn't dare to move him." "Why don't we move him to the bed?" "No need. Elder Yu doesn't like to be disturbed when he sleeps." Little think tank said, "Senior Falcon, let's go to the tarmac now. The helicopter is ready." "Okay." Dong Jun nodded. Elder Yu really didn't like to be disturbed when he was resting. Therefore, after little think tank confirmed that Elder Yu was fine, he wanted to take Dong Jun and leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to wake Elder Yu up. Otherwise, he would be scolded. Little tactician left with Dong Jun. Just as Dong Jun wanted, the two of them arrived at the tarmac. Little tactician said, "Mr. Falcon, do you know how to fly a plane? Do you need me to find a pilot to help you?" "Hee, no problem. I naturally know how to open it. I can go by myself. This can also show my sincerity. Otherwise, it would be too fake if someone sent me here and picked me up every time." Dong Jun said. The little tactician said in his heart, "Is it fake?" Yang Ming was very smart. No matter what he did, it was not easy to gain his trust. However, he did not say much. After all, Dong Jun was not from the Hmong village. He was invited by Elder Yu to help. He could do whatever he wanted. "Alright, Mr. Falcon, please." Little think tank said. Dong Jun boarded the helicopter and started it. He slowly flew into the sky and left Elder Yu's base. He suddenly had an unprecedented sense of ease in his heart. Piloting a helicopter was not a difficult task for Dong Jun. Back then, Yang Ming's training discs were obtained with Dong Jun's help. If Yang Ming knew something, he naturally knew it too. It could be said that in addition to those powerful killing methods and martial arts, Dong Jun knew no less than Yang Ming. Dong Jun was a godly thief. Generally, powerful thieves had a strong memory. After checking out the spots, when they carried out a theft, they could always find a way to retreat safely. Therefore, Dong Jun only went back and forth to the Medicine Valley once, and he had already memorized the entire flight route. After leaving Elder Yu's base, he went straight to the Medicine Valley. At this moment, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. The roar of a helicopter engine appeared in the sky above the Medicine Valley. Elder Yu had never sent someone over so early before, so this time, the sound of the engine in the early morning was very abrupt. Yang Ming, as the disciple of the King of Assassins, was very alert. Almost after hearing the sound of the helicopter, he jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and quickly ran out of the villa. Yang Ming was the first person to come to the open space of the Medicine Valley. At this moment, Yang Ming also saw a helicopter slowly flying toward the valley. At this time, the helicopter came here. Who could it be? Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately used his X-ray vision and telescopic vision special abilities and looked at the helicopter in the distance. However, when he saw the person in the helicopter, he could not help but smile because this person was the person he wanted to see, Dong Jun. There were only two possibilities for Dong Jun to come here at this time. The first possibility was that Dong Jun failed and had to escape. The second possibility was that he succeeded, so he drove the helicopter to meet up with Yang Ming. Of course, the latter was more likely than the first possibility. If Dongjun failed, he probably would not have escaped from Elder Yu's hands so easily. How could there not be a helicopter chasing after him? Moreover, if he failed, he would escape to the Medicine Valley, a place that Elder Yu knew. Wasn't that equivalent to courting death? Thinking of this, Yang Ming was basically certain that Dongjun had succeeded. Yes, it could be seen from the excitement on his face that he should have succeeded. At this time, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Lu Tianqi, and Lin Dongfeng also walked out of the villa. Lan Ling and Xia Shui also put on their clothes and ran out with Yang Ming. Everyone heard the sound of the helicopter in the air, so they couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Bro, who would come at this time? Lu Yezi looked at the helicopter in the sky that was quickly approaching and asked. Guess. Yang Ming smiled. Guess? Lu Yezi was stunned, but then, a look of joy flashed across his face and said, could it be Brother Dongjun? Yes, it's him. Yang Ming nodded and said. Ah. It's really him. At this time, Feng Tianlong, Lu Tianqi, and Lin Dongfeng were also surprised. They didn't expect Dongjun to come back so quickly. Dongjun just left yesterday, and he came back in less than a day? Dongjun, did you complete that thing? Lan Ling also asked with some surprise. It seems to be so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Yang Ming said, but for the details, we have to wait until he gets off the plane and ask again. Lan Ling nodded. Her question was also a question that everyone wanted to ask, so after Lan Ling asked, everyone looked at the helicopter in the distance with anticipation. They hoped that it would land earlier so that they could ask Dongjun if he had completed the voodoo on Elder Yu. Finally, the helicopter slowly landed in the open space of the Medicine Valley under everyone's expectant gaze. When the helicopter just landed, the motor was not turned off yet. Everyone couldn't wait to run over. When everyone ran to the front of the helicopter, Dongjun also got off the helicopter. When he saw everyone here, he was a little surprised. You all, why are you all here? We saw that you came back, so we naturally came to welcome you. Yang Ming said with a smile, Dongjun, how is it? It seems that the mission has been successfully completed? Haha, fortunately, I didn't fail. Dongjun nodded heavily. Elder Yu has already taken the quick cicada voodoo. Moreover, the voodoo should have begun to attack. His memory has begun to decline. Oh? It has already attacked? Then how did you escape successfully? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. You guys get on the plane. We will leave here quickly. It is estimated that after a while, Elder Yu's helpers will find that something is wrong with Elder Yu. They will definitely come to find trouble with us. Let's go first. Anyway, Elder Yu is finished. Your mission has been completed. Said Dongjun. Dongjun was also afraid that a long night would bring trouble. If they stayed here for a long time, Elder Yu's underlings would retaliate against them. That's not necessary. Lan Ling waved her hand and said, Elder Yu is in trouble. His underlings are just a motley crew. Let's not talk about whether they will think that you did something. Even if they think and come to find us, we are not afraid of them. Oh? Dongjun was slightly stunned. Ling Ling is right. In terms of skill, as long as Elder Yu is finished, none of his underlings are our opponents. If we compete with voodoo, they are not Ling Ling's opponent. So, even if we stay here, we are very safe, said Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. I was too nervous. I was too worried. Dongjun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Previously, he still wanted to quickly come over and help Yang Ming and others escape, but after thinking about it carefully, Yang Ming's words were very reasonable. Elder Yu was finished. What was there to be afraid of? Now, quickly tell us what's going on. Yang Ming asked anxiously. Okay. It's like this. Dongjun nodded and began to tell Yang Ming and others what happened after he and Elder Yu returned to Elder Yu's base. When Yang Ming heard that Elder Yu drank the quick cicada voodoo without looking at it, he was suddenly speechless. These people had deliberately planned to deal with Elder Yu for several months, but there was no progress and result. Instead, Dong Jun came and had a meal with Elder Yu and a few glasses of wine, and it was solved. In fact, it was that easy. It was daunting but not dangerous. Dong Jun shrugged and said, however, thinking about it carefully, we just took advantage of a loophole. Elder Yu was completely unguarded against me. If he treated me like how he treated you, then I definitely wouldn't have a chance. That's right. That's true. Yang Ming nodded and said, but this Elder Yu really reaped what he sowed. He invited you to watch him show off, but in the end, he was finished. Yeah, but what should we do now? Asked Dong Jun. Now is a good opportunity to deal with Elder Yu. Lan Ling said, let's go to Lan Miao village immediately and let grandmother lead the people of Lan Miao village to capture all of Elder Yu's direct subordinates. Then, we will merge Elder Yu's Miao village with Lan Miao village. Okay, then let's go now. Dong Jun nodded and said, let's get on the helicopter. This helicopter is very big. It's enough to fit all of us. Yang Ming nodded and got on the helicopter with the others. The space on the helicopter was really big because this helicopter was used to transport living materials and experimental equipment for Yang Ming and the others. A small helicopter naturally couldn't do the job. So, at this time, when everyone got on, there was still a lot of space. However, there weren't many seats on the helicopter. The back row was a storage space, but Yang Ming and the others didn't need to sit on the seats at all. The seats were given to the two pregnant women, Xiao Susu, Yi, and the two ladies, Xiaoxue and Lan Ling. The rest of the men sat directly on the floor of the warehouse. Lan Ling commanded Dong Jun to fly to Lan Miao village in front. Before Elder Yu woke up, Lan Ling wanted to bring this news back to Lan Miao village so that her grandmother could capture all of Elder Yu's direct subordinates in one fell swoop. As for the people of Elder Yu's Miao village, Lan Ling didn't want to do anything to them. After all, those people were ordinary people and innocent. When Elder Yu killed them, they would naturally move to Lan Miao village to live. In Lan Miao village, a guard in charge of night duty suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter in the sky. He was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately used the walkie-talkie to inform his superior. His superior also immediately reported this news to the current leader of Lan Miao village, Lan Ling's grandmother. Grandma Lan was a little puzzled when she heard that a helicopter was flying over at this time. However, as the person in charge of Lan Miao village, she immediately brought Elder Zhua, the deputy chief, and the rest to the open space outside Lan Miao village. She used binoculars to look at the helicopter that was flying quickly towards them. Madam Lan, this helicopter is probably flying towards us. Elder Zhua looked in the direction of the helicopter in the sky and said with a frown. After all, other than Lan Miao village, there were no other Miao villages here. It wasn't a tourist attraction, so the helicopter's destination was most likely Lan Miao village. Who would come to our Lan Miao village at this time? Grandma Lan was also very confused. Madam Lan. The logo on this helicopter seems to belong to Elder Yu's Miao village. The deputy chief looked more closely and compared it with the binoculars. He suddenly frowned and said worriedly. Elder Yu's people? Grandma Lan was stunned. Although Lan Miao village and Elder Yu were enemies, there had never been a large-scale conflict. This was because both sides knew that they wouldn't act rashly before they had the confidence to kill the other party in one fell swoop. And this time, Elder Yu's people came here. What was the matter? Grandma Lan was not surprised that Elder Yu could find the location of Lan Miao village. After all, Elder Yu left Lan Miao village. It would be strange if he couldn't find it. However, this time, Elder Yu's people came at a strange time. It was just early in the morning. Even if he sent an envoy, he wouldn't choose this time, right? Of course, if it was a sneak attack, it was even more impossible because the reason was very simple. Who would send a helicopter for a sneak attack? With such a loud roar, even a deaf person could hear it. Moreover, how many people could a helicopter carry? Although it was a large helicopter, it could only carry a dozen people at most. It was simply courting death for such a small number of people to sneak attack Lan Miao village. Not to mention that Lan Miao village had three masters, Grandma Lan, the deputy chief, and Elder Zhua, the mechanisms and whatnot were enough to deal with these people. Therefore, Grandma Lan was very puzzled and asked this question. Yes, it's strange, but the logo on the helicopter is indeed from Elder Yu's side. Elderswa also nodded at this moment and said, I have seen this logo before. It was in Elder Yu's Meow Village. Why did they come at this time? Grandma Lan frowned and asked curiously, Elderswa, what do you think of this? I'm not sure yet, but there must be something wrong. Madam Lan, I think there must be something fishy about this matter. Elderswa also couldn't understand why Elder Yu sent people here so early in the morning. What is he up to? Then we can only wait for them to land. Grandma Lan said, but we should be alert. I'm afraid they don't have good intentions for coming at this time. Elderswa and the deputy chief both nodded in agreement. At the same time, they were secretly alert. The helicopter was getting closer and finally landed on the open space in front of Lan Miao Village. This was Lan Miao Village's own helipad. Because Lan Miao Village was located deep in the mountains, there was usually no other means of transportation except for helicopters. Under the gaze of Grandma Lan, Elderswa, and the deputy chief, the helicopter slowly turned off. The helicopter's hatch opened, and a familiar smiling face appeared. This made the three big figures of Lan Miao Village feel relieved. It was because they were too familiar with this person. It was Grandma Lan's granddaughter, Lan Ling. Ling Ling? Why are you here? Grandma Blue looked at Lan Ling strangely as she got off the helicopter. Grandma, we've succeeded. Lan Ling said excitedly when she saw her grandmother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. You succeeded? What success? Grandma Lan was stunned. She didn't know what Lan Ling was talking about. However, Elderswa's expression changed slightly because he guessed something from Lan Ling's words and the helicopter that they drove back. Could it be that what Lan Ling said about success meant that they had successfully dealt with Elder Yu? Although this sounded a bit outrageous, because Lan Ling really came back and was piloting Elder Yu's helicopter, there were only two possibilities. One was that she had been instigated by Elder Yu, and the other was that she had defeated Elder Yu. Otherwise, how could they have gotten out of the Medicine Valley? How did he seize Elder Yu's plane? Of course, the first possibility was too small. Putting aside the fact that Lan Ling and Elder Yu were enemies, not only did Elder Yu bring disaster to Lan Miao Village, but he also chased Lan Miao Village's village master, Lan Hai, who was also Lan Ling's grandfather, all over the place. How could Lan Ling let go of this hatred? So, there was only the second possibility left. Ling Ling, do you mean that you gave Elder Yu? Elderswa said in disbelief. Yes, we gave the quick cicada goo to Elder Yu. He will probably become amnesiac and gradually become a fool. Lan Ling nodded and said. Immediately after that, Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Lin Dongfeng, Dong Jun, Lu Tianqi, and others came down from the helicopter. These people weren't Elder Yu's subordinates. This also indirectly proved that Lan Ling's words were true. They really defeated Elder Yu. You really gave the quick cicada goo to Elder Yu? Grandma Lan said in surprise, Ling Ling, you are too powerful. Elder Yu actually swallowed the quick cicada goo? Yeah, it's like this. Lan Ling told Grandma Lan, Elderswa, and the deputy chief how Dong Jun bewitched Elder Yu and cooperated with Yang Ming to put the quick cicada goo into Elder Yu's wine cup. Amazing, amazing. Heroes come from the young since ancient times. This saying is right. I really didn't expect this. Deputy chief sighed in shame. At first, I was afraid that Ling Ling was too young and impulsive, so I strongly opposed Lan Miao Village sending people to help her. But I didn't expect that she didn't need our help and completed the mission. Ling Ling, I apologize to you for what happened back then. I sincerely accept this matter. In the future, when you take over as the village chief of Miao Village, I will do my best to support you. I won't disobey you anymore. Deputy chief was such a person. He was wholeheartedly for Lan Miao Village. He didn't have any selfish motives before, so once he acknowledged Lan Ling's ability, he would naturally be loyal. In fact, he was just more stubborn and conservative. He wasn't a bad person. So, Lan Ling didn't blame him at all. He just didn't want to use Lan Miao Village as a bet. There was no harm in being conservative. So, Lan Ling smiled slightly and said, Deputy Chief, my grandfather should be the village chief. I won't be the village chief. After this matter is over, I will go to another place with Yang Ming to live in seclusion. Ah? That's a pity. Deputy Chief sighed, but he didn't force it. Everyone had their own ambitions. He admired Lan Ling very much now, so he wouldn't refute what Lan Ling said. In fact, in this matter, Lan Ling had just maintained a strong confidence. The one who really played a key role was Dong Jun himself. Without Dong Jun's help, Lan Ling would never be able to deal with Elder Yu so quickly. Ling Ling, you did well. This quick cicada goo, hee, probably took Elder Yu's life. Let alone him, even your grandfather, and I can't cure it. This quick cicada goo is a goo poison passed down from ancient times. It has been lost for a long time. Not to mention an antidote, we can't even refine another one. Grandma Lan said happily, as long as Elder Yu becomes demented, his subordinates naturally won't be a threat anymore. Oh yeah, Grandma, we came back in such a hurry because we want you to lead the Blue Meow Village to attack Elder Yu's Meow Village and capture all of them in one fell swoop. Lan Ling said, let's stop talking and waste time. Let's get down to business first. Attack Blue Meow Village? Now? Grandma. Lan was slightly stunned and then said, since Elder Yu has just been poisoned by the quick cicada goo, it must not be fully active yet. Let's wait for a few days until his Meow Village is in complete chaos before we take over. That way, we can take over Elder Yu's subordinates without much effort. If we go now, those subordinates might still be stubbornly resisting. That way, we will have to waste more effort. I see. Lan Ling thought that what Grandma said made sense. It was indeed so. Under Elder Yu's leadership, Elder Yu's Meow Village had a blind trust in him. Especially after Elder Yu won a few battles with them, his subordinates flattered him even more. Even if Elder Yu was poisoned by the quick cicada goo, they would think that it was only temporary. Hence, it was not a good time to attack Elder Yu's Meow Village now. If they waited for a few more days, Elder Yu's Meow Village would be completely activated and he would become a forgetful idiot. That way, Elder Yu's subordinates would not know what to do. By then, the loyal subordinates would form one faction while the ordinary people would form another faction. Elder Yu's Meow Village would be in chaos and there would be infighting. That way, they could easily take over Elder Yu's Meow Village. As for the loyal subordinates of Elder Yu, they could deal with them directly. As for the ordinary people, they could just take them into Blue Meow Village. By then, Elder Yu would not be a threat anymore. Even if the loyal subordinates resisted, it would not cause any trouble. Grandma is so thoughtful. I thought we should do it as soon as possible. But I didn't expect that it would take more effort. Lan Ling said embarrassedly. It's already not easy for you to think of reporting to us immediately. If you had chosen to do it yourselves, that would be thoughtless of you. Grandma Lan waved her hand and said, you must not have slept well, right? Come to Blue Meow Village to rest first. When you wake up, we will discuss how to deal with Elder Yu. All right. Then we will go and rest first. Lan Ling nodded. She was very familiar with Lan Meow Village. As she spoke, she brought Yang Ming and the rest to find a guest room to rest. As for Yang Ming and the others, they were very tired after the long and stressful journey. They followed Lan Ling to the guest room and rested. Grandma Lan, the deputy chief, and elders would gathered all the core members of Blue Meow Village and held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Elder Yu. Elder Yu's Meow Village. At this moment, it was indeed like what Grandma Lan had analyzed. It was a little chaotic. Of course, it was Elder Yu himself who was a little confused. There was a problem, and others hadn't discovered it yet. Elder Yu woke up early in the morning and went to the bathroom in a daze. Little Think Tank hurriedly walked over to support Elder Yu, but Elder Yu waved his hand and walked in the direction of the bathroom. When Elder Yu finished using the toilet and wanted to go back, he was a little dizzy. Huh? What was I doing in the toilet just now? Elder Yu, what did you say? Little Think Tank heard Elder Yu's words and quickly ran over. What did I say? What did I say? Elder Yu was also stunned. Elder Yu, you just said what you were doing in the toilet. Little Think Tank explained. Did I say that? Oh, I think I said it. Right, I came to the toilet to go to the toilet. Elder Yu shook his head and returned to the room with the help of Little Think Tank, but he suddenly saw a table of banquet in the room, and he was stunned. I drank yesterday? Yeah, Elder Yu, what happened to you? Little Think Tank felt inexplicable. Why did Elder Yu look weird this morning? Could it be that he hasn't sobered up yet? Really? I drank by myself? Elder Yu was even more inexplicable. Why would I drink when I have nothing to do? Elder Yu, you haven't woken up yet. Are you still drunk? Little Think Tank finally couldn't help but ask, you drank with Senior Falcon yesterday. If you haven't woken up yet, then sleep a little longer. I drank with Falcon? Yes, I came here to drink with Brother Dongjun. Elder Yu nodded and remembered yesterday's matter, so he said, where is Brother Dongjun now? Senior Falcon flew the helicopter to the Medicine Valley early in the morning. He said that you discussed with him and came up with a good idea, so he couldn't wait to go. Said Little Think Tank. We discussed again and came up with a good idea? Really? Elder Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He tried to recall the content of the conversation with Dongjun yesterday, but he couldn't remember it, so he said, I'll sleep for a while. I seem to be a little confused. I haven't sobered up yet. Elder Yu felt that he drank too much yesterday, so he wasn't very sober, but he didn't think much about it. He went to bed and continued to sleep. Little Think Tank shook his head and looked at the wine bottle on the table. He thought, the two of them did drink a lot yesterday, but Senior Falcon seemed to be very sober before. Could it be that Senior Falcon's alcohol tolerance is so high? That's really amazing. Little Think Tank didn't think much about it. He closed the door for Elder Yu and went out of Elder Yu's room. When Elder Yu woke up again, it was already 2 hours later. This time, Elder Yu was very sober, but he still found that his memory was very bad, and his forgetfulness was very bad. When he just woke up, he even forgot why he set up a table full of banquets, let alone why he drank with whom. However, after all, the quick cicada voodoo had just been activated. It had just merged into Elder Yu's body, and the venom secreted was not enough to make all of Elder Yu's memories disappear. So after careful thinking, he finally remembered that the person who ate and drank with him yesterday was Dongjun. However, where is Dongjun now? Thinking of this, Elder Yu quickly called Little Think Tank, Little Think Tank. Fortunately, he still remembered Little Think Tank's name. Elder Yu, you are awake. Little Think Tank walked in and said respectfully. I'm awake. Right, I want to ask you something. Where is Dongjun? Asked Elder Yu. Ah? Little Think Tank was taken aback and said, Elder Yu, didn't I just tell you before? Senior Falcon flew the helicopter to the Medicine Valley early in the morning. He said that you had a good idea with him, so he couldn't wait to go. You just finished talking to me? Yes, I seem to have said it in the morning. Elder Yu was reminded by Little Think Tank and remembered the previous matter. Yes, I just finished talking to you. Little Think Tank nodded his head. He left in the early morning? That's not quite right. This is not in line with his style. Elder Yu frowned. He was not a fool. Dongjun's approach was obviously a bit abnormal, which made him feel that things were not so simple. Why did Dongjun have to go to the Medicine Valley in the early morning? Wasn't there a problem? Couldn't he wait until he was awake before going to the Medicine Valley? Moreover, even if he went to the Medicine Valley, he didn't need to go in the middle of the night, right? Not to mention that Yang Ming and others were sleeping in the middle of the night. Even if they were woken up by him, they would definitely doubt his purpose of going to the Medicine Valley in the middle of the night so impatiently. Even if Dongjun said that he was anxious to help Yang Ming find a way to deal with Elder Yu, it was not quite reasonable. Using reverse thinking to reason, then if Dongjun left in the early morning, wouldn't Elder Yu suspect him? Elder Yu himself felt that something was wrong. Yang Ming was not a fool. How could he not notice the problem? Thinking of this, Elder Yu suddenly frowned. Because he found that things did not seem to be simple. Little Think Tank, you immediately send someone to the Medicine Valley to check what Dongjun is doing there. No need, we will go there personally. Elder Yu waved his hand and said. Okay. Little Think Tank nodded and also realized that something was wrong. He quickly ran out to prepare the helicopter. After Little Think Tank left, the more Elder Yu thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem. Indeed, Dongjun's approach was a bit abnormal. Moreover, he seemed to have a problem. He seemed to be very forgetful. He couldn't remember what had just happened or what had just happened yesterday. He could only vaguely remember it when someone reminded him. Intuition told Elder Yu that there was something wrong with his body, but he hadn't thought of the specific problem yet. He hoped that it was just because he drank too much and that there was no other situation. Now, Elder Yu only wanted to determine one question: where was Dong Jun? Was he in the Medicine Valley? If he was not in the Medicine Valley, then where was he? Thinking that something might have happened to Dong Jun, Elder Yu was burning with anxiety. After half an hour, Little Think Tank finally prepared the helicopter. Originally, the previous helicopter was easier to prepare, but it was driven away by Dong Jun. It was not easy to prepare, repair, and refuel a new helicopter, so half an hour was considered very fast. After finishing, Little Think Tank quickly ran back and reported the progress to Elder Yu. Elder Yu, the helicopter is ready. We can take off at any time. Helicopter? Why do you want a helicopter? Elder Yu forgot about the previous matter again. Elder Yu, didn't you say that we were going to the Medicine Valley? Shall we go and see Senior Falcon? The Little Think Tank said with some doubt. He also saw that there was something wrong with Elder Yu today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Oh. Right, we're going to the Medicine Valley. Let's hurry. After being reminded by Little Think Tank, Elder Yu also remembered that he had to go to the Medicine Valley previously. He quickly nodded and responded. All right, the helicopter has been arranged. Shall we depart now? Little Think Tank asked. Yes, let's go now. Elder Yu impatiently stood up, and then quickly walked outside with Little Think Tank. When they came to the tarmac of Elder Yu's Meow Village, a helicopter was ready and was about to take off. Elder Yu and Little Think Tank got on the helicopter, and then Little Think Tank quickly steered the helicopter and flew in the direction of the Medicine Valley. Elder Yu was extremely nervous along the way. On the way to the Medicine Valley, he kept urging Little Think Tank to speed up, and Little Think Tank also increased the speed of the helicopter to the extreme. However, a helicopter was a helicopter after all. It was impossible to be faster than a rocket. Even if Elder Yu urged them, they still took a long time to reach the Medicine Valley. However, when the helicopter just arrived above the Medicine Valley, Elder Yu felt that something was not quite right. This was an intuition. He couldn't tell what was wrong, but it was indeed not quite right. This Medicine Valley seemed to lack the vitality from before. Moreover, it was already morning. Why was there no one in the Medicine Valley? Generally, when the helicopter arrived, even if Yang Ming and the others did not all come out, someone would come out to take a look. However, this time, the helicopter was about to land, but still no one appeared. Elder Yu frowned and felt that something was not quite right, but even so, he still waited for the helicopter to land before getting off the helicopter. He was a cautious person. Although he was anxious, he would not take risks. Little Think Tank, why is there no one here? Elder Yu was now not only worried about the lack of people, but the key question was, where was the helicopter that Dong Jun drove? He finally understood why he felt that something was wrong before. It was because not only was there no one here, but there was also no helicopter. Such a big thing could be seen at a glance. It was impossible to not see it or hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Now, the helicopter was gone, so there was only one possibility. The helicopter was not in the Medicine Valley at this moment. If it was not in the Medicine Valley, where could it be? Thinking of this, Elder Yu's face suddenly became ugly. He felt that he seemed to have been fooled. He had been fooled by Dong Jun. This kid didn't seem to be so honest. Could it be that he really betrayed and was in cahoots with Yang Ming? Thinking of this possibility, Elder Yu felt that his face was trembling. He was too angry. I don't know. Should I go and take a look? Little Think Tank was also a little puzzled. Why is there no one in this Medicine Valley? And I don't know where Senior Falcon's helicopter is. Let's go and take a look. Elder Yu said immediately, no, let's go together. Let's go. With that said, Elder Yu and Little Think Tank walked quickly in the direction of the townhouses. However, when they were about to reach the townhouses, their hearts suddenly sank because the doors of the townhouses where Yang Ming lived were not even closed. See if there is anyone inside. Elder Yu said anxiously. After Little Think Tank listened to Elder Yu's words, he quickly ran into the townhouse. Then, he looked at the situation inside, but he found that there was no one inside. His face suddenly turned pale. Elder Yu, there is no one here. What? No one? Elder Yu's face suddenly turned black. He quickly walked to the front of a townhouse and looked at the situation inside. The expression on his face was even worse. Because, it was obvious that they left in a hurry. They didn't even fold the quilt. Their clothes were also left here, but there was no one. Elder Yu knew that this was definitely not the people in this house who went to work. Because if they went to work, it was impossible not to fold the quilt, and the door would not be so wide open. Although there were only a few of them here, it was impossible for there to be a thief, so they would not lock the door. However, the door should at least be closed. This was a matter of etiquette. However, Elder Yu still did not give up. He frowned and said, "Let's go. Let's go to other places and see if they are in the workshop." Okay. Little Think Tank also realized that something was wrong, but he saw that Elder Yu's expression was not good, so he did not dare to say anything. He accompanied Elder Yu out of the townhouse villa, and the two of them walked to the workshop on the side. Inside the workshop, it was also very messy, and there was no one. What made Elder Yu most annoyed was that the petri dishes of the voodoo were taken away. Of course, when Lan Ling and the others left, they wouldn't take the other luggage, but they would take the petri dishes related to the Herculean voodoo and Vajra voodoo. These things couldn't be left to Elder Yu. Elder Yu originally hoped to find something in the workshop, but he found nothing. As for the other petri dishes and the like, Elder Yu had a lot of them himself, but they were all useless things. *CK his mother. Elder Yu finally couldn't help but curse. He was really angry. These people actually colluded with Dong Jun to escape. Now, Elder Yu hadn't realized that he was voodooed by Dong Jun. Although he was a little forgetful and felt that there was something wrong with his body, he hadn't thought in that direction yet. He just thought that Dong Jun secretly cooperated with Yang Ming. After gaining his trust, Dong Jun tricked a helicopter and used the helicopter to take Yang Ming and others away from here. After all, Elder Yu didn't know that Yang Ming and the rest could leave the Medicine Valley at any time if they wanted to. There was no need for them to collude with Dong Jun to deceive him. Elder Yu, please calm down. It's all my fault. If only I didn't let Falcon leave. Since Falcon was a traitor, he naturally couldn't be called a senior anymore. It's not your fault. Even I was careless in making friends. Even I was deceived by him, let alone you. Elder Yu did not blame Little Think Tank. After all, Little Think Tank did not know that Dong Jun was a traitor. Even Elder Yu himself did not see it, let alone others. Sigh, then what should we do now? Little Think Tank asked. Forget it. Let's go back first. They probably left and won't come back for a while. They might have gone to Lan Miao Village. We can't go to Lan Miao Village to catch them, right? Elder Yu shook his head and said helplessly. Elder Yu, what I don't understand is that your current Vajra Gu has already surpassed ordinary Vajra Gu by a lot. It's even more powerful than ordinary Vajra Gu. Why don't you attack Blue Miao Village? Even if your Jin Gang Gu is not repaired by the original Jin Gang Gu and needs blood to be sacrificed, it won't affect us from attacking Lan Miao Village, right? Little Think Tank asked, puzzled. There are some things that you don't understand. Elder Yu waved his hand and didn't say much. Although his Vajra voodoo was many times more powerful than the ordinary Vajra voodoo, and there were no other flaws except for the continuous use of blood sacrifice. In fact, this was not the case because Elder Yu knew a big secret. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to go to Lan Miao Village easily. There was a sacrificial hall in Blue Miao Village. There was a mysterious power inside that could resist Elder Yu's modified version of the Vajra voodoo. Elder Yu's Vajra voodoo was an evil witchcraft that had been banned for thousands of years. In order to gain strength, Elder Yu used a witchcraft sacrificial method to create a modified version of the Vajra voodoo. However, the Vajra voodoo in his body would unconsciously become restless when it encountered the mysterious power of Blue Miao Village's sacrificial hall, as if it was going to devour him. This was also discovered by Elder Yu when he went to Lan Miao Village many years ago, but he didn't tell anyone. This was his weakness, but as long as he didn't go to Lan Miao village, he wouldn't be in danger. Later on, Elder Yu looked up a lot of ancient books and information and finally found a reasonable solution. One was to eliminate Lan Hai because he had the inheritance of the sacrificial hall. All the village leaders of Lan Miao village had the inheritance of the sacrificial hall. As long as the village leader was eliminated, the mysterious power of the sacrificial hall would disappear, and it would no longer be a threat to Elder Yu. This was also the reason why Elder Yu had been looking for Lan Hai and wanted to eliminate him. Otherwise, although Lan Hai's gu was powerful, he was on par with Elder Yu. Moreover, Elder Yu had the modified Jin Gang gu, so it was easy for him to eliminate Lan Hai. However, Lan Hai was too cunning. He hid here and there, so Elder Yu couldn't find him. As long as he didn't eliminate him, he couldn't attack Lan Miao village. This was also the reason why Elder Yu delayed and didn't attack Lan Miao village. What he said to others about the time not being right was actually just an excuse. The most important thing was that he was afraid of that mysterious power. However, this was his ultimate secret. He couldn't say it to anyone, including the people around him and his subordinates. He couldn't even say it to his closest subordinate, Little Think Tank. This was because this was related to his biggest secret, and he couldn't let anyone know about it. If Lan Miao village knew about this, they would become fearless because they weren't worried that Elder Yu would attack Lan Miao village, so they would focus on researching other things. In that case, Elder Yu wouldn't be able to delay Lan Miao village in terms of defense. Another solution was actually very simple. That was to consume a complete version of the Jin Gang gu and use the complete version of the Jin Gang gu to mix with this modified version of the Jin Gang gu. After mixing, not only would the power of the modified version of the Jin Gang gu be retained, but it would also prevent the modified version of the Jin Gang gu from being refined with blood. It would become a pure Jin Gang gu. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of the mysterious power of Lan Miao village. Therefore, Elder Yu repeatedly forgave Yang Ming and the others after their repeated provocations and didn't do anything to them. Otherwise, with Elder Yu's temper, even if Yang Ming also took the Jin Gang gu and couldn't do anything to him, he could still kill a few people around Yang Ming as a warning to others. At the very least, he could kill Xianxia and Lan Ling first. But Elder Yu didn't dare to do so. It was better to be safe than sorry. This threat might backfire on Yang Ming and kill the people around Yang Ming. If Yang Ming simply quit, then he could forget about refining the Jin Gang gu. Elder Yu had always been very depressed about this. He could only coax people like Yang Ming and use other methods to destroy their confidence and make them willingly refine gu for him. But he couldn't force them too much as he was afraid that things would go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. But in the end, he still didn't get the complete version of the Jin Gang gu. Without the complete version of the Jin Gang gu, he couldn't fuse with his modified version of the Jin Gang gu. So, looking at the empty medicinal valley, he was very unwilling. Elder Yu stared blankly at everything in the medicinal valley, his expression uncertain. After a while, the little think tank saw that Elder Yu didn't speak and was immediately puzzled. He probed, "Elder Yu, what should we do now?" "Ah?" Elder Yu was stunned and turned to look at the little think tank, saying, "What do you mean what should we do? What are you talking about?" "Ah?" The little think tank was also stunned. "Elder Yu," I said, "this place is empty, what should we do next?" "What do you mean this place is empty?" "Eh? Why am I here?" After Elder Yu said this, he looked at his surroundings in surprise. "Isn't this the medicinal valley?" "Little think tank, why are we in the medicinal valley?" "Elder Yu, what's wrong with you?" Little think tank looked at Elder Yu and felt a little scared. "Elder Yu, we are in the medicine valley. Didn't you ask me to bring you here to see if Dong Jun and the rest are in the medicine valley?" "Oh right, Dong Jun, I remember now." After Elder Yu was reminded by Little Think Tank, he suddenly remembered the previous matter. He slapped his thigh and scolded, "This Dong Jun is too dishonest. He actually lied to me and stole my helicopter. Let's go back first. They must have gone to Blue Meow village." "Okay." Little Think Tank nodded and walked to the helicopter with Elder Yu. After the two people boarded the helicopter, they flew in the direction of Elder Yu's Hmong village again. However, when the helicopter flew to the Hmong village and Elder Yu got off the helicopter, tragedy happened again. "Little Think Tank, what are we doing?" Why are you taking a helicopter? We just came back from the Medicine Valley. Little Think Tank replied. Medicine Valley? What are we going to do in the Medicine Valley? Elder Yu frowned. Are we going to see Yang Ming? No, it's like this. Little Tactician suddenly broke into a sweat. He had no choice but to tell Elder Yu what happened before. It was Dong Jun who drove the helicopter to the Medicine Valley, then we. Yes, it's like this. I remember now. Elder Yu listened to Little Think Tank's explanation and nodded suddenly. He scolded, Dong Jun, this bastard. Elder Yu, there is something that I don't know if I should say. Little Think Tank smiled bitterly and asked carefully. What is it? You are my Little Think Tank. What can't you say to me? Hurry up and say it. Elder Yu said. Yes. Little Think Tank nodded and asked carefully, Elder Yu, is there something wrong with your memory? My memory? After Elder Yu was slightly taken aback, he also frowned. Before this, he suspected that there was something wrong with his memory. How could he be so forgetful? Many things were forgotten in the blink of an eye. The reason why Elder Yu didn't continue to study his memory problem was that he forgot to continue to study. Yeah, Elder Yu, why do I feel that your memory seems to be very bad? Little Think Tank said. Damn, it must be Dong Jun who did something to me. Elder Yu slapped his thigh and said, it must be like this. This guy harmed me. Elder Yu, you said that your memory problem was caused by Dong Jun? Little Think Tank was shocked and asked quickly. I don't know for the time being, but it should be. Elder Yu nodded hurriedly and said, I have to retreat for a few days to check the condition of my body and see if there is a problem. Don't disturb me for anything. Yes. Elder Yu. Little Think Tank nodded. He still didn't know what was wrong with Elder Yu. If he knew that Elder Yu was poisoned with the quick cicada voodoo and there was no cure, what would he think? However, at this moment, Little Think Tank had an almost blind confidence in Elder Yu. In his opinion, Elder Yu could definitely easily solve the problem. Even if he was poisoned, Elder Yu could detoxify the poison. This was because Elder Yu was a goo expert. Moreover, he was also a poison expert. He was very proficient in detoxification. Therefore, Elder Yu retreated without warning. The entire Miao village of Elder Yu didn't know that there was actually a problem with Elder Yu. Everyone still continued with their own things in an orderly manner. Lan Miao Village. Yang Ming, Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, Qin Shaojing, Lu Yezi, Yi, and Dong Jun appeared in the meeting room of Lan Miao Village after a period of rest. You are all awake? That's great. Now, you can tell me in detail about your experience during this period. Grandma Lan was very curious about everyone's experience during this period. She wanted to ask before this. Okay, let me tell you. Lan Ling volunteered and began to talk about everything that happened during this period in the Medicine Valley, including how everyone came up with a solution to deal with Elder Yu together, studied the Vigor Voodoo and Jin Gang Voodoo together, and even the wedding ceremony. Everything was told to Grandma Lan without missing a single detail. I didn't expect that so many things would happen during this period of time. It wasn't easy for you to research these two types of venomous insects. However, I didn't expect that you would succeed in the end. Grandma Lan nodded with a smile. Ling Ling, I really admire you. Since you left, I have been studying the Vigor Voodoo, but I haven't made any progress. The one who spoke was a handsome young man. He was the person that Yang Ming saw at the airport. After seeing who this person was, Yang Ming was suddenly embarrassed. This person was the brother Rong who was misunderstood by Yang Ming to have a relationship with Lan Ling and infected her with AIDS. Haha, of course. Look at who helped me. Yang Ming is very powerful. Brother Rong, this time, in terms of voodoo, you have to admit defeat, right? Lan Ling said proudly, but after she finished speaking, she looked at Yang Ming with a mischievous look. Yeah, this time I really admit defeat. The pretty boy called Brother Rong nodded and said. Yang Ming saw this pretty boy and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Especially Lan Ling's glance, it made Yang Ming feel a little embarrassed. From Lan Ling's text message, Yang Ming thought that this pretty boy had some relationship with Lan Ling. Obviously, Lan Ling's glance was also a little teasing to Yang Ming. "Brother Rong, have you recovered from your illness?" asked Lan Ling. "That AIDS? Oh, I gave myself another voodoo and it has been neutralized," said the pretty boy. "Ugh, you can actually cure AIDS? Can you get some medical award?" Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect the pretty boy to be so powerful. "How is this a cure? It's just fighting poison with poison. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to cultivate that kind of voodoo. Even if it is cultivated, it is risky to give this voodoo to ordinary people. If I give it to myself, I can make an adjustment plan according to the body's adverse reactions at any time." The pretty boy smiled bitterly. "It turns out to be like this." Yang Ming nodded and knew that this method couldn't be implemented. Just like Elder Yu's Vajra voodoo, it couldn't be used on a large scale because the number of catalytic enzymes was limited. "Grandma, what should we do now?" asked Lan Ling. "It's not clear yet. Our informant in Elder Yu's Miao village hasn't sent any information yet." Grandma Lan said, "Our informant in Elder Yu's Miao village is just an ordinary person. He can't access too many core secrets, so he can only make judgments based on the situation. So, let's wait and see." "I see. Okay, then let's stay in Lan Miao village first." Lan Ling nodded and said, "Let's stay first." Moreover, although Elder Yu's quick cicada voodoo has matured, it still needs a few days to fully activate. At most, he has a bad memory, but he won't forget the deeper memories. So, let's wait a few days. When his quick cicada voodoo fully activates, then we'll deal with him," said Grandma Lan. Everyone nodded their heads. After the meeting, they stayed in Lan Miao village with peace of mind. Everyone was already used to living in the Medicine Valley. Apart from the fact that Blue Miao village was not located in the valley, the climate and environment were similar to the Medicine Valley. Therefore, everyone was used to it. Moreover, since they stayed, the pretty boy called Brother Rong began to pester Yang Ming, Lu Tianqi, Lin Dongfeng, and the others to ask about voodoo. These people had been in the Medicine Valley for so long. Their research and refinement of voodoo was even better than the pretty boy. So, how could the pretty boy let go of this good opportunity to learn? "Brother Yang, this Herculean voodoo can actually use spring water and the secretion of the quick cicada voodoo as a nutrient. It's really strange. How did you find out? So powerful?" the pretty boy said with admiration for Yang Ming. "Pfft! Where did you get this seniority from? You call me brother and Lan Ling's sister. What kind of logic is that?" said Yang Ming as he glared at him. "Heh! Aren't we talking about our own?" said the pretty boy. "Brother Yang, let's not talk about this first. Let's continue to discuss the voodoo." "Okay." Yang Ming was dumbfounded. Lan Ling couldn't help but laugh too. In the evening, Grandma Lan received a message from Elder Yu's Miao village. Elder Yu was actually in close cultivation. At present, all the affairs of Elder Yu's Miao village were handled by Elder Yu's confidant, the little think tank. Of course, no one knew why Elder Yu was in close cultivation. Even the people of Elder Yu's Miao village didn't know. Probably only the little think tank knew, but the little think tank didn't say anything, so no one else could get the news. Before Lan Miao village had further news, they could only choose to wait for the latest news from Elder Yu's Miao village. Of course, it had been almost a day since they arrived at Lan Miao village. Yang Ming had not completely dealt with Elder Yu, so he did not report the situation to Xia Bingbao of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He had to wait until Elder Yu was completely dealt with before reporting. It should be soon, so a few more days wouldn't make a difference. On the other hand, Lu Yezi was not in a hurry to report to Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen. He believed that they should have monitored the situation here through the jade pendant and glasses. Even without these two things, they could judge that everyone was fine from what happened in the Medicine Valley. Time quickly passed, and 3 days passed. In Elder Yu's Miao village, Elder Yu had been in close cultivation for 3 days, but there was still no news. The little think tank suddenly became a little anxious. Even if Elder Yu was in close cultivation, it was impossible for him to not contact the outside world at all. The little think tank could contact Elder Yu in 2 days at most, but this time, there was no news from Elder Yu for 3 days. The little think tank was really anxious. He decided that if there was no news from Elder Yu tomorrow, and if Elder Yu didn't contact him, he had to go to the place where Elder Yu was in close cultivation to take a look. He had to check if there was any problem with Elder Yu. The little think tank's prediction was not wrong. There was indeed a problem with Elder Yu. In the secret room, Elder Yu had already found the problem in his body. After careful inspection and searching, he finally found an extra thing in his body, which was the quick cicada goo. Although Elder Yu was not very familiar with the quick cicada goo, he personally put this thing in Lin Dongfeng's body, so after Elder Yu carefully checked his body several times, he still found the trace of this quick cicada goo. Of course, he didn't know that this was the quick cicada goo at first, but after some speculation, he could roughly judge that the goo in him was the quick cicada goo after connecting it with his amnesia and forgetfulness. Although Elder Yu didn't know how Lin Dongfeng removed the quick cicada voodoo and took it out, 90% of the voodoo in his body was undoubtedly the quick cicada voodoo. This kind of independent voodoo was rare. Considering Dong Jun's previous situation, this voodoo should be given to him by Dong Jun. Elder Yu was furious when he thought of the cause and effect of this matter. He really didn't expect that the thing that he used to deal with others would be used on him in the end. In the past few days, Elder Yu's memory was rapidly deteriorating. He often forgot what he was thinking about before. He had to think for a long time before he could remember what he was thinking about before. So, as a last resort, Elder Yu could only record his thoughts on paper. When he couldn't remember, he could take a look at it. Only then could he remember what happened before. However, Elder Yu didn't hate Dong Jun the most, but Yang Ming. In his opinion, Dong Jun's rebellion should be entirely caused by Yang Ming. He was instigated by Yang Ming. When Dong Jun first came here, he shouldn't have rebelled. He must have rebelled after going to the Medicine Valley because Yang Ming said something. Therefore, Elder Yu hated Yang Ming very much. He felt that all of this was caused by Yang Ming. All along, Elder Yu didn't really want to kill Yang Ming. Even if he threatened him, he didn't really want to kill him because he had to let Yang Ming help him refine voodoo. Even if he wanted to kill Yang Ming, he had to wait for Yang Ming to successfully refine the voodoo before doing it. But now, Elder Yu had an unprecedented murderous intent in his heart. He had to let Yang Ming die to vent the hatred in his heart. As the saying goes, even if you die, you have to drag someone down with you. Therefore, after he found that his memory had become amnesiac, he also knew that there was no cure for it. He was very clear about the quick cicada voodoo. If he could cure it in the beginning, he would have already cured Lin Dongfeng. Why wait until now? So this time, he simply didn't even study it. After knowing that he was afflicted with the quick cicada voodoo, he knew that he had no hope. It was impossible for him to take out the voodoo worm. His Jin Gang voodoo had reached the level of not being damaged at all. There was no possibility of taking out the quick cicada voodoo. Yang Ming, I really didn't expect that I, Elder Yu, who has been wise all my life, would be defeated by you in the end. You, kid, are really patient. Elder Yu sighed helplessly. A loss was a loss. Elder Yu didn't have a temper that refused to admit defeat. Many things were like this. Victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. One moment, one still had the advantage, but the next moment, one might be defeated. The only thing that Elder Yu regretted was that he should have killed Yang Ming earlier. This time, although he was defeated, there was no chance to make a comeback. He was afflicted with the quick cicada voodoo, and there was no cure. However, Elder Yu was a little unwilling. He wanted Yang Ming to die too. Therefore, in these few days, he wrote his hatred on Yang Ming's name. He wrote Yang Ming on a piece of paper. He always reminded himself that his enemy was Yang Ming. He couldn't forget. If there was a chance, he must drag Yang Ming down with him. Since he couldn't find a way to deal with the quick cicada voodoo, Elder Yu simply began to think of a way to kill Yang Ming. He had to find a way to harm Yang Ming before he completely lost his memory. Otherwise, he would forget everything in the end, and he would be a fool. He wouldn't be able to harm Yang Ming even if he wanted to. During the time of the retreat, what Elder Yu did every day was to recite Yang Ming's name several times every once in a while so that he could remember this big enemy. Then, he began to plan on how to kill Yang Ming on the paper. On the fourth day, the little think tank couldn't help it. He came to the place where Elder Yu was in retreat, knocked on the door, and then said carefully, "Elder Yu, are you there? How is it? Who is it? Come in." Elder Yu still vaguely remembered that this was his territory, so he wasn't afraid. It was just that the voice of the person who spoke at the door was a little familiar, but Elder Yu didn't quite remember who it was. "Elder Yu, you're fine. That's great." The little think tank carefully pushed the door and walked in, then said, "I thought something happened when you didn't say anything for so many days." "You are?" Elder Yu frowned and looked at the familiar stranger in front of him, but he couldn't remember who he was. I'm the little think tank?" The little think tank was stunned and said, "Elder Yu, you don't recognize me? Little think tank. Little think tank." Elder Yu repeated this name in his mouth, but after repeating it a few times, he frowned again. It seemed that he still couldn't remember who the little think tank in front of him was. "Elder Yu, you, how did you forget everything?" The little think tank was even more horrified. "I'm the little think tank, your subordinate?" "Oh. I seem to have a little impression. You're the little think tank, my subordinate." Elder Yu nodded and looked like he remembered. In fact, he didn't remember anything. In these 2 days, the only thing he still remembered in his mind was that Yang Ming was his enemy, and he wanted to deal with Yang Ming. As for other things, he had already forgotten them completely. "That's great. Elder Yu, it's good that you remember me. You've been in retreat for so long. What happened? Do you have any orders for me to do?" The little think tank said quickly. "How's the situation on Yang Ming's side?" Elder Yu didn't think about anything else now. He only thought about how to kill Yang Ming. Yang Ming? The little think tank was slightly stunned. He thought, Elder Yu's memory isn't good. He actually still remembers Yang Ming. However, he didn't dare to ask more and quickly said, "According to our informant in Lan Miao village, Yang Ming and Dong Jun really went to Lan Miao village. They are now living in Lan Miao village, but they had a few meetings with Madame Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief of Lan Miao village. However, we don't know the specific content of the meetings because our people can't infiltrate the high level." "Oh, I got it." Elder Yu nodded and picked up a few pieces of paper beside him. He looked at them for a long time before he figured out who Lan Miao village, Madame Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief were. Otherwise, he would have already forgotten. "Elder Yu, then now?" The little think tank asked hesitantly. He didn't know what to do next. "Nothing. You go out first. I will continue to retreat." Elder Yu nodded and said, "Now you go out and take charge of the affairs of the Miao village." Yes. The little think tank saw that Elder Yu didn't seem to want to say anything more, so he could only nod. He turned around and left Elder Yu's room. The reason why Elder Yu did this was that he didn't want his Miao village to be in chaos. Once the news of Elder Yu losing his memory and becoming an idiot spread, his Miao village would definitely be in chaos. At that time, these people would definitely disperse and seek refuge in other Miao villages. They would no longer wait for death here. Elder Yu must think of a way to retaliate against Yang Ming before this happened. Although the little think tank was very confused, he still went out to take charge of the affairs of the Miao village according to Elder Yu's instructions. As for Elder Yu, he naturally continued his closed-door cultivation in the room to formulate a plan to deal with Yang Ming. After careful consideration, he really found a plan to deal with Yang Ming. It was a perfect plan in his opinion. Now, he just had to wait for Yang Ming to take the bait. Blue Miao village. They received news that Elder Yu was still in closed-door cultivation. Elder Yu's first subordinate, Little Tactician, was managing the village's affairs. This news made the people of Blue Miao village very confused. Why hadn't Elder Yu's quick cicada goo taken effect yet? Or had it already taken effect, but Little Tactician kept it under wraps? In Blue Miao village's meeting hall, a high-level meeting was held again. "Elder Zhua, what do you think about this?" Grandma Lan looked at Elder Zhua. Elder Zhua was a very intelligent elder in Miao village. Together with the former Elder Yu, they were the two right-hand men of Blue Miao village's chief. Madame Lan, this subordinate feels that there must be a huge secret behind this matter. Elders was said, perhaps Elder Yu has become an idiot, but little tactician is trying his best to hide it. Or little tactician wants to control Elder Yu's current Meow village? That's right. Grandma Lan nodded, actually, I think so too. However, everything is still a suspicion now. There's no way to prove it. If Elder Yu has really become an idiot, then little tactician and the others are nothing to be afraid of. These people don't have powerful goo masters. Our Blue Meow village can easily deal with them. Yes, but I'm afraid that Elder Yu is fine. Or he has found a way to get rid of the goo and deliberately went into closed-door cultivation to lure us in. The deputy chief said, so, if we want to be safe, then we can wait. There's no need to rush. We've waited for so long. There's no need to rush. Grandma Lan nodded and said, let's continue to ask for more information. Our people have already tried their best to inquire, but the little think tank's mouth is very tight. It seems that no one has revealed Elder Yu's situation, including Elder Yu's other confidants. They don't know about Elder Yu's situation. Elders was said, otherwise, there is no secret in the world. Every confidant will have some other confidants. There will always be someone who will leak it out, but now there is no news at all. So what the deputy chief said makes sense. Elder Yu might have done it on purpose, but it's also possible that the little think tank deliberately blocked the news. Grandma Lan nodded and turned to look at Lan Ling and Yang Ming. Ling, Yang Ming, are you used to living here? Of course I'm used to it. Yang Ming knew that Grandma Lan was asking him this question. After all, Lan Ling had lived here since she was young. How could she not be used to it? Hence, he smiled and said, the environment here is similar to the Medicine Valley. I'm already used to it. That's great. Grandma Lan said, we'll rest for a few more days. Once we have accurate information, we'll launch a general attack on Elder Yu's Meow village. Although the little think tank had tried his best to block the news about Elder Yu's Hmong village, he could not hide it from Elder Yu's subordinates even if he could hide it from the ordinary people in the village. Little think tank, what do you mean by this? Are you hiding Elder Yu and want to take the position yourself? The one who spoke was another Elder Yu's subordinate, named He Gao. Yeah, do you want to hold the emperor and order the vassals? Another Elder Yu's confidant, Kuan Cun, also asked. This? The little think tank could only smile bitterly. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really have no other choice. No other choice? What's that? He Gao asked with a sneer. Yeah, now you tell us obediently, where is Elder Yu? Kuan Cun also asked. This? The little think tank didn't know what to say, but when he saw the two people's aggressive gazes, the little think tank could only say, well, in that case, I'll tell you, but you must not tell anyone else. Of course we won't, you tell us. He Gao said. Actually, it's like this. Little think tank started from the night Elder Yu drank with Dong Jun, until Elder Yu was tricked by Dong Jun. Then, the two of them chased after Dong Jun to the Medicine Valley, only to find that the Medicine Valley was already empty. After returning, Elder Yu's memory seemed to have problems. The little think tank did not hide these things. After all, the two people in front of him were better than him in terms of voodoo, and he was just a think tank, so the little think tank also told the truth. What? It's actually like this? Such a big thing happened? He Gao said with a horrified expression after listening, why didn't you say so earlier? Yeah, such a big thing, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's hurry to see Elder Yu. Kuan Cun also said anxiously, you take us there quickly. But Elder Yu doesn't allow others to disturb him. The little think tank said with a wry smile, and he told me before not to tell others casually. Then we are also worried, said He Gao. Yeah, if Elder Yu wants to blame us, the two of us will shoulder it. Just say that we forced you to come. Kuan Cun also said. This, okay. The little think tank had no choice but to nod. He took He Gao and Kuan Cun together and rushed to the place where Elder Yu was in retreat. When they arrived, the little think tank did not dare to knock on the door directly, but pointed to a door and said, okay, here it is. You guys knock on the door. He Gao and Kuan Cun nodded, then knocked on the door and waited for the answer inside. But after waiting for a long time, there was a vigilant voice inside. Who is it? These people were the confidants of Elder Yu, so they could naturally distinguish that this voice was Elder Yu's voice. Elder Yu, it's me, He Gao, Kuan Cun, and the little think tank. He Gao said quickly and respectfully. What? Elder Yu's voice was somewhat inexplicable. Apparently, he didn't know the people who came. Let's go in. Elder Yu is like this. When he sees us, he will remember. The little think tank smiled wryly. Okay, then let's go in. He Gao also nodded, then pushed the door and walked into the room with Kuan Cun. Elder Yu looked at the three people who came in, and his eyes were full of vigilance. He asked, which one of you is Yang Ming? This? The little think tank smiled bitterly. Elder Yu, we are your subordinates. We are not Yang Ming. Elder Yu? Who is Elder Yu? Are you calling me? Elder Yu looked at the little think tank suspiciously and asked. Ugh, yes, you are Elder Yu. The little think tank nodded and said, and I am the little think tank. Little think tank, have you forgotten? Elder Yu. Little think tank. Elder Yu picked up a stack of paper in front of him and looked at it. After looking at it for a while, he finally nodded. I remember. I am Elder Yu. Yes, you are Little Think Tank. Elder Yu, you finally remember? Little Think Tank was suddenly happy and said quickly. Yes, I remember, but who are the other two? Elder Yu looked at the people around Little Think Tank and asked. These two are also your men. This is He Gao, and this is Kuan Cun. They are both your men. Little Think Tank introduced. Oh. He Gao. Kuan Cun. Elder Yu continued to look at the stack of paper in his hand, looking for the names of these two people. His memory had basically been completely lost, but he had not lost his language ability and logical thinking. He had not forgotten how to write the words, but he had almost forgotten the people and things in his memory. Yes, Elder Yu, we are He Gao and Kuan Cun. The two quickly nodded and said. Found it. He Gao, Kuan Cun, I know. Elder Yu finally found the names of the two people, and then nodded to them. Well, there is nothing else. You all can go out. By the way, help me inquire about Yang Ming's news. This, okay. He Gao and Kuan Cun also smiled bitterly and left the room with Little Think Tank. Now you see it, right? After Little Think Tank left the room, he sighed and said, Elder Yu seems to be getting more and more serious. Previously, he could remember who I was, but today, it seems that he only knows who the three of us are through the names written on the paper. Yeah, what happened to Elder Yu? It can't go on like this, right? He Gao nodded and said. Although I don't know what happened to Elder Yu, I am afraid that he was harmed by Dong Jun. Now that I think about it, there are many suspicious points. Little Think Tank smiled bitterly. Dong Jun's departure in the middle of the night was obviously abnormal. It was against common sense, but at that time, Elder Yu and I both thought that Dong Jun was on our side. It was not until we went to the Medicine Valley that we found out that he was gone. Well, isn't it possible that Yang Ming and the others secretly subdued Dong Jun and stole the helicopter? He Gao hypothesized. Putting aside the fact that there were no signs of a fight at the Medicine Valley, even if they did steal the plane, if they were not in cahoots with Dong Jun, why would they bring Dong Jun along? Wouldn't it be better to just leave it in the Medicine Valley? The Little Think Tank smiled bitterly and said, moreover, Elder Yu's sudden forgetfulness also proves this point. He must have been under some kind of trick. So that's how it is. Little tactician, you're so meticulous. We've neglected these details. Black Dot nodded. It doesn't matter. You guys weren't there in person, so naturally you don't know much about this. The Little Think Tank wasn't arrogant. Instead, he said, most importantly, our informants in Blue Meow Village sent us news that Yang Ming and the rest appeared in Blue Meow Village. Dong Jun was there too. Therefore, Yang Ming must have instigated Dong Jun to defect. Then, now that something like this has happened, what should we do? Black Dot asked worriedly, if Elder Yu is really done for, won't we be done for too? Who knows? The little think tank spread his hands helplessly. The key problem is that Elder Yu didn't give us any chance to talk at all. You saw it too. We were chased out by Elder Yu as soon as we arrived. We didn't even have a chance to discuss it. That's true. Sai, how about this? Let's go back and think about it. We'll meet again at night and specifically discuss the future of our right Miao village. Kuan Cun was a more ambitious person. Now that Elder Yu was on the verge of collapse, he naturally wanted to replace Elder Yu to control the right Miao village. However, the little think tank and Black Dot were two veteran figures. Therefore, in order to control the right Miao village, he had to deal with these two people first. In the right Miao village, there were Kuan Cun's people, but there were also little think tank and Black Dot's people. If he couldn't deal with them, the right Miao village would definitely be divided and even become a tripartite situation. If these people couldn't be united, then the final result would be that the other Miao village would attack and take advantage of them. Therefore, after thinking about it, Kuan Cun couldn't think of a way to completely deal with Black Dot and the little think tank. The only thing he could think of was that the three of them would jointly control the right Miao village. However, the little think tank was appointed by Elder Yu to take charge of the affairs. Then, Kuan Cun's advantage would be much smaller. What if the little think tank didn't agree? Thinking of this, Kuan Cun was ready to look for Black Dot to study and see what Black Dot wanted. Therefore, Kuan Cun came to Black Dot's residence. Although Black Dot wasn't very ambitious, the temptation of having the opportunity to become one of the people who really had the final say in the right Miao village was still very strong. Therefore, when Kuan Cun revealed his idea to Black Dot fell silent. To be honest, to be able to control the right Miao village and become one of the three giants of the right Miao village, the life they enjoyed would definitely be completely different compared to now. No matter what, they were Elder Yu's subordinates now. Their daily life and food couldn't be too luxurious. After all, Elder Yu was watching over them. However, if they became the people who had the final say in the right Miao village, then everything would be different. After pondering for a while, Black Dot nodded and agreed with Kuan Cun's idea. He said, "Alright, let's talk to Little Think Tank together and force him to hand over his power. The three of us will jointly control the right Miao village." Haha, I knew that Brother Black Dot isn't a pedantic person. Currently, Elder Yu can only be considered as a useless person. If we don't take the opportunity to control the right Miao village now, when should we? Kuan Cun laughed with satisfaction. Since the two of them had reached a consensus, they naturally didn't waste any more time. They directly went to Little Think Tank's residence and prepared to blackmail him. Little Think Tank was checking the news from Blue Miao village. In terms of loyalty, Little Think Tank was actually the most loyal one among Elder Yu's subordinates. Although he was smart, he didn't have much ambition because his voodoo skills were too weak. Therefore, he was very clear about his own capabilities and didn't have the strength to be ambitious. There was still no useful news from Blue Miao village. Yang Ming and the rest seemed to have settled down in Blue Miao village. It didn't seem like there was anything special. Other than holding a few meetings in the Miao village, Yang Ming spent most of his time studying voodoo skills with the others. He had no intention of dealing with the right Miao village at all. This made Little Think Tank a little confused. If Elder Yu was really killed by Dong Jun, would they take this opportunity to attack the right Miao village? Just as Little Think Tank was puzzled, his door was pushed open. Little Think Tank raised his head and saw that it was He Gao and Kuan Cun who had just parted with each other. Thus, he asked curiously, "Is there a reason why you two came at this time?" "Hee, Brother Think Tank, the two of us are here to discuss the future of the right Miao village with you." Kuan Cun smiled faintly and said, "The future of the right Miao village? What do you mean?" Little Think Tank frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. Elder Yu is on the verge of death. Everyone has seen it. He is obviously no different from an idiot now. Therefore, our right Miao village must come up with a management plan in the future. Kuan Cun said. "You? What do you mean? Are you trying to usurp the position?" Little Think Tank was shocked and asked. "Haha, Brother Think Tank, that's a little harsh." He Gao waved his hand and said, "Brother Kuan Cun, what you mean is very simple. Elder Yu can't manage the Miao village now. Therefore, we must discuss what to do in the future for the sake of the Right Meow Village's future. We're not trying to usurp the position. That's right. The leader of the Right Meow Village will always be Elder Yu. Even if he lost his memory and became like this, we still respect him as the leader. Kun Cun nodded and said, but he can't manage the Right Meow Village now. That's a fact, right? That's true, but... Little Think Tank was still a little hesitant. It was undeniable that He Gao and Kun Cun were right. Moreover, they were thinking about the Right Meow Village. Elder Yu's current situation was indeed not suitable to manage the Right Meow Village anymore. Brother Think Tank, Brother He Gao and I have discussed. The three of us will be the three elders of the Right Meow Village. In the future, we'll be the left, middle, and right elders of the Right Meow Village. All the matters of the Blue Meow Village must be discussed and decided by the three of us. Kun Cun continued, this is also for the sake of fairness. We can't let one party dominate and monopolize the power. Everything should be discussed together. Little Think Tank saw how He Gao and Kun Cun were echoing each other. He knew that they had already made up their minds to become the actual controller of the Right Meow Village. If he didn't agree, the two of them would definitely work together to make him a figurehead. Therefore, under the current situation, he had to agree. Moreover, the two of them were not wrong. It was impossible for Elder Yu to manage the Right Meow Village if this continued. Moreover, his prestige was obviously not enough to control the entire Right Meow Village. Therefore, the conditions that the two of them proposed were not too much. The Little Think Tank knew very well that this would happen sooner or later if this continued. It was just that it was brought forward now. Moreover, it was discussed by everyone. It was much better than one of them suddenly wanting to bypass the other two and control the entire Right Meow Village. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the Little Think Tank could only nod and say, what you guys said makes sense. However, Elder Yu is the most powerful person in our Right Meow Village. Although the three of us can handle the affairs of the Meow Village as the left, middle, and right elders, what if Blue Meow Village attacks us? But, if we don't become the left, middle, and right elders to handle the affairs of the Meow Village, I'm afraid that the situation will be even worse when Blue Meow Village attacks us, right? Kun Cun said, moreover, Blue Meow Village hasn't done anything for so long. I guess that Yang Ming is scared. Now that he has escaped, he won't come back so easily. Kun Cun had to admit that the Little Think Tank had considered this for a long time. However, he still hoped that Blue Meow Village would not attack them. After all, it had been so long, and nothing happened to Blue Meow Village. How could they be so unlucky to attack when the three of them were in charge? We won't reveal Elder Yu's situation. That way, Blue Meow Village won't know the exact situation. There shouldn't be a problem, right? He Gao said. Alright, that's the only way. The Little Think Tank nodded in agreement. In reality, he was most worried about Yang Ming and Blue Meow Village. As for the power of Right Meow Village, it was not that important. After all, if Yang Ming led Blue Meow Village to attack them, everything would be meaningless. Haha, that's great. We'll hold a meeting of all Meow Village members tonight and announce this news. Kun Cun said happily. He enjoyed the promotion of power very much. He was basically one of the people who had the final say in Right Meow Village now. At night, the Little Think Tank, Kun Cun, and He Gao announced the news under the shocked gazes and expressions of the Right Meow Village members. They announced to those people that Elder Yu was cultivating in seclusion, so they were promoted to the three left, middle, and right elders. They would be in charge of all the affairs of Right Meow Village temporarily. Although many people expressed their doubts as to why Elder Yu did not come for such an important matter, the three of them had extraordinary statuses in the Right Meow Village. They were all second only to one person. Especially when the three of them announced the news together, the others had no choice but to believe it. Even if they did not believe it, there was nothing they could do. After all, apart from Elder Yu, the three of them had the final say in Right Meow Village. Not long after Right Meow Village held a meeting of all Meow Village members, Blue Meow Village also received the news. Therefore, Blue Meow Village also held an emergency meeting in the meeting hall. Grandma Lan, Elder Zhua, Deputy Chief, Yang Ming, and Lan Ling all attended the meeting. However, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and the rest did not attend because they did not know much about Blue Meow Village and Right Meow Village. It was useless for them to attend. They would rather accompany the pretty boy to refine the goo poison. Elder Zhua, what do you think about this? Grandma Lan told everyone about the news from Right Meow Village, then asked Elder Zhua. Initially, the left and right elders in Meow Village were like strategists. In the past, the chief would ask for the left and right elders' opinions after he finished talking about something. Then, he would express his final opinion together with the deputy chief. After that, everyone would discuss it together. However, Elder Zhua was the only one left in Blue Meow Village. Therefore, according to the usual practice, Grandma Lan could only ask Elder Zhua. Madam Lan, I think there's something fishy about this. Elder Zhua said, Elder Yu was poisoned by the quick cicada goo and is cultivating in seclusion. It should be a low-key thing. How could he promote the left, middle, and right elders in such a big way? Moreover, Elder Yu was Elder Yu himself. How could he create another Elder Yu? Wouldn't the rules of Meow Village be messed up? Elder Zhua, do you mean that this was not done by Elder Yu, but by little tactician, Kuan Cun, and He Gao in the Right Meow Village? Grandma Lan nodded and asked. That's right. Otherwise, why didn't Elder Yu announce it personally if there was no problem? It's such a big decision. If it were someone else, they would announce it personally, but Elder Yu didn't come out. What does this mean? Elder Zhua said, this means that Elder Yu can't announce it at all. This should be because the three of them saw that Elder Yu couldn't take it anymore and became an idiot. They couldn't manage the Right Meow Village anymore, so they decided to let the three of them take over. It makes sense. Grandma Lan agreed with Elder Zhua's words, in that case, Elder Yu really can't take it anymore. Then, it's time for us to attack the Right Meow Village. Or, maybe it's because of internal strife? The deputy chief analyzed, previously, it was the little tactician who monopolized the power after Elder Yu went into seclusion. But now, there are two more people. Maybe these two people don't accept the little tactician, so they forced the little tactician to make a decision? It had to be said that the deputy chief's speculation was basically close to the truth. That's right. However, even if it's internal strife, it also shows that Elder Yu is no longer able to control the Right Meow Village. Otherwise, with Elder Yu's strength, how could he allow these people to have internal strife? Grandma Lan said, so, we can basically determine that Elder Yu's quick cicada voodoo has taken effect. Then, are we going to attack the Right Meow Village? Yang Ming asked. We'll go tomorrow. It's time to end it. Grandma Lan nodded and said, after so long, we can finally eliminate this traitor. The matter was settled. Early in the morning, Grandma Lan would lead people to attack the Right Meow Village. Everyone discussed the plan in detail. Naturally, this plan would only be notified to the people in the Meow Village before they set off tomorrow. If they were notified earlier, the traitor here would probably send the news immediately. Although the Right Meow Village was like a toothless tiger without Elder Yu, there was no need to be afraid. The others had no ability to resist at all. However, if they were prepared, it would be difficult to deal with these people when they were driven to desperation. On Granny Lan's side, she did not want to waste a single soldier. She wanted to annex the Right Meow Village. Naturally, she could not leak the news beforehand. When the time came, they would be caught off guard. That way, they could completely wipe out the Right Meow Village in one fell swoop. That night was undoubtedly an exciting one. Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui were all very excited. Their mission when they came to Miaojiang was to eliminate Elder Yu. Tomorrow, this wish would be fulfilled, and their mission would be completed satisfactorily. They could go back and report. Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing were also very happy because once Elder Yu's matter was over, they could go back and see their parents. As for Yi, she was a little sad. Once the matter was over, she had to be separated from Lin Dongfeng. Lin Dongfeng could not leave the vicinity. There had to be spring water to maintain his life. Even in the past few days in Blue Meow Village, Lin Dongfeng had already encountered a problem once. It was Yang Ming who took him to the spring water in a helicopter overnight. Of course, Yang Ming left secretly. He did not let Elder Yu's spy in Blue Meow Village see him. After all, Blue Meow Village often had helicopters flying out of the jungle to buy daily necessities in the town. Therefore, it was not eye-catching and special to have helicopters going back and forth. On the other hand, Lin Dongfeng was very open-minded. He was used to the life in the mountains. If he were to return to the city, he would not be used to it. You will go back with Lu Yezi sooner or later. You should go and see the world. As for Godfather, I am used to the environment here. I don't want to leave. Lin Dongfeng said, what's more, with your children accompanying me, I won't be too lonely. However, I am afraid that you and Lu Yezi will be reluctant. I will definitely be willing, said Yi. I have no problem with that. Lu Yezi quickly said, actually, according to my old man's usual style and thoughts, his children have to go out and experience the world, especially the boys. Just like me, don't I also come out to experience the world and do some dangerous missions? Therefore, it is normal for my son to stay here to experience the world. A jade that is not cut will not become useful. Since you said so, then I have nothing to worry about. Lin Dongfeng laughed. He was very carefree. Early the next morning, Grandma Lan ordered Elder Zhua and Lan Ling of Blue Meow Village to lead the elite members of Blue Meow Village to Elder Yu's village. As the deputy chief and Brother Rong were guarding Blue Meow Village, they were not afraid that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble. At this time, even if Elder Yu's spy passed the news to the right Meow Village, it was too late. This was because by the time they passed the news, Grandma Lan had already brought people over. They had already arrived at the right Meow Village. His news was useless. The right Meow Village had just had a change of power yesterday. Little Think Tank, He Gao, and Kuan Cun had just become the left, middle, and right elders. They had been celebrating the entire night. Naturally, the entire right Meow Village was drinking and celebrating as well. Therefore, many people were still drunk early in the morning. Even the people on duty at the entrance of the right Meow Village were dozing off with their eyes half closed. Suddenly, the few people on duty were woken up by a series of orderly footsteps. When they opened their eyes, they saw a large group of people rushing towards the right side of the Meow Village. They were instantly shocked. What's going on? Why do I see a large group of people? Are they still drunk? Said a guard as he shook his head. A large group of people? I see them too. Could it be that I'm also dreaming? The other guard also said in a daze. This is bad. Someone's attacking Meow Village. The third guard didn't drink as much. He was originally in a daze, but after hearing the words of the first two guards and looking at the black mass of people in front of him, he immediately realized that something was wrong, so he quickly shouted. Attacking Meow Village? When the other guards heard this, they also sobered up. They quickly picked up the bugle horn beside them and blew it, woo 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 woo. However, Grandma Lan was not afraid that he would bring people over. In Meow Village, only Elder Yu was skilled in witchcraft. The other subordinates' witchcraft was nothing compared to him. On Meow Village's side, Grandma Lan, Elder Zhua, Lan Ling and even Lu Tianqi were better at witchcraft than anyone except Elder Yu. In terms of combat power, who could be a match for Lin Dongfeng, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and the rest? Little Think Tank, He Gao, and Kuan Cun were sleeping soundly when they were woken up by the emergency horn outside the village. It was the horn that signaled the invasion of the Hmong village. They had not heard it for a long time. They only heard it during training. Therefore, the three of them took a long time to understand the meaning of the horn. They quickly put on their clothes and ran out. Oh no! Blue Meow Village is attacking us. Help! There are too many of them. What should we do? Please don't kill us. Where's Elder Yu? Please come out and fight. As soon as Little Think Tank, He Gao, and Kuan Cun came out, they heard many Hmong village people shouting in panic. What happened? What happened? Little Think Tank looked at the Hmong village people who were in a mess. He suppressed the panic in his heart and asked. The people from Blue Meow Village are attacking us. They're really attacking us. What should we do? What should we do? An ordinary person from Hmong Village screamed and explained. What? The people from Blue Meow Village are here? Little Think Tank frowned. He did not expect that after so many days of peace, the people from Blue Meow Village would finally come. Little Think Tank guessed that Elder Yu had been tampered with by Dong Jun. In fact, he knew that it was only a matter of time before Blue Meow Village came looking for trouble. Without Elder Yu's protection, they were no match for Elder Yu at all. Looking at how the ordinary people in the village were running away in panic, it could be seen that they were just a mob. They did not have any combat power at all. They only knew how to run and call for help. When Little Think Tank heard those voices, He Gao and Kuan Cun naturally heard them too. The two of them quickly ran out. When they saw Little Think Tank, they quickly ran over and asked, "Brother Think Tank, what happened? What's going on? Blue Meow Village is attacking us." Little Think Tank sighed and said, "Hey Gao, Kuan Cun, we're no match for Blue Meow Village at all. We only have two choices now. We can either surrender obediently or fight to the death. We can't rely on Elder Yu. Look at him. Do you think he'll stand up for us?" Kuan Cun and He Gao's expressions changed upon hearing Little Think Tank's words. Although they were alarmed, they had to admit that the Little Think Tank's words were very reasonable. After all, none of them surpassed Elder Yu in terms of voodoo attainments. However, Elder Yu was able to keep the Right Meow Village standing strong not only because of his Gu skills, but also because of his Jin Gangu. Only the Jin Gangu could make the people of Lon Meow Village feel such fear. In a situation where both sides were equally matched, the strength of the body played a crucial role. But now, all of this had become a thing of the past, a floating cloud. At this time Elder Yu still hadn't come out, which naturally explained some problems. He Gao and Kuan Cun were a little unwilling. They had just become the elders of the Right Meow Village, and it had only been a night. Was it going to become a thing of the past? Little Think Tank, the three of us are Elder Yu's trusted subordinates. Do you think the people of Lon Meow Village will let us go even if we surrender now? Kuan Cun said, "We're almost at a dead end now." Yeah, Kuan Cun is right. Even if we surrender, we won't be treated well. So, it's better to fight to the death. He Gao nodded and said, "Alright, my Gu skills aren't good enough. The two of you lead people to fight. I'll ask Elder Yu to see if he can help. As long as Elder Yu is willing to help, then we can basically avoid this disaster. Otherwise, even if we fight with brute force, it'll be difficult to turn the situation around," said Little Think Tank. "Alright, then we'll have to trouble Brother Think Tank." He Gao and Kuan Cun's eyes suddenly brightened. With Elder Yu's help, they indeed had a high chance of winning. As long as they could ask Elder Yu to help, then they would be able to overcome this difficulty. After that, they believed that Lon Meow Village wouldn't be able to attack again in a short period of time. Therefore, the three of them could continue to be the three elders of Right Meow Village without any worries. Sigh. Little Think Tank sighed and walked towards the place where Elder Yu was in seclusion. Kuan Cun and He Gao quickly gathered their trusted subordinates and prepared to fight to the death with Lon Meow Village. At the entrance of Right Meow Village, Grandma Lon looked at the people of Right Meow Village who were in a mess and frowned. Even the guards who blew the horn to warn them had run away. The chaos in Right Meow Village had reached a certain level. Could it be that I overestimated this Right Meow Village? Aren't the people here too cowardly? Grandma Lon was speechless when she saw the situation in front of her. Yeah, why do I feel like we have more people? Elderswa didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, they had been standing here for so long. Why hadn't Elder Yu come out yet? Could it be that the Right Meow Village had been too comfortable these days? And had forgotten about the danger? Yang Ming, can you see Elder Yu's situation? Grandma Lon turned her head and asked Yang Ming. Grandma Lon already knew about Yang Ming's special ability. Of course, only a few important people in Lon Meow Village knew about it. The others still didn't know. Let me see. Yang Ming nodded and began to search in Right Meow Village. In fact, when he was in Lon Meow Village previously, Yang Ming could use his X-ray vision and telescopic vision to check the situation in Right Meow Village at any time. However, because the distance was too far, Yang Ming spent a lot of energy searching. Secondly, he was finally able to relax and rest in Lon Meow Village with Lon Ling and the others for a few days. He didn't want to waste his energy doing other things. Moreover, there were spies from Lon Meow Village and Right Meow Village. It would be a waste not to use them. Yang Ming was happy to be at ease. However, when they really came, then Yang Ming couldn't relax. At this time, the situation was very strange. Yang Ming naturally had to find where Elder Yu was. Although Yang Ming also felt in his heart that Elder Yu was actually not enough to be a threat, he still felt confident after looking at him. However, just as Yang Ming was looking for Elder Yu, there was a sudden shout not far away. Could it be that Elder Yu is here? Yang Ming immediately looked in the direction of the sound, but he saw two unfamiliar people. They seemed to be Elder Yu's subordinates. They were leading a group of people to the entrance of Right Meow Village. The two subordinates of Elder Yu are leading a group of people. There are about 100 people. Yang Ming said to Grandma Lan. They are finally here. Grandma Lan nodded. However, since it wasn't Elder Yu leading, Grandma Lan wasn't worried at all. Yeah, they are finally here. I thought that no one in the Right Meow Village would resist. Elder Zhua nodded and said. Get ready. Although Elder Yu is not taking the lead, we should not underestimate the enemy. Grandma Lan said, remember, there is no harm in being careful. Elder Yu's loss this time was due to his carelessness, so let's not make the same mistake. Yes. Elder Zhua and the others nodded quickly. Not long after, they saw He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan running over with a group of people. Grandma Lan naturally knew who these two people were. He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan, it really is the two of them. It seems that these two people are not reconciled. They just became elders, and we found them. They want to fight with us to the end. Just the two of them? I really don't look down on them. Elder Zhua sighed. Just these two people, I can handle them myself. Madame Lan and Ling Ling are superfluous. Although Madame Lan didn't want Elder Zhua to underestimate the enemy, there was no reason not to because these two people were indeed too weak. It was impossible not to underestimate the enemy. Seeing this situation, Yang Ming decisively stepped aside. Now he didn't need to do anything. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of these people's low-level voodoo, he didn't have the confidence to defeat them. He would leave it to Elder Zhua and Grandma Lan to deal with it. Kuan Ciyuan, He Gao, you two small characters actually became elders? It's ridiculous. Elder Zhua looked at the two people in front of him and sneered disdainfully. However, Elder Zhua couldn't be blamed for looking down on them. He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan were once the people that Elder Yu took away from the Blue Meow Village. At that time, He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan were just two small characters. Now they wanted to become elders of the Meow Village. It was really wishful thinking. Elder Zhua, who doesn't know how to boast? You are Elder Zhua, and now I am also an elder. Everyone is the same. Who is afraid of who? He Gao snorted and said. Oh? Not afraid? Then let's try and see who is afraid of who. Elder Zhua smiled slightly and reached out in the air. Although Yang Ming didn't understand it, he knew that Elder Zhua was using some kind of voodoo. This could be seen from the change in He Gao's face. He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan were also waiting for the battle. The two of them also made strange gestures in the air as if they wanted to use voodoo to compete with Elder Zhua, just like the competition between Lan Ling and Elder Yu. However, He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan obviously weren't Elder Zhua's opponent. In just a few minutes, both of their foreheads were already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the two of them were truly clear-headed. Previously, when they had just become the elders of the Right Meow Village, their confidence had been inflated, and they thought that they had already reached the same position as Elder Zhua. However, when they actually brought people over, they realized that having more people was useless. These people were nothing in front of Elder Zhua. It was a little difficult for the two of them to resist Elder Zhua's voodoo technique. Now, they could barely counter Elder Zhua's voodoo technique. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to fight back. Why? Is this all you two can do? You are not even as good as the other small leaders of our Blue Meow Village. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Elder Zhua said very disdainfully, I haven't even used my trump card yet, and you are already at your limit. You are struggling to hold on. I think it's better to surrender obediently. Don't waste my energy and time. Humph. Kuan Ciyuan and He Gao snorted coldly, but the two of them didn't surrender immediately. After all, They were very satisfied with their current identity and status. They didn't want to lose it, so they were fantasizing about the possibility of a reversal in their hearts. That was, the little tactician could invite Elder Yu over. As long as Elder Yu came, then everything would be fine. Only Elder Yu could resist Elder Zhuo's attack. In fact, the little tactician had no confidence in being able to invite Elder Yu over. Although he was the most loyal, he was also the one who could see the situation clearly. The current situation was obviously one-sided. There was nothing that could stop Blue Meow Village's footsteps, not even Elder Yu. At this moment, Elder Yu was almost no different from a cripple. Perhaps, he only remembered that Yang Ming was his enemy. He wanted to take revenge on Yang Ming. As for other things, they had nothing to do with him. He had already given up on Right Meow Village, identity, and status. The little tactician was very clear about this. Therefore, the little tactician didn't quite agree with Kuan Cun and He Gao's decision. However, since the two of them insisted, the little tactician couldn't do anything about it. Until now, the little tactician couldn't change anything. He could only sigh. Right Meow Village's momentum was gone. The little tactician stood at the place where Elder Yu was in seclusion. He knocked on the door and said, "Elder Yu, are you there? Who is it? Who are you? What are you doing?" Elder Yu's memory was deteriorating, but he didn't let his guard down. The only thing he forced himself to remember every day was that Yang Ming was his enemy. He had to take revenge on Yang Ming. He had to take revenge on Yang Ming. Even if he died, he had to drag someone down with him. He couldn't let Yang Ming have an easy time. "Elder Yu, it's me, the little tactician." The little tactician pushed the door and walked in with a bitter smile. "Little tactician? Who's the little tactician? Where's Yang Ming? Did Yang Ming come?" Elder Yu knew that his time was running out, so he didn't bother to confirm the identity of the little tactician. He just wanted to know where Yang Ming was. "I'm your subordinate." "Yang Ming? Yang Ming is outside the village. He brought people to attack you." The little tactician had no hope for Elder Yu, but when he suddenly heard Elder Yu ask about Yang Ming, the little tactician had an idea. "If I can lead Elder Yu to the entrance of the village, can I use his hand to deal with Yang Ming?" Thinking of this, the little tactician looked at Elder Yu with expectation. Sure enough, Elder Yu nodded without thinking and said, "Let's go. Take me to see Yang Ming." "I want to see Yang Ming." "Okay, Elder Yu, this way please," the little tactician said quickly. Just as the little tactician found Elder Yu, this scene was also seen clearly by Yang Ming, who was far away at the entrance of Meow Village. However, for the situation of Elder Yu, Yang Ming had some doubts. Elder Yu obviously didn't even recognize the little tactician, but he could still remember Yang Ming's name. He even said that he was looking for Yang Ming. This really made Yang Ming feel a little strange. However, although it was strange, Yang Ming still reminded Grandma Lan, Elder Yu, and Lan Ling, "Pay attention." The little tactician brought Elder Yu out. "Everyone must be careful." "What? Elder Yu is here?" Grandma Lan was slightly stunned. Didn't the quick cicada voodoo take effect? How can Elder Yu come out to fight? "I don't know if he can fight, but looking at the situation, Elder Yu does have some problems. He should have lost his memory." Yang Ming said, "Little think tank brought him here, but his situation is a bit strange." "Oh?" Grandma Lan was about to ask something, but there was a commotion in the Right Meow Village, followed by a burst of cheers. Elder Yu is here. We are saved. The protector of the Right Meow Village is here. Ha 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 ha, Elder Yu, this time Elder Yu is here. Let's see what you can do." Kuan Cun heard these cheers and knew that Little Think Tank had invited Elder Yu. Originally, he couldn't hold on any longer, but when he heard the news that Elder Yu was coming, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was excited again. His hands quickly changed different gestures, and he resisted Elder Zhuo's attack like crazy. He could hold on for as long as he could, because as long as Elder Yu came, he would be free. Little Tactician seems to be quite impressive. He actually managed to invite Elder Yu over. He Gao also laughed after hearing it. He was also like he had taken a stimulant, quickly resisting Elder Yu's attack. Elder Yu is here. With a violent shout, Elder Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Great! Kuan Cun and He Gao saw Elder Yu's figure and cheered at the same time. However, to everyone's surprise, Elder Yu didn't seem to come to help He Gao and Kuan Cun deal with Elder Yu. He seemed to turn a blind eye to the current battle, but he shouted, "Where is Yang Ming? Where is Yang Ming? Elder Yu, Yang Ming is there." An underling next to He Gao pointed to Yang Ming not far away and said, "It's that person. The person in the gray plaid shirt is Yang Ming." "Haha, very good. Yang Ming, here I come." Elder Yu laughed and rushed toward Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, be careful." Grandma Lan and Lan Ling were shocked by this sudden change. They quickly warned Yang Ming. However, the two of them also knew that Elder Yu was very dangerous. They just blocked in front of Yang Ming with warning, but they did not dare to take the initiative to deal with Elder Yu. After all, Elder Yu's modified Jin Gangu was not a joke, it was very powerful. "Grandma Lan, Ling Ling, you guys get out of the way. Elder Yu is looking for me." Yang Ming knew that Elder Yu was very dangerous, but at this time, he had to face him head-on. Not to mention that Elder Yu was looking for Yang Ming. Even if he was not, Yang Ming could not let Grandma Lan and Lan Ling rush up because they were not Elder Yu's opponent at this time. Yang Ming could only use his own Jin Gangu to fight with Elder Yu's Jin Gangu. Although he was not Elder Yu's opponent, he was at least a little stronger than others. However, what made Yang Ming very puzzled was how Elder Yu remembered him, Yang Ming. It seemed that Elder Yu did not remember anything at the moment. He did not even remember what Yang Ming looked like and needed others to identify him. However, he did not forget the name Yang Ming, which made Yang Ming feel very puzzled. "Yang Ming, you have to be careful." Lan Ling and Grandma Lan hesitated, but they still moved aside. The only uncertain factor of the Right Miao village was Elder Yu. Grandma Lan and Lan Ling did not have the confidence to compete with him. This was also the reason why the Blue Miao village had been unable to do anything to the Right Miao village. Now, Elder Yu suddenly appeared. Although he seemed to have lost his memory and was crazy, he did not forget Yang Ming. This was not a good sign. "Don't worry." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I will be careful." In fact, when Yang Ming said this, he was a little uncertain. Careful. Is it useful in front of a dangerous person like Elder Yu? To be honest, facing Elder Yu, Yang Ming did not have any confidence to win. Even Lin Dongfang's Vigor Gu was not his opponent. How could Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu? Therefore, Yang Ming must first inquire about Elder Yu's actual situation. "Elder Yu, are you looking for me? What's the matter?" As Yang Ming spoke, he stared at Elder Yu and used his special ability. He wanted to hear Elder Yu's inner thoughts, but what made Yang Ming regret was that Elder Yu did not seem to be nervous at the moment. Yang Ming did not hear anything. "Haha, there is, of course, there is." Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and nodded. "Yang Ming, what happened to me yesterday is your tomorrow. Everything that happened to me was caused by you. I want revenge." "What do you mean?" Yang Ming frowned. He did not understand what Elder Yu meant. "Ha ha ha ha, nothing. You will understand soon." As Elder Yu said this, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a very strange gesture in front of Yang Ming. Then, he shouted, "Go." With this shout, Elder Yu opened his mouth and spouted a black mist from his mouth. "Yang Ming, be careful." Grandma Lan saw Elder Yu make that strange gesture, and her heart suddenly tightened. She suddenly shouted at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was already very puzzled after seeing Elder Yu make this strange gesture. Especially when he saw Elder Yu spit out the black mist from his mouth, he was even more puzzled and surprised. Then Yang Ming also heard Grandma Lan's shout, so Yang Ming subconsciously dodged. However, although Yang Ming dodged quickly, Elder Yu's black mist seemed to have eyes. No matter where Yang Ming dodged, the black mist followed him. Too late. Elder Yu watched proudly as the black mist quickly poured into Yang Ming's body and laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha." Yang Ming only felt his breathing stagnate as if something had poured into his body. It was very uncomfortable. What shocked Yang Ming the most was that he did not dodge this black mist. Yang Ming thought that his speed was already very fast. As the apprentice of the king of assassins, Feng Tian, and learning Wang Xiaoyan's butterfly microsteps, Yang Ming's movement technique could be said to be very fast, but he still did not dodge. This showed that Elder Yu's black mist had a tracking function. Yang Ming could not avoid it no matter how hard he tried. "What did you do to my body?" Yang Ming's face changed and asked with a frown. "What did I do? Haha, I will explain it to you." Elder Yu said this, but he paused and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. For Elder Yu's action, Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Why did this guy stop talking halfway? However, seeing Elder Yu take out a piece of paper and flip through it, Yang Ming instantly understood why this guy still remembered his name after losing his memory. Because Yang Ming had already seen it through his X-ray vision. On the paper, it was written, "Great enemy Yang Ming." Below were some methods to deal with Yang Ming and an explanation of why Yang Ming was his enemy. Although Yang Ming was a little speechless about Elder Yu's approach, he had to admire Elder Yu's talent. He actually used this method to record his hatred. Otherwise, he would not remember anything in a short time. But with this piece of paper to help Elder Yu, it could let Elder Yu always remember that he had an enemy called Yang Ming. After Elder Yu looked at this piece of paper a few times, he said, "Yang Ming, you tried every means to trick me, to destroy me, to get rid of me, but you didn't expect it, right? I used this method to remember you. Don't think that just because you instigated Dong Jun to use the quick cicada voodoo to deal with me and turn me into an idiot, I can't do anything to you. You didn't expect me to have such a move, right? How about it? Yang Ming, I force myself to remember one thing every day. That is, you are my great enemy. My failure is all because of you. I don't care about others, so I must take revenge on you. And now, I did it. Yang Ming, you don't know what the black fog that I just made is, right? You don't know what the consequences will be when they enter your body, right? What consequences? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Because Elder Yu spoke, Yang Ming could only shift his attention to Elder Yu again. He did not dare to continue reading the things on the paper. He was afraid that Elder Yu would play some tricks again. Therefore, Yang Ming really did not know what the black fog was and what the consequences would be. Haha, let me tell you. That black fog was actually a modified version of the Jin Gangu poison that I forced out of my body. Elder Yu laughed and said, the modified version of Jin Gang Voodoo's voodoo poison does not exist in the form of voodoo worms. I used a secret method to force a part of it out and integrated it into your body. But don't worry, although it's only a portion, once it enters your body, it will rapidly multiply and grow. Soon, you will be like me, becoming the owner of the incomplete Jin Gangu. Moreover, you have no antidote. Ha 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 ha. Incomplete Jin Gangu? You forced a part of it out and infected me? Yang Ming understood Elder Yu's meaning, but he didn't understand what he meant. What kind of revenge was this? Yes. Yang Ming, your memory can't be that bad, right? Do you remember what I said just now? What happened to me yesterday is your tomorrow. Elder Yu sneered. You have an incomplete Jin Gangu in your body this time. In the future, you have to sacrifice with the blood of the dead regularly, otherwise, you will definitely die. Hee hee. You have also become an evil villain. Today, you want to get rid of me. Tomorrow, someone will want to get rid of you because of this. Ha 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 ha, Yang Ming, accept this fact. Although you can usually use animal blood as a substitute, every once in a while, you must sacrifice with human blood. Otherwise, you will be bitten by the voodoo poison and die. Is this your so-called revenge? Yang Ming frowned, looked at Elder Yu, and asked. Of course, how is it, Yang Ming? Isn't my trick of diverting trouble very powerful? In the future, you will become a thorn in the side of others, said Elder Yu. Oh, but, why did I hear you say that as long as you use the complete version of Jin Gangu and fuse it with the incomplete version of Jin Gangu, you can retain the powerful ability of the incomplete Jin Gangu, and you can be like the complete version of Jin Gangu without sacrificing with blood? To be honest, Yang Ming was really speechless after understanding Elder Yu's revenge plan. People with amnesia are really bad. Really? So what? Elder Yu's face changed slightly. He faintly felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, but his mind was empty, and he couldn't remember anything. In this case, you won't forget the purpose of you capturing me, right? Asked Yang Ming. The purpose of capturing you? Elder Yu frowned and quickly took out a few pieces of paper from his body and flipped through them. When he finished reading, his face suddenly became even more ugly. He seemed to have found something wrong. I asked you to refine the Jin Gangu for me? Yes, I succeeded in refining it, and I ate it myself. Thank you so much, thank you. What? Elder Yu finally understood what he had overlooked. In an instant, he felt a rush of blood to his brain. At this moment, he seemed to remember everything. He remembered the reason why he captured Yang Ming. Yang Ming refined the Jin Gangu but secretly consumed it. He was poisoned by Dong Jun with the quick cicada goo. In a state of amnesia, he wrote down the name of his enemy, Yang Ming. In a state of amnesia, he found a good way to deal with Yang Ming that he thought was perfect. However, this method helped Yang Ming. Not only did it not harm Yang Ming, but it also made Yang Ming stronger. Thinking of this, Elder Yu's heart surged with a burst of grievance, and a burst of anger rushed up. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground with blood and white foam in his mouth. His eyes rolled back and twitched. The few pieces of paper in his hand were also thrown to the ground, and they were blown away by the wind. This unforeseen event made everyone in Right Meow Village dumbfounded. Elder Yu had fallen. Their spiritual pillar had fallen. The strongest existence in Right Meow Village had fallen. No one could help them, and no one could be Blue Meow Village's opponent anymore. As for He Gao and Kuan Cun, they did not expect things to develop like this at the last step. They were quite happy when they saw Elder Yu come out to deal with Yang Ming. If they could restrain Yang Ming and capture Yang Ming as a prisoner, they could also make Blue Meow Village hesitate. By then, they could negotiate with Blue Meow Village and get some benefits. But now, with Elder Yu falling to the ground, everything had turned into a bubble. Their hope collapsed at this moment. He Gao and Kuan Cun even forgot to resist Elder Yu's attack. They stood on the spot in a daze, unable to speak. Grandma Lan, Lan Ling, Elder Zhua, and all the people of Lan Miao Village witnessed the whole process of the confrontation between Elder Yu and Yang Ming. They also understood the conversation between them. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. This Elder Yu was really killed by his forgetfulness. This final trump card was probably thought of when he was forgetful. It was full of loopholes, but he didn't know it himself. As a result, once he used it, not only did it not deal with Yang Ming, but it also gave Yang Ming a huge advantage. Therefore, after he knew the truth, he directly vomited blood and fell to the ground, fainting. Of course, if Yang Ming didn't take the complete version of Jin Gangu, then one had to admit that Elder Yu's plan was really good. As long as Yang Ming didn't want to die, he had to regularly sacrifice human blood to his goo poison. In that case, Yang Ming would also become a dangerous person and be eliminated by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming couldn't be allowed to harm others. Elder Yu's move could be said to be sinister and vicious. It put Yang Ming in a place of no return. However, he didn't consider Yang Ming's special situation. Not only was Yang Ming not threatened by his incomplete Jin Gangu, but because of this incomplete Jin Gangu, Yang Ming achieved an unbreakable body of Jin Gang. In fact, the current Yang Ming was countless times stronger than those Golden Bell Shield Masters. He was completely an invulnerable monster. Even if he was hit by a meteorite, he wouldn't die. Instead, the meteorite would collapse. Although he didn't have a strong attack power, it was easy to rely on the strength of his body to smash rocks and steel. Even if he jumped from a high altitude, he wouldn't fall to his death. He was completely a monster-like person. After Elder Yu's incomplete Jin Gangu and the Jin Gangu in Yang Ming's body fused, Yang Ming also deeply felt his strength. No wonder Elder Yu was so difficult to deal with in the past. He couldn't be caught or beaten. Because no matter what kind of tool was used to lock him up, he could rely on his own body to smash it and escape. Even if a missile was used to bomb him, it couldn't kill him. In other words, any weapon or tool was ineffective against him. Although he might not be able to do anything to you, you definitely couldn't do anything to him. Even Sun Sikong's high-tech weapon still had no effect on Elder Yu. Even if it was a high-tech laser cannon, it might not be able to cause any damage to Elder Yu. Now, Yang Ming felt this way. This was a sudden surge of confidence in the strength of his own body. It seemed that Elder Yu's confidence in the beginning was reasonable. The current Yang Ming had a strong feeling. Even in the face of Sun Sikong's unknown flying saucers, Yang Ming had the ability to smash them into scrap iron with his body. He didn't know if this strength was due to the fusion of the incomplete Jin Ganggu and the Jin Ganggu, but Yang Ming had no way to know. Probably when Elder Yu woke up again, he would become a person who didn't remember anything. Without the reminders of those papers, Elder Yu would no longer remember Yang Ming and others. The current Elder Yu obviously still had some common sense, logic, and words. He just forgot some people and things, but with the passage of time, these abilities would be forgotten one by one. When he didn't remember anything, he would be no different from an idiot. Looking at the once awe-inspiring Elder Yu, now lying motionless on the ground, Yang Ming was filled with emotion. It had to be said that Elder Yu was a genius. He actually changed the Jin Ganggu to be so powerful, but such a person was still defeated in the end. This was probably the biggest opponent Yang Ming had encountered in his life, at least so far, the most powerful opponent. To beat him, Yang Ming could only say that it was luck. The right time, the right place, and the right people were indispensable. Of course, after inheriting the ability of Elder Yu, Yang Ming had a feeling of invincibility. Even if he faced Central again, facing Dr. Yang Ming also had the confidence to win. Perhaps I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me. With this kind of strength, it should be easier to negotiate with Central and let Dong Jun regain his freedom. However, what made Yang Ming most regretful was that Elder Yu was finished like this. He couldn't force out some of the incomplete version of Jin Ganggu in his body and give it to Lin Dongfeng and Lu Yezi. In that way, these two people would also become invincible. Although Yang Ming also had this incomplete version of Jin Ganggu in his body, Yang Ming was not Elder Yu. He didn't know Elder Yu's mystic arts, and it was impossible to force out some of the goo poison in his body to infect others. Therefore, only Yang Ming could have such a super strong body. Are you still fighting? Elders saw that Kuan Ciyuan and He Gao even gave up resistance. They just stood there stupidly, at a loss. We surrender. Kuan Ciyuan and He Gao looked at each other and raised their hands. The situation was hopeless. Even a fool knew that they were no match for Elder Zhua, let alone Madame Lan and Lan Ling who were standing next to him. Little Think Tank also sighed and said, since Elder Yu is already like this, the right Miao village will naturally cease to exist. We are willing to join Blue Miao village. Joining Blue Miao village is not just a matter of words. Moreover, the three of you will no longer be commanders when you go back. You will be prisoners of a lower grade than the ordinary Miao village people. Your freedom of movement will be restricted, but in Blue Miao village, we won't bully you. As long as you complete your daily tasks, you will be the same as the others. Do you have any objections? Elder Zhua asked. As for how to deal with the right Miao village, Blue Miao village had already discussed it in a meeting. As long as they restricted the few leaders, there would not be any problems. The rest of the people were like scattered sand. They were all ordinary people without much strength. It was impossible for them to cause any trouble. All right. He Gao and Kuan Ciyuan nodded. In their opinion, it was good enough that they didn't die. So what if they were prisoners? At least they were better than slaves, right? Staying alive was the most important thing. However, Little Think Tank said, I don't have much strength. I don't think I can do hard labor. Are there any clerical jobs? I can come up with ideas or something. Even if you restrict my freedom or lock me up, I really can't do hard labor. Little Think Tank, as for your problem, we will see your performance when we go back. You are the most loyal of Elder Yu. Don't think that we don't know. Grandma Lan snorted and said. All right. The Little Think Tank also knew his situation. It was impossible for him to gain the trust of Blue Miao village immediately, so he nodded and said, although I'm Elder Yu's loyal subordinate, I won't meddle in politics when I'm not in my position. I've done my best for Elder Yu, so I'm not betraying him. After all, it's impossible for him to manage a Miao village in his current state. I only hope that you guys won't kill Elder Yu after I join Miao village. Please give him food to eat. After all, he used to be my master. Hee, I can agree to this request of yours. Grandma Lan nodded and said, let's not talk about your request. Even if you didn't ask for it, Elder Yu is an old acquaintance of mine. He lived with me, Elder Zhua, the deputy chief, and even my husband, Lan Hai, in Blue Miao village for so long. We used to be best friends. Even if he took the wrong path and ended up like this, I won't make things difficult for him anymore. Let him stay in Blue Miao village and enjoy the rest of his life. Thank you. Little Tactician nodded and said gratefully, if that's the case, then I'll be loyal to Blue Miao village from now on. What happened in the past has come to an end. I don't owe Elder Yu anything anymore. We'll talk about it when we get back. Grandma Lan was obviously very happy. The biggest problem that had plagued her for many years had been solved. Without Elder Yu, the right Miao village had directly surrendered. These people from Miao village would follow her back to Blue Miao village even if she didn't tell them to. After all, without a strong Miao village to protect them, they would definitely be targeted by other Miao villages. They would definitely be taken over. By then, those Miao villages might not be as nice as Blue Miao village. Therefore, joining Blue Miao village now was their best choice. They could live a peaceful life in Blue Miao village, but it would be hard to say if they joined other Miao villages. Therefore, Elders Zhua only said without Grandma Lan saying much, those who want to join Blue Miao village, pack your things and follow us. Therefore, the people from Miao village packed their things and prepared to follow the people from Blue Miao village back. There was nothing for Yang Ming and the rest to do here. Grandma Lan left Elders Zhua behind to arrange for the new recruits to return to Lan Miao village with Lan Ling and Yang Ming. Phew. Finally, it's settled. Yang Ming took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. After such a long period of hard work, he could finally relax. This momentary feeling of relief made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. Thinking back, the scene when he was just about to leave Songjiang City for Miaojiang was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he was nervous, and confused. For Elder Yu, Yang Ming didn't have the slightest confidence, but now, that had become the past. Not only did Yang Ming trample Elder Yu under his feet, but he also inherited Elder Yu's powerful incomplete version of Jin Ganggu. It was a blessing in disguise. When Yang Ming described the characteristics of Elder Yu's incomplete version of Jin Ganggu to Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, Feng Tianlong, Dong Jun, and the rest, they were all amazed. I didn't expect that, boss, you're so powerful now. I feel that even my old man is no match for you. You're simply inhuman, invulnerable. Lu Yezi praised. It's okay. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, this is also the result of a strange combination of circumstances. I didn't expect it to be like this. That's great. This time, we're more confident in dealing with Professor Benjamin. Dong Jun said happily. Sigh, but the mission is over. It's time for us to part. Feng Tianlong said sadly, once this is over, I'll accompany Susu to travel around the world and spend the last time. This is also because I don't have the ability to save you. Lin Dongfeng sighed and said, but I'll keep researching. If Susu really can't do it, I suggest you use the method of freezing and seal her body. Maybe in the future, I'll find a way. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Feng Tianlong nodded, I will, but won't there be any problems with freezing? Normal people might, but Susu probably won't. She has this kind of extreme cold physique. With this kind of physique, in my opinion, not only will she not be damaged by the cold, but she can also retain her last trace of life. This is also the last hope. Lin Dongfeng said. I understand. Feng Tianlong nodded and said solemnly. Everyone knew that this was the time to part. After they returned to report, they would have to part ways, so they were a little sad. Yezi, take care of Yi. Lin Dongfeng patted Lu Yezi's shoulder and said. Godfather, we won't leave immediately. At least we have to give birth to the child and leave the child with you. Then we'll leave. Yi said. Actually, I just said it casually. It's better for the child to follow you. Lin Dongfeng shook his head and said, I'm an old man, how can I take care of the child? Father-in-law, I said it before. It's better to let the child stay with you. Lu Yezi said, and I actually want to spend some time together. We haven't had enough yet. Glanced at Lu Yezi and suddenly blushed. However, she still nodded and said, yes, Godfather, I don't know how to take care of children. You are the one who brought me up. You are the most experienced. Haha, if that's the case, then okay. Then you two can spend some time together. When the child grows to 5 or 6 years old, you can take him away. Lin Dongfang nodded and said. Okay, then we'll wait for the child to be 5 or 6 years old before we take him away. Lu Yezi nodded and said. Yezi, are you and Yi going back to your planet? Yang Ming looked at Lu Yezi and asked with emotion. Yes, boss, when you have time in the future, you can also take sisters-in-law to our planet to play, right? Lu Yezi nodded and said. Of course, I'm going, but not now. I still have some things to solve. Yang Ming said, you go back first. In the future, we will really be separated from each other. It will be difficult to see each other again. It's not that difficult. I can come here by flying saucer. Lu Yezi said, moreover, my child needs your help to take care of. When the time comes, I'll let him recognize you as his godfather. Come on, isn't your son betrothed to Feng Tianlong and Susu? They are your son's godparents. Yang Ming smiled and looked at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu and said. Then, you can be his master. Boss, your martial arts are so powerful. You have to take care of your little brother's son, said Lu Yezi. This can be considered. Yang Ming nodded thoughtfully. He was also considering the issue of accepting an apprentice. He didn't want to be like Feng Tian, who retired at such an old age. After solving Dr. Benjamin's matter this time, he wanted to live in seclusion. Haha, then it's a deal. Lu Yezi nodded with satisfaction after listening. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That's not right. He is my son. How can he be betrothed? It should be their daughter who is betrothed to my son. Ha ha ha. After everyone heard Lu Yezi's words, they suddenly laughed. However, everyone also knew that this was just a joke because Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's daughter would be like Xiao Susu and would not live past 20 years old. In this way, wouldn't Lu Yezi's son be in trouble? Moreover, although Lu Yezi's son was temporarily fostered with Lin Dongfang, he would definitely return to his own planet after 5 or 6 years old. At that time, they would never meet again. How could they talk about marriage? Therefore, everyone could only laugh this matter off. At night, Elders Wu brought all the people from Right Miao Village back to Blue Miao Village. Blue Miao Village uprooted Elders Wu and Right Miao Village effortlessly. The problem that had been plaguing them for years was finally resolved at this moment. Grandma Lan naturally informed Lan Hai of the news. It was estimated that Lan Hai would return to Lan Miao Village soon. The right-hand elder also woke up, but this time, the right-hand elder completely lost his memory after waking up. The previous flash of lucidity drained the last will in his body. Originally, the right-hand elder had to wait for some time before gradually losing the ability to live, move, speak, and read. However, after the previous disturbance, the right-hand elder directly lost these abilities and became no different from an idiot. For Elders Wu in this situation, Grandma Lan naturally didn't have the intention to kill him. Although Elders Wu couldn't be killed, he would still starve to death if he was locked in the house and not given food or water. Although his body was extremely strong, with Elder Yu's current intelligence, it was impossible for him to think of using his own body to break through the house and escape. Therefore, if no one gave Elder Yu something to eat at this moment, he would forget to eat and starve to death. Yang Ming glanced at Elder Yu, who was sitting on the bed with a dull gaze and only knew how to giggle when he saw people. Elder Yu had the IQ of a newborn baby, and he couldn't help but sigh. He secretly lamented that the affairs of the world were fickle. He was once a peak existence, but now he had fallen to such a state. However, let him enjoy the rest of his life in Blue Miao Village, which was also his former residence. At the very least, Elder Yu was now carefree. He would no longer have to worry about scheming against others. However, a strange thing also happened. Shortly after Elder Yu woke up, Elder Yu's body began to twitch. Finally, he fainted while foaming at the mouth. As a result, Yang Ming and the others who had just left had no choice but to return. Elder Zhua, what's wrong with Elder Yu? Why did he faint while foaming at the mouth? Grandma Lan looked at Elder Yu, who had fainted on the bed and was unconscious, and asked curiously. Elder Zhua was also very puzzled. What happened to Elder Yu? When they arrived at Blue Meow Village, no one would do anything to Elder Yu because he was no longer a threat. However, he just fainted first. Therefore, Elder Zhua quickly reached out to check on Elder Yu's breathing and physical condition, but he couldn't find out anything. This made Elder Zhua even more puzzled. It seems that Elder Yu is poisoned. Otherwise, why did he suddenly faint? However, he has only been in Blue Meow Village for a few hours. There shouldn't be a chance for him to be poisoned. Why did this happen so suddenly? Yeah. Grandma Lan also frowned. Elder Zhua, what do you think of this? Is he really poisoned? Elder Yu hasn't eaten anything since he came to Blue Meow Village. Our Blue Meow Village definitely doesn't have the possibility of poisoning him to death. Therefore, Madame Lan, if you say that he is poisoned, I don't think it's scientific. Elder Zhua couldn't figure it out either. Grandma Lan, Brother Lin is a medical expert. Why don't we invite him to diagnose Elder Yu and see if he can see anything? Yang Ming suggested. Alright, then let's invite Lin Dongfeng. Grandma Lan nodded. Soon, Lin Dongfeng came to Elder Yu's room. A doctor had a benevolent heart. Lin Dongfeng did not ignore Elder Yu because he was his former enemy. Instead, he examined Elder Yu very seriously. However, Elder Yu's current situation made Lin Dongfeng very puzzled because he couldn't find out what was going on with Elder Yu. Elder Yu's pulse is very strange. It seems like he is poisoned, but it doesn't seem to be. According to my experience, it is more like he is not acclimatized. There is nothing wrong with Elder Yu's body at this moment. It probably won't affect his life for the time being. As Lin Dongfeng spoke, his hand moved away from Elder Yu's wrist. This is strange. Why is he not acclimatized? This is Elder Yu's former residence. Why is he not acclimatized? Grandma Lan listened to Lin Dongfeng's diagnosis, and her expression became extremely strange. It could be said that this result made her feel incredulous. However, this was what miracle doctor Lin Dongfeng said, so Grandma Lan couldn't help but believe it. During this period of time, Grandma Lan also knew how powerful Lin Dongfeng was, so she also believed what he said. I don't know about this. Lin Dongfeng shook his head. After all, I only made a judgment based on Elder Yu's actual situation. I can't say for sure. Alright. Grandma Lan smiled bitterly. Since there is no danger to his life, then let's not worry about it for the time being. We should also have dinner. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly a small leader of Lan Miao village ran over and said, Madame Lan, reporting to Madame Lan. The village master is back. What? Lan Hai is back? Grandma Lan was suddenly overjoyed and quickly said, okay, let's welcome him together. Ling Ling, Yang Ming, your grandfather is back. What, Grandpa Ma is back? Yang Ming was suddenly overjoyed. He hadn't seen Grandpa Ma for a long time. For Yang Ming to address Lan Hai as Grandpa Ma, Grandma Lan and Lan Ling were somewhat helpless. After all, Ma Xiaoyao was just Lan Hai's alias. However, when Lan Hai used this alias, he knew Yang Ming. Moreover, not only did they know each other, but they also had a very good relationship. Therefore, Yang Ming's address of Grandpa Ma was deeply ingrained. When Lan Hai returned, the entire Lan Miao village immediately rejoiced. He was the core figure of Lan Miao village. Although Lan Hai was not around, and Lan Miao village was managed by Grandma Lan, everyone had never missed Lan Hai less. Especially Elder Zhua, the deputy chief, and the others, they missed him even more. Although the two of them had no objections to Grandma Lan taking charge of the overall situation in Lan Miao village, they still had doubts about some of Grandma Lan's orders. For example, they objected to Lan Ling helping Yang Ming. If Lan Hai was here, they would have unconditionally obeyed. This was the authority of the village leader. Grandpa. Seeing Lan Hai, Lan Ling was very excited and moved. She quickly ran over and threw herself into Lan Hai's arms. Haha, Ling Ling, I haven't seen you for a while. You've grown up again. Are you going to make Grandpa great-grandpa soon? Lan Hai laughed and teased. Grandpa. Although Lan Ling was bold in front of Yang Ming, she was much more bashful in front of her grandpa. She lowered her head shyly. Haha, Ling Ling, you're shy. Lan Hai laughed. Grandpa Ma, I'm so happy to see you again. Yang Ming walked over with a smile and greeted Lan Hai. Not bad, Yang Ming. I heard that you're the one who made the first contribution in dealing with Elder Yu. I'm very happy. Lan Hai looked at Yang Ming and said, Kid, you and I have known each other for so many years. I'm very happy to see you grow up step by step. Grandpa Ma, I didn't expect the guard to be Ling Ling's grandfather. He's also the village leader of Lan Miao village. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, however, why are you hiding outside? Why don't you return to Lan Miao village? This was a question that Yang Ming had always wanted to ask. Although he knew that Elder Yu wanted to kill Lan Hai, Elder Yu didn't even have the confidence to attack Lan Miao village. Why would Lan Hai hide outside? It's not that I don't want to come back, but I can't. Lan Hai smiled wryly and said, if I could come back, I would have already returned to Lan Miao village. As long as I'm in Lan Miao village, Elder Yu won't dare to kill us even if he has 10,000 guts. Oh? What's going on? Yang Ming was momentarily stunned. However, it was normal for Yang Ming to be stunned. On the other side, Lan Ling, Grandma Lan, Elder Zhua, and the deputy chief were all stunned. They looked at Lan Hai in confusion. Haha, this is actually a secret, but Elder Yu has lost now. This secret can be made public. Lan Hai said, actually, in Blue Miao village, there is a very powerful inheritance energy. This inheritance energy is the symbol of justice. It has a destructive effect on the traders of Blue Miao village, especially the evil ones. Elder Yu sacrificed the evil goo poison and violated the taboo of the inherited energy. If he dares to step foot in Blue Miao village, he'll be bound by the inherited energy and stay here forever. Oh? I was wondering why Elder Yu didn't attack Blue Miao village. So this is the reason. After Grandma Lan heard Lan Hai's explanation, she suddenly realized why Elder Yu didn't attack Blue Miao village. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't, or rather, he didn't dare. Then, what does this have to do with you? Yang Ming asked curiously, if that's the case, then you don't have to hide. As long as you return to Blue Miao village, won't you be able to rest easy? Even so, I can't come back. Lan Hai smiled bitterly and said, my body is actually closely related to the mysterious power of the inheritance. Every master of Lan Miao village will receive the inheritance in our Lan Miao village's sacrificial hall before they become master. As a result, a portion of the power of the inheritance will enter my body. When I was in Blue Miao village, I could mobilize this mysterious energy and use it to easily kill the enemies who invaded Blue Miao village. But, what does this have to do with not being able to come back? Although Yang Ming was surprised by Lan Hai's explanation, he was even more confused. That's what I'm going to say next. Lan Hai said, once the power of this inheritance enters my body, if I die unexpectedly, this mysterious power will disappear. The mysterious power of Lan Miao village's ancestral hall will disappear as well until the next village chief appears and receives the inheritance from the ancestral hall again. However, it's not that easy for a leader to receive the inheritance. It's a resonance with the ancestors of Blue Miao village. Only after the resonance can one receive the inheritance through their own comprehension. Usually, before the previous leader dies, the next leader is groomed and allowed to receive the inheritance through his own comprehension. Once the previous leader dies, the next leader will receive the inheritance easily after a long period of comprehension and resonance with the previous leader. However, there will be a period of blank time. If Elder Yu takes advantage of this time to invade Blue Miao village, then no one will be able to defeat him. Ah. I see. After Yang Ming heard Lan Hai's words, he suddenly understood why Lan Hai was hiding everywhere. There was no other reason. It didn't matter if he died, but as long as he died, Blue Miao village would be finished. Hehe, it seems that Yang Ming also understands. If I appeared near Miaojiang and was seen by Elder Yu's informants, Elder Yu would never let me return to Blue Miao village safely. He would definitely kill me at all costs. At that time, Blue Miao village would be in real danger. Lan Hai said, and I'm not Elder Yu's opponent. So, in order to not let Blue Meow Village get hurt, I hid directly. If I don't die, Elder Yu wouldn't be able to do anything to Blue Meow Village. Then, why didn't you tell us in advance? You made us guard against Elder Yu's invasion every day. We were thinking of ways to kill Elder Yu. Lan Ling asked with some doubts. If I told you the truth, would you still have a sense of crisis? Without a sense of crisis, how would you go all out to find a way to deal with Elder Yu? Lan Hai shook his head and said, the reason why I didn't tell you was because I didn't want you to worry. Although it was dangerous outside, your grandmother had already mentally prepared for the possibility of me sacrificing myself. So, if I died, she would only avenge me. She wouldn't worry about anything. However, if you knew the truth, my death would be closely related to Lan Miao Village. Although Lan Miao Village would be safe for the time being, you would have to worry about me every day. You're afraid that Elder Yu would find me. Once I die, Lan Miao Village would be in danger. Lan Hai continued, so, in the end, I didn't tell you these secrets. It seems that I was right not to tell you. That's right. Grandma Lan nodded and said, if you told us in advance, we would be distracted and worried about your safety. Moreover, after knowing that you were hiding in a safe place, we wouldn't be working day and night to find a way to deal with Elder Yu. However, in the end, it is Yang Ming and Ling Ling who made a great contribution. We didn't do anything. Elders was smiled bitterly and said, it's really like the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous. Right, Elder Yu was caught and brought to our Miao village. Not long after, he fainted and his pulse was chaotic. Mr. Lin said that it was because he was not acclimatized to the environment. Is it because of the mysterious power of the ancestral hall that made him faint? Grandma Lan suddenly remembered Elder Yu's matter, so she asked. Yes, that should be the case. Lan Hai nodded and said, there is evil voodoo in Elder Yu's body, the incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo. So when he came here, he was punished by the mysterious power, so he fainted. It seems that I was lucky. The incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo in my body was merged with the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo and became the super powerful Jin Gang voodoo. Yang Ming said, otherwise, I am afraid that I will also be punished by the mysterious power of the ancestral hall. Otherwise, although you have the evil voodoo in your body, you haven't sacrificed the voodoo in your body with the blood of the people who just died, so you haven't been contaminated with the evil aura, so you won't be affected by the mysterious power. Lan Hai waved his hand and said, fortunately, you have the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo in your body. Otherwise, where can you find the blood of the people who just died to sacrifice it? Maybe you will embark on the path of crime. At that time, you will also become the public enemy of everyone. Yeah, this Elder Yu is bad enough. Yang Ming nodded and said, Elder Yu is in a coma. Will he wake up in the future? He won't. Lan Hai shook his head and said, he has already been punished by the mysterious power. As long as he is in Lan village, he will not wake up. To wake up. Really? So that's how it is. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Grandpa Sun to forcibly bring him to Lan Miao village with a flying saucer and put him here. He would have fainted immediately and saved us a lot of trouble. Lu Yezi said regretfully after hearing Lan Hai's words. Damn. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If you don't want the UFO to be destroyed by him, you should go and catch him. If I hit that flying saucer now, it will definitely be destroyed. If you don't want to go back to your planet, you can give it a try. As fortunately, I didn't test it. Otherwise, it would really be over. Lu Yezi couldn't understand Yang Ming's current strength, but Yang Ming himself could deeply understand how powerful Elder Yu was. But Elder Yu is here. It is good that he is in a vegetative state. If he recovers, he won't stir up trouble again. Yang Ming said, let's keep him in a vegetative state first. Yeah, after all, he was also my right-hand man. After so many years, I have feelings for him. When I recall the days when I was young, it is still vivid in my mind as if it was just yesterday. Lan Hai also sighed, I didn't expect him to end up like this. Right, Grandpa Ma, I suddenly thought of a very important question. Elder Yu, in Lan Miao village, won't have the blood of the people who just died for him to sacrifice. Can he still live? Yang Ming thought of his own situation and Elder Yu's situation, so he asked. Of course not. Didn't I say before? In Lan Miao village, he is punished by the mysterious power of the sacrificial hall. He will always be in a comatose state here, just like a vegetative state. Naturally, there is no need for any blood sacrifice. Lan Hai said, but, if he wakes up in other places and there is no blood sacrifice to the voodoo in his body, then he will die. So that's the case. Yang Ming nodded and said, it seems that this is the best home for Elder Yu. You can say so. Lan Hai also nodded. In the evening, after everyone had a sumptuous dinner together, Yang Ming and the others also said goodbye. Everyone was ready to return to the Medicine Valley again. After saying goodbye to Sun Sikong, they went back to submit the mission. The matter of Elder Yu had finally come to an end. After the end of this mission, Yang Ming, as the captain of the entire team, dialed Xia Bingbao's phone. Brother Xia, it's me. After Yang Ming picked up the phone, he said directly, the mission has been completed. Elder Yu is finished. Oh? Yang Ming, you have succeeded? When Xia Bingbao heard Yang Ming's report, he was surprised and happy. That's great. Is your entire team safe? Is there one less? That's right, not one less, but there may be one more. Yang Ming was in a good mood, so he made a joke. One more? You have captured Elder Yu alive? You want to bring him back? Xia Bingbao was stunned. It's Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. They have the fruit of their love. Yang Ming said with a smile, these two guys have gotten married in the Medicine Valley. When he called Xia Bingbao last time, he didn't say it because of the urgency of time. Naturally, it was impossible to talk about the romance between Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. Now, he was free. Yang Ming naturally didn't mind teasing. The two of them? They are already together? They even have a child? Xia Bingbao said in surprise. Yeah, the two of them even have a child. Yang Ming said with a smile, that's why there is one more. As for Yi, she was not part of the operation team this time, so Yi's pregnancy had nothing to do with one more person returning. When the mission was handed in, it was still Yang Ming's team. Yi would not be with them. They got married in the Medicine Valley. What about you? Xia Bingbao suddenly asked mischievously, Yang Ming, did anything happen between you and Xia Shui? When Yang Ming said this, he was a little embarrassed. Brother Xia, it seems that I have to call you brother-in-law in the future. Haha, I knew it. The two of you must have gotten together. How is it? Why didn't one of you come back? Xia Bingbao also said jokingly. We don't. Our situation is different from Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. They both. Yang Ming said and sighed. I know about their situation. Feng Tianlong told me a long time ago. If this mission is successfully completed, he wants to take a long leave and accompany Xiao Susu to travel around the world. Xia Bingbao said, so, when they come back this time, I will allow them to leave. Well, I can only bless them silently. Yang Ming said, we won't bring Elder Yu back. He has become a vegetable. Let's leave him in Lan Miao village. It can be considered as letting him return to his roots here. Vegetable? By the way, Yang Ming, why don't you tell me how you dealt with Elder Yu? Xia Bingbao asked curiously, until now, I still don't know how you did it. Things are like this. At the moment, Yang Ming did not hide and told Xia Bingbao the whole process of dealing with Elder Yu. Xia Bingbao listened to Yang Ming's narration and couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that Yang Ming and the others' mission would be so difficult and tortuous. In the end, he didn't expect that it would end in such a dramatic scene. Elder Yu was actually poisoned with the quick cicada voodoo with the help of senior brother Yang Ming and lost his memory. However, he still remembered that Yang Ming was his enemy. The last scene was even more thrilling. If Yang Ming made a mistake, he might become the same public enemy as Elder Yu. Yang Ming, this mission is really difficult for you. Xia Bingbao smiled bitterly. You are all powerful warriors. Hee, brother Xia, you don't have to praise me. After I go back, I also want to retire. This is what you promised me. Unless there is something that can't be solved, I won't do it. Again. Yang Ming said, at that time, I am ready to live in seclusion on Island X and enjoy a happy life. This is what I promised you. Naturally, there is no problem. Xia Bingbao said, not only you and Feng Tianlong, but also Lu Yezi. I know that he must leave. Your mission this time will be the last time you see him. You know about Lu Yezi too? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Of course I know, but I kept it a secret for him before. But now, I just tested you. It seems that you know it too. Xia Bingbao nodded and said, he will definitely leave. So, all of you, cherish these last days. I understand. Don't worry, Brother Xia. Yang Ming said, we'll return to the Medicine Valley tomorrow to settle some matters. We'll be back the day after tomorrow. We'll keep in touch then. Okay, I will contact you then. Xia Bingbao said, have a safe journey. Okay. Yang Ming hung up the phone. And after a night of revelry, everyone went to rest one after another. Tonight's night was destined to be quiet and warm. Everything was over. Yang Ming had never slept so soundly before. Of course, Dong Jun was not idle. Now that Yang Ming's matter was over, he could go all out to deal with Central and Dr. Benjamin with him. He hoped that Dr. Benjamin could see Yang Ming's tyrannical strength and take the initiative to compromise. Early the next morning, Yang Ming took the members of the team, including Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, Yi, and Qin Shaojing, to the Medicine Valley. Dong Jun couldn't go back with Yang Ming. He had to rush back to Songjiang City first. After all, Elder Yu was suddenly eliminated. If Dong Jun still acted with Yang Ming and Dr. Benjamin found out, he would definitely be suspicious. So, Dong Jun could only go first. Moreover, Yang Ming and the others had to go to the Yanjing Supernatural Investigation Bureau to hand in the mission to Xia Bingbao. Naturally, it was impossible to go with him. So, Dong Jun also left Lan Miao village early in the morning. Yang Ming and the others also arrived at the Medicine Valley. Yang Ming and the others didn't go to the cave first. Instead, they returned to the place where they lived in the Medicine Valley. It was still the same as before, but no one lived here for many days. It was full of a bleak and desolate atmosphere. The electric scooter was still neatly parked in the square, but it was already covered with dust. The tables and chairs in the square also had a sense of dilapidation as no one took care of them for a few days. The doors of the house were all open. Although the things inside didn't change, it also lacked a sense of liveliness. We're back. After living here for so long, it's really emotional to come back here again. Yang Ming saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, but how long have you lived here? We've only lived here for a short time. Lin Dongfeng also said emotionally, I didn't expect that we could really leave here one day. Before this, I had always planned to spend my remaining years here. However, Brother Lin, you really can't leave. You still have to live nearby, said Yang Ming. Yeah, when I came to the Medicine Valley to drink spring water these few days, I also flew the helicopter to investigate the other side of the mountain. There is a village there with hundreds of families. I'm going to settle there, said Lin Dongfeng. Well, you won't be lonely living with so many villagers. Yang Ming nodded. This was just everyone's former residence. There was nothing to be nostalgic about. Everyone just took a few last glances, then boarded the helicopter again and flew in the direction of the cave. Although the speed of the electric scooter was also very fast, it was not as fast as the speed of the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter flew to the cave where Dr. Sun Sikong was located. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, Dr. Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen also came out of the cave to greet this group of people. Dr. Sun Sikong could sense Yang Ming's glasses and Lu Yezi's jade pendant, so naturally, he could determine that the people in the helicopter were them, so he didn't hide. The helicopter slowly landed. Sure enough, Yang Ming and the others walked down from the helicopter. Grandpa Sun. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Dr. Sun Sikong. His heart was full of gratitude. If he didn't meet Sun Sikong by chance and let Yang Ming and Lan Hai talk on the phone, then Yang Ming and others would probably still be trapped in the misunderstanding. Every day, they would study how to break Elder Yu's incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo instead of using other methods to kill Elder Yu. Haha, Yang Ming, congratulations, you have successfully defeated Elder Yu, said Sun Sikong. Oh? Grandpa-san, you already know? Yang Ming was slightly surprised after listening to Sun Sikong's words. Of course, here, I still have some technology spies, so I can still understand what is happening around here. Sun Sikong said, I'm afraid you are going to say goodbye this time, right? Yes, we are going back to hand in the mission, and then we will part ways. Yang Ming said with a wry smile, Yi and Yi may have to go back to their original planet with you, and after I deal with Dr. Benjamin of Central, I will leave and live in seclusion in Island X. Dealing with Dr. Benjamin of Central. Are you confident? Sun Sikong asked with a serious expression. Not yet, but I inherited Elder Yu's incomplete version of the Vajra Gu and merged it with the previous complete version of the Vajra Gu. Now, I'm invulnerable. I should be able to challenge Central and Dr. Benjamin. Yang Ming pondered and said. Yes. Sun Sikong nodded and said, your current physical condition is indeed able to challenge Central and Dr. Benjamin, but if you want to win against them, I can't say for sure. I don't know if you have an absolute chance of winning. Do they still have any trump cards? Yang Ming heard Dr. Sun Sikong's implied meaning. I don't know if they have any trump cards, but I think everyone should have a certain trump card, so they won't show their full strength. Sun Sikong said, just like you, when facing the enemy, unless it is absolutely necessary, you won't show your trump cards to the enemy easily. That's right. Yang Ming nodded slowly. Dr. Sun, what is the main method that the Center and Dr. Benjamin are relying on? According to my investigation, those Iron Men are only the most basic methods. These Iron Men are not their ultimate trump cards. Dr. Sun Sikong said, Iron Men, for most ordinary people, may seem invincible, but in this world, there is a kind of people called cultivators. In the eyes of cultivators, these Iron Men are nothing at all. Cultivator? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised to hear this name. But after hearing this name, Feng Tianlong's expression changed. He must know some inside information. Feng Tianlong, you've heard of cultivators too? Sun Sikong caught Feng Tianlong's expression and asked. To be honest, Dr. Sun, my family, is a cultivator family. Feng Tianlong said with a bitter smile. Oh? Your family is a cultivator family? Sun Sikong heard Feng Tianlong's words and was surprised. I see, no wonder you know about cultivators. Yes, but it's a pity I'm not good enough and couldn't stay in the family to continue cultivating. Otherwise, I'm afraid in the battle with Elder Yu. Tianlong sighed, if I could cultivate to the extreme, Elder Yu wouldn't be my opponent. Extreme? What do you think is the extreme? Sun Sikong asked. Heaven stage. Feng Tianlong. Heaven stage, hee hee. Sun Sikong smiled indifferently. He looked at Lin Dongfeng, then looked at Yang Ming and said, Heaven stage master, with Lin Dongfeng's strength, he can kill him in seconds. What? After Feng Tianlong heard Sun Sikong's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his eyes, those incomparably powerful Heaven Realm masters could actually be instantly killed by Lin Dongfeng? If you think that Heaven Stage Masters are the strongest, then you are very wrong. Sun Sikong waved his hand. Yeezy's father is also a cultivator, but his cultivation method is a bit special, Heaven Stage. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. After all, I haven't studied much about cultivators, what I study is science. Yang Ming and Feng Tianlong wanted to hear Sun Sikong's opinion on Heaven Stage and cultivators, but they didn't expect Sun Sikong to change the topic to science. Haha, don't underestimate science. In my opinion, studying science thoroughly is more powerful than cultivating. Sun Sikong smiled, everyone's pursuit is different. Cultivating can make one immortal and have extreme strength, but science can also achieve these things. Then, can we still cultivate? Yang Ming heard about cultivation and couldn't help but be a bit moved. Yang Ming's path has always been the path of the strong. So, if there was a chance to become stronger, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let it go. I haven't studied much about the cultivation world here, but one thing is for sure, there aren't any high-quality pills. At your age, if you want to cultivate, there's basically no hope. Sun Sikong didn't hold back and attacked Yang Ming and the others. Is that so? Yang Ming suddenly laughed and cried. What Dr. Sun said is right. Feng Tianlong also nodded and said, in order to escape the marriage, I left the family very early. Although I have been cultivating the family's mantra, without spiritual medicine and some sufficient heaven and earth aura, I am now a yellow stage master. Yes, let's take Lu Yezi as an example. Mr. Lu had been separated from him for a period of time. When Mr. Lu met him again, he had already passed the best age for cultivation. Sun Sikong said, of course, the mantra that Mr. Lu left behind is quite special. It is more special than other mantras. One must start from birth to build the foundation and temper the body before they can cultivate all the way to the Tao. If you miss this best opportunity, even if you take 10,000 spiritual medicines, you can't cultivate. So that's how it is. Yang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Yezi didn't have anything special. Then, is there no other mantra that can be cultivated? Those powerful ones can't, but what about the less powerful ones? And the Mr. Lu mentioned by Dr. Sun Sikong was probably Lu Yezi's father. Mr. Lu doesn't have many cultivation mantras in his hands. One is a mantra that is only suitable for him to cultivate. This is also extremely powerful, but this mantra is only suitable for his own physique. When Mr. Lu was young, he encountered some rare opportunities and coincidences. There is no reference, so his mantra can't be used for others to cultivate. Sun Sikong said, but in his hands, there is a kind of cultivation method that can let the newborn begin to cultivate after birth. However, according to the current richness of the world's spiritual energy, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate it successfully. And the direction of my research over the years is how to find a way to replace the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. This can be replaced? Lu Yezi said with some surprise. It should be possible. Sun Sikong smiled slightly and said, science is omnipotent. Although Sun Sikong's words seemed to be very arrogant, Yang Ming deeply believed it. Whether it was the technological products shown by Sun Sikong or Yang Ming's own glasses, all of them were the crystallization of technology. So when Sun Sikong said that science was omnipotent, Yang Ming also agreed. However, Grandpa Sun, what we are concerned about now is, what exactly is a cultivator? Since it is so powerful, can we cultivate? Yang Ming was interested in cultivators all of a sudden. After all, those who stood at the height of Yang Ming could make themselves stronger. No matter what, there were benefits. As for cultivators, I think Feng Tianlong may know more than me. Let him tell you. Sun Sikong said. Okay. Since the mission is over and we have nothing to do, I will tell everyone. Feng Tianlong nodded and then slowly said, in this world, in addition to some ordinary warriors, there are some particularly powerful warriors called cultivators. The so-called cultivators are divided into internal cultivators and external cultivators. Internal cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into their own true qi to improve their strength level. This kind of cultivator's strength is slightly higher than external cultivators of the same level. Physical practitioners, on the other hand, constantly temper their own bodies to achieve the goal of cultivation. These practitioners can't absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth as their own, but when fighting, they can use their bodies to mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around them. However, they mainly rely on the strength of their own bodies to fight against the enemy. Oh? External cultivators, why does it sound a bit like the Herculean worm and the Jinggang worm? Yang Ming listened to Feng Tianlong's description and asked with some surprise. Yes, the effect of the Herculean worm and the Jinggang worm is similar to the effect of some external cultivators who have cultivated to the extreme. Feng Tianlong nodded and said, external experts, there are a few sects called Golden Bell Sect, Irony Sect, Godly Fist Palace. These are the more famous sects in external cultivation. The external cultivation of Golden Bell Sect and Irony Sect is similar to Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. Of course, Irony Sect is more powerful, and Golden Bell Sect is just a small sect. But when they cultivate to the extreme, they should be able to achieve the same effect as the Jinggang worm, but it is definitely much worse than the fusion version of the Jinggang goo. No matter how strong they are, they can't be hit by meteorites. But boss, you shouldn't be afraid. That is to say, any attack on you is basically useless. Oh? According to what you're saying, I'm now considered an accomplished physical practitioner? Yang Ming was shocked when he heard Feng Tianlong's words. Even more powerful than a cultivator. As far as I know, there are almost no cultivators in this world who can hurt you. Feng Tianlong said, in fact, those who have mastered Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt can already do whatever they want in the cultivation world. As long as they don't meet the masters of Godly Fist Palace, they won't be in any danger. But boss, if you meet the masters of Godly Fist Palace, if they want to attack you, they will only humiliate themselves. Godly Fist Palace? What is that? Yang Ming asked. The so-called Holy Fist Palace is also a powerful sect. This sect majored in powerful offensive skills. Their fists have the power to split mountains and seas. In my opinion, the great achievement is almost the same as the effect of Mr. Lin's Herculean venomous insect. When the Godly Fist Palace's Kung Fu is cultivated to the extreme, it is a nightmare for all cultivators. Wherever the fist goes, it will be destroyed. Feng Tianlong said, but, this Godly Fist Palace disciple, as far as I know, has not cultivated to the extreme because it is too difficult. Of course, there are some small sects that cultivate similar iron hand techniques. When they cultivate to the extreme, they have the possibility of being invincible. It is just that no one has cultivated to the extreme. So that's how it is. So, Lin Dongfeng and I are considered masters among the cultivators? Yang Ming said in surprise. Yes, not only you, Lu Yezi is also like this. He has also taken the Jin Gang worm and can be considered as a cultivator of Iron Shirt and Golden Bell Shield. The three of you, if placed at the top of the world of cultivators, are also the top existences. Feng Tianlong said, now you should be called a cultivator of the external style, and you are all cultivators, but there is some element of opportunism. Opportunism, sweat. Yang Ming was suddenly a little embarrassed, but, why haven't I heard of cultivators before? Because, boss, you have not had any interaction with them. You have not heard of them, but at Captain Xia's level, you must have heard of them and come into contact with them. But they only come into contact with some of the lowest level cultivation families, even the hidden cultivation families are unlikely to come into contact with them. Feng Tianlong said, these cultivators are focused on cultivation and rarely go out to cause trouble. And one level of checks and balances, unless this balance is broken. One level of checks and balances? Yang Ming didn't understand, so he asked. According to the cultivator's strength, these cultivators can be divided into normal cultivation families, which are the lowest level of cultivators. Above them are the hidden cultivation families and sects, and this level of power is the middle level of power. Above them are the ancient cultivation sects and ancient cultivation families, and these levels of power are also stronger than the previous level. So, as long as there is not a sudden break in one level of power, then there won't be a cultivator from another level who is too active. This will make the upper level unable to take it and give them some punishment. Feng Tianlong said, of course, the most unruly ones are the lowest level cultivation families. Because these families have some businesses in the secular world, it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. So, this level of power is also controlled by us, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. In our Supernatural Investigation Bureau, there are actually many experts, such as you, Yi, and I. Of course, there are some in other departments as well. Their strength is equivalent to the Golden class and even the Mystic class, which is enough to control the cultivation families. As for the hidden cultivation families and sects, because they have a close relationship with the ancient cultivation families and sects, as long as the experts from the ancient cultivation families and sects don't die in mass, the hidden cultivation families and sects won't dare to be too rash. That's because the ancient sects hated it when practitioners casually stepped into the secular world. So, once the hidden sects and families casually let their masters enter the secular world, the ancient sects and families wouldn't just sit and watch. They would definitely teach them a lesson. So that's the case. But by the way, what do these yellow rank and heaven rank mean? Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask. The golden and sky classes are a unified division of a practitioner's strength. Feng Tianlong continued, the strength of a practitioner, from high to low, can be divided into sky, earth, mystic, and yellow classes. And within each class, there are also some smaller classes. For example, Golden Class practitioners are divided into early stage, peak early stage, mid stage, peak mid stage, late stage, peak 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 late stage. It's the same for the other classes. Right now, I'm only at the early stage of the Golden Class, but Lu Yezi and Mr. Lin should be at the peak of the Sky Class. As for you, boss, you can't be described as Sky Class anymore, you've already surpassed that level. But, in reality, we're all unranked masters, because your strength wasn't obtained step by step, but by chance. Speaking of which, we're quite lucky. Yang Ming sighed and smiled bitterly. So you're saying that with our current strength, we're invincible against those practitioners? That should be the case, but it's hard to say. Feng Tianlong said, there's nothing absolute in this world. From what I know, the strongest in the world of practitioners are the masters of both inner and outer strength. You're already at the peak of the outer strength. If you can supplement your inner strength with inner strength, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Inner strength. But inner strength, don't you need incantations? Where are we going to get incantations? Yang Ming shook his head. Didn't Grandpa Sun just say that he didn't have any powerful inner strength incantations? I'm just giving a suggestion. I do have an inner strength incantation, but I can't teach it to you. It's not that I'm not willing to teach it to you, but I've already betrayed my family. If I teach it to others, I'll be betraying my family. Feng Tianlong said, there are some things that I can't do, I don't want to keep making mistakes. I understand. Yang Ming smiled, your incantation belongs to your family, of course, we won't force you to teach it to us. But what I want to know is, with our current strength, we're already at the peak of practitioners. Why do we still need to practice inner strength incantations? There's no other reason, it's because of a legend. Feng Tianlong's expression turned serious as he said, legend says that there's an even higher realm above heaven rank. No one knows what this realm is, but it's passed down from generation to generation. It's called the Path of Heaven, and it's said that inner and outer strength incantations are a way to break through heaven rank and enter the Path of Heaven. Of course, I'm not too sure if it's true because my knowledge is limited. It turns out that there is a higher and more powerful realm above heaven rank. Yang Ming nodded. No wonder. That's right, and when an inner strength expert reaches heaven rank, they'll be able to extend their lifespan and maintain their youthful appearance. But when it comes to outer strength experts, although they can also extend their lifespan and maintain their youthful appearance, they're much weaker than inner strength experts. Feng Tianlong said, but, boss, you have the heart voodoo, so you don't have to worry about this. Yang Ming nodded. The heart voodoo was also a spiritual medicine that could extend one's lifespan and maintain one's youthful appearance, so Yang Ming didn't have to worry about his and his wife's appearance and lifespan. But when Feng Tianlong mentioned inner and outer strength incantations, Yang Ming had some thoughts. The strong all want to become stronger. Yang Ming was the same. If he could become stronger, then he'd be able to face stronger enemies in the future. Yang Ming, if you're only hoping to cultivate an inner strength technique to assist, then I have some here. At this time Mo Kongwen opened his mouth and said, Master also has some of these mantras, but their main effect is to strengthen the body and prolong life. Many of Master's parents and friends practice this kind of internal mantra. Oh? Mr. Mo, you have it? Yang Ming was slightly surprised. Yes, this kind of inner strength technique is easier to cultivate. It's not very difficult, but it can increase one's strength. But when it's used against an enemy, it's much weaker than those incantations used in actual combat. Mo Kongwen said, but, you already have strong outer strength, so you can cultivate this kind of incantation. You can use it to assist, not to fight. That's great. Yang Ming was overjoyed after hearing Mo Kongwen's words. This kind of inner strength technique can be cultivated to heaven rank? Of course. Mo Kongwen nodded, but, if you only cultivate this kind of inner strength technique to heaven rank without the support of outer strength, then your actual combat ability might not even be as good as a golden rank master. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming shook his head and said, then, can this kind of incantation be used to break through to heaven rank? I'm not sure, because I haven't tested it yet. Mo Kongwen smiled bitterly. Old master's strength is the same as yours, belonging to the unranked master. Because of his special circumstances, there's no reference or replication like you. Alright, but no matter if it works or not, Yang Ming is very grateful that Mr. Mo is willing to provide this kind of incantation. Yang Ming was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Today, he learned a lot here. It turns out that there's always someone better than you. Although Elder Yu was strong, in this world, there were many people who were as strong as Elder Yu. Of course, although Yang Ming could be said to be on par with them now, no one could guarantee that there weren't more powerful enemies above heaven rank that Feng Tianlong mentioned. If there weren't, that would be good, but if there were, Yang Ming had to be prepared in advance. As the saying goes, it's never too old to learn. Even if he was going to live in seclusion in X Island in the future, Yang Ming didn't want to slack off in improving his strength. He had to maintain a motivated heart. This was the only way to be a qualified warrior. Hee, no need to thank me. Your little master's friend, these things aren't important. I'll give them to you with both hands. Mo Kongwen smiled slightly and said. If that's the case, then I won't be unreasonable. Yezi, thank you. Yang Ming patted Lu Yezi's shoulder. Boss, you're treating me like an outsider. Lu Yezi said solemnly, once a boss, always a boss. You'll always be my boss. Although I'm leaving, I'm looking forward to the day when we can still fight side by side. Good. Yang Ming nodded. Facing Lu Yezi's lofty words, he also said seriously, I'm also looking forward to that day. About the matter of the cultivators, I'll explain it to you. However, from my observation, if we don't provoke them, they won't provoke us either. Feng Tianlong said, and with the strength of Boss, Yezi, and Mr. Lin, there's no need to be afraid of anyone. To put it bluntly, with the strength of the three of you, even if you go to the cultivation world, hee. Although Feng Tianlong didn't continue, his meaning was very clear. If anyone knew the strength of this combination, no one would not take the initiative to provoke them. Unless they had a lot of hatred, they would provoke this terrifying combination of three people. That's true. These things are just interesting for us to listen to. Since they're all hiding and not coming out, we have no interaction at all. Yang Ming said, the current matter is how to deal with Dr. Benjamin. Yes, back to the topic. The topic of the cultivators is over. Let's continue to talk about Dr. Benjamin and the center. Sun Sikong said, Dr. Benjamin's steel men are just a small matter. His final trump card, I think it should be the biohumans. Biohumans? Yang Ming heard Dr. Sun Sikong's words and suddenly frowned. That's right, it's the biohumans. Sun Sikong nodded and said, if there are biohumans, then the strength of these biohumans is probably several times that of these steel men, and it's difficult to kill them. With my current strength, I'm not a match for those biohumans? Yang Ming heard Sun Sikong's words and suddenly froze. I can't say that I'm not a match because I don't know much about it. I just received some news. Sun Sikong said, maybe these biohumans can't do anything to you now and can't cause you any harm, but it's not easy for you to kill these biohumans one by one. How are these biohumans compared to Elder Yu? Yang Ming took a deep breath and asked. That's probably not. In the early years, Mr. Lu also fought with the biohumans, but Mr. Lu's attack strength is stronger than you, Yang. Sun Sikong said. Since there isn't, then there must be a way to deal with it. As long as I can find its weakness, I can kill it one by one. Yang Ming said, of course, if Dr. Benjamin is sensible and lets Dong Jun go, then I will not fight with him to the end. You be right, yous be by right you use. You're right, but Yang Ming, I have an important thing to remind you. In front of Dr. Benjamin, don't reveal your ability to see through things, that is, your glasses, not to mention that you know Yi Zi and I, Sun Sikong. Sun Sikong advised, otherwise, Dr. Benjamin will not let you go easily even if he has to fight to the death. Why is that? Yang Ming asked. The reason is actually very simple. Dr. Benjamin has always wanted to get my science and technology, and that is, your glasses. Sun Sikong said, although Dr. Benjamin is also very powerful, the Iron Man he transformed were all based on the human head. The steel body was transformed, but the structure of the head has not changed much. That was because he had yet to master the structure of the human head and the mystery of the control between the brain and the nerves. However, my glasses had mastered this technology. If he had obtained it, he would have been able to create an even more powerful Iron Man. Unfortunately, he had never been able to realize this wish. Thus, he had no choice but to change his research to the easier-to-achieve cyborg. Of course, biohuman is also very powerful when it is studied to the extreme. Although it does not have as many technological means as Steel Man, it is quite invincible with its tyrannical physical body and its characteristics of not being afraid of death. It turned out to be like this. It seems that I really can't reveal my ability. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, even if Yang Ming was not exposed, Dr. Benjamin had already suspected Yang Ming and began to investigate Yang Ming. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be a battle between Yang Ming and Dr. Benjamin. Although Yang Ming was not afraid of Dr. Benjamin, why would Yang Ming not want to let Dong Jun and Alice gain freedom in the smallest and easiest way? After all, after the Battle of Elder Yu's mission, Yang Ming was also a little tired. He wanted to rest for a while and was not willing to fight continuously, but if he had no choice, Yang Ming could only make a move. That's right. Sun Sikong nodded. And in this matter, I can't help you for the time being. First, it is because my research direction is different from his. Second, I suspect that this Dr. Benjamin has other grievances with me. It may involve Mr. Liu, so it's best for me not to show up, otherwise, it will cause trouble. Grandpa Sun, of course, I can't trouble you with this. Yang Ming smiled and said, you have helped me enough. Without you, I can't get to where I am today. This magical pair of glasses allowed me to go from an ordinary student to the path of the strong step by step. I am very grateful to you. Sun Sikong nodded and did not say anything more. That night, Mo Kongwen sorted out a set of mantras of internal strength cultivation and gave a copy to Yang Ming and Lin Dongfeng. He asked them to practice according to the mantras written on it. This mental cultivation method is the easiest mental cultivation method that I can think of. However, with your current age and aptitude, it will take at least 30 to 40 years for you to reach Dasheng, which is the so-called heaven stage. Mo Kongwen said, it's not that I want to discourage you, but the spirit of heaven and earth here is too thin. Without the cooperation of heaven and earth treasures, it will definitely be much more difficult for you to start cultivating at this age with your individual ability. Yang Ming may be a little less. Maybe he will reach the Dasheng in 20 years, but Lin Dongfeng is too old. It is estimated that it will take at least 30 to 40 years. This is still a conservative estimate. 30 to 40 years. Lin Dongfeng smiled bitterly. I am already so old now. Can I still live for so many years? This mental cultivation method is meant to prolong one's life. If you continue to practice it, of course you can. Mo Kongwen said, moreover, according to my research, as long as you practice the internal cultivation method to the Dasheng level, you will be self-sufficient. You will no longer need the spirit spring water as a nutrient. Of course, this is just my speculation and assumption. Whether it is feasible or not, Mr. Lin Dongfeng has to try it yourself. Haha, good. It's better to have hope than no hope. Lin Dongfeng laughed and nodded, old Mo, I will remember this kindness. If I can really be self-sufficient, then I will have a goal for my cultivation. It will not be in vain. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for me to cultivate alone in this village. Well, you can't say that. Little Master's son has to stay here. He has to start foundation establishment from a young age. You need to help take care of him here. Mo Kongwen was very respectful to Lin Dongfeng. After all, Lin Dongfeng was Yi's adoptive father, which made him Lu Yezi's father-in-law. Therefore, Mo Kongwen spoke to Lin Dongfeng with a good attitude. That's right. Lin Dongfeng nodded after listening to Mo Kongwen's words, for my grandson, I have to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Otherwise, how can I teach him? When it comes to teaching. In fact, we can't help much. After all, although this mental cultivation method was given by the old master has never practiced it. Everything needs to be explored by himself. So, Mr. Lin Dongfeng, you can only supervise from the side. As for the rest, it is up to him to figure it out himself. Mo Kongwen said. figure it out himself? Well, but isn't this a bit of a trap? He doesn't know anything. Let him figure it out himself. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. If he asks me, won't I know nothing? That's true. However, in order to prevent you from not knowing anything and not being able to explain, I had discussed with Dr. Sunday. We are going to change the current cave into a mountain cave. When the time comes, you will help Little Master complete the foundation establishment and body tempering foundation. Then, pretend that he came to this cave by chance and obtained this cultivation method. This way, this thing is purely obtained by chance. How he cultivates it will depend on his comprehension. It has nothing to do with you. Mo Kongwen said. This is not bad. It can also save some face for me. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, otherwise, if I don't know anything, I will lose face. The next morning, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xia Shui, Lan Ling, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Shaojing embarked on the way back. Yi stayed here to accompany Lin Dongfang for a few days. Yi to accompany Lin Dongfang. After all, after Lu Yezi, there was no suspense. Beijing, the base of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Lan Ling, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Shaojing were not members of the Supernatural Investigations Action Team, so after arriving at the Supernatural Investigations base, they were arranged to rest in a room. Yang Ming, on the other hand, brought the others to see Xia Bingbao. Yang Ming, congratulations. I am very pleased to have successfully completed this mission, said Xia Bingbao. Hee, brother Xia, although this mission was difficult, fortunately, we did not disappoint. We finally completed it. Yang Ming smiled and said, we finally survived the hardships. Yeah, the difficulty of this mission was far beyond my expectations. I didn't expect Elder Yu to be so strong. With his tyrannical skills, if I knew at the beginning, I would not have sent you. Instead, I would have sent a letter to the ancient level to ask for help. After all, such a scourge, if the ancient level knew, they would not let him go, said Xia Bingbao. Ancient level? Is it the ancient cultivation sect and ancient cultivation family? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect to hear this term again in 2 days. Oh? You know about it too? Xia Bingbao asked with some surprise. Feng Tianlong told me, said Yang Ming. Feng Tianlong. Oh, that's it. Feng Tianlong's family is an ancient cultivation family. It is not surprising that he knows these secrets. Xia Bingbao nodded. Brother Xia, can our Supernatural Investigation Bureau dispatch the ancient families to do things for us? Asked Yang Ming curiously. Of course, this is impossible. Xia Bingbao immediately shook his head and said, the ancient cultivation sect and ancient cultivation family are the kind of sect and family that is dedicated to cultivation and pursuing the Tao. Generally, they will not get involved in the affairs of the secular world. We can only ask them for help. After all, the appearance of Elder Yu has reached a point of great harm. We ask the ancient level people to come and kill him. The ancient level should not refuse. I see. When Yang Ming heard this, he nodded and said, however, I am afraid that if the ancient level knows the true strength of Elder Yu, they will retreat. Oh? Xia Bingbao was a little surprised. The ancient level is not Elder Yu's opponent? I don't know if Elder Yu can do anything to the people at the ancient level, but it is absolutely impossible for the people at the ancient level to do anything to Elder Yu. Yang Ming said with a wry smile, Elder Yu's strength is beyond imagination. I didn't go into detail on the phone before. Yang Ming, listening to you, Elder Yu seems to have reached an incredible level of strength, asked Xia Bingbao in horror. Yes. Yang Ming nodded and told the situation at that time and Feng Tianlong's judgment of the strength of the cultivator. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xia Bingbao couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If it was really as Yang Ming said, then Elder Yu was an almost invincible existence. He was invulnerable to swords and spears. What kind of concept was this? Such a person was almost the same as the legendary Superman. Even a heaven stage master might not be able to win against the ancient level people. And Yang Ming and the others could actually turn Elder Yu into an idiot. Although there were elements of luck, the most important thing was still the manifestation of strength. Wisdom is sometimes a kind of strength. If it weren't for the sincere cooperation of Yang Ming and the others, it would be impossible to deal with Elder Yu. And today's victory was not by chance. Yang Ming, if this is the case, then your strength has reached a very high level. Even the ancient level Heaven Stage Master is not your opponent? Xia Bingbao looked at Yang Ming and said incredulously. They may not be my opponent, but according to Feng Tianlong, they can't do anything to me. Yang Ming nodded and said. I didn't expect it. Yang Ming, you have a blessing in disguise. In this way, your strength is enough to be proud of the cultivation world. It's just that you want to live in seclusion. Otherwise, you will definitely have great achievements. Xia Bingbao said enviously. Yang Ming had a blessing in disguise. He had trained Jin Gang's unbreakable body. This opportunity was enough to make Yang Ming go to a higher level. There's always someone better than you. Yang Ming said calmly, above the Heaven Realm Cultivator, there may be more powerful existences. Above the more powerful existences, there may be alien technology. However, these things have little to do with me. I feel that with my ability, I have done what I should do. Those higher level things are not what I care about. What's more, those cultivators don't care about worldly affairs. I don't need to provoke them. That's right. This is a balance. It has been like this for thousands of years. There is a reason to maintain this balance. Xia Bingbao nodded. In this case, I won't force you. After this mission is over, you can do what you want to do. Unless there is something that I can't solve, I will invite you in a friendly manner. Haha, not to mention friendship, even from the perspective of family, I will help. Yang Ming smiled. Yeah, you have become my brother-in-law. Then I won't be polite with you in the future, said Xia Bingbao. Of course, you are welcome, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Xia Bingbao's words made Xianxia a little embarrassed. Brother, now we are handing in the mission. Why are you saying this? Haha, there are no outsiders here. We are all on the same side. Is there any embarrassment between you? Xia Bingbao said with a smile, you and Yang Ming are living together under the eyes of other teammates. Are you afraid of others talking about it? Didn't we think that we couldn't come back? We just let it go. Who knew that we could come back? Xianxia said with a blush. Xianxia, this doesn't seem like your style. In the past, you dared to take responsibility for your actions. How did you become a little woman now? Xia Bingbao didn't let go of this opportunity to continue teasing Xianxia. Can't I become better? Xianxia said as she rolled her eyes at her brother. The family originally wanted you to stay by my side and work in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau this time, but now it seems impossible. Xia Bingbao smiled bitterly, you are going to live in seclusion in Island X with Yang Ming, right? Xianxia nodded. Brother, I'm sorry. I failed to live up to your expectations. Don't say that. Actually, you staying by Yang Ming's side is also a kind of help to me. Xia Bingbao smiled and said, at the very least, my relationship with Yang Ming is one step closer. I won't be embarrassed to ask him for help in the future. Brother Xia, what you're saying makes it sound like I won't help if I'm not with Xianxia. Yang Ming said gloomily. Haha, this doesn't mean that you won't help, but I'm embarrassed to ask you. Xia Bingbao said, but now, I have given you my sister. Tell me, what else do I have to be embarrassed about? Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, if there is anything you can't solve, you can look for me. That's what I want from you. After Xia Bingbao finished speaking to Yang Ming, he turned to look at Lu Yezi and said, Lu Yezi, this time, you have to go back too. You and Yang Ming are the two trump cards in our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Now that both of you are gone, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. It can't be helped, Captain Xia. You also know that when I came here, I had already talked to you. It's just training. It's impossible to stay here for a long time. Lu Yezi was actually a little reluctant. After all, they had worked together for many years. Now that they were going to separate, he was naturally a little sad. Of course, I know. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Xia Bingbao said, and Tianlong and Susu, you guys, Captain Xia, you can rest assured. I will come back. Feng Tianlong said, at that time, I'm afraid I will have to trouble you with Susu's matter. Only our Supernatural Investigation Bureau can provide the ice coffin to place Susu. Ice coffin? Xiao Bingbao was slightly stunned and asked, what is that for? It's like this. Feng Tianlong told Xiao Bingbao what Lin Dongfeng had said before. After Xiao Bingbao heard it, he suddenly realized and said, for this matter, whether you come back or not, I will do my best to help. Susu is a member of our team. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will fight for it. So, you guys can go on your honeymoon with peace of mind. Leave the ice coffin to me. I will find someone to research and make it tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Xia. Feng Tianlong heard Xiao Bingbao promise and said very happily. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Xiao Bingbao said, Xiao Susu is not only your wife, but also a teammate under me, Xiao Bingbao. So, no matter what, I will do my best to help her. Elder Yu's matter was over, so the handover at the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was simple. Everyone just chatted about their daily lives. The next day, with melancholy, everyone was going to part ways. Lu Yezi had to return to Miajiang's Medicine Valley to find Yi and wait for the birth of Yi's child. Then, he would return to his planet with Yi. This separation was probably an eternal separation. Yang Ming didn't know if he would have a chance to see him again in the future, but this time, they were really separated. Yezi, take care. Yang Ming didn't say too much. He just patted his shoulder and told him. Bro, don't worry. We will meet again. Definitely. Lu Yezi also cherished the time he spent with Yang Ming. He didn't admire anyone, but he still admired Yang Ming. Hee, then I am looking forward to such a day. Yang Ming nodded. Bro, sister-in-law Xia Shui, sister-in-law Lan Ling, goodbye. Lu Yezi clasped his fist, turned around and left. He got into the car of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and drove to the airport. After sending Lu Yezi away, Yang Ming turned to look at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. Separation was always sad. After sending Lu Yezi away, it was Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's turn. Compared to Lu Yezi and these two people, Yang Ming wasn't so sad. After all, although Lu Yezi was far away and could be said to be in different parts of the world, they were both alive. There would always be a chance and hope to meet again. As for Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, Feng Tianlong didn't have any problems, but Xiao Susu's departure this time was truly a farewell for life. That was why Yang Ming's gaze fell on Feng Tianlong, and finally stopped at Xiao Susu. He couldn't say anything. Sigh. Yang Ming sighed deeply. Boss, don't be sad. Susu and I aren't sad, but you're the one who's sad. Aren't you worrying too much? Feng Tianlong looked at Yang Ming and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he and Xiao Susu also knew that Yang Ming was a very sentimental person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared Dong Jun. In the end, he didn't kill Elder Yu and let him spend his remaining years in Blue Miao Village like a vegetable. Yeah, Captain Yang, I've already thought it through. What else do you have to worry about? Xiao Susu smiled bitterly at Yang Ming, plus, godly Dr. Lin said that there might be a chance in the future. Yeah, even if godly Dr. Lin's words weren't trustworthy, didn't Mr. Mo Kongwen say that our daughter will be saved? Our daughter will be saved in the future. Since our daughter can be saved, then Susu should be fine too. Feng Tianlong smiled. You guys are so optimistic. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, looked at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, and shook his head. Of course, what if we're not optimistic? Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu looked at each other and said at the same time, we've already thought it through. What else do you have to worry about, Captain Yang? It's easy to meet, but hard to part. Yang Ming sighed, alright, I'll stop talking about this. You guys take care. Tianlong, take care of Susu. I hope the three of us can meet again in the future. Many years later, when we think about the time in the Medicine Valley. Definitely. Feng Tianlong nodded solemnly, I'll protect Susu. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Alright. Yang Ming said, if that's the case, then let's part ways here. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu left. Yang Ming didn't know where the two of them went, and neither did Xiao Bingbao. They were going for a honeymoon, so Yang Ming didn't ask much. After sending off these people, Yang Ming brought Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Xiaojing back to Songjiang City. After being away for so long, Yang Ming missed his family, wife, and friends very much. However, this time, Yang Ming did not inform Chen Mingyan and the others in advance. He also did not inform his parents. Yang Ming wanted to give them a surprise. Anyway, he was about to reach home. It was better to let them see him when he reached home. It would be more shocking and convincing than a phone call. After bidding farewell to Xia Bingbao, Yang Ming and the others boarded the plane to Songjiang City. Songjiang City had no airport, so they could only transfer at Donghai City. It was still the first class. This time, there were no other guests in the first class. Xia Bingbao had probably booked the first class of the plane. After all, Yang Ming, Xia Shui, Lan Ling, Chen Xiaojing, and Lu Tianqi had a lot of people. Moreover, it was best not to let others hear the conversation between them, so Xia Bingbao booked the first class. This kind of thing was easy for Xia Bingbao. Not only that, but Xia Bingbao also gave Yang Ming another surprise. During this time, Huang Lele was still a flight attendant in the airline company. She did not resign directly. After all, she did not know what to do after resigning. Although Yang Ming said that when he came back, he would take her to X Island. Sooner or later, she would have to resign. However, Yang Ming also said that X Island would also build an airport, so Huang Lele decided to stay in the airline company and learn more. With Xiao Bingbao's relationship, it was much more useful in the airline company than Huang Lele's second brother. Xiao Bingbao just made a phone call, and Huang Lele became an intern in the airline company. She could go to any department to learn. No one would stop her. Xiao Bingbao knew Yang Ming's plan, so he naturally did not mind doing these favors. Moreover, when Yang Ming and Xia Shui left, Xiao Bingbao also basically predicted the future of Xia Shui and Yang Ming, so Xiao Bingbao did not mind helping Yang Ming. Therefore, under Xiao Bingbao's care, Huang Lele began her internship in the airline company. During the days when Yang Ming left, Huang Lele rotated a position almost every once in a while. She went to almost all the departments in the airline company. Moreover, every time she went to a department, it was the position of the deputy in charge. This was also Xiao Bingbao's training for her. Generally, when big companies train their heirs, they would also do this. They would send the future heirs to various departments of the company for an internship. Of course, each department originally had its own person in charge, so it was not easy to replace them. Moreover, she did not have much experience. Letting Huang Lele be the deputy could train her ability and also let her learn more things. Huang Lele naturally knew that this was Xiao Bingbao's arrangement, so Huang Lele cherished this arrangement very much. This opportunity was rare. Huang Lele did not want to waste it. She wanted to become a useful person to Yang Ming, so she changed her previous mentality of dawdling and began to work hard to learn the various operations of the airline company. It was different to have someone to take care of her. The people in charge of these departments had been greeted by the airline company's boss. They must let Huang Lele master the operation and management of this department at every stage of her internship. If she learned well, the people in charge of these departments would have bonuses. If she did not learn well, the light would be a deduction of salary, and the heavy would be a change of position. With this kind of pressure, who dared not to teach Huang Lele well? However, just as Huang Lele's internship was approaching the end, a temporary transfer order was suddenly sent from the airline company's general manager's office. This time, Huang Lele's position was not the deputy of a department in the airline company, but it became a flight attendant. Moreover, she was a flight attendant in the first class of a flight. This transfer order made Huang Lele somewhat inexplicable, but at this moment, Huang Lele was no longer the Huang Lele who did not have any schemes. This period of time was not long, but it was not short either. It had made Huang Lele an excellent management talent. Of course, although her character had not changed, she just considered the problem more comprehensively. Seeing this transfer order, Huang Lele only thought for a moment, and then she understood. It was replaced by a burst of ecstasy. Flight from Yanjing City to Donghai City, first class, flight attendant. These few messages were enough to explain everything. Huang Lele was clear about the relationship between Yang Ming and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The reason why she was transferred back and forth during this period of time was naturally because of this relationship. Therefore, now that she was a flight attendant again, there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming had returned safely. Thinking of this possibility, Huang Lele was surprised and delighted. After receiving the company's transfer order, she hurriedly changed back to her previous flight attendant uniform and ran to report to her new job at the airport. Yang Ming and his group boarded the plane, but what made Yang Ming feel strange was that there were no flight attendants in the first-class cabin of the plane. Even if Xiao Bingbao wanted to keep some secrets, it was not necessary to make the first-class cabin have no service staff, right? Previously, when they flew back to Yanjing City from Miaojiang, they also took the first-class cabin, but there were flight attendants there to serve them. Of course, after these flight attendants arranged the seats and luggage, they withdrew from the first-class cabin and told Yang Ming and the others that if there was a need, they could just press the call button above the seat, and someone would come to serve them. But this time even this step was omitted. After boarding the plane and sitting in the first-class cabin, they did not see anyone. This made Yang Ming somewhat speechless. Yang Ming and his group did not bring drinks. Originally, they wanted to ask the flight attendants to bring some drinks. Now, it was great. There was no one. In desperation, Yang Ming stood up and prepared to support himself, but a flight attendant walked into the first-class cabin. Seeing this familiar and friendly figure, Yang Ming was suddenly stunned and said in surprise, "Lele? Why are you?" Sure enough, Yang Ming, I was wondering why the company arranged for me to be a flight attendant again. It seems that you are really on this plane. When Huang Lele saw Yang Ming, she knew that her guess was not wrong. It was really Yang Ming who had returned safely. Oh? It seems that it must be arranged by Brother Xia. Yang Ming nodded and took Huang Lele's hand very happily. I haven't seen you for a long time. Did you miss me? Of course, but the happiest thing is that you finally came back safely. Your mission has been successfully completed, right? Huang Lele still vaguely remembered the scene when Yang Ming left. At that time, Yang Ming looked very happy, but he was forcing a smile. He had a load on his mind. But now, Yang Ming was unspeakably relaxed. And it has been completed. Yang Ming nodded and said, however, didn't you tell me last time that you were going to quit your job as a flight attendant and take a break? Yeah, I originally planned to do so, but then I thought of Island X's matter. I am your woman. I can't be a vase all day long, right? Huang Lele said. After Yang Ming listened to Huang Lele's words, he nodded and said, then, during this time, are you still a flight attendant? Just listening to your words, it seems that you just came back to be a flight attendant? Wasn't it before? And I have been interning and learning in the various departments of the company before. Huang Lele nodded and said, after you left, Brother Xia called me and asked me about my plan. He asked if I wanted to resign or continue to stay in the company, so I told him my thoughts. The following things were arranged by him. Hee, it seems that my brother-in-law is quite interesting. Yang Ming smiled. Brother-in-law? Huang Lele was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood. She looked at Xiaxue in the seat with some surprise. You both. Xiaxue was a little embarrassed by Huang Lele's gaze. After all, on the plane before going to Miaojiang, she and Yang Ming were not together yet. They were a bit like a quarrelsome couple. They argued and quarreled all the way. But now, after they came back, they were together. This made Xiaxue feel a little embarrassed. However, Huang Lele was also Yang Ming's woman. Since she was asked, she couldn't say anything. She could only nod and say, and, we are together. Hee, it really is like this. Huang Lele said, when you left, I thought that you should be together. And this is Lanling Lele, I mentioned her to you before, but you have never seen her before. Yang Ming also introduced Lanling to Huang Lele. Hello. Huang Lele smiled and greeted Lanling and Xiaxue. Hello, Sister Lele. Lanling smiled and waved at Huang Lele. Lanling had such an easygoing character. She was not jealous at all. Huang Lele also had such a character, so the two were very friendly when they met. There was no hostility at all. As for Xiaxue, because she knew Huang Lele when she came, and because she was with Yang Ming later, it was good enough that Huang Lele didn't care about her. She naturally wouldn't care about Huang Lele. As for Lan Ling, Xiaxue was like a sister to her when she was in the Medicine Valley. They lived under the same roof every day for so long. How could there be an unfamiliar feeling? As a result, the three of them got along very well. Right, Lele, you can talk later. We want to drink something. Can't you find a flight attendant? Are you the only one in the first-class cabin? Yang Ming asked. I am alone. Huang Lele nodded and said, You wait. I will get it for you. Well, do you need help? Asked Yang Ming. No need. I can go by myself. I am familiar with it. Otherwise, if others see you go with me to get something, they will definitely feel strange. Only the captain knows about my situation on this plane. Huang Lele said. That's good. You go. Yang Ming nodded and said. After waiting for a while, he didn't see Huang Lele come back. Yang Ming was a little anxious. He talked to Xiaxue and got up to walk out. But just as he walked to the door of the first class, he heard a quarrel. One of the people in this quarrel was actually Huang Lele. This made Yang Ming frown, and he was suddenly a little angry. Originally, Yang Ming completed the mission and was in a very good mood. He wanted to return to Songshan City to reunite with his family, wife, and friends for a few days. But he didn't expect to encounter trouble on the way back. What happened? Yang Ming walked out of the first class and saw Huang Lele explaining something to two young men. Hey, the main character is finally willing to come out. I thought the people inside were cowards and only let a flight attendant come out to negotiate with us. Among the two young men, one of them who was obviously the leader said with a sneer. What do you two mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable by the man's words. He didn't know what he was talking about. What do I mean? The meaning is very simple. The man looked at Yang Ming coldly and said, I was wondering why we couldn't buy first-class tickets. It turned out that you guys booked it. Brother, I am going to Donghai City to do something. You guys give up your first-class seats and wait for the next flight. I won't bully you. I will give you 100,000 yuan. Moreover, I don't need you to bear the charter fee. You can still charter the next flight. 100,000 yuan, and they didn't need to bear the charter fee. This condition could be said to be very generous. Moreover, these two young men didn't look like people who were easy to talk to at first glance. It was already good that they could do this. However, Yang Ming wasn't short of money, and he couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of these two people. If they really had difficulties and talked nicely, Yang Ming might give them the seats. But now, it seemed that these two people obviously didn't have any difficulties. They came here to show off. Then, how could Yang Ming spoil them? At this time, the passengers of the economy class hadn't started to register yet. Yang Ming and others naturally boarded the plane first through special channels. These two people probably had their own ways, so they could get on the plane in advance at this time. Not interested. Yang Ming said faintly, if you have money, you can go and charter another flight. Humph, I am talking nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The young man's follower sneered and said to Yang Ming, don't think that I don't know what you are. Aren't you just a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? My boss is giving face to your Captain Xia. He didn't directly clear the place, so he is talking nicely with you. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you. Yang Ming was a little surprised after listening to the follower's words. This person actually knows about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? It seemed that he had already investigated where the first-class cabin was booked. However, to dare to speak to Yang Ming in such a tone, it meant that their background was definitely not simple. However, that was Yang Ming's character. He was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The more you acted like this, the more Yang Ming wouldn't back down. He said calmly, I'm sorry, but I've already quit the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It's useless even if you know Brother Xia. Hey, kid, you quit? That's even better. Previously, I was still a little afraid. Since you are not, then don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't want to die, then give up your first-class seat. The attendant said with a sneer. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? But I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to fight. If you force me, I can't do anything about it. Yang Ming looked at the two people in front of him and coldly said, let me tell you, I am no longer Brother Xia's subordinate. The meaning is very obvious, and that is, don't provoke me. If you provoke me, then don't blame me for being impolite. You're welcome? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. The young leader said as he slapped Yang Ming. He wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Slap. There was a crisp sound, but the slap didn't hit Yang Ming's face. Instead, it hit the leader's face. Suddenly, his face swelled up. The leader looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't seem to believe that Yang Ming had the ability to avoid his slap and hit him instead. Therefore, the leader was a little hysterical. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Yang Ming said, if you don't want to die, then get lost. 2. Kill him for me. The leader ordered the underling, since this kid is no longer Captain Xia's subordinate, then you don't have to give him any face. Yes, boss. As soon as the man called 2 finished speaking, he quickly threw a punch at Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't expect the man called 2 to be so fast. Moreover, he attacked as soon as he said so it made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. With Yang Ming's current skill, it wasn't difficult to avoid the attack of the man called 2, but the attack of 2 was extremely ruthless. If Yang Ming dodged, then 2 was bound to miss. It was very likely that it would accidentally hurt Huang Lele who was behind Yang Ming. Therefore, when Yang Ming thought of this, he simply didn't dodge. He just stood there and waited for 2's punch to hit him, making a loud bang sound. Ayo! There was a scream. It wasn't Yang Ming, but it was the man called 2. At this moment, he felt that his hand was going to be crippled. The entire right fist that he used to attack Yang Ming had become swollen. It was obvious that his bones were already broken. Action and reaction were mutual. Yang Ming was Jin Gang's indestructible body. 2 hit him with a huge force. How could he get away with it? Did he think that he had taken the Herculean voodoo? You, who are you? You are not Xiao Bingbao's underling. His underlings can't be so powerful. You can actually take the blow of a mystic division master like 2. The leader looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He was stuttering a little. It wasn't until this moment that he knew what fear was. Originally, with his status, he was sent to Eastern Sea City by his family. He came out with an arrogant attitude. In his opinion, with his status and skills, he was invincible. But he didn't expect to meet a tough opponent just to fight for a first-class seat. Before asking others, it's best to introduce yourself first, Yang Ming said lightly. So what if I introduce myself? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a direct descendant of the ancient Feng family. If you hurt me, don't even think about getting away with it. The leader said arrogantly. Ancient Feng family? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect to meet someone from the ancient Feng family right after Feng Tianlong and Xia Bingbao finished talking about ancient matters. What a coincidence. That's right. So, are you scared? The leader said coldly. Scared? Yang Ming curled his lips. What's your relationship with Feng Tianlong? You know Feng Tianlong? The leader was stunned, but then he remembered where Feng Tianlong went. It wasn't that surprising, it's okay to tell you. I'm Feng Tianlong's younger brother, Feng Tianhu. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you know my big brother. Huh. Yang Ming looked at the man called Feng Tianhu with a smile that didn't look like a smile. I'm giving Feng Tianlong face and won't argue with you. Ancient Feng family? Are they very powerful? Foolish and ignorant bastard. If you have the chance, ask your elder brother to call out the strongest practitioner in your house and see if he can do anything to me. Yang Ming looked at the 2 people in front of him mockingly. Feng Tianhu may be arrogant and prideful, but he wasn't an idiot. He still had some brains, and after hearing Yang Ming's words, he immediately calmed down. This person in front of him knew his elder brother, Feng Tianlong, so he should know what kind of existence the ancient Feng house was. But, if he knew and was still so fearless, then there were only two possibilities. Either his backing was stronger than the ancient Feng house, or he himself was so strong that he wasn't afraid of the ancient Feng house at all. Of course, the first possibility wasn't. Hi. The ancient Feng house was already an ancient house, and although they didn't have a sky-class late-phase peak, they still had a few sky-class masters. Unless it was a super-ancient house like Ice Palace, Snow Valley, or Heavenly Dan Sect, they wouldn't be able to suppress the ancient Feng house. But this possibility wasn't high. After all, Ice Palace, Snow Valley, and Heavenly Dan Sect had never heard of anyone helping the investigation department. As for the second possibility, it was very likely. After all, Feng Erbeing was a mystic mid-phase master, and he didn't do anything to Yang Ming after using all his strength. What did this mean? It meant that Yang Ming was extremely strong. After all, even a master of the same level couldn't take this punch with their body. Even if they could, they would be heavily injured. But this person in front of him didn't seem to be injured at all. This made Feng Tianhu fall into deep thought. From his point of view, the possibility of Yang Ming being a mystic class master wasn't high. He should be at least Earth class. Plus, he dared to say that no matter which master from the ancient Feng house came out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. How arrogant was this? So, this person in front of him might have reached sky class. Thinking up to this point, Feng Tianhu asked, "May I ask for your name?" If I were you, I would obediently scram. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to form a grudge? Yang Ming snorted and asked, "I've already given Feng Tianlong face and didn't do anything to you. Otherwise, I would have killed you all if you, second brother, made the first move." You. Feng Tian who was angry, but he was still scared. He didn't say anything. Looks like it's your first time out in the world, right? For Feng Tianlong's sake, I'll give you a reminder. Don't think that you can show off just because you're from an ancient family. In this world, there are many people stronger than you. Yang Ming looked at Erbeing mockingly and said, "You, Feng Tian who doesn't have a brain, and you don't have a brain either. Why would you hit him just because he asked you to? Aren't you going to estimate your opponent's strength? Someone like you will be killed sooner or later. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Kill us if you have the guts." Feng Tianhu was angry, but thinking about how Yang Ming was related to Feng Tianlong, he wouldn't dare to kill him. He regained his confidence. "Kill you?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. "Trash like you aren't worthy of my killing. But, I'll give you a reminder. Don't underestimate someone else's strength. Otherwise, you'll die one day." Humph. Feng Tianhu naturally didn't believe Yang Ming. He smiled coldly, "We don't need you to tell us what to do. It's a small world, we'll meet again." With that, Feng Tianhu brought second brother down the plane. He had a stomach full of anger, but of course, he didn't believe Yang Ming's words. How many Yang Mings were there in this world? Feng Erbeing was already a mystic class master, a warrior who could run amok in the mortal world. Sooner or later, he'd be at a disadvantage and die? Feng Tianhu didn't believe it. However, it was precisely because he didn't remember Yang Ming's lesson today that he underestimated his opponent's strength again in the future. This caused his right-hand man, Feng Erbeing, to walk on the road to hell. Of course, this is a story for another time. Let's go, Lele. Let's go back. Yang Ming didn't care about Feng Tianhu's threat at all. If it was before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, he might have been afraid. But now, it was just like what Feng Tianlong said. With Yang Ming's current strength, who could do anything to Yang Ming? One had to know that Yang Ming was an existence that was invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. He was even more powerful than those who had mastered the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Mantle. Yang Ming. Will there be trouble? Huang Lele asked worriedly. Don't worry, they won't dare to come. Yang Ming could tell that Feng Tianhu was really angry, but he wasn't stupid. If he knew that he couldn't win, he wouldn't cause trouble for Yang Ming. Plus, even if he wanted to cause trouble, he would ask Feng Tianlong first. If he got Yang Ming's Real trump card from Feng Tianlong, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble anymore. After taking a few drinks back to the first-class cabin, Yang Ming threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, this allowed Yang Ming to learn about some ancient powers. Yang Ming wasn't worried that these powers would threaten him. From what Yang Ming saw, Central and Professor Benjamin were the most important people to deal with. Yang Ming, what happened just now? I think I heard a commotion outside? Xiaxia saw that Yang Ming and Huang Lele were back and asked. It's nothing. Just 2 flies. I got rid of them. Yang Ming said indifferently. Oh. Xiaxia nodded. Since Yang Ming said that it was fine, then it was fine. Because Yang Ming was with Xiaxia and Lan Ling every day in the Medicine Valley, the two took the initiative to let Yang Ming stay with Huang Lele on the plane. After all, Yang Ming and Huang Lele didn't have many chances to meet. The plane slowly took off. Along the way, Yang Ming briefly told Huang Lele about his experience in Miaojiang and the Medicine Valley. Huang Lele was speechless. She didn't expect Yang Ming to experience so many difficulties and hardships. Fortunately, everything was over now. Huang Lele also told Yang Ming about her experience during this period. Hearing that Huang Lele had learned so much experience and knowledge in airline management, Yang Ming was very happy. It seemed that Huang Lele could manage the airline company in Island X in the future. They chatted along the way, so this part of the journey ended easily. In the blink of an eye, the plane landed at Donghai International Airport. Lele, is there anything in the past few days? If there is nothing, come to my house. You can also meet my parents. After getting off the plane, Yang Ming invited Huang Lele. Now, Yang Ming's heart could be said to be extremely relaxed. His biggest worry was solved. The women in the family had become harmonious under the maintenance of Chen Mingyan and Sun Jia. Therefore, Yang Ming dared to openly bring Xiaxia, Lan Ling, and Huang Lele back. Lan Ling and Huang Lele were Yang Ming's former women. Chen Mingyan and Sun Jia probably already knew. They had already seen it from the information sent to them by Dong Jun. Xiaxia was a newcomer, but Xiaxia was also an acquaintance with everyone. Moreover, she had the strange experience in the Miaojiang Medicine Valley. It was not difficult for everyone to accept her. Okay. Huang Lele nodded and said, after I go, will Sister Mingyan hate me? Don't you have Xiaxia and Lan Ling to accompany you? Yang Ming smiled and said. It's okay, Sister Lele. Sister Mingyan is easy to talk to. The last time I went, she was very good to me, said Lan Ling. Lan Ling's words made Huang Lele feel relieved. However, Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he also knew that he would definitely not be blamed too much by Chen Mingyan when he returned home this time, when he was alone, she would still have a little temper. At first, Chen Mingyan wanted to take the overall situation into consideration and let Yang Ming perform the mission in Miaojiang with peace of mind. Then, she called all of Yang Ming's women together and lived together. But now that Yang Ming came back safely, Chen Mingyan would still have a little temper. Although the news of Yang Ming's return was not told to Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming's friends, the fat man of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau knew the news in advance. He had already driven to the airport to meet Yang Ming. The fat man was anxious. He did not wait at the airport's arrival entrance but ran into the airport. After the plane landed, he followed the car that came to pick up the passengers and ran down. He waved to Yang Ming, who was getting off the plane. Yang Ming was dumbfounded about the fat man's behavior. Yang Ming. Congratulations. You finally came back safely. The fat man ran over happily and gave Yang Ming a bear hug. I say, you don't have to be like this. You ran straight in to welcome me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Ha, brother Yang Ming, isn't it because I miss you? I really want to see you so badly. The fat man said, I am also very happy. What do you think, brother Yang Ming? Shall we get together tonight? My treat? Not tonight. I have to go home and visit my parents. I may be very busy. How about this? Let's get together again tomorrow, said Yang Ming. All right. Anyway, whenever you have time and whenever it is convenient for you. The fat man nodded and said. He also knew that Yang Ming had been away for a long time. After returning home, he naturally had to visit his relatives and friends. He definitely did not have much time, so he didn't mind. Yang Ming left the airport with the fat man and got into a black Audi Q7. It was obvious that it should be a modified bulletproof car. There was no problem in terms of security. Yang Ming came back this time. In fact, he was not afraid of anything. The previous assassinations were done by Dong Jun. Now that Dong Jun was on his side, no one would assassinate Yang Ming again. Especially since Elder Yu was also eliminated, Yang Ming could sit back and relax. As for Central and Dr. Benjamin, Yang Ming had not started to deal with them yet. So, Yang Ming felt that they couldn't deal with him first, right? "Fat man, how have you been recently?" asked Yang Ming. "Being responsible for the contact work of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is easier than being outside, right?" "Yeah, it's a lot easier," said the fat man. "Right, I got married. It's a pity that you couldn't attend the wedding." "Not bad, fat man. You are married?" Yang Ming laughed. "Yeah, thanks to you, I made a great contribution. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to come back and be appointed to such a good position," said the fat man sincerely. "Yang Ming, what are you going to do after you come back? I heard from Captain Xia that you were going to live in seclusion?" I plan to live in seclusion. In North Africa, I have a private island. I am going to live there." Yang Ming said, "Fat man, if you have time, you can come and see me." "Then I will definitely go and see you." "I will go with Captain Xia," said the fat man. While they were talking, the fat man's car drove back to Songshan City and came to the Huashang district where Yang Ming lived. He stopped at the door of Yang Ming's villa. At this time, Chen Mingyan and the others should be in school and working, right? Yang Ming looked at his watch. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There should be no one in the villa. "Then, let's go to school," asked the fat man. "No need. Just stay here. I will wait for them." Yang Ming got out of the car and looked at the familiar villa. He was filled with emotion. But after getting out of the car, Yang Ming realized that he didn't bring the key. When he left, Yang Ming left the key at home and didn't bring it to Miaojiang. After all, the key was useless in Miaojiang. Yang Ming didn't expect that he would come back so soon. Of course, although there was no key, the entire security system of the villa was designed by Yang Ming himself. So, for Yang Ming, it was easy to open the door. There was also a set of special tools in the fat man's car. Yang Ming took it out and began to pick the lock of his house. Although this lock was designed and installed by Yang Ming, it wasn't so easy for Yang Ming to pick it himself. It was naturally more difficult to open it without damaging it. So, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly picked the lock. Yang Ming's action made the fat man a little speechless. "I say, brother Yang Ming, you actually pick the lock when you come back to your own house. It's really strange." "Hee, I can't help it. Who asked me to not bring the key?" Yang Ming smiled. However, this scene was seen by the property security patrolling in the community. Someone picked the owner's lock. This was a big deal. After confirming which house it was, the security guard directly called Chen Mingyan. "What? Someone picked the lock of my house?" Chen Mingyan was in class when she received a call from the property company saying that someone picked the lock. She was shocked. "Who is it? We didn't dare to approach for the time being, but there are several people." The security guard said, "Miss Chen, do you want to come back, or should we call the police now? Or should I mobilize more security guards and then catch these people?" The property company in this community had long been taken over by Mingyang Security, so they naturally knew the identity of Chen Mingyan. Not only that, but the chairman of the Mingyang company, Jing Xiaolu, also lived here, so they didn't dare to neglect. "You guys first watch these people from a distance. Don't alert them. If they run away, then find a way to control them. I will call the police myself and rush back immediately." Chen Mingyan hesitated and instructed. At this time, Chen Mingyan was still calm enough. Chen Mingyan didn't let the security guards alert them because she was afraid that these people who were trying to pry open the door weren't ordinary thieves, but they were targeted. The previous series of conspiracies against Yang Ming had made Chen Mingyan very vigilant. Although it was peaceful for a while, it didn't mean that there were absolutely no accidents. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was afraid that these security guards weren't the opponents of the people who were trying to pry open the door. So, she just let them watch these people first. If these people really wanted to run away, then they would stop them. If these people didn't run, then they shouldn't alert the enemy. There was no one in Chen Mingyan's home now, so there was really nothing to steal. The small videos that Yang Ming took before he left were also encrypted and put on a secure server. There was no need to worry that any private items would be leaked at home. At most, they could steal some cash. Chen Mingyan hurriedly asked for leave from the teacher and took Sister Lin out of the classroom. Sister Mingyan, what's wrong? Lin Jiyun still didn't understand what was going on. There is a thief in the house. I will contact my father. As Chen Mingyan said this, she dialed the phone of her father, Chen Fei, and told him that there was a thief in the house. Chen Fei said that he would immediately bring people over. After calling Chen Fei, Yang Ming also notified Wang Xiaoyan. Among these girls, Wang Xiaoyan was the most powerful one, so with Wang Xiaoyan accompanying him back, it would naturally solve a lot of problems. After Chen Mingyan finished the call, she went to the school parking lot. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan was already waiting there. Mingyan. Wang Xiaoyan had butterfly microsteps, so she was much faster than Chen Mingyan. Even though Chen Mingyan left first, she was still one step ahead. Yan, let's go back and take a look. My father said that he would bring people over immediately. Chen Mingyan didn't say much. She opened the door of her Audi A5 and got in the car with Wang Xiaoyan. Who is targeting us this time? Why don't I give the fatty from the Supernatural Investigation Department a call? I'm afraid that if the enemy is really not simple, let the fatty's people go. It will be more confident. Wang Xiaoyan suggested. Yeah, I forgot. I should contact the fatty. Chen Mingyan nodded. She quickly found the fatty's phone number and dialed it. The fatty was helping Yang Ming pry open the door. Suddenly, there was a call. He didn't look at the caller ID and picked it up. After all, his number was confidential. The people who knew it were some very close people. Hello. Brother Fatty, where are you? Asked Chen Mingyan. I'm prying open the door. The fatty wasn't on guard and said casually. After all, those who could call him fatty and knew his phone number weren't outsiders. Ah? Prying open the door? Chen Mingyan was stunned suddenly. You are? Only then did the fatty hear that the voice on the other side wasn't very familiar. He was slightly shocked. It seems that my vigilance has dropped a lot during this time. I don't have the vigilance that I had when I was abroad. If it was in the past, he wouldn't just casually tell others what he was doing. But fortunately, the fatty only said that he was prying open the door. He didn't say where he was prying open the door and what kind of door he was prying open. I'm Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan said, Brother Fatty, the security of the property company just called me and said that someone was prying open the door of my villa. It's such a coincidence. Why are you prying open the door too? Ah? After the fatty heard Chen Mingyan's words, he smiled bitterly and looked at Yang Ming. The fatty was cooperating with Yang Ming to pry open the door, so he was relatively close to Yang Ming. The conversation between him and Chen Mingyan was also clearly heard by Yang Ming. At the moment, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he made a gesture to the fatty to keep it a secret for the time being. The fatty immediately understood and said, Ah, it's sister-in-law Mingyan. The person who is prying open the door is actually me. I am prying open the door of your villa. What? You? Prying open my door? Chen Mingyan was suddenly stunned by the fatty's words. Why are you prying open my door for no reason? Ugh. This can't be explained in a few words. So, you come over. When you come over, you will know, said the fatty. Well. I will go over now. Chen Mingyan frowned. It's strange. If you want to enter my house, you can just find me directly. Why do you have to pry open my door? Ah, no, is Yang Ming in trouble? No, AI, anyway, I can't explain it clearly. Sister-in-law, you will know when you come back. The fatty couldn't explain it well, so he could only say so. Well, I will go back now. Although Chen Mingyan was puzzled, she immediately agreed. Mingyan, you mean, the fatty is prying open the door in our house? Wang Xiaoyan also looked at Chen Mingyan inexplicably. She didn't know what the fatty was doing. No matter what, it's better to go back and take a look, said Chen Mingyan. That's the only way. Wang Xiaoyan said with some worry. Fortunately, the Huashang district was opposite the school. Chen Mingyan's car left the campus and quickly returned to the villa. Seeing Chen Mingyan's car, the security captain of the community immediately ran over and said respectfully, Miss Chen. It's fine. You can leave now. Thank you. Chen Mingyan knew that the person who was prying open the door was the fatty, so she didn't need these security guards, so she spoke to them. Okay, Miss Chen, call us if you need anything. The security captain said, do we need to inform President Jing and President Bao? Although the direct person in charge of the company was Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, this security captain wasn't stupid. He could be arranged in this community. Obviously, he was the confidant of Bao Sanli, Ho Zhenhan, and Bai Hai. Naturally, he knew the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Jing Xiaolu. He knew that Chen Mingyan and Chen Mingyan were in charge of this villa, so if something happened, he would inform Chen Mingyan immediately. No need. Chen Mingyan said. Okay. After the security captain finished speaking, he didn't say anything more. He took his men to patrol other places. Chen Mingyan drove the car all the way to the door. When Yang Ming heard that Chen Mingyan was coming back, he didn't bother to pry open the door. He just sat in the car and waited. Chen Mingyan had seen the fat man's Audi Q7 before. She also recognized the car plate. Sure enough, she saw the fat man's car at the door of her villa. Chen Mingyan was more and more curious and inexplicable. What is wrong with this fat man? Why did he come here to pry open the door? Chen Mingyan parked the car behind the Audi Q7. She got out of the car with Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Jiyun, but she didn't see the fat man. The door of her house wasn't opened either. Fat man? Chen Mingyan shouted. At this time, the fat man also saw Chen Mingyan coming. He got out of the car and smiled. Sister-in-law, you are back? This is? Chen Mingyan saw the fat man smile. It didn't seem like anything had happened. She was even more puzzled. Why did you come to my house to pry open the door? It's a long story. I didn't come here to pry open the door. I was instructed by someone. The fat man said with a bitter smile. Instructed by someone? Who instructed you? Chen Mingyan was even more inexplicable. Is there anyone who can instruct you to pry open the door of my house? Yes. The fat man nodded. Who is it? Asked Chen Mingyan. It's in my car. The fat man pointed to his Audi Q7 and said, Sister-in-law, why don't you talk to him yourself? Chen Mingyan frowned slightly and looked at Fatty's Audi Q7. However, the windows of the Audi Q7 were covered with a film. She couldn't see anything from the outside. Chen Mingyan hesitated for a moment, but still walked to the side of the Audi Q7. She felt that the fat man would not harm her. After all, Yang Ming and the fat man had a very good relationship. After Yang Ming left, he specifically told Chen Mingyan that if she encountered any trouble that she could not solve, she could directly look for the fat man. There was no need to be polite. However, Fatty's attitude and behavior today were obviously a little abnormal. Chen Mingyan had to be on guard. So, she walked over and gave Wang Xiaoyan a look, telling her to attack if anything went wrong. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Even the fatty wasn't her opponent. As long as there wasn't a powerful expert here, Wang Xiaoyan could handle it. Wang Xiaoyan nodded, indicating that she understood Chen Mingyan's meaning. What made Chen Mingyan even more annoyed was that she had walked to the side of the Audi Q7, but the person in the car still didn't get out. Isn't this too careless? Dang dang dang. Chen Mingyan knocked on the window. She thought, this person not only asked the fat man to come to my house to pry open the door, but I am standing at the door of the car. This person doesn't even get out of the car to explain. What does he want to do? However, what Chen Mingyan didn't expect was that the door of the Audi Q7 suddenly opened. Then, a pair of arms stretched out from the car, hugged her suddenly, and pulled her into the car. Ah! Chen Mingyan screamed, but the next moment, her lips were blocked. However, what made Chen Mingyan ashamed and angry was that her lips were blocked by someone else's lips. Chen Mingyan was about to explode. What kind of person is this? He actually colluded with the fatty to act like a hooligan in front of my house and do such a vulgar thing to me? However, because the two people were too close, Chen Mingyan couldn't see the figure of the person in the car clearly. She wanted to break free, but the other person's strength was too strong. Chen Mingyan couldn't break free at all. Hey! The fatty was watching this fun scene with a happy expression, but in the next moment, a trace of coldness appeared on his neck. Fatty Lai was shocked to find that he didn't know when a dagger was pressed against his neck. The person who made the move was naturally Wang Xiaoyan. He heard Wang Xiaoyan ask coldly, "Who's in the car?" "Tell him to let go of Mingyan sis, or else I'll kill you." Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin. Even if the fatty had some skills, he wasn't a match for Wang Xiaoyan. Don't, little sister Yin Yin, this. Don't mess around. The fatty was shocked and quickly said. Woo woo. At this moment, Chen Mingyan also made a sound of resistance. Wang Xiaoyan frowned and said coldly, "The person in the car doesn't want the fatty to die, so let go of Mingyan sis." Yang Ming only wanted to give Chen Mingyan a surprise and scare her, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to react so violently. So, Yang Ming had no choice but to carry Chen Mingyan out of the car and let go of Chen Mingyan. He was just about to explain to Wang Xiaoyan, but what greeted him was a solid slap. Pa, a clear and loud sound. Of course, Yang Ming had the super-modified version integrated with the Jin Gang Voodoo. This slap couldn't cause any harm or pain to him, but Yang Ming was somewhat wronged and caught off guard by the slap. Yang Ming didn't have any thoughts of guarding against Chen Mingyan, so he was hit hard. Wang Xiaoyan was far away, but she saw Yang Ming first. She quickly took down the dagger in her hand and looked at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan in front of her with a bitter smile. She was suddenly speechless. This slap from Yang Ming was really wronged. Mingyan. Yang Ming also smiled bitterly, but although his face didn't hurt, he still pretended to cover his face. Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming in front of her with some disbelief. Her slap was subconscious. It would be strange if Chen Mingyan didn't hit someone who was molested. But when she saw Yang Ming, she regretted it. Thinking about the taste of the kiss just now, it was indeed somewhat familiar, but she neglected it in a hurry. So when she thought of this, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You are back? Sorry. It's okay. Yang Ming shook his head. I wanted to give you a surprise, but who would have thought? It's not your fault. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone broke the door, and I was confused. Chen Mingyan said with surprise and joy, Yang Ming, your mission is over? And, it's over. Yang Ming nodded. Mingyan, let me introduce you to a few people. As Yang Ming spoke, he gestured to the people in the car. Then, Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Huang Lele, Lu Tianqi, and Shen Xiaojing all got out of the car. Sister Mingyan. Lan Ling smiled and greeted Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect to be slapped, haha. Lan Ling knew that Yang Ming had an incomplete and complete version of the mixed Jin Gang Voodoo, so she also knew that Chen Mingyan's slap couldn't cause any harm to Yang Ming, so it was easy. Ling Ling. Chen Mingyan raised her head and looked at Lan Ling. She greeted Lan Ling and looked at Xia Shui and Huang Lele. Chen Mingyan had seen the photo of Huang Lele. Naturally, she knew her identity. She also knew that she had long been Yang Ming's woman. Therefore, since she had accepted the others, she didn't mind accepting Huang Lele. She nodded and said, You are Lele, right? Mingyan. Sister, hello. Although Huang Lele was a little older than Chen Mingyao, she felt that it was fine for her to call Chen Mingyan sister since she entered the school later. Besides, Huang Lele didn't think much and didn't like to fight for these empty titles. Hello. I wanted to contact you before, but I didn't have your contact information. It's a pity that I couldn't contact you. Chen Mingyan had long accepted Huang Lele in her heart. At this time, there wouldn't be much of a reaction. We wanted to call you before and let you move to the villa to live together. Yang Ming's women are all here. Ah, thank you, Sister Mengyan. Huang Lele saw that Chen Mengyan not only didn't dislike her, but was also very intimate. She was very happy and said, Sister Mengyan, I am working in the airline company. Especially during the time when Yang Ming left, I wanted to learn more knowledge. When I arrived at Island X, I could help Sister Mengyan to manage Yang Ming's business and help him manage the airport. Therefore, there is no fixed place to work. I have internships in the head office, branches, and even foreign cooperation companies. I can't live here. Huang Lele had gone through a period of experience. Although she was still the same as before, without any bad intentions, she had become much more mature and smart. Her words were more pleasant to listen to. Her words were mainly about Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan, which made Chen Mengyan very happy. It turned out to be like this. In the future, it seems that you will be busy for Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan nodded and said, It's hard for you to think so far ahead. I haven't thought about the Island X airport. Now, you are in charge of this. But I don't have an opinion. Yang Ming knows. At that time, I will have to trouble Sister Mengyan to decide for me. Huang Lele said shyly. Yang Ming was a little surprised. He hadn't seen Huang Lele for a while. Huang Lele's performance really impressed? Is this still the pure Huang Lele who didn't know anything? However, thinking about it carefully, Huang Lele's character, but she was a little more mature. Alright, the two of you will have plenty of time to study the matter of X Island in the future. You should also get to know Xiaxia. Mengyan? Yang Ming pointed to Xiaxia on the side. Xiaxia. Sister. Chen Mengyan took a deep breath and looked at Xiaxia. She finally spat out these 3 words. Previously, she had a hunch in her heart. Yang Ming and Xiaxia should have had something going on, but before it was confirmed, Chen Mengyan still didn't think so much. Now, Yang Ming introduced her like this. She was afraid that the two people already had a substantial relationship. Otherwise, Chen Mengyan knew Xiaxia before. Why would she say that she knew Xiaxia again? Wasn't this acquaintance worth thinking about? Although Chen Mengyan had accepted the women that Yang Ming now had, she wasn't numb, but she had no choice. If there were more, she would definitely oppose it at the first moment. Before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, he had no relationship with Xiaxia, but after he came back, it became like this. It would be strange if Chen Mengyan felt comfortable in her heart. However, Xiaxia was her father's former subordinate, and her relationship with her had always been good. Moreover, even if Chen Mengyan was angry in her heart and blamed Yang Ming, she couldn't be rude to Xiaxia. After all, she already had a relationship with Yang Ming, which meant that she was voodoo. In the future, she could only be with Yang Ming. How could Chen Mengyan drive her away? Therefore, even if Chen Mengyan was angry, she could only blame Yang Ming. Thinking about it, previously when she inexplicably slapped Yang Ming wasn't angry. Chen Mengyan felt a little guilty instead. She thought, forget it. Just treat it as me punishing him in advance and venting my anger. Thinking of the slap she gave to Yang Ming, Chen Mengyan's anger in her heart subsided. She smiled slightly and said, Sister Xiaxia, you also entered later. Are you like Lele, calling me sister? You can call me whatever you want. Although Xiaxia had a very hot temper, she didn't have any temper in front of Chen Mengyan. Her relationship with Yang Ming was exposed. She just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was ashamed. She used to be Chen Fei's subordinate. She actually stole a man from her superior's daughter? If this spread out, how could she, Xiaxia, still have face? Fortunately, she was no longer working at Chen Fei's place. She had gone to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. She would probably leave with Yang Ming soon, which made her feel better. Therefore, when Xiaxia faced Chen Mengyan, she naturally didn't dare to put on the airs of an elder sister. Huang Lele already called Mengyan sister. If she didn't follow suit, wouldn't it seem that she was a maverick? So, Xiaxia hesitated and said, Sister Mengyan. Hehe, Sister Xiaxia, don't mind it. In fact, I just said it casually. Chen Mengyan actually made a joke, but she didn't expect Xiaxue to be like this. She felt more comfortable in her heart and accepted Xiaxue. Or, outside, in front of others, you call me Sister Xiaxue. At home, I will call you Sister Mengyan. Xiaxue thought of a compromise. Well, it doesn't matter. Chen Mengyan smiled and turned to look at Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. She asked Yang Ming, who are these two brothers and sisters? Yang Ming, don't you want to introduce them? The relationship between this man and woman was obviously very close, so Chen Mengyan naturally wouldn't think that Chen Xiaojing and Yang Ming had a relationship. In that case, wouldn't Lu Tianqi be Yang Ming's friend? Wouldn't that be a mess? I forgot. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Mengyan, this is brother Lu Tianqi, and this is Chen Xiaojing's sister-in-law. Brother Lu Tianqi is the son of Lu Weishan's godfather, so he is almost like my biological brother. We also became sworn brothers in Miaojiang. Lu Tianqi is the second brother, and there is an elder brother named Lin Dongfeng. If there is a chance, I will take you to see him. He is not here now. Ah, it's godfather's son. Chen Mengyan was very surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually find her godfather's son and daughter-in-law. She was surprised and happy. Chen Mengyan also recognized Lu Weishan as her godfather, so she naturally knew the pain of Lu Weishan and his wife. Yes, they are also in Miaojiang. When they went missing, they were taken away by Elder Yu. Yang Ming said, Elder Yu asked them to help with the voodoo refinement. It turns out to be like this. Chen Mengyan nodded and said, hello, second brother and second sister-in-law. Hee, Mengyan, hello. Lu Tianqi smiled and said, when Yang Ming was in Miaojiang, he always mentioned you. Really? Chen Mengyan was very happy. Yang Ming was accompanied by Lan Ling and Xiaxue in Miaojiang. He had women on his left and right, but he still often thought of her. Chen Mengyan was satisfied. The previous annoyance had disappeared into thin air. Naturally, what he misses the most is you and his family. Of course, there is also Tianqi's and my parents. Chen Xiaojing also said with a smile. I was so busy talking that I forgot to open the door. Chen Mengyan quickly took out the key and opened the door of the villa. She took everyone in and said, sorry for making everyone wait. Haha, it's fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, we are not outsiders. We are all family. Why are there so many rules? Yeah. Lu Tianqi said, Yang Ming and I are not only related to my father. I am also a sworn brother, so we are really no different from family. Sister Mengyan, you don't have to be too polite. I have been friends with brother Yang Ming for a long time. We don't have to be particular. The fatty also laughed. Sister Xiaxue and I have nothing to say. Lan Ling also smiled. The happy situation of the family made Chen Mengyan sigh in relief. She suddenly thought of Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Jiyun. She was just talking to herself. These two people were still behind. Wang Xiaoyan had a cold personality. Usually, if you didn't talk to her, she basically wouldn't take the initiative to talk to you. Sister Lin was even more shy. Yan, Sister Lin, come and get to know everyone. Chen Mengyan quickly greeted. Wang Xiaoyan and Lin Jiyun also met Xiaxue, Huang Lele, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Xiaojing one by one. As for Lan Ling, they already knew each other, so there was no need to introduce her. Mengyan, where are the others? Asked Yang Ming. I will call them. And ask them to come back. Chen Mengyan said quickly. Alright, let's have a reunion dinner together. This is our first time eating together. Yang Ming said with some fascination. In the past, Yang Ming hoped that one day, he could get together with all his women and eat together. However, this was just a dream for Yang Ming. Before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, he never dreamed that there would be such a day. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that this dream actually came true. Moreover, it was Chen Mengyan who helped him realize it. It seemed that this mission was really not in vain. Not only did it let Yang Ming gain absolute strength and stand on the peak of martial arts, but it also let Yang Ming have the life that he used to dream of. You're dreaming. If I wasn't afraid that you would be distracted in Miaojiang, do you think I would let you go so easily? Chen Mingyan whispered, but she was also afraid that others would hear it. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and said, I knew that my Mingyan is the best. Best? Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. What can I do if I'm not good? I have experienced a lot of things along the way with you, and I have also seen through a lot of things. I'm no longer the little Mingyan who didn't know anything when I was in high school. You are standing at a certain height. If I don't follow your footsteps and want to tie you down like before, I'm afraid that our final result will be breaking up. Sister Mingyan is very open-minded. During this time, I have learned a lot of things with her. I also understand a lot of reasons. It's not necessarily a bad thing for you to have more women. Once you think about it, everything will be fine. At least, during the time when you weren't here, there were so many people accompanying me. It was very interesting. Moreover, everyone has this common lover and goal. We don't have so many scruples and guard against each other. We can live together with a heart-to-heart. This kind of friendship is also enviable and fascinating for many people. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would say such a thing. Huang Lele gave Yang Ming enough surprises before, but compared with Chen Mingyan, it was simply a small child in front of a big one. During the time when he was away, the women around him had become mature. They no longer had the previous immaturity, which made Yang Ming feel moved and regretful. In fact, Yang Ming still missed the time when he was in love with Chen Mingyan. It seemed that the past was just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Mingyan, thank you for thinking this way. In any case, your position in my heart is very special. Yang Ming said. In fact, in your heart, every woman's position is very special, right? Chen Mingyan smiled slightly. I am not a child now. You don't have to use these sweet words to coax me. I understand, hee hee. Yang Ming was embarrassed. He really thought so, but he didn't expect that Chen Mingyan directly exposed the lie. If it were the previous Chen Mingyan, she would definitely be very happy, but now it was very different. Hee hee, don't explain. I have grown up. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, I don't care about this. What first place, second place, it doesn't mean anything. I know very well what I am in your heart. I don't want to compete for this. However, the more Chen Mingyan said so, the more moved Yang Ming's heart was, and the more affection he had for Chen Mingyan. He gently hugged Chen Mingyan and said in her ear, Tonight, I will go to your place. Just the two of us. Chen Mingyan said those before, some of them were from the heart, but some were also deliberate. How to make Yang Ming like her, Chen Mingyan also understood a lot during this time. These were all taught to her by Xianxia. That can't be done. There are so many people. I am the last one. If your physical strength is not enough, don't come. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and smiled. Hee hee, physical strength is not enough? Yang Ming thought of his Jin Gang voodoo and the incomplete version of Vigor God voodoo. With these two, coupled with the effect of heart voodoo to strengthen the body, Yang Ming really wouldn't be in a situation where his physical strength was not enough. Only an existence like Yang Ming could cope with so many wives. This trip to Miaojiang was really Yang Ming's good fortune. Right, what other women do you have outside? Can you bring them over together? Chen Mingyan said, I don't want to have someone come to recognize me after we move to X Island. Ugh. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, there are two, but we don't have a substantial relationship yet. I've been gone for so long. I don't know if she's still willing. What about the other two? I thought there was only Lu Huamei. Chen Mingyan stared at Yang Ming in surprise. Ugh. You know Lu Huamei? Yang Ming was a little surprised when he heard Chen Mingyan's words. Of course I know her. Jing Xiaolu said that she's your woman. Chen Mingyan curled her lips, I've seen her before. She's quite pretty. She's also good at business. In the future, Island X will focus on business development, so we'll need a lot of people to manage it. If you like her, then bring her back. If you don't like her, then forget it. Don't hurt her. I kind of like her. Yang Ming pondered for a while and said, well, I kind of like her. He only had a good impression of Lu Huamei, but he didn't have any feelings for her. His feelings for her weren't even as deep as his feelings for Xianxia. Therefore, Yang Ming was a little troubled when he mentioned Lu Huamei. It's good that you like her. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a faint smile and said, if you don't like her, then it'll be troublesome. What do you mean? What do you mean by troublesome? Yang Ming was a little confused. Jing Xiaolu often beautifies you in front of Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei actually has a good impression of you. This way, Lu Huamei will really fall in love with you over time. If you suddenly don't want her anymore. Chen Mingyan shook her head, it'll probably be a big blow. Then you still asked me if I liked her and told me not to hold her back. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing Chen Mingyan's words. Of course. You're a soft-hearted person. If I told you first and you knew that there was a girl who missed you so much, maybe your heart would soften and you would accept her. Chen Mingyan said, although you already have a lot of women, it's better to have one less. There's nothing you can do about it. Sweat. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to answer like this. Stop sweating. Who is the other one? Why didn't I know? Chen Mingyan asked. Didn't Xiaolu tell you about the other one? Yang Ming said, it's Xianxia. Is it the poor girl with the broken leg? Chen Mingyan naturally knew about Xianxia, but she did not expect it to be her. This surprised Chen Mingyan. However, if it were another girl, Chen Mingyan would not let her in easily. After all, if it were someone she didn't know or had nothing to do with, Chen Mingyan would have to examine the character. However, Yang Ming said that it was Xianxia. Chen Mingyan thought of this weak girl who was bullied and forced to jump down the stairs to break her leg. She felt sympathy for no reason. What's so good about both of you? I can't say that it's good. Yang Ming sighed. After breaking Xianxia's leg, he sought justice for her. Xianxia lost confidence in life because of her broken leg. She had some thoughts of suicide and inferiority. Yang Ming constantly comforted her. He also helped her to find a doctor. Xianxia secretly promised that Yang Ming did not want to disappoint her. He did not want her to give up hope of treatment, so Yang Ming told her that he would be with her when she recovered. This was a white lie. However, as time passed, Yang Ming and Xianxia became more and more familiar with each other. He also fell in love with this girl. It turns out to be like this. Chen Mingyan nodded. Then let her in. She's the last one. There can't be more. Chen Mingyan said, if there are more, the house won't be able to accommodate all of us. Island X is a big place. When the time comes, we can cultivate a manor. How many people can live in it? Yang Ming smiled. Why, Yang Ming, do you still want to find more? Chen Mingyan raised her eyebrows and asked. Naturally, I don't want to. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I have already passed the age where I can't control myself when I see beautiful women. Now, these women who are added later can't be helped. It's natural. I know. I won't give you this opportunity in the future. Chen Mingyan said, well, I will call Jing Xiaolu and sister Sun Jia and ask them to come over for dinner tonight. Okay, you guys prepare the meal. I will go out and bring my parents, godparents, and godparents over. Let's have a reunion meal together as a family. Yang Ming said, I haven't informed my parents yet when I came back until now. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, then you go quickly. Our parents will be very happy to see you return safely. Yeah, I miss them too. Yang Ming nodded and said. Right, that Xianxia, bring her over too. After all, it's a reunion dinner. It's not good to have no one. Sister Suya can't be helped. She can't rush back, but at least we have to call those who are nearby. Chen Mingyan said. Xianxia is now in Songsan City. I'm afraid she can't make it back. When I am free tomorrow or the day after, I will pick her up personally. Yang Ming said. Okay, then we will talk about it tomorrow or the day after. Chen Mingyan didn't insist after listening. After all, there was still a long way to go from Songsan City to here. Xianxia's leg had problems, so it wasn't convenient for her to go back and forth. Yang Ming greeted the girls and asked Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing, second brother, second sister-in-law, I'm going back to see my parents, and then I'm going to see my godparents. Shall we go together? Okay. Lu Tianqi said, Xiaojing and I are still thinking about whether to stay here for dinner tonight. After all, Xiaojing and I have informed our parents before. It's not good if we don't go home. Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing didn't want to surprise their family like Yang Ming did. Instead, when Yang Ming and the others handed in the mission in Yanjing, they contacted their family and reported that they were safe. So, if they came back at this time, it wouldn't be good if they didn't go home. Then let's go. Yang Ming nodded and asked, Where's the key to my BMW X5? I didn't see the car? Your car has been requisitioned by us. There are so many people. The car isn't enough. Either Sister Xiaoqing drove it away or Sister Xianxia drove it away. Sister Xianxia's sports car isn't very convenient to drive in the city. Some places are under construction. Chen Mengyan said. Okay. Yang Ming shrugged and said, Fatty, give me your car key. No problem. I can even be the driver. Fatty took out the car key without saying anything. It's not troublesome to be the driver. You help Mengyan and the others to prepare dinner here. I don't treat you as an outsider. Let's eat together tonight. Yang Ming instructed Fatty. No problem. Of course, I'm not an outsider. What does it matter to me? The fat man said, Just leave the physical work to me. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He picked up the car keys and left the villa with Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. Yang Ming got into the car and drove all the way to the Mingyang district where his home was located. The scenery on the road was still familiar, but it felt like a long time had passed. It made Yang Ming feel emotional. During this period of living in the mountain forest in the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming was a little out of touch with the city. He was not used to the sudden return. Even driving, he was not particularly used to it. He almost did not rear-end the car in front. When he was in the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming drove casually. He did not worry about the problem of traffic jams at all. However, it was different now. He was back in the city again. Yang Ming drove for a while before he slowly got used to it. The car drove into his own district. Looking at the familiar environment, the place where he grew up, Yang Ming sighed slightly. I'm finally back. Second brother, are you going up? Asked Yang Ming. We won't go up. Lu Tianqi pondered and said, You are meeting with uncle and auntie. It's not good for us to join in the fun. We didn't know each other before. At this time, it will affect the atmosphere. When you come down later, we'll get to know each other. That's good too. Yang Ming nodded, got out of the car, and went upstairs along his own unit. Everything here was so familiar. When he went upstairs, Yang Ming could not help but think of the time when he was in high school. He thought of the fight with Jean Gang at night. When his bicycle was smashed, he was scolded by his parents at that time. He even called Zhaoing to verify it. However, he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Zhaoing would become his wife. The world is really wonderful. Yang Ming sighed. When he came to the door of his house, Yang Ming suddenly realized that he had forgotten to bring the keys. When he went home just now, he did not bring the keys with him. Yang Ming knocked on the door and waited patiently at the door. Who? Mother Yang's voice came from inside the house. Listening to this familiar and cordial voice, Yang Ming felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Mom, it's me. Yang Ming said. Ah. Yang Ming's mother was startled. She immediately opened the door with a bang. She was pleasantly surprised as she looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Big Ming, you're back? Yes, Mom, I'm back. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. The mission went smoothly and was completed ahead of time. That's great. Mother Yang was suddenly overjoyed. She happily pulled Yang Ming into the house and looked at him from head to toe. When you left, Mother was worried to death. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see you for many years. I didn't expect that you would come back so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you are back. Hee, it was nothing. I was afraid that you would be worried, so I said the longest time. But the mission was completed, so I came back. Yang Ming smiled and said, Mom, don't you have to work today? I have to work, but there is nothing to do in the property company. This property company is also owned by our family. I have nothing to do at this time every day, so I come back first to cook for your dad. Mother Yang said, at this time, your dad will be back soon. Oh? Dad doesn't have a social engagement every day? Yang Ming was a bit surprised. Social engagement? Last time, he brought a lady to the door. Did he still dare to socialize? Mother Yang snorted and said, fortunately, you helped him solve it. Otherwise, this matter would be troublesome. Ugh. Yang Ming couldn't comment on his parents' matter. He could only laugh. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Big Ming, why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Mother Yang was referring to Chen Mengyan and the others. Right, Mom, you don't have to cook today. Come to our place to eat together. Mengyan and the others have prepared the meal. Yang Ming said, they are busy at home. So that's the case. Good. Mother Yang said after listening, then, let's go now? Wait for my dad. Yang Ming said, there is no hurry. Mom, you pack up first. Let's go downstairs and wait for him. I also have 2 friends to introduce to you. That's fine. I will pack up now. Mother Yang nodded and said, Big Ming, I really didn't expect you to come back. It's like a dream. Hee, in fact, I didn't expect that the matter would be solved so smoothly, but everything has its own destiny. Isn't it good to solve it? Yang Ming smiled and said, right, you haven't seen Mengyan and the others for a long time, right? Us? Why didn't we see them? Mengyan, Zhiyun, and Jiejia often come here as guests. They always come to see us. Mother Yang said, Mengyan, this child, is very filial. Every now and then, she would buy some things. Although the family doesn't lack these things, it's their child's good intentions. Oh? They often come here. Yang Ming thought that he had left. His parents also hadn't seen Chen Mengyan for a while. It seemed that this wasn't the case. Only the 3 of them? Yeah, who else? Mother Yang was stunned. Ugh, it's okay. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Chen Mengyan hadn't said that Yang Ming had so many women. First, it was hard to explain. Second, she wanted to wait for Yang Ming to come back and say it herself. Otherwise, it would seem like she was complaining. Okay? You child, you don't even know what you're talking about. Mother Yang shook her head and then began to tidy up. It could be seen that Mother Yang had carefully dressed up today. After all, it was a formal dinner to see her daughter-in-law. She naturally couldn't be too casual. However, Yang Ming smiled and said, Mom, you don't have to be so careful. No one will dare to laugh at you. That won't do. You don't have to worry about it. Mother Yang waved her hand and said. Hee. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, Mother Yang finished tidying up and went downstairs with Yang Ming. At this time, an Audi A8L drove into the community and parked in the parking space downstairs where Yang Ming was. After the community was taken over by the Mingyang Property Company, the bicycle shed, flower beds, garbage dump, and boiler room that used to occupy the yard were demolished and built into a parking lot and leisure square. After all, there were fewer and fewer people riding bicycles now. The bicycle shed was no longer practical. The flower beds and garbage dump were also the products of the old community. There were no flowers in the flower beds, and the garbage dump was even more useless. Now, garbage was collected. No one would throw garbage in the garbage dump. As for the boiler room, the community had been transformed into a centralized heating system. There was no need to burn the boiler. The entire community looked brand new. This was all thanks to the Mingyang Property Company. This also made the residents in the community pay the property fee willingly. After all, the improvement of the community's environment was obvious to all. Those leaky roofs that had been in disrepair for a long time were also repaired properly. The corridors were also installed with new electronic doors and voice-controlled lights. The development of the entire community was getting better. Moreover, with the continuous growth of Mingyang heavy industry, these old employees of the Songjiang bus factory, as long as they had some ability, were more or less the small leaders of the company's departments under Yang Dehai. With money in hand, they also bought private cars. In the parking lot downstairs, Yang Ming saw a few good cars. There were many luxury brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, and Land Rover. Yang Dehai parked the car and looked at the Audi Q7 next to him strangely. The people living in this community were all acquaintances of the company. Yang Dehai was clear about who had what car, but he had never heard of anyone buying $1 million car like the Audi Q7. Dad. Yang Ming went out of the unit door and saw Yang Dehai. He immediately waved and greeted. Big Ming? Yang Dehai initially thought that he had misheard, but when he saw Yang Ming and his wife walking out of the corridor unit door, he suddenly believed that his son was back. Dad. Yang Ming smiled and said, I was waiting for you. You don't have to go upstairs. Come with Mom to sit with me and Ming Yin. Let's have dinner together tonight. Okay. Yang Dehai was so excited that he said the word okay twice. There were a lot of questions in his heart that he wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask for a while. Dad, I know that you have questions to ask, but don't ask now. Get in the car with Mom first. When you reach me and Ming Yin, I will tell you in detail about my mission. Yang Ming smiled. Now that the mission had been successfully completed, Yang Ming didn't have to keep it a secret. When he dealt with Elder Yu, Yang Ming was afraid that the news would be leaked, so he didn't tell his parents clearly. However, he was also afraid that they would be worried. Alright, then get in the car. Yang Dehai just locked the car and quickly opened the door again. Wait a minute, there are two friends. Let me introduce them to you first. Yang Ming saw Lu Tianqi and Qin Shaojing get out of the car, so he waved to them and said, second brother, second sister-in-law. Second brother, second sister-in-law? When Yang Dehai and Mother Yang saw the man and woman coming down from the Audi Q7, they felt a bit strange. Yang Ming called them second brother and second sister-in-law, but Yang Dehai and Mother Yang didn't know them. They had never seen them before. Dad, Mom, these two are Lu Tianqi's second brother and Qin Shaojing's sister-in-law. Lu Tianqi's second brother is my godfather, Lu Weishan's son. Yang Ming introduced, Qin Shaojing is his wife. Ah. It's brother Lu's son. When Yang Dehai heard Yang Ming's introduction, he was really surprised and happy. During this time, after Yang Ming left, Yang Dehai, Mother Yang, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia often dragged them to the restaurant to eat with Lu Weishan and Chu Huifeng. Therefore, Yang Dehai was now quite familiar with Lu Weishan. He also knew about the disappearance of his son and daughter-in-law, but he didn't expect that they were actually found. Uncle Yang, Auntie Zhang. Lu Tianqi and Qin Shaojing quickly came over to greet them. They already knew the surname of Yang Ming's mother from him. You. When did you come back? Why are you with Big Ming? Yang Dehai asked curiously. Uncle Yang, Yang Ming and I met when we were performing a mission in Miaojiang. In fact, Yang Ming saved me. Lu Tianqi smiled and said, Yang Ming and I have a big brother. We have become sworn brothers. I am the second brother, and Yang Ming is the third brother. It turned out to be like this. Great. If Brother Lu sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Dehai was very happy after hearing it. Let's go now. Let's go to Brother Lu's house first and call Brother Lu and sister-in-law. Let's go to Big Ming together. Dad, we originally planned to do so. Yang Ming smiled and said, get in the car. Although the Q7 is a 7-seater car, it is not convenient for us to sit in the third row. We have to pick up Godfather and Godmother later. Let's drive 2 cars. Okay. Yang Dehai nodded and got in the car. So the 2 cars drove together, one in front and one behind, in the direction of Songjiang Industry University. Fatty's car didn't have the pass for the family area of Songjiang Industry University. Although there was another pass, Yang Ming didn't want to show these things here. He had already quit the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Naturally, he had to be low-key, so he parked the car directly in the parking lot at the entrance of the family area. Yang Dehai's car had a pass, but when he saw Yang Ming park the car at the entrance, he naturally followed him and parked the car. The familiar community, the familiar building, and knocking on the familiar door made Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing emotional. I don't know how our new house is doing. Is it still habitable? Lu Tianqi said emotionally. Yeah, when we renovated the new house, we were taken away by Elder Yu before we could live in it. Chen Xiaojing was also a little emotional. Ugh. Second brother and second sister-in-law, I have a very sorry thing to tell you. Yang Ming sweated and said, your new house, I lived with Ling Ling in the beginning. I'm afraid that you messed it up. Haha, what's wrong with that? You and Ling Ling are not outsiders. We have lived together in the Medicine Valley for so long. What's wrong with that? Lu Tianqi shook his head. But it's also a coincidence. If there was no relationship at the beginning, we might not have met each other in the Medicine Valley, and we wouldn't have worked together like this. That's true. Yang Ming saw that Lu Tianqi didn't care at all, so he didn't say anything more. Lu Weishan was now the principal of the school, so he was busy with work. He hadn't gotten off work yet, but Aunt Chu was at home. When she opened the door and saw a large group of people at the door, she was stunned. Tianqi, Xiaojing? Aunt Chu already knew that her son and daughter-in-law were fine, but when she saw them return safely, she was still very happy and emotional. Big Ming? Brother Yang, sister-in-law, you are here too? Come in and sit down. I'll call old Lu and ask him to come back quickly. Godmother, you don't have to care about me and my parents. We are too familiar with each other. You should talk to second brother and second sister-in-law. Yang Ming sat on the sofa casually. Here, he was as casual as his own home, so he didn't have to be polite. Okay, Big Ming, then you wash fruit and make tea for your parents. Aunt Chu didn't hold back and looked at Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing emotionally. Aunt Chu hadn't seen her son and daughter-in-law for many years. After meeting, she naturally asked about their well-being. Although a lot of words were said on the phone before, meeting and calling were two different things. After Lu Weishan received the call, he quickly rushed back, but Lu Weishan wasn't as excited as Aunt Chu. He was very calm. First, he greeted Yang Dehai and Mother Yang, then he patted Yang Ming's shoulder and smiled. Big Ming, someone is standing at the door and doesn't dare to come in. Can you go and see? Oh? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he understood Lu Weishan's words. He subconsciously asked, Sister Xiaoqing? Lu Weishan nodded with a smile. Although Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu knew about the relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, Yang Ming still didn't tell his parents. After all, Chen Mengyan didn't know about this, so Yang Ming couldn't bring Xiaoqing back. But now, the relationship was made public. Chen Mengyan didn't say anything. Yang Ming naturally introduced Xiaoqing to his parents. Xiaoqing didn't dare to enter the house at this moment, which was reasonable. After all, she was much older than Yang Ming. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was older than Yang Ming. She was 10 years older than Yang Ming. At this age, it was okay to call her auntie, so Xiaoqing had a lot of concerns. She was afraid that after entering the house, Yang Ming's parents would look down on her, so she didn't come in at the door. Big Ming, do you know how to deal with it? Do you need me to help you? Asked Lu Weishan. Haha, no need. Godfather, I can do it myself. Yang Ming's current state of mind was completely different from before he went to Miaojiang. At this moment, Yang Ming was more mature and more responsible. Naturally, he wouldn't care about this little thing. What Yang Ming was afraid of was his parents' attitude toward Xiaoqing. As for other things, he really didn't consider it. The issue of age wasn't a problem at all. In terms of seniority, Lu Tianqi was Yang Ming's second brother. He was a few years older than Xiaoqing. The eldest brother, Lin Dongfeng, was even older. The three of them were sworn brothers. In comparison, Xiaoqing was still younger. Lu Tianqi didn't feel any pressure calling Xiaoqing's sister-in-law. Big brother Lu, what are you playing at with Big Ming? What are you talking about? What do you want to say? Mother Yang looked at Lu Weishan and Yang Ming strangely. She didn't know what the two of them were talking about. About this. I'll let Yang Ming explain it to you in person. Since he said that he would explain it himself, I won't participate. Haha. Lu Weishan smiled and walked towards Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. Tianqi, Xiaojing, I'm very happy to see you back. Me too, Dad. Lu Tianqi stood up and looked at Lu Weishan with a smile. The most correct thing you did was to recognize third brother as your godson. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. I wouldn't be able to come back in this lifetime. Lu Tianqi smiled. Second brother, even if there was no such thing, I still had to go to Miaojiang. Yang Ming smiled and said as he walked to the door. When he went out, he saw Xiaoqing standing nervously at the door, not knowing what to do. Yang Ming. Xiaoqing carefully lowered her voice and called out to Yang Ming. Or, forget it. I said before that I don't want any identity or status to be your mistress. Chen Mengyan and the others have recognized me. It is already a great fortune for me. I won't go to see uncle and auntie. They will definitely laugh at me when they know my age. Do you know? Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing with a smile and hugged her in his arms. Sister Xiaoqing, you haven't seen me for so long. Don't you miss me? You still talk about these things when we meet. Don't you know how to give me a hug? Go. What time is it now? You still want to hug? Xiaoqing was shy and pushed away Yang Ming. I said it. Do you agree or not? Agree to what? Yang Ming let go of Xiaoqing and looked at Xiaoqing up and down. Sister Xiaoqing, don't you realize that you are very young now? Moreover, you deliberately changed your hairstyle today and wore some girly clothes. Isn't it just to meet my parents? Why are you timid when you are at the door? Xiaoqing was embarrassed by Yang Ming's words. Indeed, she received a call from Chen Mengyan today, so she went back to the apartment to dress up. She dressed up like a sister next door, but when it came to it, she was timid again. After all, if she went to meet Yang Ming's parents with Chen Mengyan and so many others, Xiaoqing wouldn't be so afraid. After all, there were so many women. Yang Ming's parents couldn't look at them carefully one by one. Xiaoqing could get away with it first. She wouldn't mention her age in the future. But now, she didn't expect Lu Weishan to call her over first, so Xiaoqing was afraid that when Yang Ming's parents asked, she couldn't answer. What if Yang Ming's parents weren't happy and said that after a few years, she would be old and Yang Ming wouldn't like her anymore? Sister Xiaoqing, you are too conflicted. Didn't you notice that you have been with me for so long, but your face is still the same as before? You haven't aged at all? Not only that, but your body is much better than before? You are getting younger and younger? Yang Ming asked with a smile. You mean, voodoo? When Xiaoqing was mentioned by Yang Ming, she suddenly realized that it was indeed like this. No wonder when Xiaoqing was dressing up today, she couldn't believe her eyes after changing her hairstyle. Was this still her 30-year-old self? It was almost the same as 10 years ago when she was in university. However, even with such thoughts, Xiaoqing still felt that she was old. She would be rejected by Yang Ming's parents if she was with Yang Ming. Yes, it is voodoo. Yang Ming nodded and said, so, this time, I also got a mental cultivation method. According to the cultivation method, immortality is not a dream. At that time, this small difference in age, when we are hundreds of years old, what is the difference? Yang Ming nodded and said, so, this time, I also got a mental cultivation method. This, really? Xiaoqing was a little moved by Yang Ming's words. Of course. Well, come in. Everyone is waiting for you. After Yang Ming finished, he generously took Xiaoqing's hand and walked into the house together. Mother Yang was a little curious about what Yang Ming was doing, so she had been paying attention to him. When she saw Yang Ming come back, she saw that he came in with a beautiful girl. Mother Yang suddenly frowned slightly. What is this Yang Ming doing? How did he get to know another beautiful girl? Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun aren't enough? There is also Lan Ling and Suya. There are so many. Why did he find another one? Yang Ming, what are you doing? Mother Yang asked with some displeasure. Xiaoqing saw Mother Yang's expression, and her heart suddenly tightened. She was not afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that Yang Ming's parents would be unhappy. As a result, they were really unhappy. Therefore, Xiaoqing subconsciously broke away from Yang Ming's hand. Xiaoqing, who was originally natural and unrestrained, was like a little girl at this moment. She lowered her head and played with her fingers carefully. She was a little overwhelmed. Auntie, don't blame Yang Ming. It's me who seduced him. I will leave. Ah? Mother Yang was actually not angry with Xiaoqing at all. She was angry because she was going to have dinner with Chen Mingyan soon. Why did he suddenly bring a beautiful girl back? However, when Xiaoqing said this, Mother Yang was a little apologetic. She quickly said, "Child, don't be like this. I'm talking about Yang Ming, not you. Did Big Ming bully you? Come, Auntie will help you." As Mother Yang said this, she quickly pulled Xiaoqing. To be honest, when Mother Yang saw Xiaoqing's quiet and well-mannered appearance, she knew that she was not a bad girl. She said this at this moment obviously because she didn't want to trouble Yang Ming. Mother Yang was not stupid. Mother Yang wasn't stupid. Now that she was the manager of a real estate company, she was much better at thinking about problems than before. Previously, Lu Weishan and Yang Ming were talking in riddles, which meant that this girl was brought by Lu Weishan. Mother Yang knew Lu Weishan's character and knowledge. Since he brought a girl, she definitely wasn't the kind of girl who would seduce others casually. So, Mother Yang knew that Xiaoqing was helping Yang Ming get out of this situation. Seeing that she had a close relationship with Yang Ming, how could Mother Yang let Xiaoqing be wronged? "Mom, this is Xiaoqing." Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded and introduced her to his mother. She is also Godfather's goddaughter. Ah? So, I misunderstood? Mother Yang was stunned, but then she felt that something was wrong. She didn't misunderstand. If she and Yang Ming were siblings before, it was normal for them to hold hands. But the key was what she said afterward. It was tantamount to a confession. No. Big Ming, you and Xiaoqing. Mom, Qing is also my girlfriend. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I was in a hurry when I left, so I didn't have time to tell you. But it's not too late to tell you now. Don't listen to her nonsense. She is actually a good girl. It's your son who fell in love with her over time. This. Although Mother Yang had already guessed some things, she was still a little shocked when Yang Ming admitted it personally. This, AI. Mother Yang was a little numb to the appearance of Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, Lan Ling, and Suya. So at this time, she didn't have much resistance when Xiaoqing appeared. She just felt that Yang Ming was a little sorry for Chen Mingyan. How should she tell Chen Mingyan? Yang Dehai was accustomed to big scenes. At this moment, he smiled slightly and quickly mediated. Qing, I always heard Brother Lu mention you before, but I haven't seen you. I was wondering why you didn't appear. It turns out that there are other secrets. Haha. Uncle. Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed. Xiaoqing, we have known each other for a long time. We are not strangers. Lu Tianqi smiled and greeted Xiaoqing. Lu Tianqi used to be a researcher at Songjiang Industry University, so he naturally knew Xiaoqing. I have to call you sister-in-law in the future. Mom, don't worry about it. Ming Yan already knew about this. Qing also lives in the villa. We can go together later. Yang Ming looked at Mother Yang's expression and said with a smile. You child, why didn't you say so earlier? Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glared at Yang Ming and said, if you said so earlier, would I still be worried? I wouldn't have scared Qing. You have already settled Ming Yan's side. Then, why are you still hiding it from me? Mother Yang's main concern was Chen Mingyan. Since Chen Mingyan had no problem, then what was she worried about? If there was one more daughter-in-law, then there was one more. Anyway, there was already a lot. One more wouldn't matter. Moreover, Chen Mingyan had also told Yang Dehai and Mother Yang about Yang Ming's idea. He had bought a small island at sea. In the future, everyone would move there together. There was no need to worry about marriage. After all, it was Yang Ming's own private island. Naturally, it was up to Yang Ming to decide. Mom, I haven't said anything yet, and you were already angry. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Okay. In this case, I won't say anything more. Mingyan and Qing, the two parties involved, have no opinion. As a mother-in-law, I can't say too much. Mother Yang smiled bitterly and shook her head. Haha, Brother Lu, we are now even closer. Yang Dahai said to Lu Weishan, then tonight, we won't rest until we are drunk. Good, this is naturally good. Although Lu Weishan wasn't too worried about Yang Dahai and Mother Yang's attitude toward Xiaoqing, seeing that they had no other opinions at the moment, he was naturally very happy. Although Xiaoqing was a goddaughter, after Lu Tianqi's disappearance, Lu Weishan basically treated her as his own daughter. Although Xiaoqing was also married to his godson, Yang Ming, at this moment, the matter was officially settled. His mood was still very different. Mother Yang pulled Xiaoqing to ask about this and that, while Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu were chatting with Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. Yang Ming was pulled to the side by Yang Dahai. Son, aren't you too bad *SS? Ugh. It's just SOSO. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This is just SOSO? AI, if I had half of your ability, it would be good. Last time, the matter of the young lady, your mother wouldn't let go. Whenever she had time, she would scold me. I really can't compare. Yang Dahai shook his head. Dad, are you looking for another one? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I won't look for another one. Yang Dahai suddenly shook his head. I almost couldn't solve it last time. How would I dare to look for another one? It's fine if you don't look for another one. Dad, your situation is different from mine. Many things have happened to me, and there are many secrets. Yang Ming sighed. These coincidences have allowed me to reach a high level. You and my mother are an old married couple. You have been together for so many years. If you look for another one, it won't make sense. After all, my mother isn't Ming Yan. It's fine for her to see me looking for another one, but if you look for another one, it will be a big problem. Haha, yeah, so I don't have that thought now. Yang Dahai said, previously, you put me in the position of the chairman. I was a little self-confident, so I had a lot of social activities. Now that I've thought it through, it's actually better to be calm. After everyone chatted for a while, they prepared to go to Yang Ming's villa. Just as they were about to leave, Yang Ming received a call from Chen Mingyan. Mingyan? How is it? Yang Ming picked up the phone. The food at home is ready. Your women are also back. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, however, Sister Xiaoqing didn't come back. Is she with you? You're really amazing. She is by my side. Yang Ming smiled and said, are the others back? And, except for Sister Suya, the others are back. Lu Huamei is also here. Said Chen Mingyan. Ah? She is here too? It's not good for her to come to today's occasion, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's not good that she is here. You can see for yourself. Anyway, I have agreed. I don't care anymore, said Chen Mingyan. Okay, we will go back right away. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and hung up the phone. Whether it was Yang Ming's villa, Yang Dahai, Mother Yang, Lu Weishan, or Chu Huifeng, it was their first time going there. After all, everyone was usually very busy. Yang Ming wasn't at home, so Yang Dahai couldn't take the initiative to go to the place where Chen Mingyan and the other three girls lived. Moreover, Chen Mingyan usually brought Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie to visit them at home. They almost never took the initiative to contact Chen Mingyan. Big Ming, your villa is quite big. Yang Ming sighed as the car stopped at the door of Yang Ming's villa. In the past, he had never been here. He only heard Yang Ming say how comfortable the villa was, but he was reluctant to part with the old neighbors. There was also a kind of attachment and reluctance to part with the old house. But now, seeing Yang Ming's villa, he was a little fond of the new and tired of the old. After all, when he first became the chairman, Yang Dahai didn't feel anything. The community was full of old neighbors. He felt that it was good to live together and take care of each other because of their many years of old relationship. But after a long time, Yang Dahai also found that it wasn't the case. The old neighbors in the community saw that some people were small department leaders in the company, and they began to envy them. They felt that with their relationship with Yang Dahai for many years, they could be a small leader. Even if it wasn't a manager, it should be a small person in charge, right? So, these people began to invite Yang Dahai to eat and gave him some gifts. At first, Yang Dehai helped them arrange some positions in the company because of the relationship with the old neighbors. But after all, although this company was his Yang family, it was Yang Ming's. Yang Dehai couldn't appoint people by favoritism, right? Moreover, some of the neighbors who had relatives and children at home and didn't have jobs wanted to work in Yang Dehai's company through their connections. They began to arrange a few people. Yang Dehai also helped. After all, they had asked and invited you to eat. It wouldn't make sense if you didn't help. But these people were too many, and Yang Dehai was in a dilemma. The company had the company's recruitment system and conditions. It wasn't good to always rely on connections. Although he was the chairman and had the final say in the company, Yang Dehai also saw that it definitely couldn't go on like this. Next, he didn't go to anyone's banquet. The things that other people brought during the holidays were also taken back. However, in this way, the relationship between Yang Dehai and the neighbors could no longer be the same as before. At this time, the people in the community also understood that Yang Dehai was no longer the Yang Dehai of the past. He was the chairman. It was impossible for him to always mix with the old neighbors, and it was impossible for him to change the company's personnel system because of a word from you. In order not to look for trouble, Yang Dehai usually went to work with a straight face. He didn't greet others casually. He also nodded faintly to his subordinates. In this way, Yang Dehai felt that it was meaningless. In the position of the chairman, it was no longer possible to maintain the friendship with the old neighbors like before. Those people all associated with Yang Dehai with awe and purpose. Yang Dehai could only avoid them. Therefore, over time, Yang Dehai was not willing to live in the former community. He had wanted to move away for a long time, but his son wasn't at home. He went to perform a mission and didn't come back safely. Yang Dehai didn't have any thoughts of moving, but when he came here and saw Yang Ming's villa, he also had some thoughts. Dad, why don't you and Mom move here too? The villa next to us is Yanyan's. She has moved here to live with me now. The villa is also empty. Yang Ming saw his father's thoughts and pointed to the villa next to him. Yan? Yang Dehai was slightly stunned. He didn't know who Yang Ming was talking about, but it was a girl's name. Also, move here to live with Yang Ming? What does this mean? Yang Dehai subconsciously understood something. He looked at the villa next to Yang Ming and looked at Yang Ming. You didn't even let go of the neighbor? The neighbor's girl was also taken by you. Sweat. Yang Ming suddenly sweated and realized that he had spilled the beans, but he had to explain, no, when I met her, we weren't neighbors. It was only because of some coincidences that we got together. Moreover, she and I are actually officially engaged. Her family is in Europe's Butterfly Castle. We have already held an engagement ceremony. Ah? Engagement? How come I don't know? Yang Dehai looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. He didn't know what he was talking about. When did you get engaged? I'm your father. How come I didn't know? This is a long story. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. The reason why I am so powerful is actually because I have a master. My master and this girl's family have an engagement. That is, his disciple will marry this girl, so. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were confused. That is to say, you have another girlfriend? N. Mengyan also knows. Yang Ming quickly brought Chen Mengyan out, indicating that Chen Mengyan had no opinion. Then, Qing, do you also know? Mother Yang looked at Xiaoqing and asked. Of course, I know. We live together every day. Xiaoqing smiled and said, our relationship is very good. Auntie, you don't have to worry about anything unpleasant. AI, Big Ming, even I, as a mother, can't see through you. It seems that since the 3rd year of high school, you suddenly shocked the world. Not only did you get admitted to a good university, but you could also make money. You also joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Your skills were amazing. The women around you were also one after another. They were all beautiful and well-educated girls. Mother Yang shook her head. Hee. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Wasn't it because of the problem in the 3rd year of high school? That year, Yang Ming unexpectedly obtained the magical glasses that Sun Sikong gave him. He suddenly gained a lot of self-confidence, which allowed Yang Ming to walk out of the shadow of self-abandonment. In fact, sometimes in retrospect, this pair of glasses was a small trick. It wasn't the final key to success. The final key to success was the mentality. Yang Ming's mentality was different. He had the heart of a strong person. In this way, it allowed Yang Ming to succeed step by step. Among them, although the glasses had played some indispensable role, without the glasses, Yang Ming's starting point might be lower than now, but it wasn't completely impossible to succeed. At least, meeting Fang Tian and Lan Ling, these things were predestined. At most, in some occasions, he couldn't use the X-ray vision ability. Without this ability, Yang Ming would have some difficulties when fighting with Jin Gang's men and Wang Xiaoyan's men. He would suffer a little, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After that, Yang Ming had been relying less and less on this X-ray vision ability. He wouldn't use this pair of glasses unless it was a critical moment. He relied on his own ability, so Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Everything is a problem of mentality. What are you laughing at? Qing, tell me. Is Yang Ming still hiding something from us? Mother Yang saw that Yang Ming couldn't say anything, so she turned to Xiaoqing and asked, Qing, you can't hide from us. Uncle, Auntie. Xiaoqing smiled bitterly. Let her say Yang Ming? How should she say it? Okay, you don't have to make it difficult for Qing. What do you want her to say? Yang Dahai shook his head and said, I think we should let Big Ming say it himself. Xiaoqing shrugged and expressed helplessness. Dad, Mom, let's talk about it inside. Yang Ming said, wait a while. You will all know. You know everything? Mother Yang was slightly surprised. Sure enough, you still have something to hide from me? This? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, there are indeed some things that I didn't say. Could it be that you have other women besides Qing? Mother Yang was quite sensitive right now. So, when she saw Yang Ming's expression, she immediately guessed the meaning behind his words. Xiaoqing smiled slightly and looked at Yang Ming mischievously. She meant that she didn't say it, but Auntie guessed it herself. F***ck, Mom, you really can predict things like a god. Yang Ming said. Sure enough, there is more. Mother Yang was stunned. I say, Big Ming, aren't you a bit too much? Although I don't mind having too many as my daughter-in-law, and I will definitely be very happy when I give birth to a lot of grandchildren, it can't be said that there is no limit to the number of children, right? Even if I'm willing, can you arrange it for me? One a day. How many days has it been? Yang Ming's face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect his mother to mention this issue. He looked at Xiaoqing with some embarrassment. I don't know anything. Xiaoqing shook her head. Mom, you don't have to worry about this. Your son's physique is quite special, and I had some special adventures in this Miaojiang mission, so you don't have to worry about me at all. Yang Ming said, you can ask Ling Ling and Xiaoshui privately in a while and you will know. Xiaoshui? Isn't Xiaoshui? Mother Yang also knew Xiaoshui. In the past, Xiaoshui was responsible for Yang Ming and Lin Jian's case, so she had some interactions with Xiaoshui. However, Mother Yang didn't expect that Xiaoshui actually became her son's woman. It's her. This time, I went to Miaojiang with Xiaoshui and Lan Ling to perform the mission. So, the two of us are together because of special reasons. Yang Ming said, if we weren't together, Xiaoshui might have died. She would have died if we weren't together? Mother Yang was even more inexplicable. Yang Ming, what are you talking about? Why would she die if we weren't together? Mom, come on. Let's go in and talk about it. Yang Ming couldn't explain this matter publicly. After all, Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu were present. Alright, but Big Ming, we can't just stop here, right? Isn't this blocking the road? Yang Dahai wanted to park the car in the courtyard of Yang Ming's villa, but he saw that Yang Ming's courtyard was already full of cars. Two BMW X5s, an Audi A5, an Audi R8, and an Audi A6 had already filled the courtyard of the villa. One car couldn't fit in. Let's park in Yanyan's villa. Yang Ming said, Dad, wait. I will call Yanyan out. As Yang Ming said this, he quickly walked into the villa. The one who opened the door for Yang Ming was Sister Lin. Everyone was busy cooking at the moment. When they saw Yang Ming coming back, they stopped. Everyone guessed that it might be Yang's father and mother Yang. They couldn't help but be nervous. Except for Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia, who had met with Yang's father and mother Yang many times, these people couldn't help but be nervous. Lan Ling, who had been recognized by Yang's father and mother Yang before, behaved well at this time. However, she had a cheerful personality. She smiled and didn't worry about anything. So when she saw that everyone was nervous, she said, "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are here. Let's go out and welcome them." With Lan Ling's interference, the original tense atmosphere was relaxed. "Ling Ling, since you are so bold, why don't you go first?" Sun Jie smiled. Lan Ling was originally a cheerful person. In just one afternoon, she was familiar with the people except Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia. It was easy for her to get along well with them. At this time, she wasn't nervous. "I will go. But whoever shows her face more will be favored in the future." "Hee, okay, Ling Ling, then you go. You are the youngest, so it is normal to be favored the most." Chen Mingyan smiled. Lan Ling's age was there. Even Chen Mingyan didn't want to compete with her. Anyway, she was a little sister. It was fine to give in to her. "None of you should go out. Although we don't care about anything now, it's too eye-catching to go out together like this. We have to consider what my parents think. It'll be weird if other people see us like this. So, just wait in the living room." Yang Ming said, "Yan Yan, you come with me and open the door of your villa. There is no place for the car to park." "Me? I will give you the key." "I won't go." "Out." Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned and shook her head. She had never met Yang Ming's parents. Although they were officially married, she was embarrassed to take the initiative to go out at this time. "Why, Yan Yan? Aren't you the most courageous? Just now, you were holding a knife and even wanted to kill the fatty. Now, you are scared?" Yang Ming said with a smile. Then I will go. What can I do?" Wang Xiaoyan was provoked by Yang Ming, but she was confident instead. "At most, I will be scolded. How can I die? I will go." "Hee, you don't even know how to scold, let alone die." Yang Ming took Wang Xiaoyan's hand and walked out of the villa. "Dad, Mom, this is Yan Yan." Yang Ming said with a smile, "Her identity is very special. Her kung fu is also very good. She is my right-hand woman. I have carried out many missions with her in the past." Yang Ming said this to emphasize Wang Xiaoyan's position in his heart so that his parents wouldn't treat her as an ordinary vase. Yang's father and mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words. They really looked at Wang Xiaoyan with admiration. She is really a valiant and beautiful girl. She is likable at first glance. No wonder Yang Ming wants to keep her by his side. Mother Yang smiled and looked at Wang Xiaoyan. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Yang Dehai didn't care. Anyway, Yang Ming liked her. If it didn't affect the harmony of the family, it wasn't a big deal to have one more girl. "Uncle, Auntie." Wang Xiaoyan greeted them respectfully. Good. Mother Yang smiled from ear to ear. Then, she suddenly remembered a very important matter. "Right, old Yang, did you bring money?" "Bring money? Bring what money?" Yang Dehai was stunned after listening. "Change the payment." Mother Yang said, "Mingyan, Jiyun, and Jejia have all given money. We can't not give them money, right? What about Qingqing and Yan Yan?" "Mom, we are a family. We don't need to talk about a change fee. We are not short of money." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening. "So, Qingqing and Yan Yan can change their words now? How can that be?" "This is a rule. Others have it, but Qingqing and Yan Yan don't." "That won't do." Mother Yang said, "Old Yang, go to the bank and withdraw 20,000 yuan. Wrap it in a red envelope." "Okay, I will go now." Yang Dehai nodded and said, "Mom, 20,000, I'm afraid it's not enough." After Yang Ming heard his mother's words, he suddenly smiled bitterly. "Not enough? Mother Yang was stunned. Meng Yan and the others only gave 10,000 yuan each. If it was more, our family could afford it, but wouldn't that be unfair? Auntie, when Yang Ming said that it wasn't enough, he didn't mean that the amount of 10,000 yuan wasn't enough. Rather, it wasn't just the two of us who were waiting for the change fee. There were other people in the family. Xiaoqing explained with a smile. There are other people? Then, old Yang, don't go first. Let me ask Big Ming first. Mother Yang quickly stopped Yang Ming's footsteps and asked Yang Ming, Big Ming, what's going on? How many people are there? Mom, there are still. Yang Ming couldn't count for a while. He didn't know if Lu Huamei counted, so he could only smile bitterly. Mom, this is the change fee. We're not in a hurry today. You and Dad can come in first. At most, we can let them change their words first. Then, we can give them a red envelope later. If that's the case, that's the only way. Yang Ming had no choice but to nod and let Yang Dehai park the car. Then, everyone walked into the villa together. As soon as they entered the villa, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were shocked by the situation in the villa's living room. They saw a row of beautiful girls standing at the door in order. Every one of them was a first-class little beauty. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. However, no matter how slow Mother Yang's reaction was, she understood that this was what Yang Ming meant by 20,000 was not enough. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. The girls greeted Yang Dehai and Mother Yang respectfully. Chen Mengyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun had already changed their words. However, at this time, they bowed respectfully but didn't speak in order to not highlight their special status. Good, good. Although Mother Yang was shocked, she was also overjoyed. With so many daughters-in-law, how many grandsons and granddaughters would she have? At that time, she could open a kindergarten herself. How cool would it be if she appointed herself as the head of the kindergarten? Hello. Yang Dehai was a person who had seen the world. At this moment, although his heart was shocked, his face was calm and kind. He nodded to the girls. Big Ming, why don't you introduce them to us one by one? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Big Ming, is this all of them? There's no more, right? Otherwise, I'd better prepare this red packet. Ugh. Actually, there is one more, but she didn't come back. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Suya? Mother Yang saw that Suya wasn't among these people, so she asked. Not her. It's another one called Xianxia. You may have heard of this name. Her matter had attracted a lot of attention in our Songjiang city. Yang Ming said. Xianxia. Mother Yang frowned. She was familiar, but she didn't have much of an impression. Xianxia? Yang Dehai had an impression. After all, Mingyang Heavy Industry was also a brother company of the Mingyang Group. He had heard a lot of things that happened at Mingyang Entertainment. Is it the girl who was molested by a group of bullies and then jumped down the building and broke her legs in order to not be humiliated? That's her. Yang Ming nodded and said, this girl's life experience is very pitiful, and the matter at the beginning was a bit strange. As Yang Ming spoke, he explained the matter with Xianxia to his parents again, as well as the treatment of her legs. He also told them about it. It turned out to be like this. Since Mingyan didn't say anything, we can't say anything as elders. Mother Yang nodded and said, this girl is very pitiful. Big Ming, if you have time, you should pick her up. Moreover, since you already have the confidence to treat her legs, you should visit her earlier. If it was anyone else, they would have a knot in their heart because of this matter. I know. I will go to Songshan City tomorrow and pick her up. Yang Ming nodded and said. That's good. Mother Yang nodded. Now, let's introduce everyone here first. Do you want to introduce Ming Yan, or do you want to introduce yourself, Yang Ming? Dad, Mom, let me say it first. Ming Yan and the others can add in the parts that I didn't say completely. Yang Ming wasn't willing to use others to talk about this matter. It was better to say it himself. And then you quickly say it. Your dad and I can't wait. Mother Yang nodded and said. Dad, Mom, I will start from the beginning. Ming Yin, Zhiyun, and Jiejia, you all know these three people, so I won't say much. Yang Ming said, and Ling Ling is the same. I won't say it. You all know about Qing Qing's life, so I won't say it. I will start with Yan Yan. The reason why my kung fu is so powerful is that I have a master. My master is called Fang Tian, but he also has a nickname, the King of Assassins. Yang Ming said, and I am his disciple. What, the King of Assassins? Yang Dehai, Mother Yang, and the others were stunned. Yes, it is the King of Assassins. He and Yan Yan's father were sworn brothers in the past. Currently, he and Yan Yan's aunt have a good relationship. As Yang Ming said, he talked about how he worshipped Fang Tian as his master and how he knew Wan Xiaoyan. Of course, some details in the middle were omitted. He only said that Wan Xiaoyan was assassinated when she was in Macau. As for Fang Tian's matter, Fatty and the others weren't unfamiliar with it. After all, Yang Ming's mission this time was very dangerous. These people in the family had also publicized their relationship and cooperated sincerely. They wanted to guard the rear camp for Yang Ming. Especially after the photo incident, Fang Tian's identity was exposed. However, these didn't matter. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it. Yang Ming was about to move to a private island. As for his identity, there was nothing to hide. Besides, Yang Ming killed Elder Yu. It was impossible to be low-key. Elder Yu, a mysterious overlord who was invulnerable, was killed by Yang Ming. Then, how could Yang Ming be low-key? After Mother Yang heard about Wan Xiaoyan's life and that Yang Ming was the king of assassins, she couldn't help but be amazed. Yang Ming's encounters were simply legendary. They didn't expect that Yang Ming actually achieved such impressive results in a short period of time. After that, Yang Ming introduced other people to his parents. When Yang Ming introduced Zhao Ying was shy and ashamed. Her former identity was Yang Ming's teacher. Although in this enlightened era, a teacher-student relationship wasn't unacceptable. This wasn't ancient times. It wasn't the era of Yang Gua and Xiao Longnu, but Zhao Ying was still afraid that Yang Dehai and Mother Yang would look down on her. However, Yang Ming's introduction was also detailed. Mother Yang heard that Zhao Ying quit her job for Yang Ming. In order to close the gap between them, she applied for graduate school. She couldn't help but admire, Ying, you are really a girl who dares to love and hate. It's really not easy to make such a decision. But it's also good. You and Yang Ming are now classmates. Even if your former high school classmates know, it's not a big deal. But, your relationship with Qing Qing needs to be resolved quickly. Although you and Qing Qing aren't direct teachers and students, after all, she is also your dean. If others say something unpleasant, I don't care about your father and I, but you have to think about your godfather and godmother. Mom, you can rest assured. This matter has already been arranged properly. Yang Ming smiled and said, when I left for Miaojiang to perform the mission, the school should have been arranged properly. Brother Xia should have already told godfather, right? Yes, Captain Xia Bingbao has already arranged it. Yang Ming has now graduated early. Of course, because of Yang Ming's relationship, the girls around Yang Ming will also graduate early. Lu Weishan said, as for Qing Qing, I have already told her that when Yang Ming comes back, she will resign. There will be no other troublesome things. Mother Yang heard that everything was arranged properly, and she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was still worried. Yang Ming had already arranged everything. Yang Ming had grown up. He was no longer the child of the past. Yang Ming introduced Sun Jia, Jing Xiaolu, Huang Lele, and others. Sun Jia had the image of a capable strong woman. Jing Xiaolu was now the standard white-collar image. Both of them were natural and unrestrained. How could Mother Yang think that Sun Jia was usually a vixen? And Jing Xiaolu used to be a delinquent girl? Of course, for these, Yang Ming did not say in detail, and he would not say it. For this kind of thing, it was enough for Yang Ming to know it himself. There was no need for his parents to know. As for Huang Lele, Mother Yang heard that she had been interning in the airline company to help Yang Ming build and manage the airport on Island X. She was even more fond of her. She felt that the women around Yang Ming were more capable than the other. None of them was just a pretty face. And this is Chen Mingxi. Her original name is Victoria. She is a slave that Yan Yan and I rescued when we were performing a mission. Yang Ming pointed to Victoria and said, she is also my woman. After she came here, she changed her name to Chen Mingxi. She claimed to be a relative of Chen Mingyan. In fact, she is very powerful. She is the bodyguard of Chen Mingyan and the others. The relationship between Victoria and Yang Ming was actually very strange. Yang Ming also knew that since Victoria had recognized him as her master, it was impossible for her to become someone else's slave in this life, and it was impossible for her to marry someone else. Therefore, Victoria's final destination was actually best to be with Yang Ming. This was a fact that Chen Mingyan and others had already accepted. Moreover, Victoria also regarded herself as a slave and servant. She never interfered with Chen Mingyan's affairs. Whatever Chen Mingyan said, she carried it out meticulously, so Chen Mingyan had no ill will toward her. Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Yang Ming's slave. You don't have to mind me. I won't fight for anything. Chen Mingxi was a person of few words. She had this kind of character. After she finished speaking, she stood quietly and did not speak. Her self-introduction was just as Yang Ming imagined. She claimed to be a slave. Usually, she didn't communicate with everyone. She just stayed in her room. When everyone called her, she would come out. To get along, Chen Mingxi only had a little communication with Chen Mingyan and Wan Xiaoyan. Usually, she was always sullen. Ah? That won't do. What kind of slave? Our family doesn't like this. Once you enter the family, I will treat you equally. I will treat you as my daughter-in-law. Mingyan, as your mother-in-law, I shouldn't care about your affairs, but I hope you don't bully Chen Mingxi, said Mother Yang. Mother Yang obviously misunderstood the relationship between Victoria and Yang Ming. She thought that they were playing a maid game. In one sentence, she positioned Victoria as her daughter-in-law. Mom, am I that kind of person? Chen Mingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I treat Chen Mingxi as a sister, but she insisted that she was Yang Ming's slave. I can't do anything about it. Chen Mingyan had already accepted Victoria and tacitly accepted her existence in her life. Since Mother Yang had already treated Victoria as her daughter-in-law, then Chen Mingyan had no need to be the bad guy. Okay, Victoria, you're not a slave in the future. You should interact more with Mingyan and the others. Don't be too unsociable. Yang Ming could only say to Victoria when he saw his mother looking at him. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't have much feelings for Victoria. At most, he would develop feelings for her over time. However, since he had accepted her, he couldn't treat her as a slave anymore. Okay. Victoria listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded directly. In the end, Yang Ming's gaze fell on Lu Huamei. It was easy for Yang Ming to introduce other people, but how could he introduce Lu Huamei? Yang Ming's relationship with Lu Huamei wasn't as deep as his relationship with Xianxia, but Lu Huamei was also attending his family banquet. This was Lu Huamei's attitude, a firm attitude. Since she was here, it was enough to see her choice. Moreover, Yang Ming had told her a lot of secrets about himself before. It wouldn't be right if he didn't accept her now. Auntie, let me introduce myself. Lu Huamei saw Yang Ming looking at her, but she took the initiative to stand up and said, my name is Lu Huamei. I'm not Yang Ming's wife yet. I should say that I'm Yang Ming's woman-to-be. In the beginning, I agreed to be Yang Ming's woman because I wanted Yang Ming to do me a favor. I'm not someone who goes back on my words, so I have to fulfill my promise. Child, if there's nothing between you and Yang Ming, then I'll make the decision. You don't have to do this. You can leave whenever you want. No one can force you. Mother Yang quickly said after hearing Lu Huamei's words, as for Big Ming helping you, that's because he enjoys helping others. How can this be a condition? Auntie, you've misunderstood. Lu Huamei smiled bitterly after hearing Mother Yang's words. At first, I did have the thought of repaying his kindness. But now, I'm his pursuer and admirer. As my contact with Yang Ming increased, and I heard a lot about Yang Ming, I couldn't help but fall in love with him. I think that if I leave him, I will definitely regret it. I will never find such an outstanding man again. If that's the case, why should I give up? That's why I shamelessly followed you here today. Auntie, please help me persuade Yang Ming to accept me as well. Ugh. Mother Yang widened her eyes as she listened to Lu Huamei's words and looked at her firm expression. She didn't know what to say. Is my son that good? There are already so many women, but there's still one who wants to enter the family like a moth to a flame. However, Mother Yang couldn't say anything about this. She was an elder after all. Whether she accepted Lu Huamei or not still depended on Yang Ming's opinion. She couldn't force her son, right? So Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming and asked, Big Ming, I think this girl is pretty good. She's beautiful and generous. The rarest thing is that she keeps her promise. She dares to love and hate. What do you think? Although Mother Yang didn't explicitly agree to Lu Huamei's matter, her words were full of praise for Lu Huamei. She wanted Yang Ming to accept her. How could Yang Ming not understand his mother's meaning? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Mom, since I can let her come here and tell her some of our family's secrets in front of her, it means that I have accepted her. Hee, I actually have a good impression of her. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Feelings can be cultivated slowly. The most important thing is that Ming Yan didn't object. Why should I object? Anyway, Lu Huamei is very good at doing business. Our family doesn't lack anything except people to manage the business. When we go to Island X in the future, it's impossible to rely on Sun Jia and Xiaolu to manage everything. It's not bad to have Lu Huamei join us. Lu Huamei was relieved when she heard Yang Ming admit that he had accepted her. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to like her very much. She was a little depressed. Why did I fall in love with him, but he still hasn't fallen in love with me? However, thinking about it, this was also a challenge for her. It was quite interesting to make Yang Ming fall in love with her. She was closer to Jing Xiaolu, so she was very clear about Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming's relationship history. How could Lu Huamei not know how difficult it was for Jing Xiaolu to change from someone Yang Ming hated to someone Yang Ming liked? Her starting point was much higher than Jing Xiaolu's. She didn't believe that she, Lu Huamei, couldn't do what Jing Xiaolu did. Okay, the introductions are over. Let's eat. Chen Mingyan greeted, Dad, Mom, Brother Tianqi, Sister-in-law Xiaojing, let's eat. Today is really a family feast. Lu Weishan, Chu Huifeng, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Xiaojing weren't outsiders, so there was no need to be polite. At this moment, Yang Ming's super-large dining table showed its advantage. Chen Mingyan asked Sun Jia to customize this dining table shortly after Yang Ming left because there were too many women in the family. The previous dining table couldn't fit all of them. After Yang Ming came back, Yang Ming's parents, and so on, they needed a bigger dining table. Therefore, this dining table was designed to be a combination dining table that could fit 30 people. When there were fewer people, there would be fewer combinations. When there were more people, there would be more combinations. Anyway, this villa was very spacious. They could just set it up casually in the living room. Therefore, after the family sat down, they started to eat the reunion dinner. Everyone was family, so they didn't have to be so particular and didn't have to be polite with each other. The meal lasted for 3 to 4 hours. At the dining table, Mother Yang was also familiar with Yang Ming's women. Of course, this was also because Yang Ming's women deliberately flattered her. Moreover, everyone changed their greetings. They called Yang Ming's parents Mom and Dad, and called Lu Weishan and Chu Huifeng Godfather and Godmother. Even Lu Huamei and Victoria, who had always been silent, were no exception. Even Victoria knew how to please Mother Yang. This surprised the women. It turned out that Victoria wasn't stupid. However, the meal was almost finished. Yang Ming also had a very important thing to tell everyone. Although it was just a reunion today and these words would affect everyone's mood, Yang Ming had to say it because Yang Ming didn't have much time to stay at home this time. Yang Ming came back this time to reunite with Chen Mingyan at home and accompany his parents for a few days. He was about to embark on a new journey. The Central and Dr. Benjamin's matter had not been resolved yet, so Yang Ming couldn't relax. In this trip to Miaojiang, Dong Jun was the one who contributed the most in dealing with Elder Yu. It could be said that Elder Yu's current situation was entirely due to Dong Jun's contribution. Yang Ming also promised Dong Jun that he would help Dong Jun deal with the Central and Dr. Benjamin after returning. Yang Ming couldn't break his promise. Although Yang Ming could delay it for a few days, Yang Ming had experienced this mission to deal with Elder Yu in Miaojiang. He also experienced the feeling of not being able to deal with Elder Yu, so Yang Ming understood Dong Jun's feelings very well. Most likely, Dong Jun was the same as Yang Ming at this moment. They were very anxious, and each day felt like a year. As long as Benjamin's matter was not resolved, he and his sister, Alice, could not take it lightly and live a peaceful life. Therefore, Yang Ming must help Dong Jun solve this matter as soon as possible. Therefore, Yang Ming had to say, Dad, Mom, Godfather, Godmother, second brother, sister-in-law, and my wives, I have something to tell you in advance. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he paused. Although he was very embarrassed, he had no choice. Big Ming, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Mother Yang looked at Yang Ming with some doubts and asked. Things are like this. Yang Ming sighed. After coming back this time, I may not stay for a few days. I have to leave. You still have to leave? Mother Yang suddenly froze and frowned. What's wrong? Isn't this the last mission? Why do you still have to leave? This mission is indeed the last mission of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but I'm not leaving for the mission this time. I'm leaving to help a friend. Yang Ming said, second brother and second sister-in-law should already know what it is. Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing naturally nodded. They knew about Dong Jun's matter. They also knew that Yang Ming wanted to help Dong Jun after coming back this time, so it was not unusual for Yang Ming to leave again. Dong Jun? Wang Xiaoyan immediately guessed Yang Ming's intentions. Wang Xiaoyan also understood Dong Jun's thoughts and intentions the most. Chen Mingyan and the others were no strangers to Dong Jun. At this time, when they heard Wang Xiaoyan, they roughly understood it. Yes, it's Dong Jun. Yang Ming nodded. This time, in the Miaojiang operation, Dong Jun's contribution is great because of the reason why I can successfully deal with Elder Yu. Without Dong Jun, I may not be able to complete the mission for a long time. Second brother and second sister-in-law are also deeply aware of this. Yes, how long have Xiaojing and I been away from home? My parents know. For so many years, we have been trapped in Miaojiang's Elder Yu's territory. We can't leave. If it weren't for Yang Ming and Dong Jun, we wouldn't be able to come back now. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, Dong Jun's contribution in this operation is indeed great. Is Dong Jun's matter very troublesome and difficult to deal with? Mother Yang did not stop after listening, but asked. It's hard to say now. If it's fast, it may be done in a few days. If it's slow, it may take a while. Yang Ming said, but no matter what, I have to go abroad. You still have to go abroad. Mother Yang was a little worried after listening. Will it be dangerous? There definitely won't be any danger. Yang Ming smiled and said, Mom, now your son has inherited Elder Yu's skill. I am invulnerable. Don't look at me like a normal person now. When I encounter danger, the super-modified version of Jin Gang Voodoo can be activated passively. If you don't believe me, you can try to cut me with a knife and you will know. Ah? Mother Yang was very surprised after listening to Yang Ming's words. You mean, you are invulnerable now? Isn't that the same as Superman? Almost. Yang Ming thought about it. He was really similar to Superman. Not only was he invulnerable, but he also had X-ray vision and telescopic vision. What was the difference between this and Superman? Auntie, I can testify to this. Now, there is almost nothing that can hurt Yang Ming. Lu Tianqi said, so Yang Ming is going to help this time. It is only a matter of time. Let's see if it is troublesome, and if there is any danger. It is good that there is no danger. Mother Yang was most afraid of danger. When she heard Yang Ming say it before, she was a little skeptical. However, with Lu Tianqi's testimony, she didn't doubt that it was fake. It was just that Yang Ming's superhuman ability shocked her. Then, when you go out this time, will it be the same as before? You can't contact your family? Asked Yang Dehai. This time, naturally, it won't be. I can contact them at any time. Yang Ming said, moreover, if I want to come back, I can come back at any time. There are no restrictions. That's good. In this case, Dong Jun has helped you so much. He is asking you for help. You should do your best. Yang Dahai said, you don't have to care about our feelings. When your matter is over, it will be the time for us to reunite. Yeah, it just so happens that Sister Xianxia and I are helping our dad to slowly transfer the company and industry to X Island. Since you have decided to settle in X Island with us, we have to prepare for a period of time in advance. Chen Mengyan also said, and during this time, you can't help much. It just so happens that we are busy with our own things, and you are busy with yours. We won't delay anything. Ugh. Yang Ming originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time convincing his family and his wives, but he didn't expect everyone to be very open-minded. They were very supportive of him helping Dong Jun. There was no objection at all. This made Yang Ming very gratified. Well, it's settled. I will do it in the next few days. The sooner I solve it, the better. When everything is solved, we will go to X Island in seclusion. Things were settled like this. After dinner, Lu Weishan's family and the fatty left first, while Yang Dahai and Mother Yang stayed here. Anyway, there were many rooms. However, because this villa was the love nest of Chen Mengyan and the other women and Yang Ming, Yang Dahai and Mother Yang also knew that Yang Ming and the other women were definitely newlyweds. They wouldn't be able to rest tonight. As parents-in-law, they didn't want to be an eyesore here, so they decided to go to Wang Xiaoyan's villa later. Now, Yang Dahai and Sun Jia were discussing the migration of the company and industry, and Mother Yang was chatting with the other women. After the meal, the girls and Mother Yang were familiar with each other. Now, they had changed their address from auntie to mother. This made Mother Yang smile from ear to ear. She planned to build a super kindergarten after going to X Island. Then, she would personally serve as the principal. How happy would that be? They chatted until 11 o'clock in the evening. It was almost time. Although Yang Dahai still had a lot of things to confirm with Sun Jia and Jing Xiaolu, and Mother Yang still had a lot of questions to ask the girls, she also knew that her son had just returned. He would definitely be intimate with the girls at night. How could she, as a mother-in-law, delay them? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Every minute of the spring night was worth 1,000 gold, so Yang Dahai and Mother Yang stood up and prepared to leave when they saw that it was almost time. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan sent Yang Dahai and Mother Yang to the villa next door. Dad, Mom, this is Yan Yan's villa, but Yan Yan will definitely live with me in the future, so this villa is empty. You can live here. Yang Ming said, see if you need anything. I will ask someone to buy it for you. Big Ming, you don't have to trouble yourself. I think this place is very good. It doesn't lack anything, just some kitchenware. Tomorrow, I will ask the driver, Little Wang, to buy it. You have a lot of things to do. How can I trouble you? Yang Dahai looked at the villa and was very satisfied. This was originally a place where Wang Xiaoyan lived as a girl. It was clean and tidy. Many of the furniture were new. The electrical appliances were also new. They had not been used much. In addition to the room on the second floor where Wang Xiaoyan lived, there was also a gym. Most of the other rooms were empty. They just needed to be simply decorated. Little Wang? You mean Wang Lin? When Yang Ming heard the name, he remembered his former driver. After he left, he introduced him to his father to drive. He didn't expect that his father still needed him. Little Wang is a good person. His driving skills are also good. His legs are diligent, but I usually drive to and from work. Little Wang just drives me out when I am in the company. Yang Dahai said. Yang Dahai now had 2 cars. One was the Audi A8 that he was currently driving, and the other was the newly bought Mercedes-Benz S60OL. The S60OL was driven by Little Wang. I haven't seen him in a long time, I'll ask him to drive me to Songshan tomorrow. Yang Ming said emotionally. Alright, I will talk to him tomorrow. Yang Dahai nodded. As for the rooms here, I won't touch yours and Yin Yan's. I won't touch your training room either, in case you don't have a place to stay when you return. Mother Yang had already walked around the villa and was very satisfied. This was a big house. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. However, she was a little worried. Big Ming, how is the security here? There shouldn't be any bad guys at night, right? When Yang Ming heard his mother's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you can rest assured. Let's not talk about the security here. They are all the subordinates of Xiaolu's company. They will focus on patrolling around here. Wang Xiaoyan explained, but let's not talk about this first. Yang Ming was afraid that it wouldn't be safe in my house, so he completely remodeled the security system. Unless it was an assassin like me and Yang Ming, who could sneak in, if it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible to come in. Then I'm relieved. Mother Yang listened and nodded. Otherwise, such a big house is really a little scary. Even if this isn't the case, Yan Yan lives next door. Her alertness isn't ordinary. Most likely, before the bad guys could get close to you, they would be killed by Yan Yan. Yang Ming said. You make it sound so scary. Kill. As Mother Yang spoke until here, she thought about it. Which of her son's missions wasn't scarier than these little thieves? So, she shook her head and said, okay, you go back first. You don't have to accompany me and your dad. Both of us also enjoy our life. This villa is very good. We have to visit it. Okay, then we will go back. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, there are candles in the kitchen. You can play candlelight supper. Haha, good. Yang Dehai laughed. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan returned to the villa, but they found that the living room was empty. There was no one. This situation made Yang Ming feel a little strange. Where is everyone? What do you think? Wang Xiaoyan smiled and said, they are all waiting for you upstairs. Ugh, it can't be? Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be like this, but he was surprised and happy. But they didn't call me. Really? Wang Xiaoyan said with some dissatisfaction, forget it. I am going to take a shower. You go upstairs first. Let's shower together. Yang Ming smiled. Wang Xiaoyan hesitated and nodded. She thought to herself, who asked you not to wait for me? But the latecomer is still the most popular. Early the next morning, only Yang Ming got up. The others, including Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria who had undergone professional training, lazily slept in. However, Yang Ming was full of energy. He didn't know if it was because of the simplified version of the Vigor Voodoo. Anyway, Yang Ming seemed to be full of energy. This was the case when he had not practiced the mental cultivation method that Mo Kongwen gave him. Yang Ming thought that if he practiced the mental cultivation method that Mo Kongwen gave him, would he be more energetic? Yang Ming called Little Wang. Unexpectedly, Little Wang had already driven to the door of Yang Ming's villa. Little Wang, long time no see. How are you? Are you and your girlfriend okay? Yang Ming smiled and nodded to Little Wang. Little Wang drove the Mercedes-Benz S60OL today. When he saw Yang Ming, he quickly got out of the car and helped Yang Ming open the door of the front passenger seat. Brother Yang, you are back. My girlfriend and I are married. I really have to thank Brother Yang for this. If it weren't for Brother Yang giving me this opportunity, I reckon that my mother-in-law would have broken us up long ago. Don't even mention marriage. My dad has always used you. It means that you are a very good person. Do your best. Yang Ming nodded and said, let's go. Let's go to Songshan City. Songshan City Medical University. Songshan City Medical University? Okay, Brother Yang. Little Wang nodded. After getting in the car, he used the navigation to find the place Yang Ming was going. Yang Ming nodded. Because Yang Ming had already told Chen Mingyan and the others last night that he was going to visit Xianxia today, he didn't say anything in the morning. He didn't want to disturb their rest. Little Wang's driving skills had improved a lot. He shuttled nimbly in the traffic and soon got on the highway, heading straight in the direction of Songshan City. Yang Ming closed his eyes and began to think about the next step of the plan. After Xianxia's matter was dealt with, Yang Ming and Dong Jun were going to discuss how to deal with Dr. Benjamin. Dong Jun left first. I don't know if Dong Jun has found a way to deal with Dr. Benjamin. If Dr. Benjamin is sensible, then it's best. If not, maybe I will have to deal with him for a while. Brother Yang, we are here. Little Wang's voice sounded. Yang Ming recovered and found that they had arrived at Songshan Medical University. Yang Ming asked Little Wang to stop the car at the door of Guan Shuimin's villa and said, "You wait for me here. If I don't come out at noon, you can go nearby and eat something by yourself." "It's okay, Brother Yang. Don't worry about me. I will wait for you here. When I am hungry, I will order KFC takeout." Little Wang laughed. As a driver, Little Wang also had the rules and awareness of being a driver. When Yang Dehai took him out to do things, he usually didn't leave the car. He would buy snacks nearby. If there were no snacks, he would order takeout. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. No wonder father values Little Wang more. It seems that there is a reason. Little Wang is a good person. When the doorbell rang, Auntie Lu opened the door. Auntie Lu knew Yang Ming, so she didn't ask much and let Yang Ming into the house. Guan Shuimin was reading in the study upstairs at the moment. When he heard the doorbell, he knew that there was a guest. When he went downstairs, he saw Yang Ming coming in. "Big Ming, you are here." Guan Shuimin saw Yang Ming and was very happy and enthusiastic. After all, through Yang Ming, he contacted Lin Dongfeng again. He learned a lot from Lin Dongfeng about the medical skills to treat Xin Yuxi's leg. "And, Uncle Guan, is Xiaoxiang here?" asked Yang Ming. "Xiaoxiang." When Guan Shuimin mentioned Guan Xiaoxiang, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "You know. Last time, because I didn't support his business, he had a quarrel with me and didn't come back to live." "Ah?" Yang Ming was stunned. "It can't be. What about his pharmaceutical company?" "He's doing very well. With your support, he's doing very well. Whether it's in terms of funding or connections, your subordinates are taking good care of him." Guan Shuimin smiled bitterly. "Now, I'm afraid he listens to you the most. Then I will call him and let him come back." Yang Ming decided to talk to Guan Xiaoxiang. There was a reason why Guan Shuimin didn't support him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do business well and ruin Guan Shuimin's reputation. In the end, he wouldn't get anything. Shuimin shook his head. "That's fine. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to see him. This kid, I will talk to him later." As Yang Ming said this, he dialed Guan Xiaoxiang's phone. Although Yang Ming and Guan Xiaoxiang were about the same age, in front of Guan Xiaoxiang, he acted like an older brother. "Boss?" Guan Xiaoxiang had always saved Yang Ming's phone number, but he also knew that Yang Ming was on a very important mission and couldn't contact the outside world. So when he received a call from Yang Ming, Guan Xiaoxiang was surprised and happy. "It's me." "Where are you?" asked Yang Ming lightly. I am at the company." Guan Xiaoxiang heard that Yang Ming's tone wasn't very good. He was a little confused and worried. He quickly asked, "Boss, what's wrong? You are so powerful now. You are all grown up. Why don't you come back and see Uncle Guan? Now, immediately, bring your girlfriend back here." Yang Ming said. "Don't think that you can do some business by yourself. If it weren't for Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan's connections, what could you have done? Uncle Guan did it for your own good. He was afraid that you would fail. Now that you have success, you think you made the right choice? Let me tell you, you have your own ability, but do you believe that I can make you lose everything tomorrow?" Guan Xiaoxiang didn't expect Yang Ming to be so angry. He was a little stunned. "Boss? I will wait at your house." Yang Ming finished and directly hung up the phone. Yang Ming sighed. He had more experience than Guan Xiaoxiang. He was also more mature. He deeply understood the expectations and worries of parents for their children. So he knew that it wasn't that Guan Xiaoxiang was stingy. He didn't let Guan Xiaoxiang use his name to start a company, but he was afraid that Guan Xiaoxiang would be cheated. But now, with Yang Ming's people helping him pave the way, and the funds were ready, it was impossible for the company not to start. But all of this wasn't due to Guan Xiaoxiang's own efforts. It could be said that without Yang Ming's help, even if he could succeed, he would have to put in 10 times more effort and take many more detours. Guan Shuamin didn't expect Yang Ming to lose his temper over the phone, but he felt refreshed and relieved. His son didn't listen to him when he talked to him. He thought that he was being sarcastic because he was jealous of him. But now that Yang Ming said so, Guan Shuamin would understand that he was doing it for his own good. "Oh, Uncle Guan, I let you see a joke. If I wasn't strict, this kid would be easy to get complacent." Yang Ming laughed. "When your business is successful and you have money, you like to be arrogant. I've also been through this phase. I understand Guan Xiaoxiang's feelings, but I've adjusted myself." "I understand. You scolded him well," Guan Shuamin said. "Actually, I wanted to scold him too, but when I did, it was that little brat Guan Xiaoxiang who hung up on me. Now that you're scolding him, it's you who hung up after scolding him, but he doesn't dare to hang up on you. Everything has its vanquisher." "Oh, I can't help it. I can only be the bad guy." Yang Ming shrugged and said helplessly. "Right, Yushi is resting upstairs. Why don't you go and see her?" Guan Shuamin said. "Let's wait. There's no rush. We'll wait for Xiaoxiang to come back." Since Yang Ming was already there, he wasn't in a hurry. He had already learned all of Lin Dongfeng's medical skills. All that was left was to practice and experience. However, when it came to treating Xin Yushi's leg, Yang Ming was very confident. Lin Dongfeng had helped him concoct a medicinal liquid when he was in the Medicine Valley. It could stimulate and restore the nervous system. With acupuncture, Xin Yushi's leg could be restored to its original state. As for acupuncture, Yang Ming wasn't afraid. Although Yang Ming's acupuncture skills weren't as proficient as Lin Dongfeng's, Yang Ming's ability to recognize acupuncture points wasn't worse than Lin Dongfeng's. Not to mention that Yang Ming had X-ray vision, just the ability to recognize acupuncture points was something that Yang Ming had learned very well when he was training with Feng Tian. Therefore, Yang Ming was very confident in treating Xin Yushi. It was basically a piece of cake, so Yang Ming was not in a hurry to go upstairs. Guan Xiaoxiang would probably be back soon, and Yang Ming would have to come down after going upstairs. If Xin Yushi were to be separated from Yang Ming right after meeting him, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. So, Yang Ming decided not to let her know first. He would go upstairs later and spend more time with Xin Yushi. Since Yang Ming had already decided to accept Xin Yushi, he naturally had to treat her better and not disappoint her again. "All right." Guan Shuamin nodded and said, "Do you have a good idea about Yushi's legs?" "Yes, Brother Lin has already taught me all of his medical skills," Yang Ming said. "I'm very confident in treating Xin Yushi. Brother Lin also said that Yushi's legs can be treated with a medicinal liquid that stimulates and repairs the nerves. With acupuncture, it's basically a piece of cake." Acupuncture is a broad and profound field of study. Although I know this method, I can't put it into practice. Also, I can't make that kind of medicine. I heard that there are several very rare herbs in it. If you don't plant them, it's very difficult to buy them." Guan Shuamin sighed. "That's true. These herbs were planted by us in Miaojiang's Medicine Valley." Yang Ming said, "Also, there's a kind of herb that must be used when it's fresh. If it's dried, it won't have the same effect." As the two of them were talking, the doorbell rang outside the villa. Aunt Lu went to open the door. It was Guan Xiaoxiang with his girlfriend, Xiao Lan. Guan Xiaoxiang lowered his head and carefully held Xiao Lan's hand as they walked into the villa. When he saw Yang Ming sitting on the sofa, he was a little scared and didn't dare to raise his head. "Boss?" "Huh? Your girlfriend is pregnant?" Yang Ming looked at Xiao Lan in surprise. Xiao Lan's stomach was already very big, and it looked like she was going to give birth soon. He didn't expect that Guan Xiaoxiang would be a father after going out for a while. Yang Ming wondered if it was time for him to work hard. Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, all of his friends were about to become parents one after another, but he was the only one who didn't. However, he had to wait until the matter between Central and Dr. Benjamin was over. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't be able to calm down. "Yeah. Boss?" Guan Xiaoxiang was worried that he couldn't find a topic to talk about when Yang Ming started talking about Xiao Lan. Guan Xiaoxiang quickly said, "Boss, didn't you want to arrange a betrothal between me and Xiao Lan's child? Our child is a little princess. Did your disciple receive it?" "No, not yet." Only then did Yang Ming remember that he had mentioned this to Guan Xiaoxiang before. If Guan Xiaoxiang hadn't brought it up, Yang Ming would have forgotten about it. Thinking of how Feng Tian had tricked him, Yang Ming also wanted to trick his disciple, so Yang Ming said, "But this matter is settled. I will make an appointment first." "Of course, no problem." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded and said, "Let Xiaolan sit down and rest first." Yang Ming saw that Xiaolan was pregnant, so he didn't say much to Guan Xiaoxiang. He just said, "I heard that you haven't been going home recently?" "Thank you, boss." Xiaolan thanked him shyly, then sat on the sofa and said helplessly, "Xiaoxiang is just sulking. In fact, I have advised him. You see, you're not as good as your girlfriend. I should call you wife. You're not as generous as your wife." Yang Ming said, "What are you thinking about every day? Uncle Guan didn't let you use his name to do business. It was actually for your own good. He was afraid that you would be cheated. You don't have the funds, and you don't have the skills. Do you think you can make a name for yourself with a name? You are starting a business now. You should have realized it yourself, right? If you didn't have Bao Sanli and the others to help you, how many detours would you have to take?" This. Guan Xiaoxiang actually knew that Yang Ming was right. He was indeed a little conflicted, but this knot in his heart was not something that could be resolved so easily. "Okay, think about it carefully. Come back and visit your father more often when you are free. If you still consider me as your boss, then do as I say," Yang Ming said. "Okay, I know." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Yang Ming could see that Guan Xiaoxiang still had a knot in his heart, so he didn't force him. He had already said what he wanted to say. The rest was up to him to think about it himself. This was all that Yang Ming could help with. As the saying goes, even an honest official can't solve a family matter. This was a family matter between Guan Xueming and Guan Xiaoxiang. Yang Ming really couldn't do anything about it. "Okay, I'm going upstairs. You talk to your father. You are not young anymore. Come back more often and take care of your elders," Yang Ming said. "Hee, I got it." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded and said, "Oh right, boss, can you help me and Xiaolan come up with a name for our daughter? Our little princess doesn't have a name yet." "Name? I think we should call it Care. I will remind you to take care of your father at all times," Yang Ming said casually. "Care?" Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. "Care. Guan Xian. That's a good name. It's settled then." Yang Ming didn't bother with him. He turned around and went upstairs, leaving time and space for Guan Xueming and Guan Xiaoxiang. Auntie Lu took Yang Ming upstairs and came to Xin Yuxi's room. Auntie Lu pointed at the door and left tactfully. Yang Ming knocked on the door. Xin Yuxi's voice came from inside. "Please come in." Xin Yuxi was a girl. Even if she was Guan Xueming's patient, he would knock on the door every time he came in. He was worried that it would be inconvenient for Xin Yuxi. Yang Ming pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Xin Yuxi lying on the bed on her side. She was flipping through a thick book in her hands. The bright sun shone on her face, making her look particularly beautiful. She was a beautiful and clean girl. Even if she was sick in bed, her personal image and hygiene were meticulously taken care of. She looked very beautiful. At that moment, Yang Ming was really moved. Sometimes, it was just that simple to be moved. There was no reason or warning. Looking at Xin Yuxi at that moment, Yang Ming had an impulse to own and protect her. "Godfather, why are you so early today?" Xin Yuxi thought that Guan Xuemin had come and wanted to help her take measures to prevent the muscle atrophy of her legs. However, when she raised her head, she was stunned. "Yang Ming?" "Hee, it's me, Yuxi." Yang Ming smiled and nodded. "Ah. Yang Ming, you are back. You really came back safely. That's great." Xin Yuxi looked at Yang Ming excitedly. "Yes, I'm back. I'm back safely, Yang Ming said. And, I'm back to collect interest. Interest? What interest? Xianxia was stunned. She didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Did you forget what I said before I left? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and smiled. When I left, I said that I wanted a stamp, but you didn't let me. So, I said that when I come back, I will look for you to collect interest. Ah. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. She remembered the scene when Yang Ming left. At that time, Yang Ming wanted to kiss her. She was a little shy and refused. She didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming was back. Why? Do you want to go back on your words? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile and asked mischievously. No. No, I won't go back on my words, Xianxia said shyly. It's good that you won't go back on your words. I said that when I come back, I will make you my real woman. Yang Ming said. Xianxia snorted softly. Wasn't this what she had been looking forward to? Now, it was finally here. During the days when Yang Ming was gone, she had been thinking about Yang Ming all the time. Now that she saw Yang Ming, she was a little embarrassed. However, Xianxia suddenly thought of her legs. Back then, Yang Ming said to her, then, you should stay at home and recuperate. It would be best if you could stand up and welcome me when I come back. Xianxia also said, yes, I will. But now, Xianxia's legs were still the same. There was no improvement at all. Guan Xueming could only maintain Xianxia's leg muscles and not let them atrophy. However, there was no way for her to recover and stand up. Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression suddenly became sad. She sighed faintly and said, Yang Ming, my legs have not recovered yet. Moreover, it may be like this in the future. I won't be able to stand up for the rest of my life. Will you still want me? Will you want a disabled girl? If I go home with you, won't you feel ashamed? Ugh. Yang Ming didn't expect that Xianxia, who was very happy just a moment ago, would become a little sentimental. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Yushi, are you such a weak and unconfident girl? Just now when I entered the door, what I saw was a very bright and beautiful girl, leaning on the bed and reading a book, which made me very moved. Yang Ming, this is not a matter of confidence or lack of confidence. I know that my legs can't recover anymore. Xianxia shook her head and said, when you left, I was full of confidence. But now, after so long, there is no improvement. I carefully recall the situation at that time. I'm afraid you already knew about this situation and deliberately advised me. You were afraid that I would commit suicide, right? Don't worry, I have thought it through now. I won't commit suicide. But you don't have to be with me just to accommodate me. If my legs weren't broken, I thought that with my good looks and some effort, I could make you like me. But now, I really can't think of a reason why you still want me. You see, you are not confident again, right? Yang Ming shook his head and said, at first, I said that I liked you. I lied to you. But now, I really like you. So, I went to Miaojiang this time and brought back a gift for you. Ah? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's affectionate words and couldn't help but be stunned. Really? You didn't lie to me? No, do you think I need to lie to you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I am like this. If I didn't like you, I would have told you the truth and left you after I cured your legs. Why would I say so much? Cure my legs. Xianxia was not stupid. Her originally disappointed eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Ming, you mean? Yes. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. My gift is to let you stand up again. Ah, really? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Can I really stand up again? I said it before. Do I need to lie to you? Yang Ming smiled and said, well, the time to witness a miracle has come. I will treat you first, and then you will go home with me tonight. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's overbearing words. Her face blushed again, but she did not refute. If Yang Ming really found a way to treat her, it was enough to see that Yang Ming really had feelings for her. Moreover, if her legs were healed, she would no longer feel inferior and feel that she was not worthy of Yang Ming. There may be some pain in a while. You have to endure it. If you really can't, just shout out loud. No one will laugh at you. Yang Ming said as he took out the silver needles and the medicine that Lin Dongfeng had prepared. He put them on the table next to him. Xianxia nodded. Yang Ming disinfected the silver needles and then dipped them in some medicine that stimulated the nerves. He was ready to help Xianxia with the acupuncture. Relax your legs. Don't move. I am going to apply the acupuncture. Okay. Xianxia nodded cooperatively. In fact, her legs at the moment could not be said to be relaxed because there was no feeling in her legs at all. What she needed to relax now was her body and mind. Yang Ming's hand quickly picked up the silver needles and poked back and forth on Xianxia's body. After a while, most of the silver needles in the box were inserted on Xianxia's body. Yang Ming had used this method of applying needles on people except for the time when he helped Lin Dongfeng to pierce the quick cicada voodoo. In the past, it was all simulations, or he used the flying needles that Zhang Zhishan gave him to directly hurt people. It was the first time he was treating people. However, because Yang Ming had a good foundation in assassin training, his flying needles were also first class. So, Yang Ming was very satisfied with the first acupuncture treatment. This was because all the silver needles were successfully inserted into the acupuncture points on Xianxia's legs. None of them were inserted wrongly or needed to be redone. This made Yang Ming feel relieved. Okay. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. After this matter was done, all that was left was to wait. Just bear with it for a while. Xianxia responded. At first, Xianxia did not feel anything, but gradually, Xianxia began to feel it. The medicine that stimulated and restored the nerves entered the damaged meridians and nerve tissue on Xianxia's legs through Xianxia's acupuncture points. Xianxia's legs began to throb with pain. Moreover, as time went by, the pain in Xianxia's legs became more and more intense. Xianxia finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. She felt that her legs had regained their senses, and the nerves in her legs were getting more and more painful as if they were about to break. Although Yang Ming saw Xianxia's pain, he couldn't do anything about it. At this time, the treatment was not over yet. If he pulled out the silver needles, the expected effect would not be achieved. So, Yang Ming could only comfort her, be strong, Yushi. Think about it. You can stand up today. What is this pain? Xianxia gritted her teeth and smiled reluctantly. However, that intense pain still made her forehead break out in a thin layer of sweat. Bear with it a little more. It can be considered as training. Maybe there will be more pain tonight. Yang Ming smiled and joked. Xianxia was stunned, but looking at Yang Ming's mischievous smile, she finally understood what Yang Ming meant when he said that there would be more painful things at night. She couldn't help but blush and said, "You're so annoying. I'm still thinking about those messy things at this time. You have promised to be my woman. Why can't you think about it?" Yang Ming also deliberately distracted Xianxia's attention. Could it be that you want to go back on your words? I am not going back on my words. Xianxia naturally would not go back on her words. Although she was a little shy, she was still willing in her heart. Isn't this what I have been looking forward to? Yang Ming really accepted me. I can be with Yang Ming forever in the future. It's good that you are not going back on your words. Even if you do, it won't work. Yang Ming said, "You have accepted my gift. Now that your legs are healed, you don't want me anymore. That won't work." "No, I am not so ungrateful," said Xianxia. "Hee, whether you are ungrateful or not, you will be able to prove it in a while," said Yang Ming. Xianxia and Yang Ming bickered for a while. She was surprised to find that the pain in her legs was gradually decreasing and even disappearing. She was surprised and said, "My legs. It seems that I don't feel anything again?" "Oh?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. "It can't be? Is there no effect? Why don't you feel anything? It's not as painful as before." Xianxia was also shocked and said quickly, "Really? Extend your leg to let me see, said Yang Ming. Xianxia subconsciously extended her leg to Yang Ming. However, after she extended her leg to Yang Ming, she suddenly realized that she could actually control her leg. In other words, she could feel her leg. Hee, yeah, your leg is healed. Naturally, the pain will be less. When the pain is gone in a while, I can pull out the silver needles. Yang Ming laughed. She was just testing Xianxia. She didn't expect it to be effective. Xianxia was very excited. Yang Ming didn't lie to her. This was the best gift she had ever received. It was 1,000 times better than anything else. Yang Ming saw that it was almost time. He reached out and put away all the silver needles on Xianxia's body. Then, he said, okay, Yuxi. Your legs should be fully recovered. Really? Xianxia was surprised and happy. She pinched her legs with her hand and found that she could feel them. Then, Xianxia couldn't wait to get out of bed and try it out. Xianxia got out of bed as she thought about it. Then, she lifted her legs and wanted to walk on the ground. However, because she had been lying in bed for too long and had not exercised for a long time, Xianxia lost her balance and fell forward as soon as she got out of bed. Yang Ming subconsciously reached out and held Xianxia in his arms. Ah! Xianxia also subconsciously exclaimed and threw herself into a warm embrace. This feeling made Xianxia feel a little shy and sweet at the same time. However, this was the feeling she had been looking forward to for a long time. Yang Ming didn't hold back. He took the opportunity to hug Xianxia and held her in his arms. He smirked and said, Yuxi, this is considered as you taking the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. Not at all. I just can't move my legs. Xianxia said with a red face. Hee, is that so? Then why don't you break free now? Yang Ming teased. You continue. Xianxia's face was even redder. Okay, I won't say any more. Yang Ming said, let's do this. I will support you from behind. We will try to do some restorative training. The muscles on your legs haven't atrophied. Uncle Guan has been doing maintenance measures for you for a while, so your legs aren't flexible. This is because you haven't exercised for a long time. You will get used to it in a while. You have an advantage over other patients. Really? That's great. I thought that I would have to do leg restorative training for a long time. Xianxia said happily. No need. It will be fine in a while. Yang Ming said and hugged Xianxia from behind. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said, now, I will carry you. You try to walk forward. Don't worry. With me here, you won't fall. Xianxia nodded and tried to take a step forward. Yang Ming's balance was better than other people's. At this time, it was relatively easy for him to help Xianxia with restorative training. Xianxia took 2 steps forward. In the beginning, her steps were not very stable. She felt like she was on the verge of falling. However, after walking for a while, her legs became more flexible. She was able to walk forward smoothly. Yang Ming's strength in his arms had completely controlled Xianxia's center of gravity in the beginning. Now, he had given part of his center of gravity to Xianxia and let her control it herself. Gradually, the strength in Yang Ming's hands became weaker and weaker, and Xianxia's steps became more flexible. However, the two people walked from the side of the bed to the edge of the wall of the house. Xianxia wanted to turn a corner, but she lost her center of gravity again and fell forward directly. This was bad. Xianxia's body lowered, and the big white rabbit in front of her chest suddenly pressed on Yang Ming's arm. This sudden change shocked Xianxia and also stunned Yang Ming. So big, so soft. These 4 words popped up in Yang Ming's mind. Xianxia rested in bed all year round, so it was impossible for her to wear a bra. After her legs were covered, it was impossible for her to wear a bra in front of Yang Ming. Therefore, it led to the current situation where Yang Ming took advantage of it. You still won't let go of me? Xianxia said shyly when she saw that Yang Ming was enjoying it very much. I can't let go. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Why not? Xianxia was stunned. If I let go, won't you fall to the ground? Yang Ming explained helplessly. Xianxia thought about it. It was indeed the case. If Yang Ming let go, wouldn't she fall? Thinking of this, Xianxia could only blush. She held onto the wall with her hand, and then slowly stood firm again. However, during this process, Yang Ming took advantage of her. However, Xianxia was also a little open-minded. Anyway, she was going to become Yang Ming's woman. It was not a big deal to be taken advantage of by him. Moreover, she was not used to this feeling at first. It was quite good and exciting after she got used to it. So, in the next half an hour, Yang Ming and Xianxia began their recovery walking training in an ambiguous atmosphere. Both of them seemed to enjoy this warm feeling. Xianxia gradually let go. When she was tired from walking, she dared to take the initiative to lean on Yang Ming. After an hour, Xianxia could basically leave Yang Ming's arms and walk on her own. Although it was still a little unstable, at least she could walk on her own. This situation surprised and delighted Yang Ming and Xianxia. "Congratulations, Yushi," said Yang Ming. And Xianxia also nodded happily. "Yang Ming, thank you. Today is the happiest day in my life. All my dreams and wishes have come true. God is really good to me. You change your clothes. Let's go downstairs together. We will have a meal here, and then go back with me tonight," said Yang Ming. And Xianxia nodded, but she did not move. "What's wrong?" asked Yang Ming, puzzled. I'm changing my clothes. Why are you still looking at me here?" Xianxia said with some embarrassment. "Ugh. Yushi, you are changing now. Are you still guarding against me?" Yang Ming spread his hands and said, "Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before." Then I'm embarrassed too." Xianxia blushed. She was at a loss. "Since we're going to see it sooner or later, why don't we practice it now?" Yang Ming said. All right." Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but she still nodded and agreed. Yang Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect Xianxia to agree. In fact, if Yang Ming wanted to look at Xianxia, he didn't need to spend so much effort. Yang Ming had the ability to see through things. He could look at Xianxia whenever he wanted to. However, that would not be as exciting as Xianxia's willingness. For a moment, the room was filled with endless spring scenery. Xianxia changed into her most beautiful new outfit in front of Yang Ming. She had bought it online during this period of time. She also dreamed that one day she could stand up and wear it for Yang Ming to see. She did not expect to wear it in front of him. However, since Xianxia had thought it through, it was fine. "Yushi, you are so beautiful." Yang Ming could not help but say. "Is that so?" Xianxia lowered her head shyly. Yang Ming held Xianxia's hand and went downstairs with her. Looking at Xianxia, who could walk on her own, Guan Xuemin was stunned. Guan Xiaoxiang was also very surprised. That was because this had overturned their understanding of medicine. They did not expect that a person whose leg nerves had been injured could recover so quickly. This situation was simply a medical miracle. However, when he thought about how Yang Ming's medical skills came from that mysterious person, Guan Xuemin was relieved. "Yushi, Yang Ming, congratulations." Guan Xuemin smiled and said from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Uncle Guan, we have troubled you during this period of time. Yang Ming, you are treating me like an outsider. Not to mention my relationship with Lu Weishan, you have helped Xiaoxiang so much. It is enough to take care of him." Guan Xuemin waved his hand and said, "I am just doing my duty. Your care for Xiaoxiang is the real deal." "Guan Xiaoxiang, did you hear that? Uncle Guan still cares about you." Yang Ming said, "That is why I gave your daughter the name Care. It is also to remind you to always care about your family. Actually, your career is not your contribution." I understand." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. "Boss, actually, I just have some knot in my heart. I don't really hate my father." "That's good." Yang Ming knew that Guan Xiaoxiang needed to think things through slowly, so he did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he turned to Guan Shuamin and said, "Uncle Guan, today, I will be taking Yushi away. Yushi and I are also here to say goodbye to you." "I know. Since your leg is healed, you naturally have to go back." Guan Shuamin was not too surprised. "But, why don't you leave after lunch?" "I have already asked Auntie Lu to prepare lunch." "That is for sure. Even if you didn't ask, I would have stayed here for lunch," Yang Ming said. At noon, Yang Ming had a sumptuous lunch at Guan Shuamin's house. In the afternoon, he told Guan Xiaoxiang about some things and then left with Xinyushi. Yang Ming didn't want to leave in such a hurry, but Yang Ming really had a lot of things to do. He couldn't delay time. Sure enough, the KFC takeout ordered by Little Wang had been finished in the car. Yang Ming and Xinyushi got in the car. Little Wang left 2 drumsticks and 2 cups of Coke and handed them to Yang Ming and Xinyushi. He said, "Brother Yang, you and sister-in-law must be hungry on the road. Eat it." "Okay." Yang Ming was not polite and took it. "Brother Yang, where are we going now?" "Back to Songjiang City?" asked Little Wang. Let's go back now." Yang Ming nodded. Little Wang nodded, started the car, and went straight back to Songjiang City. These 2 days were the 2 most leisurely days for Yang Ming. He met with Zhang Bin, Tian Donghua, Bao Sanli, and Ho Zhenhan. He also accompanied his wives to play at home for a few days. Then, he received a call from Dong Jun. "Yang Ming, it's me, Dong Jun." Dong Jun's tone was a little rushed and a little low. "Dong Jun, where are you? Why didn't you contact me when I came back these few days?" Yang Ming knew that Dong Jun would call sooner or later, but he didn't expect Dong Jun's call to be so late. "Let's not talk about this first. Yang Ming, I am exposed." As Dong Jun said this, he hesitated for a moment, then sighed, "I'm hiding in a very safe place now, but Dr. Benjamin already knows that I betrayed him." "Ah? Dr. Benjamin knows that you betrayed him? How is that possible?" Yang Ming was stunned. "I don't know." Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if it's the people around Elder Yu who made a mistake, or if it's my own problem. It's possible that there are also Dr. Benjamin's informants around Elder Yu. You know, Central is very powerful, and they have a lot of informants." "You mean that Elder Yu knows that you helped me?" asked Yang Ming. "It should be. It's possible that Dr. Benjamin's people are among Elder Yu's subordinates. It's also possible that they are from Blue Miao Village. It's hard to say." Dong Jun said, "After all, it's not a secret that I helped you in Blue Miao Village and Right Miao Village. I'm sorry to drag you into this." Yang Ming didn't expect Dong Jun to be exposed because of this. Before this, Yang Ming didn't think too much because in his opinion, no matter how powerful Dr. Benjamin was, it was impossible for him to reach out to Elder Yu. But now, it seemed that he still underestimated him. Dr. Benjamin's people could enter the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and be placed in Blue Miao Village and Right Miao Village. What was impossible? Of course, this is just a guess. Dong Jun shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. This is my own choice. Sooner or later, I will break up with him. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, it might not be just Blue Miao Village and Right Miao Village that made the mistake. As far as I know, in Songjiang City, Elder Yu doesn't only have me as his subordinate. He still has subordinates here, and his subordinates are targeting you. It's not too difficult to find out about me. Dr. Benjamin is really sinister. His informants are everywhere." "Targeting me?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. "Well, according to reliable sources, Dr. Benjamin is ready to start investigating you. He seems to think that you have superpowers, that is, psychic powers. He thinks that you should have some connection with Dr. Sun Sikong, so he decided to deal with you. He started with you to find some clues." Dong Jun said, "If I'm not wrong, the day when Dr. Benjamin starts with you should not be far away." "Dr. Benjamin? I haven't decided to deal with him yet, but he's already plotting against me." Yang Ming was furious. Does this Dr. Benjamin think he's awesome? Yang Ming only wanted to negotiate with him to let Dong Jun and Alice go, but he didn't expect Dr. Benjamin to target him. How could he let him live? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of a thief stealing, but be afraid of a thief remembering. Yang Ming had decided to live in seclusion in Island X. If he was remembered by Dr. Benjamin all day long and occasionally came to Island X to find trouble, then could Yang Ming still live in peace? Therefore, Yang Ming's only way was to kill this unstable factor. Since you want to deal with me, then fine, I will deal with you first. Of course, Yang Ming didn't think that Dong Jun would lie to him, because Yang Ming didn't doubt what Dong Jun said at all. Dr. Benjamin had indeed been looking for Dr. Sun Sikong and Suya. He wanted to find people related to Dr. Sun Sikong. Now that he suspected that Yang Ming had a connection with Dr. Sun Sikong, it was not too strange and outrageous to want to deal with Yang Ming and lure Dr. Sun Sikong out. Yang Ming, in fact, you don't have to worry. As long as you go to him and show your strength, then he won't dare to do anything to you. Dong Jun said, you are now more powerful than Elder Yu. Dr. Benjamin also had the idea of capturing Elder Yu for research, but he didn't dare in the end because he was afraid that he would go for wool and come home shorn. So, I think that if Dr. Benjamin knows your strength, then he will never deal with you again. Oh. Yang Ming smiled faintly and said, originally, I did plan to do so, but now, I have changed my mind. I decided not to reveal my trump card first. Since Dr. Benjamin wants to deal with me, then I will play with him. Didn't he want to deal with me? Then I will let him know the consequences of dealing with me. Oh? Dong Jun was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say such firm words. Dong Jun, in fact, I am not trying to be brave and aggressive, but because Dr. Benjamin's thoughts threaten me. If I don't get rid of him, then he will definitely remember me. Even if he is not my opponent now, after some time, if he has the strength to deal with me, he will still come to deal with me. Yang Ming analyzed, and this is not the end of it. The most important thing is that I am fine, but what about the women around me? I can't be by their side to protect them all the time. There are also my family and my friends. If Dr. Benjamin can't deal with me, then what if he catches my family to threaten me? So, in the final analysis, killing him is my only choice. Okay. Then let's do it. Dong Jun didn't expect Yang Ming to make such a decision. However, this was also a good thing for Dong Jun. It could eliminate all future troubles. As long as there was no threat from Dr. Benjamin and Central, Dong Jun would no longer worry about anything. He and Alice would be free. Where are you? Should I go to you? Asked Yang Ming. Wait until we meet, then we will discuss the specifics. I am currently in Las Vegas, said Dong Juno. How did you go to Las Vegas? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Dong Jun to go there. The last time Yang Ming went to perform a mission, he also went to Las Vegas. He was familiar with the situation there. Currently, the Southtown Casino and the Douglas Vast Hotel in Las Vegas were Yang Ming's properties. According to my secret investigation, Central's headquarters where Dr. Benjamin is located is near Las Vegas. From the beach of Las Vegas, there is an island in the high seas far away. That is Central's headquarters. Dong Jun said, but I haven't found out the specific location of the island, but I have determined that Dr. Benjamin's men came ashore from the beach of Las Vegas. That's good. You wait for me in Las Vegas. When I get to Las Vegas, I will contact you. Is this still the same phone number? Asked Yang Ming. No, I am going to change my number. Although my phone number is still safe for now, it is estimated that Dr. Benjamin will monitor it soon. I will change my number to contact you, said Dong Jun. That's good. I'll wait for your call. Yang Ming nodded and said, I'll prepare for it in a few days. Okay, I'll contact you again. After Dong Jun finished, he hung up the phone. Yang Ming took a deep breath. It seems that I have to end this period of only envying the couple and not the immortals. Finally, I have to face a new battle with high morale. Dong Jun's words also changed Yang Ming's previous thoughts. Perhaps this would be a fierce battle, but Yang Ming had no choice. He had to do this. This was his responsibility. For himself, for his family, for his friends, for his lover. In any case, he must fight against Central and Dr. Benjamin. Moreover, in this battle, only victory was allowed. Failure was not allowed. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang had settled in Wang Xiaoyan's villa next to Yang Ming's villa in the past few days. In the evening, when Mother Yang and Yang Ming came to eat, Yang Ming also announced his decision to the whole family. "Dad, Mom, wives, I have to go again," Yang Ming said, although he was somewhat helpless. "So soon?" Although Mother Yang had long known that Yang Ming was going to leave, she was still somewhat reluctant. "This child, he just came back for a few days, and he has to leave again. AI. Big Ming is going to do something serious, not to play. We should support him, right, Ming Yan?" Yang Dehai was very open-minded, especially when he knew that no one could hurt Yang Ming now. Naturally, it was impossible to stop Yang Ming. "Yeah, Mom, Dad is right. Yang Ming is going to do something serious. This matter is solved. We can go to X Island without any trouble. Then, we don't have to worry about anything in the future." Chen Mingyan nodded in agreement. "Well, since you all said so, then it is. But Big Ming, you must be careful," said Mother Yang. "Don't worry, Mom. I will be careful." Yang Ming nodded and smiled. "Right, before you leave, you have to visit Brother Lu Weishan." "When are you going to leave?" asked Yang Dehai. "Tomorrow morning," said Yang Ming. "Then, you should visit tonight." Yang Dehai said, "You have to go no matter what." "Alright, then I will go in a while," said Yang Ming. The whole family was together. After a happy dinner, Yang Ming drove to the family area of Songjiang Industry University. Xiaoqing also went with Yang Ming. As for the others, Yang Ming did not bring them. After all, it was not good to bring a big family. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Lu Weishan actually had guests in his house. Sitting in the living room was a man who was about the same age as Lu Weishan, but slightly younger than Lu Weishan. He was about 40 or 50 years old. After Yang Ming saw them, he said, "Godfather, Godmother, there are guests at home. Qing Qing and I will go over there to visit second brother Lu Tianqi and second sister-in-law first." "Don't bother. He is not an outsider." Lu Weishan waved his hand. "This is your Aunt Chu's younger brother. You can call him Uncle Chu." "Ah, it turns out to be a family member, Uncle Chu." Yang Ming quickly greeted. However, Xiaoqing apparently knew Aunt Chu's younger brother. She nodded politely to the man and smiled. "Hello, Uncle." Yang Ming didn't expect Xiaoqing to know him. He made a mistake and smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, when he entered the house, he thought that there was a guest in his godfather's house. He didn't wait for Xiaoqing to speak, but he spoke first. He couldn't blame Xiaoqing. "Qing Qing is back." The man obviously knew Xiaoqing, but he looked at Yang Ming and asked, "Sister, this is?" "Sanhua, this is Yang Ming, the godson of your brother-in-law and me. He is also Qing Qing's boyfriend." Chu Huifeng introduced him to her younger brother. "You can call him Big Ming." "Hello, Big Ming. I have heard a lot about you, hee hee." The man called Sanhua smiled politely at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming could see that although this man was very gentlemanly, there was a trace of melancholy and helplessness between his eyebrows. Moreover, this person, as the younger brother of Chu Huifeng and Aunt Chu, actually said, "I have heard a lot about you," to Yang Ming. This made Yang Ming feel a little strange. After all, Aunt Chu's younger brother was Yang Ming's elder. How did it become "I have heard a lot about you"? Seeing Yang Ming's doubts, Aunt Chu explained to Yang Ming, "Big Ming, even if you didn't come today, I would take the initiative to trouble you tomorrow. My younger brother, Sanhua, really encountered some trouble. I want you to help me plead for mercy." "You want me to help you plead for mercy?" Yang Ming was even more confused, but since Aunt Chu spoke, Yang Ming still said, "Aunt Chu, what is going on? What do you need me to help with?" "This." Chu Huifeng's younger brother was a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who asked for help. He was not familiar with Yang Ming, so he could only look at Aunt Chu for help. "Let me say it." Aunt Chu felt sorry for her younger brother, but she felt even more sorry for her nephew, so she helped him speak. "Sanhua and I are together. We both came from the countryside. I was admitted to university, and later stayed in school to be a lecturer at Songjiang Industry University. Sanhua started from scratch in the nearby Songshan city. After a few twists and turns, he also built a large-scale group. He is considered a very famous person in Songshan City. The relationship between us is also very good. Yang Ming nodded and did not interrupt Aunt Chu. Yang Ming knew that Aunt Chu's introduction was actually to tell Yang Ming that her relationship with her younger brother was very good. If Yang Ming could help, he would try his best to help. Aunt Chu, he is your younger brother, just like my uncle. If there is anything, just say it. If I can do it, I will definitely help. Yang Ming said. AI, okay, then Sanhua, just tell the truth. Aunt Chu said to Chu Sanhua. Okay, big sister. Chu Sanhua nodded and said to Yang Ming, the matter is like this. My son met a girl 2 years ago. The two fell in love at first sight, and soon fell in love. Although I wanted my son to find a suitable match for the daughter of a company's president, I was more open-minded. Seeing that my son liked her, I agreed. However, what I did not expect was that the girl's identity was not as low as I thought. Her background was unbelievably strong. After the girl gave her body to my son, she also told my son the truth. She came from a martial arts sect called the Ancient Sect, the Dark Knight Palace. Ancient Sect? When Yang Ming heard this name, he frowned. This was not the first time he had heard this name. Yang Ming already knew a lot about the people and things at the ancient level. When he came back this time, he had met 2 people from the ancient Feng family on the plane. Therefore, when Yang Ming heard the words ancient sect, he was a little puzzled. He did not expect that the people around him would come into contact with this level. Although it sounds like a fantasy story to us ordinary people, in fact, there really are martial arts sects. Chu Sanhua saw Yang Ming frown and thought that Yang Ming did not believe in the existence of ancient sects and martial arts sects, so he quickly explained, moreover, this martial arts sect is really very powerful. It is said that those people, as long as they use a move, are unbelievably powerful. Breaking a boulder with one palm sounds impossible, right? But they can do it easily. I know about ancient sections. Uncle Chu, you don't have to explain. Just continue. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said. Ah. You know? That's great. Then I'll continue. When Chu Sanhua heard that Yang Ming knew about the ancient level, he was surprised and happy. He quickly continued, that girl ran away from the marriage. I heard that their sect wanted to marry her to another ancient sect. She didn't want to, so she ran away from the marriage. Sigh, if I had known that her background was so powerful, I wouldn't have let anything happen between my son and her. But now, it's too late. Uncle Chu, your son and daughter-in-law were taken away by the people from the ancient sect? Yang Ming frowned and asked. That's not true. After the girl said these things, I realized that something was wrong. I gave them a new identity and sent them abroad to study. Chu Sanhua said, but... Yesterday, the girl called and said that it seemed that her sect found them and found the place where they were studying. At this juncture, the girl was pregnant. Aren't they studying abroad? Can they still be pregnant? Yang Ming was stunned. This kind of thing is very common overseas, right? There are many overseas university students who get married and have children. There's nothing strange about that. Chu Sanhua said, at this time, if that girl is taken away, then the child in her stomach will definitely be lost. Yang Ming nodded and sighed, Uncle Chu, you mean? I heard from my sister and brother-in-law that you're a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. You should be in contact with these ancient sects, right? I was thinking. Could you be the middleman and talk to that girl's ancient sect, the Dark Knight Palace, to let her go? If it really doesn't work, we can take her away after the child is born. I don't want to lose this child. Chu Sanhua said. Ancient sects. Yang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. It's definitely impossible to negotiate with them as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. There are people from ancient aristocratic families in our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I know a lot about ancient matters. They are all very strong and have very high standards. For them, there's no such thing as begging for mercy. Only the fist is the absolute truth. This? Chu Sanhua's face darkened. In fact, how could he not have guessed this result? He was just trying to find Yang Ming, but when Yang Ming told him this situation, he shook his head helplessly. It seems. It's impossible. It's not impossible. Yang Ming smiled and said lightly, I just said that for this group of people with high standards, there's no need to beg them. Just remember that the fist is the absolute truth. As long as your fist is hard, they have to be willing even if they don't want to. Ah. Big Ming, you mean? Chu Sanhua looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say such domineering words. On the return flight, I met two people from the ancient Feng family. They pretended to be bad *SS and made me get off the plane. Yang Ming said lightly, it's really impossible to reason with them. Uncle Chu, but I have other things to do tomorrow. You tell me where they are studying, or it's best to let them go to Las Vegas to seek refuge with me. I can protect them well by my side. Ah, you are leaving tomorrow. What? Las Vegas? Chu Sanhua heard the first half of Yang Ming's words and was a little nervous, but when he heard the second half of his words, he was surprised and happy. Big Ming, you are going to Las Vegas too? What's wrong? Asked Yang Ming. The place where my son is studying is a university near Las Vegas. Chu Sanhua said happily, it's only an hour's drive to Las Vegas. Okay, give me their names and contact details. I will help them deal with this. Yang Ming didn't say much and said straightforwardly. It wasn't that Yang Ming was being a busybody and arrogant, but this was Aunt Chu's problem, so it was Yang Ming's problem. Yang Ming couldn't just ignore it. Besides, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of ancient sections. So what if they were ancient sects? With him around, who could hurt the people around him? My son is called Chu Pingzhan, and that girl is called Ji Waner. Chu Sanhua said, but their current identities are not these two names. They are now called Xianxia and Tao Linfeng. Xianxia, Tao Linfeng? Yang Ming frowned. These two names gave him a familiar feeling. Suddenly, Yang Ming thought of something, Xianxia, Tao Linfeng, I have seen them before. Big Ming, you said you have seen them before? Chu Sanhua was stunned. Even Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu were stunned. They didn't know how Yang Ming had seen them before. Last year, they offended a local tyrant called Lang Gu in Las Vegas, right? Asked Yang Ming. Ah? You know about this. Could it be? You are the person who helped them? Chu Sanhua thought of something and looked at Yang Ming in shock. Yang Ming nodded with a smile, that's right. It was just a small matter. I helped them because they were from the same hometown, but I didn't expect it to be the right thing to do. So that's how it is. Pingzhan told me that he met a benefactor there. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to solve the problem. He is in Songshan and is the successor of Pingzhan Industries. He has some ability, but when he went there, he couldn't do anything. Just as he didn't know what to do, he met you. Chu Sanhua sighed. Give me their contact information. I'll contact them when I'm there. Yang Ming said with a smile. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Since Yi Waner came from an ancient sect, she should have some strength, right? However, she was bullied by Lang Gu Jr. and had no strength to fight back? Okay. Chu Sanhua quickly gave Chu Pingzhan's contact information to Yang Ming. I won't say many words of thanks. In short, there are thousands of words that I can't thank you enough. Uncle Chu, you're too polite, Yang Ming said with a smile, it's a family matter. It's my duty to do it. Chu Huifeng was very happy after listening to Yang Ming's words. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming would be very difficult and caused a lot of trouble for Yang Ming. However, she didn't expect that Yang Ming would agree so easily. This made her surprised and happy. Big Ming, thank you. Otherwise, our family would still be worried about this. Chu Huifeng said. It's nothing. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, right, I came here tonight to say goodbye to you and Godfather. I'm going to Las Vegas tomorrow to help a friend. However, it seems that I can help Uncle along the way. I didn't expect that it's such a coincidence. We're all going to the same destination. It's called fate. Lu Weishan said with a smile, however, you just came back and you're leaving in a hurry. There's no other way. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, with great power comes great responsibility. This sentence is not wrong at all. I really can't refuse these things. This has become something that I have to do. And, that's right. This time, Xianxia also told me a lot about you going to Miaojiang. You're right. This is your responsibility, Lu Weishan said. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing talked for a while in Lu Weishan's house and then left. After all, it was very late. Lu Weishan and Aunt Chu also needed to rest. After returning home, Yang Ming spent the last night with the girls, so he cherished it very much. The next morning, Yang Ming said goodbye to his family and rushed to Donghai in Little Wang's car. This was also the second time that Little Wang sent Yang Ming to Las Vegas. The scene last time was still vaguely in his mind. It made Yang Ming a little emotional. Last time because he was in a hurry, Little Wang's car was stopped because Xia Shui sent him to the airport. At that time, he and Xia Shui were a bit of a quarrelsome couple. They quarreled as soon as they met. But now, Xia Shui had become his wife. Thinking about it, it felt like a dream. Yang Ji, last times. Xia, also became your girlfriend? When Little Wang picked up Yang Ming at the villa, he saw Yang Ming's wives coming out to send him off, including Xia Shui. Hee, it was all thanks to her last time, said Little Wang. Yeah, or else I almost missed the plane. Yang Ming said, but now I see that you are much calmer than before. At that time, I didn't want you to miss the plane, so I didn't think so much. But now, maybe I have driven for a long time, so I have some feelings. Little Wang said with some embarrassment, now that I think about it, it is better to drive according to the law. Otherwise, it is also dangerous for the sake of speed. Nothing is more important than life. Driving safely is also responsible for yourself and the people in the car. Yes, you are right. If the plane is late, it can be changed, but you only have one life. Yang Ming returned from Miaojiang this time with some emotions. He didn't expect Little Wang to understand these principles. This made Yang Ming very gratified. Little Wang's mentality was already a qualified driver. No matter how urgent the matter was, it was not as important as life safety. However, this time, the highway was smooth all the way, and there were no obstacles. The two people soon arrived at Donghai International Airport. Yang Ming got out of the car and signaled that Little Wang could go back. He would do the next thing himself. From the international departure entrance, they entered the waiting hall. Yang Ming familiarly applied for the boarding pass and went to rest near the boarding gate. At 10:30 in the morning, Yang Ming successfully boarded the flight to Las Vegas. The plane stopped in Yanjing City, and there were no twists and turns. Yang Ming got off the plane, and it was Las Vegas. Coming out of the Las Vegas International Airport, Yang Ming got into a taxi waiting at the entrance of the airport. He said with familiarity, "Go to the Douglas Vast Hotel." This was the second time that Yang Ming came to Las Vegas. The hotel he stayed in was the hotel that Yang Ming stayed in last time, but this hotel had become Yang Ming's property. The domestic Douglas Vast Hotel was renamed by Yang Ming to the Mingyang International Hotel, but this one in Las Vegas was also a compensation to Yang Ming by the Douglas family. Yang Ming did not change the name. This place was relatively far from Yang Ming. There was no way for Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu to manage it, so the management personnel here were still members of the Douglas family. However, the property rights here had fallen into the name of Huang Lele. The hotel's income was also remitted to Huang Lele's bank card. In fact, this was not good for the Douglas family at all. It was equivalent to working for Yang Ming for free. They still had to pay the manager's salary here. However, this was something that the Douglas family was more than happy to do. If the hotel here was managed well, it was equivalent to currying favor with Yang Ming. Therefore, it was impossible for non-core members of the Douglas family to be sent here to manage the hotel. The manager of this hotel was still Batterton, but Batterton's current status was no longer what it used to be. Originally, Batterton was just a small fry in the Douglas family. But now, because of his good relationship with Yang Ming, he had become one of the few elders in the Douglas family with a different surname. Not only did he have the dividends of the Douglas family's other properties, but his voice in the Douglas family was also very high. However, all of this was because of Yang Ming. Batterton also knew, but Yang Ming had not contacted him for a long time recently. He also did not ask about the hotel. There were already some dissenting voices within the family. The reason was very simple. They felt that Batterton was originally a small fry. His current status was entirely because of Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming did not contact him, he could not be the link between the Douglas family and Yang Ming. Then, there was no need for him to be an elder anymore. The shares of the family's properties should also be taken back. It was already good enough for him to have such a year of glory. The Douglas family's intention was to let Batterton take the money and retire in his old age. However, the family master of the Douglas family did not do so because he did not know when Yang Ming would think of Batterton again. If Yang Ming were to ask about it and Batterton was not around, or if Batterton said a few bad words about the Douglas family, then what awaited the Douglas family would be a calamity. Sure enough, the family master of the Douglas family was very prescient because Yang Ming really came to the Douglas Hotel again. Soon, the taxi arrived at the parking lot in front of the Douglas Hotel. Yang Ming paid the fare, got out of the taxi, and walked into the lobby of the Douglas Hotel. "Hello, sir." After Yang Ming walked into the hotel, the hostess greeted him politely. "Sir, are you looking for accommodation?" "Yes, accommodation," Yang Ming nodded with a smile and said, "However, I want to find someone before I stay." "It's not a problem to find someone, but I'm afraid it's not possible to find accommodation." "I'm sorry, sir. All the rooms here are full." "There are no spare rooms," said the hostess apologetically. She saw that Yang Ming came in the ancestral car, and he looked unfamiliar, so she guessed that Yang Ming was not a previous guest of the hotel, but a newcomer. So, she asked to confirm it first. After hearing Yang Ming's affirmative answer, the hostess quickly explained. Because the annual International Jewelry Festival was about to start in a few days, the hotel was still designated as the designated hotel for the International Jewelry Festival, so it was already full and could no longer be open to the public. "Oh? I can't stay again?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. "How similar is this scene from a year ago?" "Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Our hotel is a designated hotel for the International Jewelry Festival, so it is already full of guests." "There are no spare rooms," explained the hostess to Yang Ming apologetically. "What? International Jewelry Festival?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the last time he came in time for the International Jewelry Festival. And this time, he came in time for the International Jewelry Festival again. "Yes, sir." The receptionist nodded. "Then I'll look for him first." "Batterton, is he still here?" asked Yang Ming. "Ah?" The receptionist was stunned. She didn't expect that the person Yang Ming was looking for was their general manager. "Batterton, sir, do you know our boss?" "Yes, we're old acquaintances." Yang Ming nodded. "Yes, sir." "How should I address you?" the receptionist asked. "Just tell him that my surname is Yang," Yang Ming said. "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll call our boss right away," the receptionist said. Yang Ming nodded, indicating that she could make the call. Yang Ming sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby for the time being. Batterton's life during this period could be said to be very comfortable. The Douglas family was not very well known in Las Vegas in the past. This was also the reason why Xianxia Sr. of the street racer gang did not give him face previously. However, since Yang Ming dealt with Xianxia Sr. last year, all the major forces here knew that the Douglas Vast Hotel and the South City Casino had become the property of that ruthless person. Xianxia Sr. was also very protective of these two properties, so those who coveted these two places did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, although Batterton was still the manager of this hotel in name, his identity was already a member of the Douglas family's Council of Elders. He also had the family's property dividends. However, all this was so good until a few days ago. Batterton's mood was not so good these days. This was because the family had sent news that they wanted him to retire. Of course, retirement was just an excuse. The family's real purpose was to deprive him of his status as a member of the Council of Elders. Naturally, he would no longer enjoy the family's property dividends. All of a sudden, it was as if Batterton had fallen from heaven to hell. He had lost all his glory and wealth. However, Batterton had no other way. He knew that the reason why family master Kaik gave him these was because he helped Yang Ming manage the property. However, Yang Ming had not asked about his affairs for so long. Even if family master Kaik and his backer, the third elder, supported him, the other members of the family's council of elders would have other ideas. After all, Batterton's dividends were equivalent to squeezing out their income. If Batterton retired, then Batterton's income would also return to the hands of the members of the council of elders. Looking at the beautiful and sexy female secretary, Batterton was not interested at all. He waved his hand and let the female secretary go out. He sighed and sat on the sofa helplessly with his head raised. Before this, he was just a manager here. He did not have the status of a member of the council of elders, nor did he receive any dividends. But now, he was a little unwilling to lose what he had. Although the dividends he earned during this period were enough for him to live the rest of his life with dignity, he always felt unwilling. "Aye." Batterton sighed. The phone on the table rang. Batterton didn't want to answer at first, but the female secretary was kicked out by him. He could only pick up the phone himself. "Hello, I'm Batterton." "Mr. Batterton, I'm the hotel's greeter. There is an Asian surnamed Yang here. He said that he is an old acquaintance of yours and wants to see you," said the greeter. "What? Surnamed Yang?" Batterton jumped up from the sofa with a whoosh. He thought of a person who could change his fate. Thinking of this, Batterton immediately said, "Help me greet him." "I'll be down right away." "Right away. Don't be negligent." "Yes." Although the greeter did not know why Batterton had such a huge reaction, she thought that this Asian surnamed Yang, who was not far away from her, was a very great person. That was why Batterton was like this. "Mr. Yang, the boss said that he will be down right away. I will make you a cup of tea first." The greeter was naturally respectful to Yang Ming since she was instructed by Batterton. "Okay, but you don't have to trouble yourself," Yang Ming said, "just give me a bottle of mineral water." "Yes, Mr. Yang." The greeter quickly went to get a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Yang Ming. Then, she respectfully retreated to the side, waiting for Yang Ming's other instructions. Batterton ran out of the elevator. Sure enough, he saw Yang Ming sitting on the sofa at a glance. He quickly ran over. I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping today. It turns out that Mr. Yang has graced us with his presence. It's such an honor. Are there any magpies here?" Yang Ming glanced at Batterton and shrugged. "Ugh." Batterton was a little embarrassed. "Forget it. I see that you have put on weight again." "You seem to be living a good life," asked Yang Ming faintly. "Good life?" Batterton smiled bitterly. "Thanks to Mr. Yang, it has been quite good during this time, but..." "But what?" "The hotel's profits have been handed over to me." "Don't you have anything else to gain?" asked Yang Ming. However, the Douglas Vast Hotel's income was indeed high, and it increased month by month. It could be seen that Batterton worked very hard, and he probably didn't gain any more benefits from it. "That's not it. How would I dare to touch Mr. Yang's money?" Batterton shook his head quickly. "It's my honor to serve Mr. Yang, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to serve Mr. Yang in the future." "What's wrong? Are you going to die?" asked Yang Ming, baffled. "Aye. It's almost the same as dying. The family's elders suggested that I retire." Batterton smiled bitterly. "Previously, because of Mr. Yang, not only was I allowed to stay here to help Mr. Yang manage the business, but I also became a member of the family's elders and received dividends from the family business. But, recently, someone wants to impeach me and ask me to retire." "Oh, I know about this." Yang Ming knew that Batterton was complaining to him, but Yang Ming was never stingy with people like Batterton who could work for him well. For Yang Ming, letting Batterton continue to live a good life was just a matter of a phone call. "Ah, thank you, Mr. Yang." Batterton was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to agree so easily. "Mr. Yang, thank you for your kindness. I will work hard to manage the Douglas Vast Hotel as always," Batterton said. "Okay, I'll call Kaik now," said Yang Ming as he took out his phone and dialed Kaik's number. "Mr. Yang." When Kaik saw Yang Ming's phone number, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He vaguely guessed something, but he still didn't dare to refuse Yang Ming's call. Kaik, it's me. I'm at the Douglas Bast Hotel in Las Vegas. I heard that I won't be able to see Batterton the next time I come. You want to replace him? Is there such a situation? Yang Ming asked directly. Ah? Where did this rumor come from? Which son of a bitch started this rumor? That was impossible. It's not like our Douglas family doesn't want to live anymore. How would we dare to casually replace someone that Mr. Yang thinks highly of? That's absolutely impossible. Kaik cursed to the heavens. Oh, then it must be a rumor. Yang Ming said, then it's fine. This is good news. Otherwise, I might visit you personally after I'm done with the things here. As for the person who started the rumor, you'd better find him. Otherwise, I'll personally look for him. That would be a completely different problem. Yes, yes. Family Master Kaik was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He scolded his second elder in his heart. This guy is really looking for trouble. He almost brought a disaster to the family again. After Yang Ming hung up the phone, Kaik urgently convened a family meeting of the Douglas family. At the meeting, Kaik didn't say a word. He just played the recording of the previous phone call. The second elder's face turned ashen immediately. The members of the elder council who supported the second elder previously were also silent at this moment. They didn't dare to say a word. Second elder, you are old and confused. You can retire now, Kaik said faintly. Does everyone agree? Agree. Of course, we support. We firmly support the family master's decision. These elder council members who used to support the second elder and wanted to share Batterton's dividends had now completely turned to support the Kaik family master. They all knew about Yang Ming's ability. If they disobeyed Yang Ming at this time, it would be another matter whether the Douglas family would still exist tomorrow. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. If the tree is gone, why would they care about such a small share of the profits? Although the second elder was unwilling, he didn't know what to say. Second elder, you have also received a lot of family dividends over the years. Now, you should retire safely and enjoy life. This is the family master's protection for you. Otherwise, if you still sit in this position, I'm afraid that not only will Yang Ming not let you go, but he will also vent his anger on our whole family, said the third elder. I understand. The second elder sighed. I was too greedy. It was all my fault for being greedy. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was useless for him to regret. I think we should give the dividends under the second elder's name to Batterton. I'll call Mr. Yang back now. Kaik didn't dare to neglect. He had to report the results to Yang Ming as soon as possible in order to avoid any unexpected events. No one objected to Kaik's proposal. The dividends under the second elder's name were a hot potato. Whoever took it at this moment would be unlucky, so it was better to give it to Batterton. This family meeting was very short. It started quickly and ended quickly. The second elder abdicated in dejection. Kaik also dialed Yang Ming's phone. Yang Ming was naturally satisfied with Kaik's handling result. Yang Ming was just scaring Kaik before, but he didn't expect Kaik to take it so seriously. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say anything more. He told Batterton the result, but Batterton was a little flattered. Mr. Yang, I'm ashamed to accept this bonus. How about this? I'll keep the previous bonus, and this extra bonus will be remitted to your wife, Madame Huang Lele, together with the annual profits of the Douglas Bast Hotel. How about that? Batterton wasn't stupid, nor was he greedy. He knew that this was the only way to make Yang Ming support him. Alright, do as you see fit. Although Yang Ming didn't care about such a small amount of money, he cared about Batterton's attitude. Now it seemed that Batterton did a good job, which made Yang Ming very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Batterton gave Yang Ming the money, but he still thanked Yang Ming, which made Yang Ming very satisfied. Okay, give me a few rooms. Give me 3 rooms first. Yang Ming calculated. 1 room for Dong Jun, 1 for Chu Pingzhan, and 1 for Yuan Er. Including his own room, there were exactly 3 rooms. Okay, I will open the special VIP rooms. Batterton reserved 5 VIP rooms. One of them was for Yang Ming's exclusive use, and the other 4 rooms were for emergency use in case of emergencies. Yang Ming only asked for 3 rooms, so it wasn't a problem. Otherwise, Batterton would have to empty out his office. Of course, if he was asked to move out of the office, he would be happy. He would rather move to the corridor to work and serve Yang Ming well. Okay, there's nothing else for the time being. I'll look for you again, Yang Ming nodded and said. VIP Presidential Room 1 was the room Yang Ming used to live in. After that, it was cleaned up and no one lived in it anymore, including the members of the Douglas family's elder council. Even Kaik himself only stayed in VIP Presidential Suite 2 when he came here. He didn't dare to stay in Suite 1 casually. It was the same room as last time. After Yang Ming entered the room, he didn't contact Dong Jun first because Dong Jun said that he wanted to change his number. So, even if Yang Ming called now, he probably wouldn't be able to find Dong Jun and could easily bring trouble to him. So, Yang Ming still patiently waited for Dong Jun to take the initiative to contact him. However, Yang Ming could call Chu Pengzhan and Wan'er first. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Chu Pengzhan's number that Chu Sanhua gave him. However, when he dialed the phone, the other party gave a notification that the phone was turned off. Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. In theory, Chu Sanhua should have told Chu Pengzhan and the others that he was coming to help them. How could his phone be turned off? However, to rule out the possibility of the phone running out of battery, Yang Ming dialed Wan'er's phone again. The other side was still turned off. This made Yang Ming a little suspicious. What happened to these 2 people? Yang Ming had no choice but to call Lu Weishan. He didn't have Chu Sanhua's number, but he thought that Chu Sanhua should still be waiting for news at Lu Weishan's house. Big Ming. Aunt Chu answered the phone. As soon as she picked up the phone, Aunt Chu said hurriedly, Big Ming, I was just about to call you. Something happened. Something happened? What happened? Yang Ming's heart sank. Sure enough, the thing he didn't want to see the most had already happened. Earlier, Chu Pengzhan called us and said that those people seemed to have found them, and that they had to turn off their phones before they could escape. Those people probably know their phone numbers by now, so they had to turn off their phones. Aunt Chu said. Aunt Chu, but I haven't gotten in touch with them yet. What should we do? Yang Ming frowned. He had his X-ray vision, but finding a single person in Las Vegas was an extremely difficult task. Plus, Pengzhan and the others might not even be in Las Vegas. Oh right, I wanted to tell Chu Pengzhan about you going to help, but I didn't have the time to tell him. I just said that Lang Ge Jr. was protecting them and hung up. Aunt Chu thought for a while and said, I wanted to ask more, but I couldn't call back. Lang Ge Jr. Yang Ming was stunned. He suddenly thought of something and said, okay, Aunt Chu, I should know how to find them now. Let's not talk about it for now. The situation should be very urgent. Okay. Aunt Chu didn't say anything more. She also knew the seriousness of the situation and didn't dare to delay. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming dialed Batterton's number directly. Yang Ming remembered that after he helped Pengzhan and Wan'er settle the matter with Lang Ge Sr. and Lang Ge Jr. last time, Yang Ming seemed to remember that Lang Ge Jr. ran to school to be Pengzhan and Wan'er's personal bodyguard. If this was really the case, then Lang Ge Jr. should be by Pengzhan's side when they were in trouble this time. Therefore, what Yang Ming needed to do now was to get Lang Ge Jr.'s contact information. Mr. Yang, is there anything I can help you with? Batterton had been waiting in the office for Yang Ming's call. At this time, he picked up the phone and quickly asked in fear and trepidation. Do you have Lang Ge Jr.'s phone number? Yang Ming didn't talk nonsense with Batterton because of the urgency of the matter. Lang Ge Jr.? No, but can I have Lang Ge Sr.'s phone number? Asked Batterton. Give it to me, said Yang Ming. Okay, Lang Ge Sr.'s phone number is. Batterton reported a group of numbers as he spoke. Okay. After Yang Ming wrote it down, he hung up the phone directly. Batterton was a little confused. He didn't know why Yang Ming was looking for Lang Ge Jr., but since Yang Ming didn't say, he wouldn't ask more. After Yang Ming got the number, he dialed Lang Ge Sr.'s phone number directly. Hello. Lang Ge Sr. looked at the unfamiliar number on the phone. He didn't want to answer, but he was afraid of missing an important call, so he still answered. This was because Lang Ge Jr. was asking for help just now. He had sent a large number of gang members to support, so he must keep in touch with Lang Ge Jr. at all times. Lang Ge Sr.? I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said directly, I'm looking for Lang Ge Jr. for something. Give me his phone number. Yang Ming. You are that great god Yang, Mr. Yang. When Lang Ge Sr. heard Yang Ming's name, he was excited for no reason. If Yang Ming is here, then everything will be easy to solve. As long as Yang Ming appears, then everything will be fine. I'm Yang Ming, but I'm not that great god Yang. Yang Ming said, your son and Xianxia are very likely to be in danger. Quickly give me his contact information. Ah, yes. Lang Ge Sr. originally wanted to explain and let Yang Ming help, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming already knew that his son and Xianxia were in danger and was ready to help. This saved Lang Ge Sr. the time to talk nonsense was saved. Thinking of this, Lang Ge Sr. quickly told Yang Ming Lang Ge Jr.'s phone number and their current location. Mr. Yang, Lang Ge Jr. just called to ask for help. They were besieged and blocked in an abandoned garbage treatment plant in the suburbs in the east. I have sent people to help, but it is said that the other party is very powerful. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming didn't listen to Lang Ge Sr.'s explanation of how powerful the people blocking them were. How can a cultivator not be powerful? Yang Ming naturally knew how powerful a cultivator was, so Yang Ming's top priority was to get there as soon as possible. If he was late, there might be great danger. In order to save time, after hanging up the phone, Yang Ming opened the door of the room's balcony and jumped directly from the hotel's balcony window on the 20th floor. With the Jin Gang voodoo, Yang Ming was not afraid of any damage caused by falling downstairs. It was said that Yang Ming's super Herculean voodoo wouldn't die even if he was hit by a meteorite or a bomb, let alone jumping off a building. Sure enough, not only was Yang Ming fine after falling to the ground, but he also didn't even fall down with his superb Qigong footwork. Yang Ming's jump was more eye-catching than the special effects in movies. However, no one noticed when Yang Ming jumped down. After Yang Ming landed, no one knew where he jumped from, so no one paid attention to him. While calling Lang Ge Jr., Yang Ming got into a taxi that was waiting at the entrance of the Douglas Hotel. He said to the driver, go to the abandoned garbage treatment plant in the eastern suburbs. There was an old garbage treatment plant in the eastern suburbs. Although it had been out of use for a long time, the taxi driver was familiar with it. After listening to Yang Ming's instructions, he started the car directly and drove to the destination. Hello? Lang Ge Jr. picked up the phone with sweat all over his forehead. He, Pengzhan, and Wanner were hiding in the dirty and smelly garbage. However, there was no other way. This place was currently the safest hiding place. Fortunately, Lang Ge Jr. was from the street racer gang. His driving skills in the city were top-notch. That was how he got rid of the people who were chasing him and hid in this garbage dump. In the city, the people on the other side didn't dare to make a move too openly. They only chased after them, which gave Lang Ge Jr. an opportunity. The terrain advantage and the advantage of driving skills. Another thing was that he knew this garbage dump. This used to be the street racer gang's territory. However, although the car was still far away, the people on the other side would definitely find them one by one. Although Lang Ge Jr. had already contacted Lang Ge Sr. and asked him to send elite reinforcements, they were hiding in the garbage dump. After Pengzhan told him the identity and strength of the people on the other side, as well as their own identity and strength, Lang Ge Jr. suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What kind of people did Pengzhan and Wanner offend? These people were actually Wuling masters? He was afraid that even the elites sent by his father wouldn't be able to fight against these people with guns. However, Lang Ge Jr. was now on the same side as Pengzhan and Wanner. Moreover, they got along well during this period of time, so Lang Ge Jr. didn't regret being in such a dangerous situation with them. He was just thinking about how to get out of this situation. If his father's men weren't their opponents, then they would find this place sooner or later. And he wouldn't be their opponents. Pengzhan and Wanner would be in danger by then. At this moment, Lang Ge Jr.'s phone vibrated. Lang Ge Jr. didn't look at the caller ID in the garbage and picked up the phone directly. Lang Ge Jr., I am Yang Ming. Where are you? I'm heading to your place, but the hotel I'm staying at is a bit far from your location. The Douglas Vast Hotel where Yang Ming stayed and the garbage treatment plant in the eastern suburbs were a bit opposite. They were in two completely different directions. Ah, it's Mr. Yang. Great, we're in the garbage treatment plant. There are 3 piles of garbage. We're hiding in the middle pile of garbage. It's great that you're here. With you here, we can definitely deal with those people. Lang Ge Jr. was overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming's voice. With Yang Ming's help, they were confident in dealing with those people. He had seen how powerful Yang Ming was with his own eyes. What's wrong? Seeing Lang Ge Jr.'s excited expression, Pingzhan couldn't help but ask, do you have a good idea? It's Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is here. We're saved. Lang Ge Jr. said excitedly. Mr. Yang? Pingzhan was stunned. He didn't realize who Mr. Yang was. It's Yang Ming, Mr. Yang. In the beginning, you and I met because of Mr. Yang. Lang Ge Jr. explained quickly. Ah. It's him. Pingzhan immediately knew who Mr. Yang was after Lang Ge Jr. said that. Why is he here? Is he here to help us? He's very powerful. If he's willing to help, we might still have hope. Hearing that Yang Ming was here, Pingzhan was very excited. His originally sad expression became more hopeful. However, as soon as this expectation appeared, Wanner poured a basin of cold water on his head. Even if he's here, I'm afraid he's not their opponent. Wanner smiled bitterly and said, Pingzhan, you don't know how powerful they are. They're not comparable to ordinary warriors. They don't appear easily, so no matter how I describe them, you won't understand how powerful they are. That Mr. Yang, when he helped us, I also knew that he was very powerful, but although he's very powerful, it's only limited to the secular world. At our level, his martial arts can only be considered very shallow. Speaking of this, Wanner sighed. She didn't want to destroy Pingzhan and Lang Ge Jr.'s confidence, but this was the truth. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. As for the name she called Pingzhan, since her identity had been revealed to Lang Ge Jr., she didn't need to hide it anymore. She no longer used the identity of Chenze and Tao Linfeng. Ah? Pingzhan and Lang Ge Jr. were shocked when they heard Wanner's words. They said in shock, really? It can't be. Even Mr. Yang can't do anything, then we. Mr. Yang's martial arts. Wanner helplessly shook her head, it's not as powerful as my martial arts before it was sealed. And this time, it should be the Grand Elder who personally led the team. Although elderly, this elder who has a good relationship with me also came along. In front of the Grand Elder, he doesn't have much authority to speak. And the Grand Elder is many, many times more powerful than me. Mr. Yang, how could he be his opponent? Then, after Pingzhan heard this, he was very disappointed and worried. Then if Mr. Yang comes, wouldn't it be the same as harming him? That's right. We should inform him in advance and tell him not to come. It's futile even if he comes. He might even die. Wanner sighed. Then I'll call him now. Lang Ge Jr. picked up the phone disappointedly. Just as he was about to make the call, suddenly there was a sound of a car near the garbage dump. The 3 of them heard the sound of a car and were shocked. Don't fight first, someone is coming. Wanner said helplessly. Although she was worried about Yang Ming, if she spoke now, she might be discovered. So, she said, send him a message. Okay. Lang Ge nodded and quickly wrote a message to Yang Ming, telling him not to come and find them because the opponent was too strong and he wasn't a match for them. Although Lang Ge felt sorry for not letting Yang Ming come, he also knew that Wanner was doing it for Yang Ming's sake. She didn't want to drag Yang Ming into this. Yang Ming was in the taxi when he received Lang Ji's message. He looked at the content and was slightly stunned. Lang Ge was very happy that he was going to help before. Why did he not let him go in the blink of an eye? Yang Ming then realized that Lang Ge was afraid that he wasn't a match for the people coming. Looking at the message in his hand, Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. If it was before Yang Ming went to Miaojiang to carry out the mission, he might not be a match for the people from the Dark Palace. But now, Yang Ming had the Super Jin Gang Gu and the incomplete version of the Vigor Gu. It could be said that even if the ancient sect Sky-class masters came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Ming. Maybe Yang Ming couldn't do anything to them, but they definitely couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. This way, Yang Ming had a bargaining chip to talk and negotiate with them. So, Yang Ming wasn't ready to give up. He had promised Chu Huifeng and Chu Sanhua, so he had to help them do this. In the abandoned junkyard, Chu Pengzhan, Wan Er, and Lang Ge heard the sound of the car stopping and the door opening and closing. They quickly stopped talking, looked at each other, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The sound of footsteps could be clearly heard in the empty space of the land. Pengzhan and the other's hearts skipped a beat. Yuan Er, there's no need to hide. I can already feel the aura on your body. I know you're here. A cold voice rang out. This person was Elder Cui of the Dark Palace's Law Enforcement Hall. Although you sealed all of your true qi before you left, don't think that I won't be able to find you. You have the Dark Phoenix bloodline, which is unique to the Dark Palace. There's no point in hiding. That's right, Yuan Er, don't be so obstinate. If you get rid of the little vile spawn in your womb now and return with me, young sect master might let bygones be bygones and take you in as a concubine. The one who spoke was the ninth elder of the Heavenly Pill sect, another ancient sect that had a marriage agreement with Yuan Er. You can only obtain the Dark Phoenix bloodline inheritance from the Dark Knight Palace by taking our special bloodline preserving pill when you have a child with our young sect leader. Otherwise, if you delay the important matter in 20 years, you will be the sinner of the ancient sect for all eternity. The people from that place won't let you go either. Yuan Er's original engagement was to marry this Heavenly Dan sect's young sect master. The reason for marrying the Heavenly Dan sect's young sect master was because the Dark Knight Palace's Dark Phoenix bloodline in her body was not very pure. However, through a kind of pill, her future child could obtain a pure bloodline. However, the prerequisite was that the child's father must also be a cultivator. Moreover, this pill was priceless. The Heavenly Pill sect couldn't just give it to Yuan Er for free. This marriage agreement made the Heavenly Pill sect's young sect leader very satisfied. However, he didn't expect Yuan Er to suddenly run away from the marriage. This wasn't just a matter of the Heavenly Pill sect's face, but also a matter of the important matter in the future. Although that place was looking for other inheritors, if Yuan Er could obtain the inheritance, then they wouldn't have to spend so much effort to find others. However, when Yuan Er left, she sealed her strength, causing trouble for the Dark Palace's search. Of course, this was also because of Elder Li, who was very close to Yuan Er, causing the search to be so slow. This gave Pengzhan and Yuan Er more time to interact. However, this time, it was because the Great Elder activated the Dark Palace's most valuable treasure, the Dark Phoenix Bloodline Guide Stone. After this treasure was used, it could point out the location of the person with the Dark Phoenix bloodline. This treasure was originally only used to find a new inheritor when the Dark Phoenix bloodline was lost. This was because every time this treasure was used, there needed to be at least 3 Sky-class late-phase peak masters to activate the pure chi in their body. Moreover, after activating this treasure, they wouldn't be able to return to their peak within a year. They could only stay at Sky-class late phase and would need to rest for a year before they could return to their peak again. Every time this treasure was used, they would need to wait for 20 years before they could activate it again. This was why the Dark Palace didn't activate this treasure to search for Yuan Er in the beginning. After that, the Great Elder finally convinced Yuan Er's father, the current Dark Palace Master Yi Guxing, and the old Dark Palace Master, who was Yi Guxing's mother, Wan Er's grandmother, as well as a Sky-class late-phase peak master from the Heavenly Dan School. The 3 of them activated their pure chi and activated the Dark Phoenix Bloodline Guide Stone. Only then did they find Yuan Er's specific location. After all, this was related to the Dark Palace's future status and that big event 20 years later. So, although Yi Guxing loved his daughter very much, for the sake of the Dark Palace and that big event, he had no choice but to agree to the Great Elder's suggestion. However, what he meant was for Yuan Er to leave quietly after giving birth to the child. However, the Great Elder and the Heavenly Dan School's elder acted on their own accord and prepared to kill Pengzhan, this little bastard who made the Heavenly Dan School's young master cuckold, and the little bastard in Yuan Er's stomach. Yuan Er was shocked. She didn't expect them to find her because of the Dark Phoenix bloodline in her body. So, they used that treasure. Thinking up to here, Yuan Er's heart sank. It seemed that she couldn't escape this time. That's right, Wan Er. The Heavenly Dance School's young master, the Heavenly Dance School's knowledge star, has already promised that as long as you abort this child and come back with us, although you can't be the main wife, you can still be the second wife. Elder Chui said. Although the palace master had told them to let Yuan give birth to this child before returning, he was under the great elder's command and listened to him more. Plus, the Heavenly Dance School's ninth elder also said that this child couldn't be born. They had to use medicine to abort the child to ensure that the Dark Phoenix bloodline in Yuan's body was complete. Otherwise, a part of the Dark Phoenix bloodline would be taken away by the newborn child. Even if they returned to the Heavenly Dance School, the newborn child wouldn't be able to guarantee the purity of the bloodline. Of course, these words couldn't be said to Yi Guxing. Otherwise, Yi Guxing would feel bad for his daughter and might give up the big plan 20 years later. This was what the Grand Elder didn't want to see. She wanted to see the glory of the Dark Palace. What's wrong, Yuan? Do you need me to catch you personally? The ninth elder saw that Yuan didn't move and sneered, "Don't be so shameless. You think you're a good person? You're just a withered flower." Yuan sighed. She didn't expect that she couldn't escape in the end. Was she going to die here? Killing Pengzhan and aborting her child? Why not just kill her as well? Although she didn't know Pengzhan for long, their hearts were already tightly connected. It was impossible for her to remarry someone else. It was better for her to die. I'm afraid we can't escape. Yuan looked at Pengzhan and said sadly, "Without you, without the child, I'd rather die." "Yuan, don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll die with you." Pengzhan finally thought it through. He held Yuan-er's hand tightly and said gently, "Yuan-er, it's a blessing that we can go through life and death together. We're not their opponent, so there's no need to fight back." Yuan didn't expect Pengzhan to say these words. People said that husband and wife were birds in the same forest. They would fly away in the face of danger. However, Pengzhan still didn't leave and didn't want to push her out. Instead, he ran for his life. This was very commendable. "Lang Ge Jr., it's fine if the two of us go out. You don't need to be involved in our matters." Pengzhan looked at Lang Ge Jr. and said seriously, "You hide here and come out after we leave." Lang Ge Jr. protected Pengzhan and Yuan at first because he wanted to please Yang Ming. However, after interacting with Pengzhan and Yuan, the three of them became good friends. He also became best friends with Pengzhan. Lang Ge Jr. was from a gang and valued loyalty. How could he agree at this time? "No, I'll go out with you. We came together. If we're going to die, we'll die together. If we're going to live together, we'll live together. Who knows, we might still have a chance." Why are you doing this?" Yuan bitterly smiled and said, "There definitely won't be a chance. You don't understand their strength. The three of us can't fight against them. Don't underestimate them because they only have a few people, but..." "Okay, it's a deal." Lang Ge Jr. didn't wait for Yuan to say anything and took the lead to climb out of the trash heap. "Huh? There was another person? Kid, did you lead them away?" Elder Chui frowned. He didn't expect that there would be a third person in the garbage dump. "Not bad." Lang Ge Jr. nodded and said, "I don't care where you are from, but I want to give you a piece of advice. This is Las Vegas, not your territory. It's best if you leave some leeway when you do things, or else you won't be able to deal with the encirclement of the three great gangs so easily." "Oh? Are you threatening us?" Elder Chui looked at Lang Ge Jr. and found it funny. He didn't make a move in the downtown area because the ancient people wouldn't make a move on ordinary people if it wasn't necessary. Of course, Pengzhan couldn't be treated as an ordinary person. He was the enemy of the entire Dark Palace and Heavenly Elixir sect. That's right. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. My street racer gang and a few gangs that are on good terms with us have more than 10,000 people. If you want to make a move, you better think about the consequences." Lang Ge Jr. said. "Consequences?" Elder Chui smiled. He looked at Elder Jiu of Heavenly Elixir sect and asked faintly, "Do you think that 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands?" 4 hands? Don't mention 4 hands, even 100 or 10,000 hands wouldn't matter, Elder Jiao said arrogantly. Don't move, you are surrounded. At this time, 2 large black trucks with the racing car logo stopped at the entrance of the junkyard. 30 to 40 big men with submachine guns jumped out of the trucks. 2 people came out of the front passenger seat of the trucks, carrying rocket launchers on their shoulders. These people were all Lang Ge Sr.'s subordinates. This time, Lang Ge Sr. had made up his mind to bring all the heavy weapons of the gang. Fortunately, this was the suburbs and there weren't many people, so there wouldn't be any problems. This is your trump card? Elder Cui looked at the men in black with disdain and asked faintly. At this moment, Pingzhan and Wan Er came out of the garbage dump hand in hand. Wan Er's face changed slightly when she saw Lang Ge Sr.'s people. Although these people were holding weapons in their hands and looked very powerful, Wan Er knew that these weapons couldn't cause much damage to Elder Cui and Elder Jiao. Lang Ge Jr., I appreciate your kindness. Now, take your people and leave, Wan Er said. Ancient sects don't attack ordinary people easily. Wan Er, you don't have to provoke me. Ancient sects don't attack ordinary people easily. It's not impossible for your friend to leave. It's just that he doesn't seem to believe it. He is very arrogant. Does he think that he can deal with us with these weapons? Elder Cui wasn't very interested in killing Lang Ge Jr. if it wasn't necessary. He didn't want to have a conflict with the local gang. After all, they still had to take the plane back. This was other people's territory. If something happened to Lang Ge Jr., they might not even be able to board the plane smoothly. Although they could also leave the country in other ways, it was now insignificant to let Lang Ge Jr. go. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than a bullet? Lang Ge Jr. really didn't believe it, although the only thing that can't be defeated is speed. Can you be faster than a bullet? The only thing that can't be defeated is speed? Have you watched too many dramas? Elder Cui curled his lips in disdain and said, I don't need to be faster than a bullet. Even if you shoot me, I won't dodge. You can't do anything to me. Wan Er, tell him why. A normal bullet can't hurt a sky-class master with pure chi protection. Wan Er sighed and said, moreover, even if he wants to dodge, he can dodge it. His speed is indeed faster than a bullet. Ah? Lang Ge Jr. was stunned. He didn't expect the enemy to be so strong. It seemed that he really underestimated the person in front of him. Alright, even if you can dodge bullets and aren't afraid of bullets, aren't you afraid of rocket launchers? Lang Ge said fiercely, rocket launchers and bullets are different. Hee, I admit that the rocket launcher can cause some damage to us, but when you launch the rocket launcher, I can dodge it in time. Elder Cui said lightly, guns have no eyes. I can dodge it, but I don't know if you guys can dodge it at such a close distance. Don't let us hurt you guys by accident. Lang Ge Jr.'s face changed slightly. It seemed that Elder Cui was more difficult to deal with than he thought. He wasn't scared at all. Indeed, Elder Cui was right. In such a situation, in such a small area, if they were to use the rocket launcher, they might accidentally injure their own people. The rocket launcher was actually used to scare people. It couldn't be used at such a close distance. He didn't expect Elder Cui to point it out so easily. This put Lang Ge Jr. in a dilemma. Lang Ge Jr., thank you for this. Pingzhan said, this is between me and Wan Er. There's no need to drag you into this. Yeah, Lang Ge Jr., take your people and leave first. I know them better than you. Wan Er said, if there's hope, I won't give up, but now. Sigh. Lang Ge Jr. actually knew that his efforts were useless now. The other party wasn't afraid of the weapons in their hands at all. It sounded like a joke. Who wasn't afraid of guns? However, the truth was in front of him. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Elder Cui waved his hand casually. The man in black closest to him didn't know what happened, but the submachine gun in his hand was in Elder Cui's hand. Elder Cui casually rubbed it twice and the submachine gun turned into a pile of scrap iron. He casually threw it at his feet. Everyone present, except for Wan Er, was shocked. Even Pingzhan, who was mentally prepared, was shocked. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. The strength of these people was far beyond his expectations. Are you trying to scare a child? A cold voice sounded. The voice was filled with disdain and ridicule. The owner of this voice was naturally Yang Ming. Both Elder Cui and Elder Jiu were stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock. They turned around subconsciously and saw a young man about the same age as Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er walking towards them calmly. However, the boy's expression and temperament were much more mature than Pengzhan and Wan Er's. He had the aura of a superior being. Of course, this wasn't the reason why they were shocked. The reason why they were shocked was that they actually didn't notice Yang Ming's arrival. Yang Ming was an assassin. Although he wasn't an internal martial artist, he practiced the butterfly micro-step, which was similar to external martial arts. It could be said that Yang Ming's Qigong had reached the peak. Even if the two of them were heaven stage masters, it was normal that they didn't notice Yang Ming's existence. Moreover, Yang Ming hadn't practiced the internal cultivation method that Sun Xikong and Mo Kongwen had given him. There was no fluctuation of true qi on his body. It was normal that these two couldn't sense him. However, Elder Cui and Elder Jiu felt that something was amiss. This person in front of them. Could he be a master? Because Yang Ming's appearance at this time was consistent with the aura of a master. However, they couldn't sense Yang Ming's existence. This made Elder Cui and Elder Jiu feel a little guilty. Either Yang Ming was an ordinary person, or Yang Ming was a master. However, this master was a little too young, wasn't he? Moreover, even if he was a master, he should have true qi fluctuations on his body, right? Who are you? Elder Cui asked subconsciously. Lang Ge Jr., you really didn't disappoint me. Under such circumstances, you still didn't give up. You are a loyal person. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Lang Ge Jr.'s performance and complimented him. Brother Yang. Lang Ge Jr. didn't expect that Yang Ming would still come even though he didn't let Yang Ming come. Wait a moment. After the things here are settled, I will give you some benefits. Yang Ming nodded to Lang Ge Jr. Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er looked at each other and saw a trace of a bitter smile in each other's eyes. Yang Ming came, but it seemed that Yang Ming was a little arrogant and didn't understand the situation. However, Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er naturally wouldn't laugh at Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming came to help them, so they were grateful. However, they also wanted to find an opportunity to hint Yang Ming that the situation here wasn't very simple. It wasn't easy to solve. Solve? Do you think that the situation here can be solved easily? Elder Cui was amused by Yang Ming's big words. Yang Ming didn't have any intention to respond to him. He pretended not to hear his two questions in a row, which made Elder Cui a little angry. I'm talking to you. Who are you? Elder Cui asked sternly. Yang Ming still didn't have any intention to answer him. Step by step, he walked towards Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er. When he passed by the iron ball that Elder Cui had crumpled, Yang Ming didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he stepped on it. The iron ball was turned into a metal pancake by Yang Ming's foot. Yang Ming's footsteps didn't stop. He walked over as if he was walking on flat ground. Do you think that doing this gives you a sense of achievement? That you can show off how strong and awesome you are? Yang Ming walked to Chu Pengzhan's side and turned around to look at Elder Cui indifferently. You. Elder Cui looked at the iron ball that had turned into a metal pancake on the ground. His face changed slightly. What Yang Ming did was much more difficult than crumpling the iron ball into a metal pancake with both hands. Exerting force with both hands and stepping on it like Yang Ming was walking with only one foot. It was a completely different thing. Yang Ming was really walking. He didn't use any force, nor did he use any force to step on it. So, Yang Ming was completely relying on his hard feet and powerful strength to turn the iron ball into a metal pancake. There was no chance of him using any tricks. A physical master? Elder Jiu's face changed slightly. He didn't feel a trace of qi from Yang Ming's body. So, the only explanation he could think of was that Yang Ming wasn't a spiritual master. He was a physical master. Or maybe he was a physical master who specialized in leg techniques. However, from what he could see, Yang Ming's level was something that a mystic class physical master could do. If it was someone who specialized in leg techniques, even a golden class would be able to do it. Of course, he didn't care about golden and mystic class physical masters. His expression changed slightly. What was strange was that there was a practitioner here. Kid, this is Dark Palace and Heavenly Elixir Sect's territory. Which sect are you from? Don't cause trouble for the Dragon King Temple. Elder Cui looked at Yang Ming and asked. Since Yang Ming was a practitioner, he had to figure out Yang Ming's background. Although it seemed that Yang Ming's strength couldn't be too high, what if Yang Ming was a disciple of some ancient sect? If he hurt Yang Ming, his master would come and find him. It wouldn't be worth it to make an enemy out of Dark Palace and Heavenly Elixir Sect. You don't have to test me. I'm not from an ancient sect. Yang Ming said indifferently, I've never heard of Dark Palace or Heavenly Elixir Sect. I'm not interested in hearing about them. You better go back to where you came from. I don't have time to waste with you. I'm here for an important matter. I don't have time to play around with you. Good, very good. Elder Cui smiled coldly. He waved his hand and said, since you're so full of yourself, I'll send you on your way first. Since Yang Ming didn't belong to any sect, Elder Cui could kill him without any hesitation. He didn't want to kill Lang Ge Jr. because he didn't want to anger the local sects and bring trouble to his border. But now, a small physical practitioner came knocking on his door. Elder Cui was worried that he didn't have a place to show his power. He wanted to scare Lang Ge Jr. by killing Yang Ming so that he would retreat and leave with his people. As for Pengzhan and Wan he naturally wanted to bring them back to the Grand Elder. Of course, although he had the power to kill Pengzhan, it would be too easy for him to just kill him like that. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Cui attacked. He couldn't figure out Yang Ming's strength, so in order to kill him in one hit, he activated his inner qi and fully displayed his sky-class strength. A fierce aura broke out of his body and turned into a fire dragon. It circled around his right arm and he punched at Yang Ming. Fire Dragon Fist, 11th style. This was the martial skill of a Heaven Stage Master. It was also the strongest martial skill that Elder Cui had mastered. His goal was to kill Yang Ming in one move. This person who appeared out of nowhere and challenged his authority, naturally, he couldn't let him live. However, Yang Ming didn't dodge. He just stood there as if he didn't put Elder Cui in his eyes. Or perhaps Elder Cui's speed was so fast that he didn't have time to react. In short, Elder Cui's punch landed on Yang Ming's chest and made a loud noise. Bang! Elder Cui's mouth curved into a smile. From his point of view, Yang Ming was definitely going to die. After all, even if Yang Ming was a sky-class early-stage master, he was still going to die if he took the attack without any preparation. Moreover, from Elder Cui's point of view, Yang Ming wasn't a sky-class master. At most, he was a mystic-class master. In Jianghu, the total number of sky-class masters was less than 3 digits. Elder Cui knew all of them. He could almost see Yang Ming vomiting blood and dying when he punched out. But the reality was too much for him to accept. This was because the scene that he imagined did not happen at this moment. Yang Ming did not fly out as he expected, nor did he bleed out. Instead, he stood there indifferently with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. However, this was the last smile that Elder Cui saw in this world. He didn't have time to ask, nor did he have time to do anything else, before he heard a muffled sound. After that, he didn't know anything else. This was because his head had been blown up by Yang Ming's punch. Elder Cui was a sky-class master. In theory, if he used qi to protect his body, Yang Ming wouldn't be able to kill a sky-class early-stage master with just one punch, even if he used the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo. But Elder Cui didn't use qi to protect himself. All of his qi was concentrated in his right fist. He wanted to kill Yang Ming with one punch, so he used up all of his qi. He didn't think that Yang Ming would be able to counterattack after taking his punch. But now, he couldn't think about it anymore. All of this had become an unsolved mystery. Elder Cui died with his eyes wide open. What the hell? Yang Ming wiped the blood off his hands and kicked Elder Cui's body into the trash. A generation of Dark Knight Palace's law enforcement elder, an early-stage heaven-class master, was killed by Yang Ming with one punch. These people from the ancient sects, they all think they're so great and so arrogant. Previously, I met some ancient Feng family, and now there's Dark Knight Palace and Heavenly Pill sect. Sigh. Yang Ming killed Elder Cui with one punch. Wan'er, Chupungzhan, and Lang Ge Jr. were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The ninth elder of the Heavenly Pill sect was also complaining in his heart. Where the hell did this guy come from? Someone who could kill a sky-class master with one punch couldn't be a nobody. But this guy was so young, and Elder Jiao had no impression of him at all. You. Who are you? Elder Jiao asked, his heart beating fast. I told you, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just here to protect Pingzhan and Wan'er. Yang Ming shrugged. Also, I've made it clear that I'm here to protect them. It's just on the way. I have more important things to do. But you guys just have to challenge my bottom line. I don't like to act cool anymore. I haven't been acting cool for many years, but you guys just have to cooperate with me. Ha ha ha. After Lang Ge Jr. heard Yang Ming's words, he suddenly laughed unscrupulously. He was Yang Ming's loyal follower. At first, he was worried that Yang Ming wouldn't be able to defeat Elder Cui and Elder Jiao, but Yang Ming killed them instantly. This made Lang Ji's blood boil. Ugh. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Elder Jiao looked at Elder Cui's horrible corpse. He was a sky-class master, just a little bit stronger than Elder Cui. He definitely wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. It was better to report this matter to the Grand Elder of the Dark Knight Palace and let her decide. Leave? Did I say you could leave? Yang Ming looked at Elder Jiao mockingly and said coldly, why didn't you leave when I asked you to? Do you think you're trash? You think you can come and go as you please in the garbage dump? Pfft. Ha ha ha. When Lang Ge Jr. heard Yang Ming mocking the ninth elder as trash, he laughed even harder. Before Yang Ming came, these two elders were so arrogant that they were almost smoking. They kneaded the submachine gun into an iron ball, but so what? Not only was the iron ball crushed by Yang Ming's foot, but he also blew up Elder Cui's head with one punch. Actually, I'm just here to be a bystander. The ninth elder was a little aggrieved. When had he ever been so aggrieved? But the world of cultivators was like this. There was no reason, but strength was reason. The strength shown by Yang Ming's punch scared him. Of course, this was not the end of it. What shocked him the most was that Yang Ming was unscathed under the full attack of Elder Cui's fire dragon fist. Was this possible? Even if it was a master of the Golden Bell Shield, it was impossible not to be injured under this punch. Unless the opponent was a master of the Golden Bell Shield at the peak of the late stage of the heaven rank. However, if Yang Ming was really a physical practitioner of the peak of the late stage of the heaven rank, then it would be troublesome. Only the supreme elder of the late stage of the heaven rank could be his opponent. Due to the fact that external cultivators only focused on body refinement, their overall strength was always lower than internal cultivators by a level. You're here to be a bystander? Yang Ming asked. Just now. I didn't say anything. It was Elder Cui who said that he wanted to send you on your way. I didn't say anything. The ninth elder said aggrievedly, how about you just treat me as trash? No. Yang Ming said lightly, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Break your own arms. The ninth elder listened to Yang Ming's words and a trace of humiliation and anger flashed across his face. Since you don't want to, then I'll help you. But if I do, I'm afraid you'll be accompanying Elder Cui. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Okay. I'll break my own arms. The ninth elder took a deep breath. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He was unwilling because he saw with his own eyes how Yang Ming killed Elder Cui. Elder Cui's full-strength attack did not cause any damage to Yang Ming. Therefore, Elder Jiao assessed the pros and cons in his heart. If Yang Ming made a move, he would very likely follow in Elder Cui's footsteps and die here. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree and break his own arms. Kacha! Kacha! With two crisp sounds, the ninth elder did not hesitate in the slightest. He used his left hand to break the ninth elder's right hand, and then used half of his right arm to break the ninth elder's left arm. Is it okay now? Elder Nine was a bit regretful. This was a matter of the Dark Knight Palace. Why the hell was he getting involved? Now, my arm is broken, and I almost died here. Really, no matter what, I won't join in the fun next time. It was better to leave this matter to the Grand Elder. There was no need to provoke such a terrifying existence in front of him. That's enough. Go back and report this to the person who's in charge this time. Ask him to come and talk to me. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Yang Ming said to the ninth elder, I kept you alive so that you could report to the leader. I didn't ask you to break your own legs because of this. So, don't let me down. Otherwise, I'll remember where you came from. Heavenly Elixir Sect? I can find you. Don't even think about running away. I'll pass your exact words to the Grand Elder of the Dark Knight Palace. She's the leader of the team this time. The ninth elder sighed. Although Lin Fan's words were very harsh, he was not afraid that he would come to the Heavenly Elixir Sect. The Heavenly Elixir Sect was not to be trifled with. However, he didn't say that out loud. After all, the Heavenly Elixir Sect didn't need to provoke such a strong enemy over such a small matter. He could tell that Yang Ming was a master in physical strength, a sky-class late-phase peak master. Unless the Heavenly Elixir Sect was out of their minds, they would not provoke such a grand ancestor. Oh, go, Yang Ming waved his hand and said impatiently. Elder Jiao glanced at Elder Chui's headless body in the garbage heap. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to bring it back. Instead, he got into a car at the entrance. There was obviously a driver in the car. There was no need for Elder Jiao, who had lost his hand, to drive. Are you guys okay? Sorry, I'm a bit late, but I'm still on time. Yang Ming shrugged and looked at Pingzhan and Wan with a smile. This time, should I call you Chen Zhe and Tao Linfang, or Chu Pingzhan and Wan Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry. Last time, we had no choice but to reveal our identities to you. We had our reasons, you know. Pingzhan smiled bitterly. I didn't think that you'd help me and Wan so much last time, and this time, you'd help us again. I was entrusted by Godfather and Godmother to help you. Yang Ming smiled and said, It's not a coincidence this time. Oh? Pingzhan paused, Your godparents? It's Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang. They are your aunt and uncle, Yang Ming said. I met your father before I came here. So that's how it is. Pingzhan understood. I was wondering why you rushed over after receiving the message. My father must have told you about the ancient sect. It looks like Mr. Yang has a plan in mind. I can't say that I have a plan in mind, but these two people are a bit weak. Yang Ming shook his head. Elder Chui's fist hit Yang Ming, but Yang Ming didn't feel anything at all. This super version of the Jin Gengu was really invulnerable. The fire of the fire dragon fist didn't affect Yang Ming at all. Mr. Yang, thank you so much. It seems that Wan underestimated your strength. Wan recovered from her shock. She was a bit happy, but she was also a bit worried. Yang Ming might have settled the trouble in front of him, but the leader this time was the Grand Elder. The real strong person was the sky-class late-phase Grand Elder, not Elder Chui or Elder Jiao. I don't know if Yang Ming can still deal with the Supreme Elder easily when he comes. Haha. Yang Ming smiled and didn't explain further. Wan wasn't underestimating him, but the strength that Yang Ming displayed last time couldn't be compared with the current one. Yang Ming went to Miaojiang, inherited Elder Yu's super version of the Jin Gengu, and took the simplified version of the Titan Gu. Naturally, his strength was different. But, Mr. Yang, you killed Elder Chui. You have made a big enemy of the Dark Palace. I'm afraid this won't end well. Wan said worriedly. Don't tell me that if I don't kill him, this matter will end well? Yang Ming looked at Yi Wan without a care in the world and asked in return. This? Wan was slightly stunned. She immediately thought, that's right. Even if Yang Ming didn't kill, this matter definitely wouldn't end well. It's just that, this way, you'll be implicated. Don't worry about me, they can't kill me, Yang Ming smiled and said lightly. If Elder Yu was so easy to deal with, Yang Ming wouldn't have been so helpless for so long. In the end, it was Dong Jun who gave him the quick cicada goo to solve the problem. Therefore, Yang Ming was still very confident about this Jin Gengu. I really didn't expect that, Mr. Yang, you are still so brave. That person is so strong, but you are even stronger than him. Lang Ge Jr. was excited. Yeah, I really didn't expect that you are the godson of my aunt and uncle. Then, I will call you Brother Yang too. Pengzhan said excitedly. He never would have thought that things would turn out like this, that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. At first, he thought that there was no hope at all, but now, Yang Ming's appearance was like a god descending to earth. He showed his power and killed the high and mighty Elder Cui in one move. Elder Jiu of the Heavenly Elixir sect had no choice but to cut off his own arms and leave sullenly. However, Chu Pengzhan still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that this was a dream because from the crisis to the light, it was just too fast. It was just a moment. Of course. Yang Ming nodded with a smile and looked at Wan. I really didn't expect that you were also from the ancient sections. However, I don't have a good impression of those ancient sects, but since you are married to Chu Pengzhan, then I will treat you as my sister-in-law. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Wan said gratefully. Although Yang Ming killed her sect's elder in one move, if he didn't do anything, then the ones who would die now would be her and Chu Pengzhan. Perhaps Lang Ge Jr. would be implicated as well. Therefore, Wan clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. She wouldn't blame Yang Ming. After all, she grew up in the Dark Knight Palace. Her father was the palace master of the Dark Knight Palace, and her grandmother was the old palace master. The Grand Elder was her grandmother's servant. Although the Grand Elder was too heartless, she was wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. In her eyes, the sect's benefits were greater than anything else. If her death could be exchanged for the sect's glory, then she would die without hesitation. Personal honor, none of that mattered. Therefore, for such a person, Wan really couldn't blame him. However, she couldn't ask Yang Ming to hold back. The Grand Elder would probably get the news and come quickly. If Yang Ming held back, then the ones who would die would be Yang Ming, Chu Pengzhan, Lang Ge Jr. and the child in her womb. Wan couldn't be more familiar with the Grand Elder's personality. Therefore, she was very conflicted in her heart at this moment. What if Yang Ming killed the Grand Elder with one punch like how he dealt with Elder Cui? Or rather, what if he and the Grand Elder were both injured? Thinking of this, Wan's expression was a little uncertain. Chu Pengzhan also saw that Wan's expression was a little abnormal. He also thought of something. Elder Cui and Elder Jiu who came just now were just two pawns. The one who led the team this time was the Grand Elder. It was said that the Grand Elder's strength was much stronger than Elder Cui and Elder Jiu. Elder Cui and Elder Jiu were only at the early and peak of Sky Class, but the Grand Elder had reached the late phase of Sky Class. He was only one step away from the strongest peak of Sky Class in the world. With such a strong person, would Yang Ming be his opponent? You're still calling me Mr. Yang? Shouldn't you be like Chu Pengzhan and call me Big Bro Yang? Yang Ming said with a smile. Wan came back from her thoughts and looked at Yang Ming. She couldn't help but worry. At this time, Yang Ming also noticed that something was wrong with Pengzhan and Wan. Both of them were frowning as if they were worried about something. Seeing their expressions, Yang Ming quickly asked, You. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Pengzhan smiled bitterly. However, Yang Ming wasn't an outsider. Since he was the adopted son of his aunt and uncle, he had to be honest. Big Bro Yang, I'm a little worried. You're not a match for the Grand Elder. She's one of the strongest masters in the world. With that, he told his analysis to Yang Ming. After hearing it, Yang Ming nodded seriously. He didn't underestimate the enemy too much. Yang Ming now was basically equivalent to the existence of a bug. Although he wasn't the kind of formal internal master or external master, his own strength had already surpassed the highest realm of external masters. Even so, Yang Ming didn't think too highly of himself. After all, the ancient sect's fame wasn't a joke. There was a reason why ancient sects existed. If they could stand at the peak of Wulin, it meant that they were very strong themselves. The Grand Elder, on the other hand, was one of the strongest people in the world. How could Yang Ming underestimate the enemy? Yang Ming's underestimation of the enemy was just a show for Elder Cui and the Ninth Elder. He wanted to put pressure on them. To be exact, it was mostly a show for the Ninth Elder of the Heavenly Dan sect. When the Ninth Elder was prepared, it was unknown whether Yang Ming could kill him in one move. After all, Yang Ming only used the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo, not the full version. Yang Ming's defense was very strong. When Elder Cui attacked, he didn't feel anything. When Elder Cui wasn't prepared, it was pure luck that he killed Elder Cui with one punch. However, the ninth elder was on guard. If he just defended and didn't attack, Yang Ming would be exposed. Yang Ming wasn't sure whether Yang Ming could do anything to him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. If Lin Dongfang was here, it would be great. With one attacking and one defending, if they cooperated well, they wouldn't be able to sweep Wulin. These old guys from the ancient sects would probably turn around and run when they saw them. Lin Dongfang was very strong and invincible. He was invincible and invincible. Yang Ming's body was as strong as iron. He was invulnerable. When the two of them were together, they were like a bug in Wulin. When you attacked, Yang Ming would defend, and when you were done, Lin Dongfang would attack. No matter how strong the master was, they would be killed in seconds. However, without Lin Dongfang, no matter how strong the bug was, it would only be half a bug. That was why Yang Ming pretended to be arrogant and underestimated his opponent, scaring Elder Jiu into breaking his own arms. At the very least, he had successfully crippled one of Elder Jiu's henchmen. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about Elder Jiu harming Chu Pengzhan and Wan during his battle with Elder Jiu. It had to be said that Yang Ming was quite a devious person. In terms of acting cool and pretentious, he had already reached the level of perfection. I understand. Yang Ming didn't want to boast in front of his own people. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I know you're worried. Actually, I'm worried about the same thing. Ah? Chu Pengzhan and Wan were obviously stunned after hearing Yang Ming's words. It's like this. Actually, with my strength, in the eyes of you Wulin people, I should be considered a master of physical style. Yang Ming explained. Master of physical style? Wan was stunned. You're a sky-class late-phase peak physical style master? You can think of it that way, but to be more precise, I'm a master of the Golden Shield. Yang Ming said. A large success Golden Bell Shield. Wan suddenly understood and nodded her head, saying, no wonder when Elder Cui's fist landed on your body, you weren't on guard, yet nothing happened. So it was because of this. That's right. To put it bluntly, it's high defense and low attack. Yang Ming nodded. I was able to kill Elder Cui because he wasn't on guard, so I killed him. But for Elder Jiu, I couldn't do anything to him when he was fully on guard. That's why I pretended to look down on the enemy and made him break his own arms. This can be considered as helping you get rid of an obstacle. Otherwise, when Elder Jiu comes later, I'm really afraid that he'll be in the way and hurt you. So that's how it is. Chu Pengzhan and Wan let out a sigh of relief after hearing Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was brave and smart. He really wouldn't underestimate the enemy. But, after hearing Yang Ming's uncertain words, they were a little hesitant. Could Yang Ming really fight against the elder on the stage? If Yang Ming was a master of the Golden Shield, then one thing was for sure. Even if the elder came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Ming, but Yang Ming might not be able to do anything to the elder. The result of the battle between the two would be a draw. However, if Yang Ming couldn't do anything to the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder could do something to Pengzhan and Wan, how could the two not be worried? Yang bro, later on. Just do your best. Pengzhan didn't want to burden Yang Ming too much, so he tried to persuade him. Hehe, I'll do my best, Yang Ming said. But, Yang Ming started to plan in his heart. In the past, Yang Ming did things with a rush and ruthlessness. But, after the Miaojiang trip, Yang Ming knew the importance of planning and then acting. Take Elder Yu's case as an example. Planning and then acting was very important. So, this time, Yang Ming wouldn't be reckless. What if he couldn't defeat the elder? Even if he could defeat the elder, how could he do it once and for all? One had to know that although the Supreme Elder was one of the top experts in their sect, she wasn't the most powerful. There were probably some experts who were more powerful than her. What if these experts continuously came to cause trouble? What would they do? Yang Ming was fine. The key problem was Chu Pengzhan and Wan. No matter how many people came, Yang Ming was confident that these people wouldn't do anything to him. But, what if they secretly attacked Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er? Yang Ming's main mission in Las Vegas this time was to help Dong Jun deal with Dr. Benjamin. It wasn't to deal with the two ancient sects, Dark Palace and Heavenly Pale sect. If he couldn't do it once and for all, Yang Ming could only stay by Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er's side. This way, it would definitely affect Dong Jun's plan to deal with Dr. Benjamin. The time would have to be delayed. Moreover, if Dr. Benjamin was fully prepared, Yang Ming would have a hard time making a move. But, if he had Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er by his side, then Yang Ming would have a headache. Yang Ming could protect himself with Dr. Benjamin, but protecting Dong Jun was already very difficult. If Dr. Benjamin took the opportunity to accidentally hurt Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er, then Yang Ming would be depressed to death. It seemed that if he couldn't do it, then he could only act shamelessly. Yang Ming sighed. Although his strength was very strong, he still couldn't guarantee the safety of the people around him. It seemed that he had to hurry up with the cultivation of the women around him. Also, he should ask Wang Xiaoyan to teach them some kung fu. Of course, these things would have to wait until he went back to Island X. The most important thing now was to solve the problem of Chu Pengzhan and Dong Jun. Langa Jr., you did a good job this time, but let your people go back. They can't do anything if they stay here, Yang Ming said to Langa Jr. Okay. Langa Jr. also knew that the elites under his father's command had no problem dealing with ordinary gang members, but it was impossible to deal with these Wuling masters. So, Langa Jr. waved his hand, indicating that these people could leave. Young leader, you're not leaving together? Among these people, the leader asked Langa Jr. I'm not going back. There's no problem with Mr. Yang protecting me here. Langa Jr. said, moreover, Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er are my friends. It's not right for me to leave just like that. Langa Jr., I understand your thoughts. You should go back too, Yang Ming glanced at Langa Jr. and said. No need, I'll stay here. Langa Jr. smiled bitterly and said, I don't have many true friends in my life, and there aren't many people I admire. I want to stay here and fight side by side with you. Okay, then you can accompany Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er, Yang Ming said, don't fight later. Okay, I understand. Langa Jr. said quickly. The leader saw that Langa Jr. was determined, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. He left the junkyard with his people. Langa Jr. stood firmly beside Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er. Is your lower body better? Yang Ming turned to look at Langa Jr. and asked suddenly. Langa Jr. was stunned by Yang Ming's question, but then he said embarrassedly, I've seen many doctors, but I'm afraid it's useless. The people here were all familiar with each other. Needless to say, Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er knew about Langa Jr.'s situation. Yang Ming was the person who crippled Langa Jr., so Langa Jr. told the truth in front of them. You did well this time. I have a way to help you recover. Yang Ming said to Langa Jr. If it was before, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't make any guarantees. However, Yang Ming had received Lin Dongfeng's medical skills. Moreover, he had just used his X-ray vision to check Langa Jr. and found that this guy's injury had been fixed by surgery in the hospital. The problem now was mainly a neurological problem. It was actually similar to Xianxia's problem. It was just that the location was different. Xianxia's was the leg while Langa Jr.'s was the lower body. This kind of neurological problem was actually the most complicated and headache-inducing problem. Even if little Lang Ji's family was rich and powerful here, they had seen countless doctors, but they were helpless. However, it didn't mean that Yang Ming couldn't do anything about it. With the experience of treating Xianxia, it was basically a sure thing for Yang Ming to let Langa Jr. recover and regain his masculinity. That was why Yang Ming made this promise to Langa Jr. Of course, he also saw that Langa Jr. was really sincere in helping Chu Pengzhan and Wan Er. Since this person sincerely repented, then Yang Ming didn't mind giving him a chance. Ah? After listening to Yang Ming's words, Langa Jr. was dumbfounded. He never thought that there would be a day when he could recover. Since he was crippled, his father, Langa Sr., kept looking for women every night. However, he was old and his energy was not enough. He worked hard for a long time, but there was no result. In the end, he went to the hospital for a checkup and found that there was a problem with his body. The probability of giving birth was relatively small. Even if he gave birth, the child's health would be affected, so Xianxia Sr. had to give up. Therefore, it could be said that the Xianxia family had given up now. However, Yang Ming's words suddenly rekindled Xianxia Jr.'s cold heart. Really? Brother Yang, I can still recover? Xianxia Jr. looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. I have a certain amount of confidence. Yang Ming said, but, we have to solve the problem in front of us first. Thank you, Brother Yang. Xianxia Jr. was extremely excited. He didn't expect that his misfortune would be a blessing in disguise. Originally, he was prepared to die and fight with Pengzhan and Wan'er until the end. However, Yang Ming suddenly appeared and helped them solve the problem. Not only that, Xianxia Jr.'s persistence also allowed him to gain Yang Ming's trust. Although Yang Ming said that he could heal his injuries, Xianxia Jr. still couldn't believe it. After all, too many doctors had already examined him and said that there was no hope. What could Yang Ming do? However, this was the only way. Xianxia Jr. had no other way. He could only listen to Yang Ming. If Yang Ming had a way to heal him, it would be a great surprise. In his heart, he didn't have the slightest dissatisfaction about being crippled by Yang Ming. After all, he didn't do the right thing in the beginning. He wanted to touch Wan'er. Now that he thought about it, if he really dared to touch her, it wouldn't be as simple as being crippled. If Yang Ming didn't cripple him first and he didn't do anything, then the elders of the Heavenly Dan sect and the Dark Knight Palace would have picked up the butcher's knife and aimed at the Xianxia family and the street racer gang, making them completely disappear from the earth. How could the people of the ancient sects be so easy to talk to? Therefore, he had to thank Yang Ming for stopping him from making a big mistake. At least he was still alive now. It was better to be alive than to die. Moreover, there was another turning point in this matter. Although Xianxia Jr. was extremely excited, Yang Ming still saw a trace of uncertainty and worry in his eyes. He smiled slightly and said, if I'm not wrong, you should have a problem with your nerves, right? Eh? Brother Yang, how did you know? Xianxia Jr. was stunned. Yang Ming hadn't examined him yet, but he actually said that he could tell the root cause of his illness. How could Xianxia Jr. not be surprised? One must know that Yang Ming just said it casually. Although this injury was done well by Yang Ming, who could control the situation of this injury? If Yang Ming's kick could destroy a person's nerves, then it would be amazing. Even a martial arts master wouldn't be able to control it, right? Moreover, the hospital that Xianxia Jr. went to for medical treatment suggested that he have it removed. Xianxia Sr. brought him to many famous doctors to keep it, but there was no hope for a cure. It could only be used as a decoration. Originally, when Yang Ming said that he could be cured, Xianxia Jr. was just happy, but he didn't have too much hope. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. During this period, he had experienced too much hope and disappointment. These ups and downs had made his mentality a little numb. Every time he found a big international hospital, they would say that there was a chance, but after seeing it, they would give up helplessly. This made Xianxia Jr. mentally prepared. However, Yang Ming's words revealed his secret and the root cause of his illness. This made his heart move suddenly. In this case, Yang Ming might really have a way. Previously, I just cured a patient with a nerve problem. However, the location is different from yours, but I have some confidence. Yang Ming said, her leg was basically sentenced to death, but now she can stand up properly. Really? That's great. Xianxia Jr. was ecstatic. After this is over, I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. Don't worry, someone is coming. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. Yang Ming looked at the direction not far away and said lightly. Someone is coming? Not only was Xianxia Jr. stunned, but even Chu Pengzhan and Wan'er were stunned. Outside the huge garbage dump, it was empty. There was no one and no cars passing by. Why did Yang Ming say that someone was coming? Yang Ming saw their strange expressions and smiled faintly. Naturally, he wouldn't tell them that he had X-ray vision and telescopic vision and could see the situation in the distance. He only ordered, Xianxia Shao, take Chu Pengzhan and Wan'er and hide behind. Leave this to me. Yes, Brother Yang. Although Xianxia Jr. was puzzled, he still nodded and agreed. He took Chu Pengzhan and Wan'er to the garbage dump not far behind Yang Ming. It was all abandoned car parts. It wasn't very dirty, but it was a little messy. Yang Ming stared at the direction not far away and frowned slightly. Yang Ming didn't put the previous two elders in his eyes, but this old woman who came now seemed to be a little capable. The old woman in Yang Ming's eyes was the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace that Elder Jiu and Elder Cui were talking about. The Grand Elder was now a Heaven Rank late-stage expert, and her strength was at the peak of the Heaven Realm late stage. She was only half a step away from the peak of the Heaven Rank. According to Feng Tianlong, in the cultivation world, the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm was already the top level of strength. So although Yang Ming was confident, he did not blindly underestimate the enemy. The Ninth Elder was shocked and horrified. He did not expect that Yuan that bitch, actually knew such a powerful master. Yang Ming's body did not fluctuate with qi, and when he made a move, he did not mobilize or use the surrounding aura. What kind of master was this? Could it be that he was a master of external martial arts? Thinking of this possibility, the Ninth Elder's heart suddenly trembled. External martial arts masters, although they were not put in the eyes of internal martial arts masters, external martial arts masters of the same level were almost weaker than internal martial arts masters of the same level. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, there were a few sects that practiced external martial arts such as Golden Bell Shield, Iron Shirt, Iron Fist, Iron Hand, Divine Fist, and so on. These were all existences that the internal martial arts sects were not willing to easily provoke. And the masters of external martial arts sects such as Divine Fist Palace and Tai Yi Hall were existences that the internal martial arts sects did not dare to provoke. The peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm, especially the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm, were not existences to provoke. Could it be that Yuan'er's lover knew the people of Divine Fist Palace or Tai Yi Hall? That seemingly very young master was a master of external martial arts from Tai Yi Hall, a peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm? It was not that there were no masters who reached the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm around the age of 20, but they were all from the super ancient sects, such as the Ice Palace and Snow Valley, these two branches from that place, and the everyday sect that gave the major sects a headache. In these ancient sects, there were precedents of peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm around the age of 20. However, the Dark Knight Palace and the Heavenly Elixir sect were not. These two sects could only be considered second-rate sects among the ancient sects in the current Jianghu. Hence, if they were really from Tai Yi Hall, then the Dark Knight Palace and the Heavenly Elixir sect could only choose to retreat. The Heavenly Elixir sect is about to become a first-rate sect in the Jianghu. However, the glory of a sect was not something that could be achieved by the efforts of one generation. It required an opportunity and the unremitting efforts of the successor. Now that there was an opportunity, it all depended on the young sect leader. The Ninth Elder was actually an ambitious person. He was also a person with no selfish motives. He was essentially the same as the Grand Elder. He hoped that his own sect would be glorious. The car drove back to the hotel where they were temporarily staying. The Seventh Elder quickly got out of the car and ran upstairs through the emergency exit, ignoring the strange gazes of the people around him. His hands were already crippled, so he couldn't press the elevator button. He had no choice but to do this. However, for cultivators, tens of flights of stairs were a piece of cake. After the Seventh Elder went upstairs, he came to the door of the Great Supreme Elder's room and knocked twice with his foot. The Great Supreme Elder's voice came from inside, "You're back? Come in, the door isn't locked." Patriarch 7 kicked open the door and walked in. Patriarch 7 did not notice anything strange about him, but he was a little confused when he did not see Patriarch Cui. "Have you caught all of them? What about Elder Cui and Yuan? Why didn't they come together?" "Patriarch 7, please help me and the Seventh Elder." The Ninth Elder said with a sad face, "Patriarch Cui is dead." "What? What did you say?" The Great Supreme Elder was stunned, as if he did not hear the Ninth Elder's words clearly. "What did you say just now? What happened to Patriarch Cui?" "Patriarch Cui is dead." The Ninth Elder said with grief and indignation, "Yuan, that little bitch." Speaking up to hear, the Ninth Elder saw the Great Supreme Elder's unhappy face and immediately shut up. He just remembered that Yuan was the big miss of the Dark Knight Palace. If he said that, it would be strange if the Great Supreme Elder's face was good. However, the ninth elder was smart and quickly changed his words. It's that little bitch's father in Wanner's stomach. I don't know where he got an expert from, but he seems to be an external expert. He's very strong and killed Patriarch Chui. He even crippled my arms. If I didn't come back to tip you off and let you die, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. The ninth elder's words were half true and half false. Although there were elements of adding fuel to the fire, there was nothing wrong with it. It was basically the truth, but he was too embarrassed to say that he broke his own arms, so he blamed it on Yang Ming. As for letting the great Supreme Elder die, it wasn't Yang Ming who said it. However, Yang Ming did mean that, but the ninth elder said it out loud. The great Supreme Elder wasn't unhappy that the great Supreme Elder insulted the child in Wanner's stomach as a little bitch. In her eyes, a child born from messing around with a normal person was a little bitch. She wanted to kill it anyway, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, the opponent's arrogance made the great Supreme Elder frown. Patriarch Chui was killed? One had to know that Elder Chui was an early-stage heaven class. Although this level of strength wasn't considered the best in the ancient sects, it was at least in the top ranks. He wasn't someone that could be killed just because someone wanted to. Moreover, what confused her the most was, where did Pingzhan get this friend from? He was actually such a strong external expert. How old is that external expert? What kind of martial arts does he use? Do you know him? The great Supreme Elder was angry and heartbroken, but he still asked. After all, knowing the enemy and yourself was the key to victory. The enemy's appearance was too strange, and the great Supreme Elder had to figure it out. An external expert who could kill Elder Chui and injure Elder Jiao, his strength was not weak at all. He had to be at least a physical master above the middle stage of Heaven stage. Physical masters above the Heaven stage could be counted on one hand in the cultivation world. There were even fewer people above the middle stage of Heaven stage, so the elder wanted to confirm what this person's background was. Elder, that person is very young, about 20 years old, about the same age as Yuan and Chu Pengzhan. The ninth elder said, he should be good at defense and attack skills. Defense and attack? He knows both of them? The Grand Supreme Elder was stunned. He took Elder Chui's attack head-on, and then smashed Elder Chui's head with a single punch. Ninth elder smiled bitterly. It all happened in an instant. The two of them only used one move each. There's no way to judge anything else. What? You said he took Elder Chui's attack and then killed him? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Elder Chui was an early-stage Heaven stage master, it was impossible for a peak late-stage Heaven stage master to be unharmed after taking his attack head-on. And for a physical master to be able to do this, unless he practiced Golden Bell Shield, Iron Mantle, or other extremely high defensive skills. However, he also blew Elder Chui's head with one punch. Could this be related to the Holy Fist Palace? For a moment, the elder couldn't help but frown. A 20-year-old physical master, it was very likely that he was at the peak of the late phase of Heaven class, the strength of a supreme being, but the Grand Elder didn't have any impression of such a strong physical master. Who on earth was it? That's right, he killed Elder Chui. The ninth elder said with grief and indignation, I'm not his opponent, please help me. All right, come with me. The Supreme Elder said with a dignified expression. The car was still the same commercial car as before, and it returned. Yang Ming had already begun to observe the old woman in the car until she got off and walked over. Yang Ming's eyes were always on her face. As for the ninth elder, Yang Ming automatically ignored him. This kind of coward wasn't worth mentioning. Now that his arm was broken, he couldn't do anything. Although it could be seen that his arm was still immobile, it had been connected, but Yang Ming didn't care. He looked at the Supreme Elder and asked, You are the Supreme Elder who thinks you are awesome, right? Which sect are you from? Why are you involved in this mess? Although the elder saw Yang Ming's arrogance, he wasn't angry because of it. He did have the strength to be arrogant. He pointed at Elder Chui's body on the ground. You interfered with my Dark Palace's business for no reason. Even if you have a strong background, I'm afraid you'll have to give me an explanation for this matter, right? You killed our law-enforcing elder. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? That ninth elder, didn't you tell this old woman that I don't have any background? Yang Ming waited for the elder to finish, then looked at the ninth elder and asked. I. The ninth elder was stunned. Yang Ming did say something similar, but he thought that Yang Ming didn't want to reveal his background, so he deliberately hid it, so he didn't tell the elder. Do you think that by hiding your identity, I won't be able to find out your background? The elder snorted. Tai E Hall or Holy Fist Palace? Which sect are you a proud disciple of? Old woman, I told you, I don't have a background. If you want to do it quickly, don't talk about it here. Yang Ming knew that the elder was testing him, but Yang Ming didn't need to rely on any background at all. Good, very good. Since this is what you said, you can be a witness, ninth elder. The elder smiled. Although Yang Ming was a very powerful external expert, she wasn't weak either. She already had the intention to kill Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't reveal his identity, which was the best. It was in line with the elder's intention. If Yang Ming was really a disciple of Holy Fist Palace or Tai Hall, it would be difficult for her to do it. Now that Yang Ming said he wasn't, then she would just take it that he wasn't. Anyway, those who didn't know wouldn't be blamed, and the ninth elder could testify. Yes, I also heard this kid say that he doesn't have any background. The ninth elder couldn't wait for Yang Ming to die, so he was happy to testify. If so, then you stay here and pay for Elder Chui's life. The elder's eyes flashed a fierce murderous intent. Her hand moved, and a red silk wrapped in a thick golden true chi flew towards Yang Ming. This red silk was the weapon of the elder. Once she made a move, she naturally wouldn't hold back. She directly wanted to take Yang Ming's life. For this move, she used her strongest move and strength. She didn't leave any leeway for Yang Ming. The red silk wrapped in golden true chi was like a fire phoenix, rushing towards Yang Ming. The strong power and true chi fluctuation made the ninth elder have to retreat far away to avoid the sharp edge. Yuan, who was in the distance, was even more frightened at this moment. She didn't expect that the elder would use her strongest move to take Yang Ming's life. However, just as everyone was nervous and depressed, a lazy voice sounded, "What is this thing?" Following the sound of this voice, the pressure and true chi fluctuation also disappeared in an instant. Whether it was the ninth elder or Yuan, they all opened their mouths wide in shock. Including the elder herself, they all looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The red silk weapon that she was so proud of was actually casually grabbed by Yang Ming in his hand. It was as if the pressure and strong power from before didn't exist to Yang Ming. Yang Ming casually pulled, and the red silk pulled the elder forward and staggered. This scene made everyone present even more dumbfounded. The elder even more bitterly and shockingly thought of a frightening possibility. Golden Bell Shield or Iron Mantle. Large success. Legend had it that the person who mastered these two elements would be invulnerable to swords, spears, and water and fire. My red silk had the ferocity of the metal element and the scorching flame of the fire element, but it couldn't hurt Yang Ming at all. This was clearly a Vajra physique that was invulnerable to swords, spears, and water and fire. However, the elder didn't give up. She took advantage of the red silk being pulled forward, and quickly moved forward, slapping a palm on Yang Ming's chest. She wanted to probe Yang Ming's true strength. Pung! A loud crash was heard all of a sudden. The palm landed solidly on Yang Ming's body, but Yang Ming's face was calm as if he wasn't affected at all. Just when the Supreme Elder was stunned, Yang Ming quickly threw a punch at the head of the Supreme Elder on the stage. No. Wan didn't have any feelings for Elder Chui. She was just an ugly lackey, so she didn't care if she died. But Wan didn't want anything to happen to the elder. Although the elder was mean and wanted to kill Pengzhan and the child in her stomach, and bring her back to the Dark Palace, she didn't have any selfish intentions. However, the Grand Elder didn't have any selfish motives. Everything she did was for the good of the Dark Palace, so Wan didn't say anything. Of course, although Yang Ming heard Wan's cry, he didn't stop his punches. This was because Yang Ming knew that this old woman was different from that trash, Elder Chui. This old woman had some ability and wouldn't be killed by one punch. At most, he would give her a concussion when she wasn't prepared. Moreover, the elder was prepared in the next moment. Yang Ming wouldn't be able to hurt her even if he had a concussion. Bang! But, although the elder was prepared, she was still hit by Yang Ming's punch. There was no other reason, it was because she was too close to Yang Ming. She couldn't dodge, so she could only take it head-on. But even so, the elder's head was still buzzing from Yang Ming's punches. Obviously, she was injured to a certain extent. Although it wasn't too serious, to be able to penetrate her chi protection and hit her, this fist technique wasn't normal. Elder Chui didn't die in vain. He didn't have such a strong true energy to protect his body. Even if he was prepared, he would definitely die within 5 punches if he didn't die after 1 punch. A strong sense of fear and dread rose in the elder's heart. Too strong. Not only was this person's defense strong, but his attack wasn't weak either. This kind of monstrous level existence was simply invincible. Even if a peak late phase heaven class master came, he wouldn't be able to hurt Yang Ming, but he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, Yang Ming's appearance overturned the Grand Elder's previous understanding of external sect cultivators. As far as she knew, physical masters of the same level would always be weaker than spiritual masters of the same level. For example, a peak late-stage heaven-class physical master would always be weaker than a peak late-stage heaven-class spiritual master. This was also the reason why she followed Elder Jiu to ask for an explanation for Elder Chui. She was already an inner force master at the late stage of heaven rank. In her opinion, Yang Ming was at most on par with her, or even worse. This was because outer force masters were tough at the beginning, but because they didn't have enough true chi in their body, they couldn't sustain their true chi. Inner force masters had endless true chi. If the two of them continued to fight, the one who would eventually be defeated would definitely be the outer force master. In the past, it wasn't that the Grand Elder had never met an outer force master. For example, the master of Holy Fist Palace did have the power to split mountains and seas, but as long as she avoided the sharp edge, found his flaws, and consumed his physical strength, she could finally defeat him in the end. Therefore, the Grand Elder wasn't afraid of Yang Ming at all. Although she valued him, it was definitely not to the extent of fear. However, the current Yang Ming couldn't be killed at all. This kind of outer force master was simply a nightmare for an inner force master. It wasn't until this moment that the Grand Elder truly understood a truth. The road of martial arts was ever-changing, but the changes were still the same. All roads lead to Rome. Outer force cultivators, when they cultivated to the extreme, could also become invincible masters in the world. Now, the Grand Elder dared to say that even if Yang Ming faced an inner force master at the peak of heaven rank, it would only be a tie. After reaching the extreme, the gap between the outer force and the inner force was really very small and negligible. Even, depending on the person who cultivated, the outer force might be better than the inner force. This discovery made the Grand Elder's previous cognition directly collapse. "Boy, where did you come from?" The Grand Elder's voice was very hoarse. Obviously, she couldn't accept the fact in front of her. "I've said it several times, I don't have a background." Yang Ming said lightly, "If you have to ask me where I came from, I can only tell you that I was once from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau." "What? Supernatural Investigation Bureau? When did such an expert come?" The Supreme Elder furrowed his brows. However, she was vigilant in her heart. Just now, her true chi was used to hit Yang Ming's palm, so the defensive true chi allocated to her head was relatively small. Now, she was still a little buzzing from Yang Ming's punch. She had now mobilized all of her true chi to protect her body. In this way, Yang Ming would definitely not be able to hurt her. Don't worry about whether there is such an expert or not. What's the point of studying this? I asked you to come here to solve this problem. Yang Ming said lightly, "Chu Pengzhan and Yuan are my friends. As long as you say the word, will you let them go or not?" "Boy, are you threatening me?" The Grand Elder was a little sullen, but he still snorted coldly. "I'm discussing with you," Yang Ming said lightly. That punch just now also tested the Grand Elder's strength. He could definitely hurt the Grand Elder if she wasn't on guard, but if she was on guard, it would be difficult. However, the Ninth Elder wasn't that difficult. Compared to the Grand Elder, even if the Ninth Elder was on guard, Yang Ming should be able to cripple him with a few punches. After all, the Vigor Goo wasn't just for show. No matter how simplified and weak the simplified version of the Vigor Goo was, it was still a Vigor Goo. "Boy, I admit that your strength is not bad." I can't touch you, but in our dark palace and the heavenly dance sect, there are countless experts at my level. There are even a few who are stronger than me. Do you think that you can still interfere in this? The Grand Elder could only start to threaten Yang Ming. Oh, then you can let them come. I'll let you all beat me up together. Let's see what you can do to me, Yang Ming said indifferently. Beat him up together. The Grand Elder's mouth twitched. This boy was really confident. However, when he thought about how his 2 attacks didn't have any effect on Yang Ming, the Grand Elder knew that even if a few more people came, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. This guy wasn't a normal person. He couldn't be measured with common sense. Numbers wouldn't do anything to him. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. I must protect these 2 people today. It's up to you to let them go. Yang Ming said arrogantly. Let them go? The Grand Elder took a deep breath. Today, I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either, right? Can you kill me? No. Oh, what do you want to say? Continue. Yang Ming raised his hand and signaled for the Grand Elder to continue. If that's the case, you can protect them today, but can you protect them forever? Unless you're always by their side, otherwise, hee. Although the Grand Elder didn't continue, his meaning was self-evident. The Grand Elder's words made Pingzhan, Wan and Lang Ji's face change slightly. They saw that things were going in a good direction, but they didn't expect the Grand Elder to say something like this. Yes, Yang Ming could protect them for a while, but could he protect them forever? Oh, it seems like you're threatening me? Yang Ming wasn't angry, but he laughed and looked at the Grand Elder playfully. So what if I am? The Grand Elder looked as if he had already won. He wanted Yang Ming to not interfere with the Dark Palace's business. Since you're threatening me, I might as well threaten you too. Yang Ming looked at the Grand Elder in disdain and said, if anything happens to Pingzhan, Wan their children, and the people around them, the result will be very interesting. What do you mean? The Grand Elder froze. I forgot to tell you, I started out as an assassin. Yang Ming shrugged, if something happens to them, I'll go to the Dark Palace and Heavenly Dance sect. If nothing happens, I'll kill your disciples and elders for fun. And you, if you're not prepared, I might kill you too. You dare to go to our sect? The Grand Elder was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to do this. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by our masters? Whatever, what do you think you can do to me? Yang Ming curled his lips and looked at the Grand Elder in disdain. You have more people, do you think you can kill me? No way, right? I'm afraid you can't even hurt me. Even if you use tricks and put me in a cage or a cave, it's okay. I can come out as soon as I hit it, just like this. As Yang Ming spoke, he rushed directly to the commercial car at the entrance of the garbage dump. He slammed his body into it, and the car flew directly. It fell on the ground in the distance and turned into a pile of scrap iron. The disciple who was driving the car also died directly. The Grand Elder sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of cultivator could cultivate external martial arts to such an extent? That's why I said that I can go and leave as I please. If I'm in a good mood today, I'll rest for 2 days. Tomorrow, if I'm in a bad mood, I'll go and kill a few disciples and elders. I'll sneak attack you when you're cultivating or sleeping. TSK, I bet your sect will be wiped out soon, right? Yang Ming said indifferently. The Grand Elder's face turned green, but he had to admit that Yang Ming's threat really scared him. If Yang Ming really did that, he could guarantee that in less than a year, no one in the Dark Palace would be able to escape from his evil hands except for the Sky-class late-phase masters. Moreover, even those Sky-class masters would have to be careful to avoid being sneak-attacked when they were sleeping or cultivating. The Ninth Elder heard Yang Ming's words and was shocked. Don't. This hero, Big Brother, Senior, Master. Our Heavenly Pill sect won't be involved anymore. It has nothing to do with us. We won't marry Yiwaner either. Our Heavenly Pill sect will draw a clear line with the Dark Palace from now on. We won't contact them anymore, and we won't seek revenge or trouble them. Please, I'll leave now, okay? The Ninth Elder was scared. If this guy went to the Heavenly Pill sect, he'd be screwed. The Grand Elder was a bit angry at the Ninth Elder's words, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that this old thing would only protect himself, but he had to admit that Yang Ming was too ruthless. He'd blocked their lifeline. You. It's impossible for you to know where our sect is. Yuaner also wouldn't betray us. The Grand Elder knew Yuaner's character. He knew that even though she had cut ties with the sect, she still wouldn't betray the sect. This was the only chance she had. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I'll ask around myself. I have a colleague who came from the ancient level. I'll ask him and he'll know where you are. Yang Ming said casually. The Grand Elder didn't expect Yang Ming to know other people from the ancient level. Her face was pale. Finally, like a deflated balloon, she had no choice but to compromise. Yes, he had to give in. This move of Yang Ming's was simply too ruthless. Although he couldn't protect Pingzhan and Yuaner all the time, if something happened to them, this guy would come to them and they wouldn't be able to guard against it. Alright, let's be frank. This is over. I have other things to do. I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Ming said. The Grand Elder looked at Yang Ming with an uncertain expression. Then, he looked at the Ninth Elder. This guy was obviously avoiding his eyes. The Grand Elder knew that the Dark Palace and the Heavenly Pill sect would break ties in the future. If that was the case, for the sake of the Dark Palace's future development, the Grand Elder decided to swallow the humiliation and turn his face faster than flipping the pages of a book. Haha, this young hero is too serious. Wanner is this young hero's friend. Naturally, this old lady won't do anything to ruin their happiness. The Grand Elder smiled. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. This old lady wishes them well. The Ninth Elder rolled his eyes. He had heard that the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace could be shameless for the sake of the sect, but he didn't expect him to be this shameless. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, he began to think about how to get the greatest benefits for the Dark Palace. This Yang Ming in front of him was young, but his strength wasn't weak. It could be described as heaven-defying. If he became a friend of the Dark Palace because of this, the Dark Palace's strength and status would rise. Yuaner was also somewhat speechless. However, her tightly hanging heart finally settled down. The Supreme Elder's words meant that she admitted defeat and showed weakness, and she had the intention of winning over Yang Ming. Even Yang Ming didn't know how to react. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone this shameless. This wasn't just shameless, it was shameless. This speed of change was miraculous. Yang Ming was completely speechless. That. Supreme Elder, you mean? Yang Ming was a little hesitant. He didn't want to hit a smiling face, so he didn't want to make sarcastic remarks. Hee, since young hero has come forward, I can't be a bad person in vain, right? Wanner, then you can live with little Chu without worry. Supreme Elder said. Thank you Supreme Elder. Wanner was surprised and happy, but she also knew that this was the result of Yang Ming's hard work. Otherwise, how could Supreme Elder be so easy to talk to? However, Wanner, you are still a member of our Dark Knight Palace, don't forget this. Supreme Elder said with a smile, moreover, when Dark Knight Palace is in trouble, I hope young hero can help us. After all, we are Wanner's family. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old woman was really shameless, how could she say such words? However, Yang Ming still nodded for Wanner's sake, and said, well, since the matter is settled, then you are Wanner's family. If you are in trouble, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Haha, I knew young hero wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. Supreme Elder said with a smile, what is young hero's name? Yang Ming. Yang Ming said lightly, but you don't need to investigate, I am really not an ancient level person. My strength was obtained through other coincidences and coincidences of cultivation. Beside me, there are a few similar friends. There are more? Supreme Elder and Ninth Elder took a deep breath. Yang Ming was already powerful enough as a monster, but there are more? Of course, Yang Ming was talking about Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfeng. Lu Yezi had also taken Jin Gang Gu and a simplified version of Titan Gu. Although he was also invulnerable, he was not as strong as Yang Ming. According to the people around Yang Ming, the super gene Gangu on Yang Ming was an existence that couldn't even be killed by nuclear weapons. As for Lu Yezi, he was only an ordinary gene Gangu and had some weaknesses. Meanwhile, Lin Dongfeng was much stronger. Not only did he have gene Gangu, he also had the complete version of Vigor Divine Gu, but with these two combined, his defense was slightly weaker. The Herculean venomous worm couldn't display the legendary effect. But even so, it was invincible and invincible. Except for Yang Ming, it could still injure Lu Yezi. Then when the Dark Palace is in danger, I hope young hero Yang can help. After all, we are Wanner's family. If something happens, you won't just sit by and watch, right? The Supreme Elder shamelessly said, when the time comes, I will ask those masters to help together with young hero Yang. Yang Ming looked at Yi Wan-er and Chu Pengzhan, smiled bitterly, and nodded, alright, since that's the case, let's bury the hatchet. This is good, I don't have to waste time killing people. The Supreme Elder was speechless. Did Yang Ming think that killing disciples and elders was a waste of time? However, with Yang Ming's skills, he was really invincible. No one dared to refute him. Then our Heavenly Pill sect. The Ninth Elder wondered if he could take this opportunity to get some benefits for the Heavenly Pill sect. What are you still standing here for? Get lost. Yang Ming frowned and glanced at the Ninth Elder. This old dog was quite happy to bark, but now he was scared and still wanted benefits. The Ninth Elder didn't expect Yang Ming to be so merciless. Go back and tell your young sect master that if he has any ideas about Yi Wan-er again, I will go up the mountain and kill you all. If I can kill you, I will. If I can't, I will leave. You can't do anything to me. Yang Ming said indifferently. Alright. I will go back and tell the young sect master now. The Ninth Elder was helpless and prepared to leave dejectedly. A wise man submits to circumstances. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Yang Ming at this moment. The best choice was for the Heavenly Pill sect to not get involved in these things in the future and cut off all contact with the Dark Palace to avoid getting into trouble. As for Yang Ming, even the Supreme Elder of the Dark Palace couldn't do anything to him. Naturally, the masters of the Heavenly Pill sect couldn't do anything to him. Instead of angering Yang Ming and causing him to go to the Heavenly Pill sect, it was better to cut off all ties with Yang Ming as soon as possible. Scram, Yang Ming waved his hand and said impatiently. Young hero Yang. The Supreme Elder asked carefully. You can leave too. There's nothing for you to do here. Yang Ming looked at the Supreme Elder and said faintly, I don't like people who follow orders on the surface but go against them on the inside. If anything happens to Yi Wan-er, Chu Pengzhan, or their children, you should consider the consequences yourself. Yes. Seeing Yang Ming's serious expression, the Supreme Elder's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his fist and said, Don't worry, young hero Yang. The Dark Palace won't trouble them anymore. But the other sects, like the Heavenly Pill sect. If there are other troubles, I will take care of them myself. Yang Ming hummed coldly. How could he not see through the Supreme Elder's thoughts? This old thing was very smart. She was afraid that the other sects would cause trouble for Chu Pengzhan and Yi Wan-er, and then he would blame it on her. Therefore, she made a clear statement in advance. However, Yang Ming wasn't someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. He knew that the Supreme Elder couldn't control the other sects, so he didn't make things difficult for her. As for the Heavenly Pill sect, they probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble for them anymore. Chu Pengzhan and Yi Wan-er only offended these two ancient sections. They wouldn't have any other enemies on the ancient level. As for the other levels, Lang Ge Jr. could handle it. There was no need for Yang Ming to do anything. Thank you for your understanding, young hero Yang. The Supreme Elder said, if that's the case, I will go back and report to my superiors. Wan-er, you stay here. After that, the Supreme Elder cupped her fist at Yang Ming again. She completely treated Yang Ming as her equal or even higher level. Then, she turned around and left. As for the broken commercial car and the unlucky disciple inside, the Supreme Elder naturally didn't care about them anymore. She didn't even collect Elder Chui's body. She was afraid that if she made Yang Ming unhappy, he would play some tricks again. In her eyes, the sect's interests were above everything else. She didn't care about the life and death of the other disciples and elders. If they were dead, why would she collect their bodies? As long as she didn't make Yang Ming angry and went home safely, everything would be fine. After the Supreme Elder left, Yang Ming said to Lang Ge Jr., "Ask someone to deal with the bodies here. Then, we can go back." "Yes, Brother Yang." Lang Ge Jr. nodded quickly. Lang Ge Jr. was very familiar with dealing with corpses. They often held underground car races and there were countless black racers who died in car accidents, so he naturally didn't care about a few corpses. He made a phone call and the people who left before came back. They quickly dragged Elder Chui's body and the car that was destroyed by Yang Ming. Lang Ge Jr. respectfully invited Yang Ming, Wan and Chu Pengzhan into the Grand Cherokee he drove. Chu Pengzhan and Wan only regained their senses after they got into the car. The scene just now was like a dream to them. Salt? Everything is salt? Not only the Supreme Elder, but even the Ninth Elder of the Heavenly Elixir sect listened to Yang Ming's threat. He immediately shriveled up like a frosted eggplant. He didn't dare to say a word. Thinking about Yang Ming's threat, Chu Pengzhan and Wan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. However, they had to admit that Yang Ming's threat was the most effective. Think about it, who would dare to offend a master like Yang Ming who couldn't be killed? If he went to your sect and started a massacre, you wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If he swaggered away and came back after a while, what sect would be able to withstand it? In just a few times, this sect would be exterminated. "Brother Yang, thank you." Chu Pengzhan said sincerely, "I didn't expect that this time, we would be able to get out of this alive." "Yeah, thank you, Brother Yang. I underestimated you before." "I'm sorry." Wan thought about how she underestimated Yang Ming before and felt a little embarrassed. Hee, it doesn't matter. You advised me to leave before because it was for my own good. You didn't want me to get involved in this mess. But since I have the ability, and little Chu is a relative of my godfather and godmother, then he is like my younger brother. I will spare no effort to take care of him. When Yang Ming said this, it was from the bottom of his heart. Yang Ming's achievement today couldn't be separated from the help of a few people. There was Sun Xikong, Fang Tian and the most important person, Lu Weishan. It was Lu Weishan's kindness and selflessness that allowed Yang Ming to find his first pot of gold. It laid a solid foundation for his future success. Therefore, no matter which one of these three people was in trouble, Yang Ming would spare no effort to help. Yang Ming was a very emotional person. He would repay a drop of water with a spring. He was a very warm-hearted person, so naturally, he wouldn't reject. According to Fang Tian's words, Yang Ming was actually not suitable to be an assassin. However, if possible, he could go further and stand higher. "Brother Yang, where are we going now?" "Lang Ge." Chu Pengzhan and Wan's Ge and Wan's and Wan's and Wan and Wan's and Wan's and Wan's. Ants racing. Ants. Lang. "I'm staying at the Douglas Grand Hotel." Yang Ming said, "Then let's go to your racing hotel first." "I'm currently staying at the Douglas Grand Hotel, so it's fine." "Okay, Brother Yang." Lang Ge nodded quickly. He was hoping for this. Yang Ming promised to treat him, but now that the matter was over, he couldn't take the initiative to mention it. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to say it, Lang Ge was naturally very happy. Hee, don't worry. I won't break my promise to you, Yang Ming said lightly. Lang Ge returned to the racing hotel with Lang Ge. Lang Ge Sr. had already received the news and prepared a banquet. When Yang Ming and the other three arrived, they could start the banquet. Lang Ge Sr. was relieved when he heard that the previous incident was averted. At the same time, he was proud of himself for being able to ride on Yang Ming's thigh. Even those legendary martial arts masters were not Yang Ming's opponent. Who else could challenge Yang Ming? "Mr. Yang, welcome, welcome. How have you been?" Lang Ge Sr. walked over with a smile, looked at Yang Ming and greeted him respectfully. "Lang Ge Sr., you look good. Have you been doing well recently?" Yang Ming smiled. "Thanks to Mr. Yang, we are doing well here. The Douglas family takes good care of us, and we have a lot of business dealings." Lang Ge Sr. said with a smile, "But, this huge family business in the future." Sigh. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He knew that Lang Ge Jr. told Lang Ge Sr. that he was going to treat him, and Lang Ge Sr. was a little impatient. Hee, Lang Ge Sr., I understand what you mean. I'll check on Lang Ge Jr. in a while. Yang Ming said with a slight smile. That's really troublesome, Mr. Yang. Lang Ge Sr. was a little embarrassed when Yang Ming saw through his thoughts. He laughed dryly and quickly invited Yang Ming into the hotel. It's no trouble. But we can only take a look first. I didn't bring the nerve-stimulating drug. If acupuncture doesn't work, I can only ask someone to send the drug over, Yang Ming said. Okay. Lang Ge Sr. said yes repeatedly. After they went upstairs, they came to a super luxurious private room. The food and wine were already prepared. Pengzhan and Wan'er were very happy at the banquet. Lang Ge Sr. and Lang Ge Jr. were even happier, but Yang Ming's expression was very indifferent. Chu Pengzhan, why don't you give your godparents and your father a call? They're probably worried about you. Yang Ming reminded when he saw that Pengzhan was so happy that he forgot to tell his family the good news. Chu Pengzhan was stunned. Only then did he remember that he really forgot to report the good news to his family. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed his father's number. At this moment, Chu Sanhua was sitting in Lu Weishan's house with a worried face. Although Yang Ming had left for Las Vegas, his call with Chu Pengzhan wasn't very optimistic. He didn't even have time to tell him that Yang Ming was going to help him before the call was hung up. It was obvious that Chu Pengzhan was in trouble, so Chu Sanhua was very anxious. Sanhua, Yang Ming is a person who knows when to stop. Since he promised you, there will be no problem. Chu Huifeng comforted. Yeah, uncle, I know brother Yang Ming. Moreover, his martial arts are enough to protect his younger brother and sister-in-law. There should be good news coming soon. Lu Tianqi was also very confident in Yang Ming. After all, they had lived and fought together. They experienced the more dangerous trip to Miaojiang. Not only did they survive safely, but Yang Ming also got a blessing in disguise. Yang Ming had the super version of Jin Ganggu. It was definitely not a problem for him to protect himself. However, he didn't know if he could explain it clearly to the ancient people. As they were talking, third brother Chu's phone suddenly rang. Third brother Chu picked up the phone and saw the caller ID. He was excited and quickly picked up the call. Pengzhan, is that you? How are you? Are you okay? Dad, it's me. Chu Pengzhan was a little ashamed. He was too busy being happy that Yang Ming's reminder reminded him that his father was still worried about him. He quickly said, I'm fine. It's all thanks to Yang Ming bro. He arrived in time and solved the problem. It's solved? That's great. When Chu Sanhua heard that Yang Ming had solved the problem, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that he really came to ask the right person for help this time. It was said that it was a big problem. He didn't expect Yang Ming to really solve it. Yeah, it'll be fine in the future. Wan'er's sect won't come looking for trouble anymore. Pengzhan said, we can go back to Songshan now. Mr. Yang Ming, you're really amazing. Sanhua said emotionally, if that's the case, I'm relieved. You guys must be busy right now. I won't ask about the details, we'll talk about it when we get back. Okay, Dad, we're eating now. I'll hang up first, Pengzhan said. After hanging up, Yang Ming continued eating while Sanhua let out a sigh of relief. Sis, brother-in-law, it seems that this Yang Ming is really not someone to be trifled with. I didn't expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Originally, I thought. Haha, I knew it. Big Ming promised you, so he should have some confidence. Look, it's solved, right? You don't have to worry anymore, right? Huifeng smiled. Yeah, I don't have to worry anymore. I'm finally relieved. Sanhua nodded. This time, when they come back, I'll have to thank Mr. Yang properly. I'm willing to give up everything I have. There's no need to thank him. We're family, there's no need to be so formal. Aunt Chu waved her hand and said, Big Ming doesn't really want your property. Don't mention this again. Yes, big sister. Chu Sanhua seemed to be very afraid of Chu Huifeng and quickly said. At the same time, he was secretly ashamed in his heart. It seemed that it was not a bad thing to have a good relationship with Yang Ming in the future. In the racing hotel, after Yang Ming and the others were full, Yang Ming brought Lang Ge Jr. to an empty room. Pingzhan and Wan'er also gave them some time alone. Okay, take off your pants. I'll check for you, Yang Ming said. Here. Take off your pants? Lang Ge Jr. suddenly felt a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Yang Ming said with a smile. That's not it. It just feels weird. Lang Ge Jr. said, why do I feel like we are gay? Get lost. Yang Ming glared at him. Are you going to treat him or not? Heel. Heel. Let's treat it now. Lang Ge Jr. was shocked and quickly took off his pants. Lie down. Yang Ming said. Lang Ge Jr. quickly lay down on the bed. In fact, Yang Ming felt strange in his heart. He was not a professional doctor. He always felt that it was a little inexplicable to treat this kind of illness. Unlike Xianxia, Lang Ge Jr. was a man. The treatment process was not ambiguous nor meaningful. However, since Yang Ming promised, he still carefully checked Lang Ge Jr.'s lower body. Although Yang Ming briefly looked at it before, he did not look at it carefully. At this time, he found that Lang Ge Jr.'s injury was not as serious as Yang Ming imagined. Lang Ge Jr. had also gone to many major international hospitals for treatment. Although these hospitals did not completely cure his illness, they did their best to help him recover by 70 to 80%. Now, there were only some blockages in his nerves and meridians. These situations could not be cured during surgery, but Yang Ming could help him heal through acupuncture. He didn't even need to use the kind of stimulating and nerve-repairing medicinal solution. Of course, this was also because Yang Ming had received the teachings of the generation's miracle doctor, Lin Dongfeng. Otherwise, Yang Ming would really be helpless about Lang Ge Jr.'s current situation. But now, since he found the cause of the illness, Yang Ming naturally devoted himself to the treatment of Lang Ge Jr. With a slight shake of his right hand, a few silver needles flew into Lang Ge Jr.'s body. Yang Ming's method of recognizing acupoints was even better than Lin Dongfeng's. After all, Yang Ming was the king of assassins and was good at flying needles. Therefore, acupuncture was just a change of method for Yang Ming. One was to kill, and the other was to save. See? Lang Ge Jr. was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that a small silver needle could actually cause such a huge damage to him. Lang Ge Jr. had never thought of this before. He thought that this small needle would be like an intravenous drip in the hospital. It wouldn't hurt at all. However, Lang Ge Jr. was a man. No matter how painful it was, he still gritted his teeth. He didn't even make a sound. He only took a few deep breaths. This situation made Yang Ming admire him. This kid is not bad. The entire acupuncture process lasted for about half an hour. Although Lang Ge Jr. was in a lot of pain, Yang Ming was also very tired. Yang Ming had to adjust the position of the needle according to the time at any time. Therefore, Yang Ming was also very nervous during this half an hour. As Lang Ge Jr.'s pain gradually subsided, his face gradually showed a relieved expression. Yang Ming also knew that the treatment process was nearing its end. He pulled out the silver needles on Lang Ge Jr. one by one and said, "Okay, it's done." "Ah? That's it?" Lang Ge Jr. couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't expect that Yang Ming didn't operate on him or take any medicine. A few silver needles could help him get rid of his pain. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can try it later. Yang Ming smiled and didn't explain much. Anyway, Lang Ge Jr. would know whether this thing worked or not when he tried it later. It was meaningless for him to explain. This? I'll try it now. Lang Ge Jr. seemed a little impatient. He jumped up from the bed and wanted to go out. But he remembered that he hadn't worn his pants yet, so he quickly came back to put them on. You don't have to wear them. I'm going out. You can try it here. Yang Ming waved his hand and turned to leave the room. He believed that Lang Ge Sr. would soon send someone to help Lang Ge Jr. with the experiment. After leaving Lang Ge Jr.'s room, Yang Ming saw Lang Ge Sr. anxiously waiting outside the door. Seeing Yang Ming come out, Lang Ge Sr. quickly greeted him and asked, "Mr. Yang, how is it?" "My son. There should be no problem. He's looking for you. You can go and see him." Yang Ming nodded with a smile. Then, "Thank you so much, Mr. Yang." Lang Ge Sr. didn't expect Yang Ming to cure Lang Ge Jr.'s illness in such a short time. Wasn't the speed too fast? However, he knew that Yang Ming was very good. He didn't suspect that Yang Ming was lying. After thanking him, he quickly pushed the door open and walked into Lang Ge Jr.'s room. Lang Ge Jr. was about to call Lang Ge Sr. and ask him to help find a better chick for him. This time, Lang Ge Sr. was a little scared after experiencing this incident. He wanted to find a better chick to try. If possible, he wanted to get pregnant and have a child to avoid any problems in the future. Lang Ge Sr. originally had this intention. After hearing Lang Ge Jr.'s words, he quickly went to do it. He couldn't wait to have a grandson. He couldn't do it himself. If Lang Ge Jr. only recovered for a while and left some sequelae in the future, it would be F***ked. Therefore, this matter had to be done quickly. Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to Lang Ge Jr. and the others. He was confident in his medical skills. To be precise, he was confident in Lin Dongfeng's medical skills. Yang Ming came to the door of Chu Pengzhan and Yuaner's room and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Chu Pengzhan's voice came from the room, but obviously, he saw Yang Ming's figure through the peephole. He quickly opened the door and said excitedly, "Brother Yang, you're here." I just cured Lang Ge Jr. and came to see you," Yang Ming said. After all, Yang Ming's time was limited. Dong Jun hadn't contacted him yet, so he could still talk to them here. Once Dong Jun called, Yang Ming would have to leave. "Ah, it's cured? Brother Yang is really amazing." Chu Pengzhan sincerely admired. "I'm calling father, aunt, and uncle. Do you want to talk to them?" "Hee, you guys go ahead. I won't say anything else." Yang Ming waved his hand. He didn't want to take up their time to catch up with their families. "I just came to see you. Maybe I have something to do tomorrow." "Leaving so soon?" Pengzhan was a little disappointed. He'd wanted to invite Yang Ming to play with them for a few days. Pengzhan and Wanner had just escaped from danger and they had been in constant fear for the past few days. This kind of fear could only be understood by those who had experienced it. They were always worried that the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace would come to their door, and they were always worried that Lang Ge would be implicated because of them. These days were not good. Even when he contacted his family, he was worried that the people from the Dark Palace would find him. Now, they finally got rid of these days. Pengzhan and Wanner planned to have a good time in Las Vegas and treat it as a honeymoon. As for Yang Ming, their savior, they naturally wanted to invite him to play with them. However, they didn't expect that Yang Ming had other things to do. Maybe he would leave tomorrow. "The problem is solved. At least the people from the Dark Palace won't come to you guys anymore," Yang Ming said. "If I stay here, wouldn't I be disturbing the two of you?" "Brother Yang, you're joking. We can't wait for you to stay with us. We can also repay you for saving our lives," Chu Pengzhan said. "Yeah, Brother Yang, we, husband and wife, are really grateful to you." Yuaner also ended the call with Chu Sanhua and walked over. "But I really do have something to do. It's not that I'm avoiding you." Yang Ming waved his hand. "There will be opportunities in the future. Since we're relatives, it's normal for us to keep in contact. If there's trouble, you don't have to be polite. Just ask me. Then. Okay." Wanner knew that a powerful person like Yang Ming wouldn't be like them, who had nothing to do every day. Besides, Chu Sanhua also said that Yang Ming came to Las Vegas because he had other important things to do. So she didn't ask him to stay, only saying, "Then Brother Yang, accompany me and Pengzhan for a chat. I'm curious about you. How are you so powerful?" Yang Ming's appearance completely overturned Wanner's understanding of martial arts and cultivation. Although the sect she was in didn't get involved in the affairs of the secular world, she still had some understanding of the secular world. Those practitioners in the secular world, being able to reach the mystic class or even the golden class was already very impressive. Yang Ming's existence was almost above the sky class. It was rare even in the ancient sects, so Wana really wanted to know how Yang Ming trained. My martial arts are more random. There's no reference value or possibility of imitation. Yang Ming saw Wanner's expression and knew what she was thinking. He smiled and said, my martial arts suddenly became this powerful under a coincidence. In fact, I didn't give up anything. Inheritance? Wanner was slightly stunned and thought of a possibility. That was the inheritance of martial arts. It was said that people with special physiques could, under a coincidence, obtain the inheritance of ancient ruins. And the inheritor's cultivation would soar like a rocket, without any arms or legs. Including her own palace of darkness, there was also an inheritance situation. It was just that Wanner's blood wasn't very pure, so she didn't receive the inheritance and failed. So her first thought was that Yang Ming received the inheritance. Inheritance? Yang Ming was also stunned. Although Yang Ming didn't know what inheritance was, but from the words, it wasn't hard to understand. This was probably a way to quickly increase one's strength and quickly obtain martial arts. Thinking about it, his situation was a bit like an inheritance. At the last moment when Elder Yu exploded, he passed on the super version of the Jin Ganggu to him, so he could be considered to have received Elder Yu's inheritance. Thinking up to this point, Yang Ming nodded and smiled. You can think of it that way, but it's not quite the same. Brother Yang, come in quickly. Wanner, look at you talking, you forgot to ask Brother Yang to come in and sit. It's so impolite to stand at the door. Chu Pengzhan saw Yang Ming and Wanner talking at the door and quickly said. Sorry, I didn't think so much. Wanner stuck out her tongue. She was actually quite cute. She didn't look like someone who came from an ancient sect with strict rules at all. Yang Ming entered the room and Wanner helped Yang Ming make tea. Yang Ming didn't hold back and took a sip. He had wasted a lot of energy to treat Lang Ge Jr. before, so he was a little thirsty now. After drinking a mouthful of water, Yang Ming said, by the way, Yuan Air, there is a question. It's not appropriate to mention it when we were eating, but I have always been curious. Since you are from the ancient sect, why weren't you Lang Ge Jr.'s opponent? During the meal, because Lang Ge Jr. and Lang Ge Sr. were both present, Yang Ming couldn't ask about these old matters. It seemed like he deliberately mentioned it to beat Lang Ge Jr., so he could only ask in private when he was free after the meal. When Yang Ming set off from Songjiang City, he was a little puzzled by this question, but he didn't ask Chu Sanhua. After all, Chu Sanhua probably didn't know much about it, so Yang Ming prepared to ask Yuan Air directly. Are you saying that I don't have strength? Yuan Air smiled bitterly and said, actually, this is because I ran away from home without permission. Before I left, I was afraid that the people of the Dark Night Palace would find me, so I took a sealing pill to seal the qi in my body. In this way, within 5 years, the qi in my body will be sealed, and I will be no different from a normal person. Oh? Isn't it better for you to run away and preserve your strength? Yang Ming asked strangely and puzzledly, if you don't have strength, you don't even have the ability to protect yourself, right? In our ancient sect, there are some people who are very sensitive to true qi fluctuations. Even if they hide their strength and don't use their true qi, they can still feel some subtle differences. The Grand Elder is such a person. She can feel the cultivators in a certain range around her. Even if the cultivator doesn't use their true qi, she can still use some methods to determine the cultivator's true strength. Of course, this is only limited to internal experts and experts who are weaker than her. Like Brother Yang, he should belong to external experts. She won't be able to detect it. So that's the case. Yang Ming nodded and thought that this was mysterious. However, thinking about it, even Elder Yu can distinguish the aura of the people around me. It is impossible to sneak around him. This ancient sect is so mysterious. They must have some means. However, after hearing Wanner's reply, Yang Ming was even more curious. If that's the case, then how did that old woman from the Dark Palace find you? You're already hiding overseas, but she can still determine your location. That's amazing. As for how to find me, that's because of another reason. No matter how much I calculated, I never would have thought that I have the Dark Phoenix bloodline unique to the Dark Night Palace in my body. Although I couldn't obtain the inheritance, I could still use some methods to find me. Wanner bitterly smiled. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have sealed my own strength. Before, I thought that there were no cultivators in the secular world, but now it seems that there are some hidden cultivators in the secular world. If Grand Elder wants to find me, it won't be that easy. 5 years. Is there no antidote? Yang Ming frowned and asked, since you're not afraid now, can't you release the seal earlier? If you recover your strength, it will be good for protecting yourself. The key was that Yang Ming couldn't always protect Pingzhan and Wan'er. Yang Ming had to leave sooner or later to meet up with Dong Jun. Wan'er having some strength was a good thing. No. Wan'er shook her head, unless there is a very strong person who helps me circulate my qi to dissolve it, there is no other way. Moreover, it must be an inner sect expert, so Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about me. Yang Ming nodded. He was just saying. If there wasn't, then forget it. Anyway, as long as the Dark Palace didn't come looking for trouble, Pingzhan and Wan'er had little Langge to protect them. There shouldn't be any problems here. After returning to the country, with third brother Chu's ability, he should be able to protect them. Thinking up to this point, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Yang Ming was a very loyal person. After knowing Pingzhan and Wan'er's identity, he couldn't just leave them alone. The two were now Yang Ming's younger brother and sister. Naturally, Yang Ming had to take care of them to the end. He wouldn't allow anything to happen to them. Then you two can play here for a while and go back to the country. After all, the trouble has been solved. You're not familiar with the people here, so it's not a long-term solution. Yang Ming said. And, Pingzhan and I just talked about it. We'll go back after the honeymoon, Wan'er said. That's good. I'm relieved. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, I won't disturb you too. I need to go back and rest. I haven't slept since I came from the country. I need to make up for it. Brother Yang, go quickly. Wan'er and Pingzhan were shocked when they heard Yang Ming say that he didn't rest after getting off the plane. They quickly said, rest quickly. Yang Ming nodded and went out of Pingzhan and Wan'er's room. However, as soon as he went out, he met Langge Sr., who was very excited. Mr. Yang, you're so amazing. Langge Sr. said excitedly. Langge Jr. has fully recovered. Now, we'll see the final result. If you can successfully make that girl pregnant, then you'll be the savior of our Langge family. There shouldn't be any problem. Yang Ming said calmly, but he was sweating in his heart. Langge Jr. was like this because of me, right? Now that I've cured him, it's only because of his pitiful attitude. I just did something normal, but Langge Sr. is so grateful. That's good, that's good. Langge Sr. said with a smile. By the way, I'm a little tired. Help me get a room. I'll sleep first. Yang Ming said, I just came here. The time difference is a bit messy. I haven't had time to rest yet, but I've been busy with so many things. Mr. Yang, you haven't rested yet. Then, treat Langge Jr. It's really troublesome for you. Langge Sr. said excitedly, by the way, you should go and rest quickly. I've already gotten a room. It's just opposite here. This is the room card. As Langge Sr. said, he handed a room card to Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and took the room card. He didn't say much and walked to the room Langge Sr. pointed at. After entering the room, Yang Ming fell asleep immediately. Although this room was luxurious, it was just a place for Yang Ming to rest. Yang Ming wasn't interested in other things. Yang Ming slept very soundly, but he was finally woken up by the ringing of the phone. Hello. Yang Ming woke up suddenly and picked up the phone. Yang Ming, it's me, Dong Jun. Dong Jun's urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Where are you? Should I come to you now? Ugh. How about this, you go to the Douglas Vast Hotel. I'm going there now. I've booked a room there. After you arrive, find Batterton directly and ask him to take you to my room to wait for me. I'll give him a call. Yang Ming thought about it and decided to let Dong Jun go to the Douglas Vast Hotel. After all, it was his territory, and this was the Langge family's territory. Although Yang Ming was not afraid that the Langge family would do anything treacherous, it was better for fewer people to know about Dong Jun's matter. Okay, I'll go now. Dongjun hung up the phone after he finished speaking. As for Yang Ming, he dialed Batterton's phone and explained the matter to him. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, but for Batterton, who had a rich nightlife, he was not asleep yet. Of course, even if he was asleep, he did not dare to neglect Yang Ming's instructions. He remembered Yang Ming's instructions and hurriedly went downstairs to prepare to welcome Dongjun. Yang Ming said goodbye to Lang Ge Sr., Lang Ge Jr., Chu Pengzhan, and Yuan and hurriedly left the racing hotel. Although the four of them were a little regretful and reluctant, they had no choice. They knew that Yang Ming was going to do business, so they sent Yang Ming out of the hotel and went back. Yang Ming stopped a taxi and returned to the Douglas Vast Hotel in a low-key manner. Although Lang Ge Sr. could provide Yang Ming with a luxury car at the racing hotel, Yang Ming wanted to keep a low profile when he came to Las Vegas this time. Although he was very high profile in dealing with the Dark Knight Palace and the Heavenly Dan sect, that was only in front of a few people. After the matter was over, Yang Ming naturally would not act in a high-profile manner. He did not want to be targeted by Central's people when he just arrived in Las Vegas. After returning to the Douglas Vast Hotel, Yang Ming went straight to his room. Dongjun was already waiting in the room. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he immediately stood up. Yang Ming, you're not slow. I just arrived and you're already back. There's no traffic jam here. The roads extend in all directions. I'm not far away, so naturally, I came here faster. Yang Ming said with a smile, how is it? Did you find any clues? Central and Dr. Benjamin are very secretive. Even though their base camp is here, I have contacted and inquired with some gang members here and nearby continents in private. They don't know that there is a very strong force nearby. Dongjun said, it seems that they are very secretive. Even these local tyrants don't know about their existence. That's normal. Yang Ming nodded, but he was not surprised. Central and Dr. Benjamin do different things from these gangs. I guess they are not short of money. They are just researching some scientific inventions, so they have no interest or intersection with these local gang members. Yang Ming nodded, but he was not surprised. That's true. Dongjun nodded. The Central doesn't lack money. As far as I know, there are two large consortiums behind the Central. One of them is in the hands of my sister, Alice. Of course, this consortium can betray us at any time. As for the other one, I don't know where it is, but it doesn't matter. As long as we destroy the Central, this consortium will be dispensable. We don't lack money. Have you found the specific location of Central? Yang Ming asked. I found it. From here, through a few small towns, we will reach Las Vegas Beach. There is a small island in the open sea that belongs to a private owner. That should be Central's base camp. Dongjun said, of course, I just used the helicopter to investigate from a high altitude. I didn't dare to fly too close to avoid being discovered by Central and Dr. Benjamin. Central's scientific and technological power is very powerful. I was also afraid that I would attract their attention, so I just disguised as a tourist passing by the sea. What do you think? What is the next step of our plan? Yang Ming roughly understood the situation here, so he asked. Dr. Benjamin has realized that I have betrayed him, so it is not suitable for me to appear in public. Now there are two ways. One is that we hide at the dock where Central's people go ashore. We secretly investigate Central's people. It's best to catch one or two of them. Then we can learn about the situation of the island where Central is located from them. Dongjun said, the other is to continue to take aerial photos by plane, but I won't show up. Let's hire someone to do this. The first method is good. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, as for the second method, the risk factor is too high. The people we find may be caught by Central's people at any time. It is easy to expose our goal and purpose. Moreover, the photos and information obtained from aerial photography are not necessarily accurate. Since Central is a place with advanced technology, it will definitely disguise the island on the surface. At least, it will make it look more like a harmless private island. Otherwise, do you think other forces nearby are vegetarians? Will they allow a private island that is suspected to be technologically advanced to continue to grow? The first method is indeed the simplest and fastest way, but there are also two flaws. One is that we may not be able to catch Central's people. Even if we catch them, we may not be able to get anything out of them. Dong Jun said. The other is that if Central's people go missing, will Dr. Benjamin be suspicious? Will he suspect us? It's not a problem to catch them. As for getting something out of them, even if one person can't get it out, can't 10 people get it out? Yang Ming smiled faintly and said indifferently, if we catch a few more people, we can get it out. Moreover, do you think that even if we don't catch Dr. Benjamin's people, he won't suspect us? He won't deal with us? This. Dong Jun's thinking mode hadn't changed yet. Since we know that Dr. Benjamin wants to deal with us, why don't we make the first move? Even if Dr. Benjamin knows, what can he do? What can he do to us? If we don't catch his people, will he let us go? Yang Ming said with a smile. That's true. Dong Jun nodded, then let's listen to you. Let's make the first move. Tomorrow, let's wait and see if we can catch a few Central's people. Yang Ming nodded, but in his heart, he was calculating the strength of the Central's people. If Yang Ming encountered those iron men again, he should not be afraid that they would attack him. If he wanted to find out their weakness, it was possible to kill them with one blow. But the key problem was that Yang Ming was afraid of those iron men, not Central's ultimate means. Perhaps, Central still had some unknown secret weapons hidden. These were what Yang Ming was afraid of. After all, in the face of those people from the ancient sects, Yang Ming was confident and had the confidence to challenge them. Because no matter what, they were all people, and they were all within the scope that Yang Ming could understand. But Central was a little scary. It was beyond the scope of normal people. Central studied technology, some technology beyond the scope of normal people's understanding. If Yang Ming didn't have this pair of magical glasses that could see through things, then he would definitely think that no matter how powerful technology was, how powerful could it be? Even those atomic bombs and nuclear weapons couldn't have any effect on Yang Ming's Jin Gang voodoo. But Yang Ming knew that Dr. Sun Sikong's science and technology had exceeded his understanding, and Dr. Benjamin's science and technology level was not inferior to his. This made Yang Ming somewhat uncertain. What if Dr. Benjamin had mastered some high-tech weapons or high-tech cyborgs? These things were unknown to Yang Ming. He was in the dark, so it was unwise to rashly clash with Dr. Benjamin. At present, the wisest way was to wait near the dock where Central came ashore, catch their people one by one, and find out some secrets about Central from them. Since Dr. Benjamin's people were caught, he would definitely not let it go. Yang Ming didn't expect him to come out personally to check it out. At least, the people sent would definitely be his most capable subordinates, and they would definitely be stronger, not weaker. In this way, Yang Ming could also understand the overall strength of Dr. Benjamin and Central one by one. If he had full confidence, Yang Ming would find a way to negotiate with Dr. Benjamin or initiate a life-and-death battle. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also made up his mind, I'm not sure if I'm being watched for the time being, but I guess there are definitely a lot of people watching you. At least, Dr. Benjamin must have expected that you would come to his nest to investigate, so the safest way now is for you and me to disguise ourselves. Otherwise, if we are targeted by Dr. Benjamin's people first, the follow-up things will be very troublesome. Disguise? Dong Jun was slightly stunned, but then he nodded in agreement. Yes, disguise is a good idea. If you and I were to act alone, it would not be a big deal, but if we were to act together, we would definitely attract some attention. But if you and I were to disguise ourselves, then there would be no problem. Two strangers together should not attract Dr. Benjamin's attention, but you and I are both Asians. This is a bit out of place here. Although Las Vegas is an international metropolis, and there are many Asians and Asians, it will always attract Dr. Benjamin's special attention. Oh, then I will disguise myself as a foreigner. Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently. Foreigner? Dong Jun smiled bitterly after listening to Yang Ming's words. How can it be so easy? Our Oriental face is very different from the Western face. Even if you disguise yourself, it is quite difficult to pretend to be a Westerner. Hehe, you don't have to worry about this. Yang Ming said, I can disguise myself. It doesn't matter to you. Dr. Benjamin probably won't suspect that a combination of Oriental and Westerner will be the two of us. Oh? Dong Jun glanced at Yang Ming, hesitated, and then said, "Well, since you are so confident, then it's decided. You disguise yourself as a Westerner, and I will disguise myself as an Oriental. Then we will go to the pier on the beach of Las Vegas to wait." 2 hours later, Yang Ming became a veritable Westerner. Except for the shape of his head, Dong Jun couldn't find any fault with his face. If it weren't for Yang Ming's voice, Dong Jun would have thought that Yang Ming was a different person. "You. Yang Ming, you really surprised me. You are like another person. You don't look like an Oriental at all. You look like a native Westerner here." Dong Jun looked at Yang Ming in shock. In fact, the matter of disguise was quite easy for Yang Ming. Yang Ming's glasses could actually disguise himself. He could almost change his appearance at will. Yang Ming turned on the TV in the inner room of the room, and then changed his appearance according to the images of a few foreigners. It was effortless. The reason why he waited for 2 hours was that Yang Ming was waiting for Dong Jun. Dong Jun's disguise couldn't be as easy as Yang Ming's, so Yang Ming slept first and then walked out of the room. Sure enough, Dong Jun had just completed his disguise. Although Dong Jun also looked like a different person, he still changed his appearance on the basis of the original face. It wasn't a random change. After all, the bones couldn't be changed, unlike Yang Ming, who had a pair of high-tech magical glasses. Of course, if Yang Ming didn't know that the person in front of him was Dong Jun, and then reverse inferred from Dong Jun's appearance, he wouldn't think that the person in front of him was Dong Jun. After all, as the #1 godly thief, Dong Jun often disguised himself, and Dong Jun's disguise technique was quite successful. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled. "I can't think about it with normal thinking. Then can you help me disguise myself like this?" Dong Jun looked at Yang Ming's current appearance and was very tempted. If Yang Ming became like this, then could he also become like this? Is actually a special ability. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. At this time, he and Dong Jun were brothers in the trench, so he didn't deliberately hide these things. "Didn't Dr. Benjamin ask you what special abilities I have? This disguise technique is one of them. It turns out to be like this." Dong Jun suddenly realized. Then Suya. She is the same. She also has this ability. Yang Ming said truthfully, "So Dr. Benjamin has been looking for her, but he couldn't find her." Ah. After Dong Jun heard Yang Ming's words, he was shocked. However, it was only for a moment, and his face showed a look of understanding. He nodded as if he had solved a big question in his heart. "I was wondering why Suya appeared by your side, but I couldn't find any records of her coming to Songjiang City. She didn't take a plane or a train, and she didn't even come from the highway. This is a bit strange. At first, I wondered if she appeared out of thin air, or if she had been staying in Songjiang City and never left." "Hee, she left in a disguise," Yang Ming said, "but your current appearance is fine. At least if I didn't deduce it carefully, I wouldn't recognize you as Dong Jun." "That's good." Dong Jun nodded. "Let's go out later and find a barber shop to get a new hairstyle to avoid suspicion." Yang Ming nodded and said, "It's still early now. Let's take a break first. We will officially start tomorrow." "Okay." Dong Jun seemed a little excited. Life or death, success or failure, depended on this move. If he could succeed, then he could become a real free man. How carefree and happy would it be to live in seclusion on Island X with his sister and Yang Ming? For a person who had been controlled by the Central for a long time, being able to regain his freedom was very important. Dong Jun dreamed of living such a life, but he also knew that he had to maintain a calm heart. The more critical the moment was, the more he couldn't be careless. Yang Ming stayed in a luxury suite. Yang Ming stayed in the inner room while Dong Jun stayed in the outer room. The two of them rested for a while. It was almost midnight. Yang Ming called Batterton and asked him to personally deliver some food. Then, he would buy some new clothes and send them over. Yang Ming still trusted him very much. As for the waiters, Yang Ming was afraid that they would be shocked after seeing the changed appearance of the people in the room. Then, they would leak the news. Although the possibility of Dr. Benjamin having contact with the hotel was slim, he had to be on guard. Batterton was naturally very happy to do this. He personally ran to the kitchen and urged the chef to make some very exquisite side dishes. Then, while the chef was cooking, he drove to the mall to buy a few sets of clothes and sent them to Yang Ming's room with the cooked food. However, the person who opened the door was not Yang Ming, but an unfamiliar Westerner. Batterton was stunned. "You are?" Batterton looked at Yang Ming strangely and asked. "Let's talk inside," Yang Ming said calmly. "Ah." Batterton heard Yang Ming's voice, but the person in front of him was not Yang Ming. He was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. He shuddered and asked subconsciously, "You? Who are you? Who did you say I was?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at him and said helplessly, "Hurry up and come in first." Hearing Yang Ming's reproachful voice, Batterton still entered Yang Ming's room although he was still a little bewildered. You are Mr. Yang Ming?" Batterton looked at Yang Ming in front of him and asked with a strange expression. "Yes. Next, I have to do some special missions, so I have to change my image. It's enough for you to know about this." "Don't tell anyone," Yang Ming said to Batterton. Batterton finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Yang Ming admit it. He quickly nodded and said, "Of course, I can't just tell anyone. Mr. Yang, the food is ready. Do you need me to do anything else? Also, help us get a fake ID according to our current appearances." "Is that okay?" asked Yang Ming. "Of course, it's not a problem. It's very simple." Batterton smiled and said, "You don't have to find anyone else. Just find Lang the Senior's people can do it. They organize underground racing and often use fake identities." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and asked Batterton to take a photo of the two people with his mobile phone. Then, he went to get a fake ID. "I have sent the photo to Lang Gu Senior. It will be done soon." "Is there anything else?" asked Batterton. "Not for the time being. I will contact you anytime if I have other things." Yang Ming said, "That's it for the time being. We may have to leave here for a while, but on the surface, you'd better pretend that we are still staying in the hotel." "I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I will deliver food every day." Batterton nodded and said. Yang Ming nodded. He wanted to create such an illusion to make it seem like he was still staying in the hotel. Even if Dr. Benjamin found this place, Dr. Benjamin would find out that Yang Ming and Dong Jun had been staying in the hotel and had never left. In this way, Yang Ming and Dong Jun could do a lot of things secretly. "Okay, there's nothing else. You can go do your work," said Yang Ming waving his hand. "Okay." Batterton nodded respectfully and left the room. Yang Ming and Dong Jun had a sumptuous dinner together and changed into the new clothes sent by Batterton. At this time, Batterton also sent 2 fake ID cards to Yang Ming. After that, the two of them left the room separately and left the Douglas Vast Hotel about an hour apart. There were many guests staying in the Douglas Vast Hotel now. Many of them came to participate in the International Jewelry Festival, and many guests visited each other. So, no one paid attention to Yang Ming and Dong Jun, 2 strangers who suddenly appeared in the hotel. After all, they were leaving the hotel, not entering the hotel. The waiters only cared whether the people who entered the hotel were guests or guests of the hotel. If there was a new guest, they would tell him that there were no vacant rooms. However, they didn't pay much attention to the people who left the hotel. Therefore, Yang Ming and Dong Jun walked out of the hotel casually, and then met in a small street behind the Douglas Vast Hotel. No one paid attention. "It went very smoothly," said Dong Jun. "Okay, let's leave here, find a place to change our hairstyle, and then go directly to our destination," said Yang Ming. So, the two of them casually found a barber shop on the street and changed their hairstyles. After the two of them came out, they were almost completely different from their previous appearances. "Yang Ming, are we leaving here now?" asked Dong Jun. Now, Yang Ming had become his backbone. It's not convenient to not have a means of transportation. Yang Ming didn't really want to take a taxi. After all, it was easy to leave clues behind. "Hee, watch me." Dong Jun looked around and saw a somewhat shabby old Audi A6 parked at the entrance of an entertainment city. A few people with tattoos on their bodies who were obviously gang members got out of the car and walked into the entertainment city. Dong Jun smiled slightly. This is it. Yang Ming almost didn't see how Dong Jun did it. The door was already opened, and Dong Jun started the car naturally. Then, the car turned around and stopped directly beside Yang Ming. These actions were done in one go as if the car was originally Dong Jun's, and he didn't steal it at all. This was because his actions were like the owner of the car opening the door and then starting the car. Although Yang Ming could also do these, it was absolutely impossible to do it as smoothly as Dong Jun. A master thief was indeed a master thief. He was indeed very powerful. Yang Ming opened the door of the front passenger seat and sat in. Then, Dong Jun drove the car and directly disappeared into the night. No one noticed that the car had been stolen. In fact, Dong Jun saw that there was a problem with this car at a glance. This should have been a stolen car originally. The frame number was tampered with. As for the license plate and procedures of this car, he didn't know if they were real or fake. However, these had nothing to do with Dong Jun. The more problematic this car was, the more relieved Dong Jun was. "I say, Dong Jun, you are quite skilled," said Yang Ming admiringly. "It's just a small trick. It's just my old profession." Dong Jun smiled and said, "When we get out of Las Vegas and go to another town, we will destroy this car and get another one to avoid giving ourselves away." Yang Ming nodded and secretly thought that Dong Jun was more thoughtful. The car quickly left the city and drove in the direction that Dong Jun said. However, after passing through two towns, the car that Yang Ming and Dong Jun were driving now ran out of gas. Dong Jun simply didn't plan to refuel. He directly found a deserted place in the wild and directly burned it. Then, he did the same. At the entrance of a nightclub, he stole a suspected stolen car that had been tampered with the frame number. This kind of car mostly belonged to some local underworld members. However, these people's cars were not legitimate. Even if they were lost, no one would call the police. They could only suffer in silence. There was no need to worry about safety. Along the way, they passed through several small towns. The two of them had also changed 4 cars. Other than the old Audi A6 at the beginning, there was also an old Toyota Camry, an old Honda Accord, and the last one was a luxury car. It was a brand new Mercedes-Benz ML350. However, it was most likely a car belonging to a local underground racing gang. Dong Jun dug out more than 10 fake license plates from the trunk of the car. He randomly hung one of them and headed to the destination. This car was estimated to follow the two people for a while, so Dong Jun got it in one step and finally got a relatively good car. I finally got a better car." Dong Jun drove the ML350 and said with a smile. "It's all right." Yang Ming said, "Your method is good. You are much better than me. When I accept apprentices in the future, I will rely on you to teach them in this aspect." "No problem." "Haha." Dong Jun smiled. "Then it's settled. I will be a martial uncle, but isn't my martial uncle a bit bad? A martial nephew is a master thief? I will also teach him to kill." Yang Ming said with a smile, "But it's just a casual talk. We will accept apprentices. It may not be a matter of a few years later." "That's true. Let's solve the current situation first." Dong Jun nodded and said. Yang Ming and Dong Jun drove the car to the front of a motel on the beach of Las Vegas. After parking, they got out of the car. It was like a pair of ordinary friends on a road trip. People who drove like this were everywhere. They wouldn't attract any attention at all. The two of them booked a room in this motel. Naturally, they used fake identities and didn't attract anyone's suspicion. Early the next morning, Yang Ming and Dong Jun, like other tourists, changed into casual clothes and then drove away from the motel. They were going to the Las Vegas Beach Pier. It wasn't far from here. It could be said that it was very close. On the beach of Las Vegas, Yang Ming and Dong Jun rented 2 sun umbrellas and a small table. They bought some drinks and snacks and lay on the beach leisurely. They looked very much like tourists enjoying the sun on the beach here because there were many people like them here. However, in fact, Yang Ming and Dong Jun's eyes under the sunglasses never stopped. They seemed to be resting leisurely, but in fact, they were observing the speedboats coming and going. According to Dong Jun, the people from Central came ashore here and drove speedboats. As for Yang Ming and Dong Jun, they naturally found suspicious characters among these people. The so-called suspicious characters were actually easier to recognize. The people who came ashore from Central were definitely dressed differently from normal tourists. Their clothes were definitely very formal. They weren't like tourists who wore beach casual clothes or swimsuits. Therefore, such people could be found as long as they paid a little attention. Dong Jun also judged based on this situation before. He was a person from Central. Naturally, he knew the dressing style of Central's people and the special logo on their speedboats. Although the Central speedboats were no different from the speedboats driven by normal tourists, Dong Jun understood that the Central speedboats were definitely different from the tourist speedboats. The Central speedboats were modified. The most obvious feature was that they had two fuel tanks, a main fuel tank and an auxiliary fuel tank. The tourists drove the speedboats only near the beach and didn't go too far, so they didn't have to worry about running out of fuel. When there was no fuel, they would dock first. However, the Central's island was relatively far from here. One tank of fuel might not be enough. If there were some accidents along the way, it would be even more insufficient. Therefore, it was normal to have more fuel tanks. Another obvious difference was speed. The Central speedboat was specially modified. Its speed was very fast. Although it would slow down when approaching the dock area, its speed was very fast. Therefore, as long as they observed a particularly fast speedboat in the distance, they could start to pay attention. If the above conditions were consistent, then it was basically certain that the people on this speedboat were related to Central. However, Yang Ming and Dong Jun had been on the beach for 2 consecutive days, but they hadn't seen a speedboat that met this condition. Of course, Yang Ming and Dong Jun were not in a hurry. After all, it was impossible for Central to have people coming ashore every day. Even if they came, they might not necessarily take a speedboat every time. If there was a need to purchase a large number of daily necessities, they would still choose a helicopter. Only when Central needed something would they drive a speedboat ashore. Of course, a speedboat was easier to identify, but a helicopter was much more difficult. Moreover, they didn't know the exact location of the Central Island. Even if they had a helicopter taking off, Yang Ming couldn't know where the helicopter flew and passed by. Unlike a speedboat, they could only land here. Therefore, the target of the helicopter was a little far away. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to it. He still focused on the speedboats coming and going. For half a month, Yang Ming and Dong Jun had been basking in the sun on the beach for half a month. Even if they applied sunscreen, and both of them had better physical fitness, it was still unbearable for them. Sunbathing on the beach was enjoyment, but if they basked in the sun every day from morning to night, it was a kind of pain. It didn't matter if it was boring, but the key was that their skin was tanned into a dark red color, which was really uncomfortable. However, God didn't disappoint those who worked hard. Finally, on the 19th day, Yang Ming finally found a suspicious speedboat approaching from afar. If Yang Ming didn't know the specific location of the Central Island, Yang Ming even wanted to use his telescopic vision to stare at them to see when they would send a speedboat to monitor their movements at any time. But in the vast sea, how difficult would it be for Yang Ming to search without a target? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't have the idea of using his special ability to search at all. It was too exhausting. It was better to wait here. Didn't the target appear? Dong Jun, there is a speedboat coming from afar. It has 2 fuel tanks, and its speed is very fast. There are 2 people on the speedboat. Although they are wearing casual clothes, they are definitely not the kind of beach casual clothes. They don't look like tourists. The most important thing is that they have food on their speedboat. Yang Ming said slowly to Dong Jun. The speedboats that cruised here naturally had food on them, but they were mainly snacks. There was no regular food like compressed biscuits and canned food. Yang Ming saw that the speedboat had water, compressed biscuits, canned food, and chocolate. They were all food to replenish energy, which was completely different from snacks. Oh? A speedboat is coming? Why didn't I see it? Dong Jun was slightly stunned. He picked up the binoculars on the side and looked into the depths of the sea. It is still hundreds of nautical miles from here. Of course, you can't see it. Yang Ming said, you may not be able to see it with binoculars. Ugh, it is so far away? Dong Jun was shocked, but he immediately thought that Yang Ming had some secrets and special abilities. Was not the time to ask. Don't be too anxious. According to his speed, it will take a while before he comes, said Yang Ming. Dong Jun nodded. He returned the rented tent and small table with Yang Ming, changed into casual clothes, and then walked in the direction of the dock. Of course, Yang Ming and Dong Jun would not be stupid enough to block the dock and wait for the speedboat to come. They just waited at an open-air beverage plaza near the dock. The two people sat at the table, each asked for a drink, and quietly waited for the speedboat to come. It should be almost there, right? Dong Jun could not use binoculars here. After all, this was not the beach but the dock. If he used binoculars here, it would be more eye-catching. It was not like the beach, where people could look into the distance through binoculars. It's almost there. You should be able to see a shadow with the naked eye, said Yang Ming in a low voice. Oh? Dong Jun looked carefully into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a black spot moving quickly toward them. Dong Jun nodded and said, I see it. It should be this, right? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. After the two of them get off the boat, we will follow them, but don't alert them. First, we will find out the strength of these two people. If they are just ordinary people, then we will directly tie them up and interrogate them. If they are powerful characters, we will find a way to kill one of them and leave the other behind to interrogate. Okay. Dong Jun nodded. Do you need weapons? Dong Jun got a few sniper rifles, but in Yang Ming's view, it was better not to use these heavy weapons unless it was necessary. Although the control of guns here was not very strict, it was better not to use weapons like sniper rifles. It would be troublesome if the local police were attracted. Finally, the speedboat docked. Yang Ming nodded. Dong Jun understood Yang Ming's meaning. He took out a bill from his pocket and paid the bill. Then, together with Yang Ming, they pretended to be tourists who had just finished drinking. They stood up and prepared to leave. In fact, they were monitoring the movements on the speedboat. Two men got off the speedboat. They were about 30 years old. One was tall and thin, and the other was fat but very strong. However, Yang Ming scanned these two people with his X-ray vision. These two people belonged to the range of normal people. They were not the Iron Men invented by Dr. Benjamin. These two people were probably here to buy something. At least in Yang Ming's view, these two people did not seem to be powerful people. Follow them. Yang Ming said faintly and followed behind these two people. Yang Ming was good at following others. Yang Ming was an assassin. Following the target was his strength. Dong Jun was a master thief. He was naturally good at following others. Therefore, these two people followed behind the two people in front, and they would not be noticed at all. However, what surprised Yang Ming and Dong Jun was that after the two people left the dock, the two people talked for a while, but they separated to act separately. Their conversation was very simple. They said that they would split up to buy things, and then they would meet at this dock in the evening. Then, they each took a taxi and left. What should we do? Dong Jun frowned and asked. Yang Ming quickly made a decision in his heart and said faintly, just follow one of them. Since the other one will return to the dock at night, then we don't need to bother with it for the time being. We will wait here at night to intercept them. Okay. Dong Jun nodded and got in the stolen Mercedes-Benz ML350 with Yang Ming. They quickly followed one of the taxis and went in the direction of the town. These two people came from Central. It should be close. Yang Ming said to Dong Jun after getting in the car. Yang Ming was not very sure before, but these two people acted separately as soon as they left the dock. Then, they had to return to the dock at night. From this point, it could be seen that these two people were not tourists returning from the sea. Instead, they came from somewhere else and came to this town for business. Then, they had to go back at night. This town was already a coastal city. In other words, there were no other cities on the sea. In this case, where did these two people come from? Obviously, they should be from an island on the sea. As a result, the identities of these two people were naturally obvious. Of course, if it weren't for Yang Ming and Dong Jun paying special attention to this person, others would not have noticed anything wrong at all. After all, these two people went ashore, bought things, returned to the speedboat, and went out to sea. If one didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to find any flaws. Who would stare at the people coming and going on the dock every day? Yeah, it seems that we are really waiting for two big fish. Dongjun nodded and said, when are we going to catch them? Wait and see what he wants to buy. Yang Ming was a little curious about what this person wanted to buy in this area. Okay. Dongjun drove the car and followed behind unhurriedly. The person in front didn't notice that someone was following behind him. The taxi stopped at the door of a chemical supply store. The person paid the money, got out of the taxi, and walked into the store. Buying chemicals? Yang Ming looked at the person who walked into the store and said, why does the center buy these things? Has the research direction changed? I don't know, but according to my information channel, Dr. Benjamin recently had the idea of researching biohumans. Steelman was defeated by you 2 in a row. Although he doesn't know that you defeated him, in his opinion, this thing is very flawed, so he is going to research biohumans. Dongjun said, of course, this is just my news. I don't know whether it is true or not. If it's really like what you said, then it seems to be true. Yang Ming nodded. Biochemical human? This Dr. Benjamin is really daring. I just don't know if this is his idea on the spur of the moment because he thinks that Steelman is flawed, or he has been planning to research it since long ago. Otherwise, why has Dr. Benjamin been looking for me and Suya? He must have taken a fancy to my special ability and wanted to apply it to biohumans. In other words, Dr. Benjamin wants to create a super monster that is a combination of biohumans and Steelman. Thinking of this possibility, Yang Ming frowned. This Dr. Benjamin is more terrifying than I thought. It seems that it is also good to kill him as soon as possible, lest this guy really succeeds in his research and runs out to harm people. The person from the center entered the chemical store and stayed inside for about an hour. Yang Ming and Dongjun were a little impatient. If Yang Ming didn't see this guy buying things in the store with his X-ray vision, Yang Ming would even think that this guy escaped from the back door. However, Yang Ming was very clear about the situation in the store. This person bought a lot of things. It was a long list. Although he didn't buy a lot of chemicals and reagents, there were a lot of different kinds of things. It was a mess that added up to hundreds of things. No wonder it took so long. As a matter of fact, it took a lot of time to separate each kind of medicine. Finally, this person walked out of the chemical store with a big box. It seemed that he was waiting for a taxi, but Yang Ming and Dongjun didn't give him a chance to wait. After Dongjun saw him coming out, he directly drove the car over and parked it next to him. Then, he and Yang Ming quickly got out of the car. Dongjun directly took the box of chemicals from the person's hand and put it in the trunk of the car. Yang Ming also directly pushed the person into the car. The two cooperated well. These things were done in one go. It was as if the person in the center was waiting for Yang Ming and Dongjun. One helped him carry the things, and the other helped him open the car door and enthusiastically pushed him into the car. Even if someone saw it, they wouldn't be suspicious. In fact, this person was also stunned. How could he be robbed and pushed into a car when he went out? When he reacted, he was already sitting in the car. He wanted to speak, but Yang Ming casually raised his hand and poked him a few times. So, he couldn't move or speak. This person was an ordinary person. Yang Ming didn't know if he knew Kung Fu, but at least he wasn't Iron Man, so this person was also afraid of acupuncture. Yang Ming restrained him as soon as he got into the car. He was also afraid that he would scream, so he directly restrained him so that he couldn't move and speak. Done. Dongjun closed the door and got into the car. He clapped his hands and smiled at Yang Ming. Then he started the car and disappeared from the door of the chemical store. The person in the center looked at Yang Ming and Dongjun in the car in horror. He didn't know who they were and why they kidnapped him. Was it for money or something else? But now he couldn't speak, and he couldn't ask. He could only sulk and be very depressed. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to talk to this person. Although there was a dark film on the window, and the situation inside the car couldn't be seen clearly from the outside, after all, this was in the city. It was better to be careful. Dong Jun drove the car directly to an industrial area near the town. There was an abandoned steel factory that hadn't been built yet. It was currently in a deserted state. This was a good place for Yang Ming and Dong Jun to investigate in advance. No one would disturb here, and they didn't have to worry about problems. This guy doesn't have a tracker and tapping device on him, right? Dong Jun asked carefully. Yes, but I threw it away. Yang Ming said. Faintly. Yang Ming had X-ray vision. When this guy got in the car, he threw the tracker and tapping device out of the car while pressing his acupuncture points. That's good. Dong Jun nodded. Then he drove the car into the abandoned factory without any scruples. Get out of the car. Yang Ming took the person in his hand and got out of the car directly. Then, he unsealed his acupuncture points and threw him on the ground. Dong Jun didn't get out of the car but sat in the car. He wasn't good at interrogating these people, so it was better to leave this to Yang Ming. His main task now was to observe the nearby movement. At the entrance of this abandoned factory, Dong Jun had installed a wireless camera before. Through the image signal transmitted by the wireless camera, Dong Jun could receive it in the car. He could observe whether there was anyone nearby at any time. After all, what they were doing couldn't be exposed. If someone came, Dong Jun could warn Yang Ming in advance and let him leave quickly. Although Yang Ming had X-ray vision and could also pay attention to the situation at the gate at any time, Yang Ming's main energy was now focused on interrogating the central person in front of him. Naturally, he didn't want to divide his energy to do other things. You, who are you? Why did you kidnap me? After the central person's acupuncture point was unsealed, he looked at Yang Ming with some horror. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Yang Ming wasn't an ordinary person, because how could an ordinary person know how to seal acupuncture points? She casually touched him a few times, and he couldn't move or speak. How frightening was this? Kidnapping you naturally has a purpose. What did you buy those chemicals for? Yang Ming didn't answer the central person's question directly, but asked back. I bought chemicals. Of course, it was to do a chemical experiment. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? I don't seem to have offended you, right? The central person said, did I break the law by buying chemicals? You let me go, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will call the police. When the central person heard that Yang Ming was only asking about chemicals, he felt confident in his heart. Call the police. Whatever. I don't know if the police will arrest you if they know that you are a central person and Dr. Benjamin's subordinate. Yang Ming looked at the person in front of him and said sarcastically. You, who the hell are you? How do you know about Central? At this moment, the central person's eyes were full of panic and disbelief. He didn't expect Yang Ming to see through his identity. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to deny it. Since Yang Ming said his identity, and even called out Dr. Benjamin's name, it was obvious that Yang Ming was a person who knew Central. Otherwise, how could he know these things? Yang Ming nodded slightly. This person exposed his inner thoughts in this nervous moment. It seemed that his judgment was right. This person really came from Central. Yang Ming saw through his thoughts. Of course, I am Dr. Benjamin's enemy. Yang Ming said faintly, if you don't want to suffer unnecessary pain, tell the truth. I have nothing to say. Just kill me. The person in the center was resolute. He snorted and then sat on the ground like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He didn't say anything. Oh, looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The central person naturally didn't believe Yang Ming's threat. If he didn't say it now, would he beg him to say it later? Am I so brainless? That's not brainless, but cerebral palsy. Well, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it, said Yang Ming faintly. There's no need to think about it. Just kill me. The central person was determined not to say anything even if he was beaten to death. If he said the central secret, then he would be the one to die after going back. Maybe he would die even more miserably. Dr. Benjamin would lock him up for human experiments and biochemical modification. That would be worse than death. Therefore, he thought that if he died at this time, he would die. If he didn't die, Dr. Benjamin could continue to use him. This is your own choice. I hope you don't regret it. Yang Ming saw that the person in front of him was very stubborn, so he didn't try to persuade him again. He directly reached out and tapped him a few times. Then, he moved aside and sat down, leaving this person alone. The central person was puzzled at first. Was Yang Ming afraid that he would run away, so he tapped his acupoints again so that he couldn't move or speak? Was this the so-called punishment? But in the next moment, he understood that things were not so simple because what happened next was simply too painful for him. Ouch! The central person screamed and rolled on the ground. He only felt as if there were countless ants biting his skin. He couldn't move his hands, and he couldn't stop the itch. He could only keep rolling back and forth on the ground to relieve the pain. What's going on? Could it be that he had poisoned himself? Or... At this point, the central person finally understood what was called fearless pain. It was simply worse than death. He rolled back and forth on the ground, but it didn't have much effect. He wailed and screamed in pain. Too noisy. Yang Ming frowned and tapped the central person again. He tapped his mute acupoint so that he couldn't make a sound. Even if he was in pain, he could only make a hiss sound. The central person was full of fear. Needless to say about the physical pain, the psychological pain at this moment was even more horrifying. Not only was he extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't make any sound. Who is this person in front of me? How can he have such a method? He said that he was the central person's enemy. Since he could be called an enemy, he must have similar methods as Dr. Benjamin? Dr. Benjamin studied human potential experiments, so it was common sense that Yang Ming could casually create this pain for him. Thinking of this, the central person felt sad. It seemed that Yang Ming's method of punishing people was not worse than Dr. Benjamin's. It seemed to be more painful and terrifying. At least, he was really worse than death now. He wanted Yang Ming to kill him and end him. He even wanted to end his own life, but his hands couldn't move. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. He really couldn't die even if he wanted to. Yang Ming said that he hoped that he wouldn't regret it, but at this moment, he really regretted it. It was so painful. He wanted to die. However, Yang Ming seemed to see through his thoughts. He struck again and tapped twice on his body. This time, the central person could make a sound and continued to scream. How is it? Do you want to continue or cooperate with me obediently? Answer what I ask. Yang Ming asked faintly. I answer. I answer. Let me go first. I beg you. It's too painful. The central person roared in pain. Okay, but if you don't cooperate, then I can only give you something worse. As Yang Ming spoke, he patted the person in the center twice, and the person in the center returned to normal. Who? The person in the center breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Yang Ming's means almost killed him. At this time, he felt that his whole body was unspeakably relaxed. When he wiped his forehead, it was already full of sweat. Previously, it was like a horrible torture in hell. It made him frightened. He hated Yang Ming in his heart. After he saw Yang Ming unseal his acupoints, he didn't stop him from wiping his sweat. He suddenly had a plan. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Ming's lax state to kill him. When this bold idea came out, the person in the center was shocked, but he still decided to take the risk. He felt that if he said it, he would die. If he didn't say it, he would also die. It was better to drag someone down with him before he died. Therefore, the person in the center suddenly pulled out a delicate small pistol from his body and shot at Yang Ming. Bang! A muffled sound of a bullet being fired sounded. A bullet broke through the air and shot on Yang Ming's chest. Yang Ming didn't dodge. He just looked and let the bullet hit him. The person in the center took out a small lipstick pistol. This kind of pistol was easy to carry, but the disadvantage was that there was only one bullet in it. It could only be used once. After it was used up, it would be useless. However, the person in the center was still very confident in his marksmanship. This was because he felt that even the fastest person wouldn't be able to dodge his shot. Shooting at such a close range, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to dodge. But for Yang Ming, it was actually not a problem. Yang Ming, who was proficient in the butterfly microstep, could still easily dodge this attack. However, Yang Ming didn't dodge at all. Instead, he let the bullet hit his body. Yang Ming wanted this effect. He had already seen that the person in the center was more stubborn. He was a tough bone. If he wanted to convince him, he must come up with some means. Otherwise, it was really difficult to make him give in. Yang Ming actually saw the lipstick pistol on him before, but Yang Ming didn't take it away. The trackers and bugs on his body couldn't hide from Yang Ming. How could a lipstick pistol escape from Yang Ming's eyes? Yang Ming's X-ray vision even scanned the place on his body. How could he miss it? The bullet shot on Yang Ming's body, but it was bounced off. It didn't enter Yang Ming's body at all. You are wearing a bulletproof vest? The person in the center was shocked. Looking at the safe and sound Yang Ming, he suddenly frowned. He looked at Yang Ming with some surprise and asked nervously. Bulletproof vest? Yang Ming shrugged and unbuttoned his jacket. There was nothing inside except a shirt, and the shirt was also pierced by the bullet. The skin of Yang Ming's chest could be vaguely seen. You are also a steel man? The person in the center was shocked. He subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was the same as the steel man invented by Dr. Benjamin. He had Jean Gang's indestructible body. You know the steel man too? Yang Ming looked at the person in the center in front of him with a smile. I am not a steel man. I killed 2 steel men. You killed them. In the eyes of the person in the center, there was suddenly a look of understanding. It seems that your status in the center is not low. You know about the steel man, and you know that 2 of them were killed? Asked Yang Ming. So what? My status is indeed not low, but it is not high. The secrets I know are limited. If you want to get more useful information from me, it is probably impossible. The person in the center said with some resignation. Since Yang Ming was not even afraid of bullets and knew some secrets in the center, it was estimated that he knew about the same things as himself. Then he did not have to hide it. It was meaningless. What is your name? What are you responsible for in the center? How many people are there in the center? Besides Dr. Benjamin, who is in charge? Asked Yang Ming. My name is Xianxia. In the center, I am responsible for purchasing some chemical reagents and chemicals. The person in the center said truthfully, although I am a relatively core figure in the center, I really don't know how many people there are in the center. You don't know? Yang Ming frowned, looked straight at Xianxia and asked, Xianxia? I think you are really dishonest. Well, in fact, I estimate that there should be more than 100 people. Xianxia nodded helplessly, but it is just my estimate. For the specific number, you should ask another person. His status is higher than mine. He is Dr. Benjamin's student. As for whether there are other people in charge in the center, I don't know. The person in charge of the highest position we can reach is Dr. Benjamin. He is currently in charge of everything in the center. Another person? Yang Ming frowned. The person who came with you? He is Dr. Benjamin's student? Yes. Xianxia nodded. What is his name? What is his purpose for coming ashore with you this time? Yang Ming was a little regretful. He seemed to have followed the wrong person. If he had followed another person, he would have gotten more information. But it was too late to regret now. He could only try to get as much information from this person as possible. Yang Ming planned to capture one and release the other. The one he captured, he would force some information out of him and then kill him. At least for the time being, he would not let Dr. Benjamin know about his and Dong Jun's existence. Moreover, he had also revealed a lot of information in front of Honest Jin. For example, he was invulnerable and had killed 2 steel men. This Xianxia was definitely going to die. As for the other person, Yang Ming wanted to keep an eye on him while he was driving the speedboat back. He wanted to see the specific location of the island where the center was so that he could make the next step of the plan. But now it seemed that he should catch that person and release this person. If he couldn't, he could only catch the other person and kill them together. As for the location of the center island, he could only rely on the person in front of him. His name is Xianxia. His purpose this time is to catch a few test subjects. Xianxia said. Test subjects? Yang Ming frowned. Just some local hooligans. We catch them for experiments. Even if these people disappear, no one will suspect, Xianxia said. Okay, you draw the name and location of the center island for me. I will give you a quick death, Yang Ming said. The center island has a name. In fact, it doesn't have a name, but Dr. Benjamin called it Fire Wolf Island. As for the location, I don't know. Xianxia smiled bitterly. You don't know? Yang Ming stared at Xianxia, wanting to get some information from his mind, but Yang Ming was disappointed. Xianxia was really scared by Yang Ming's gaze. He was afraid that Yang Ming would use the previous method to deal with him again. But Yang Ming also read important information from his mind, that was, Xianxia was not lying. What he said was true, he really didn't know the exact location of Fire Wolf Island. There is an automatic cruise chip in the speedboat. As long as we enter our fingerprint verification and press the forward or return button, the speedboat will automatically start and move according to the route map. The route inside is the most perfect route, and there is generally no risk. Xianxia explained, even if there is a problem, and we manually deviate from the route, the positioning chip in the speedboat will automatically let the speedboat enter the correct route again according to the current coordinates. So every time we do this, we don't know the exact location. So that's the case. I believe you. Yang Ming nodded. This time, Xianxia was honest and didn't lie. He really didn't know the exact location of Fire Wolf Island. Originally, Yang Ming planned to use the same method to capture Xianxia and then interrogate him, but now it seemed impossible. Yang Ming still counted on him to drive the speedboat back and guide him to Fire Wolf Island, so he had to keep him. Phew, that's good. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming didn't believe him and hit him again like that, then he would really want to die. What else do you know? Tell me. Yang Ming said. I don't know anything else. I am only responsible for helping Dr. Benjamin purchase some experimental supplies, Xianxia said. I'm not in charge of the other things either. The secrets that I can access are very limited, Xian said honestly. Yang Ming nodded. In that case, I will give you a quick death. Thank you. Xianxia smiled in relief. He had been working under Dr. Benjamin at the Central, so he had long been prepared to die. He also knew that this day would come sooner or later. Therefore, when Yang Ming wanted to kill him, he was very calm and indifferent. Yang Ming casually waved his hand and ended Xianxia. For people like this who didn't have much strength, Yang Ming could easily kill them, and it was even easier when there was no resistance. Although Dong Jun was relatively far away from Yang Ming, he heard the conversation between Yang Ming and Xianxia clearly. Seeing Xianxia being ended by Yang Ming, he got out of the car. We made a mistake, we should have caught the other person. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming waved his hand, but he didn't regret it too much. He just said, that person is Dr. Benjamin's student. Although he may know more than Xianxia, it is estimated that it is all academic stuff. For example, Dr. Benjamin's research results and so on. However, these things are not very useful to us. We are not stealing his technology. That's true. Dong Jun nodded and asked, then let's go back to the dock and wait for that Xianxia. However, if he can't wait for Xianxia, will he suspect something and alert the enemy and not return to Fire Wolf Island? Don't worry about that. If he realizes that he can't contact Xianxia, he will definitely run away immediately. Yang Ming said with a smile, if it were you, what would you do immediately when you realize that your companion is missing? Would you just sit here and wait for death? That's true, I am overthinking it. Dong Jun thought about it and nodded. Indeed, if it were a normal person, the first thing to do would be to run away when their companion was missing. If they kept waiting at the dock, wouldn't they be a fool? If they ran to the sea, they would be free to do anything. There was nothing to worry about. After all, on the sea, the speed of a speedboat was faster than other ordinary speedboats. As long as no one was following them, everything would be fine. Yang Ming disposed of Xianxia's body and drove back to the dock with Dong Jun. Yang Ming glanced at the speedboat position at the dock and found that Xianxia's speedboat was still there and had not left. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ian Siren's matter was not over yet. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Jean Honest only went to buy things, while Ian Siren went to catch some hooligans. Naturally, he took much more time than Jean Honest. Even if Yang Ming caught Jean Honest for a long time, Ian Siren's matter was probably not over yet. Yang Ming and Dong Jun still sat in front of an open-air beverage shop. They ordered a few drinks and some snacks and ate leisurely. Sure enough, it was not until the evening that Ian Siren returned to the dock in a shabby-looking pickup truck. The pickup truck was not there before, and it seemed to be hired. After Ian Siren got off, he and the driver of the pickup truck moved a few large boxes from the back of the pickup truck. Yang Ming glanced at them and found that the boxes were filled with unconscious hooligans. Of course, the driver of the pickup truck did not know this. Yang Ming did not care about the life and death of these hooligans. Whether they died or not had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Ian Siren watched them move the boxes onto the speedboat. Then, he gave the pickup truck driver some money, and the pickup truck driver drove away. Ian Siren stood beside the speedboat at the dock and took out his phone to make a call. However, Jean Honest's phone had been turned off by Yang Ming, so Ian Siren naturally couldn't get through. Hearing the notification tone on the phone, Ian Siren's face changed slightly. It became a little gloomy and strange. He frowned and paced back and forth. He picked up the phone again and dialed Jean Honest's number, but it was still turned off. Ian Siren had no choice but to call Dr. Benjamin's phone. "Doctor, I am Ian Siren." Dr. Benjamin's phone was quickly connected. Ian Siren said. "What's wrong? What happened?" Dr. Benjamin asked, "Didn't I tell you? When you are outside, try not to call me. I can't contact Jean Honest. We agreed to meet at the dock at night, and he should be faster than me, but he did not appear at the dock, and his phone was turned off," said Ian Siren. "Then don't worry about him. You immediately take the speedboat back and see if anyone is following you. If someone is following you, contact me immediately." Dr. Benjamin immediately made a decision, but he did not finish what he was going to say to Ian Siren. If someone was following them, Dr. Benjamin would remotely activate the self-destruct device of the speedboat, burying both the speedboat and Ian Siren in the sea. Dr. Benjamin was a ruthless person. He would rather sacrifice Ian Siren, his student, than simply let others discover the location of the island at the center. "Yes, doctor." After Ian Siren finished speaking, he hung up the phone and boarded the speedboat. After verifying his fingerprints, he started the speedboat. The speedboat automatically began to move in the direction of Fire Wolf Island. Yang Ming clearly saw the conversation between Ian Siren and Dr. Benjamin. However, Yang Ming didn't know what Dr. Benjamin said, but he didn't need to figure it out. He just needed to know that Ian Siren was going to return to the center. Yang Ming smiled faintly and locked his eyes on Ian Siren's speedboat. "How is it? Is there any problem?" Dong Jun saw that Ian Siren's speedboat turned into a black line and finally became a black spot disappearing in the place between the sea and the sky, so he asked with some concern. "No." Yang Ming said, "I have been watching him. Order some food and drinks. Let's have dinner here. It will probably take a long time for him to reach Fire Wolf Island." "Okay." When Dong Jun heard Yang Ming say so, he suddenly felt relieved. He called the waiter over and ordered a lot of fast food. The two people drank and ate fast food at the table. Dong Jun didn't ask for beer. He was afraid that drinking too much would cause trouble. However, what surprised Dong Jun was that Yang Ming didn't keep staring in the direction of Ian Siren's boat. Instead, after the waiter served the food, he started to eat. This situation made Dong Jun feel very strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Yang Ming, aren't you looking at Ian Siren's side?" "I'm looking. I've been looking." Although Yang Ming said so, he continued to eat the hamburger without looking up. His eyes were looking at the food. He didn't look in the distance at all. This made Dong Jun a little speechless. He didn't know what to say. This? Dong Jun looked at Yang Ming's appearance and didn't know what to say. Although he believed that Yang Ming wouldn't lie, he was also afraid that Yang Ming would really lose sight of Ian Siren. After all, this was a rare opportunity. It was not easy to wait for the people from Central and kill one of them. After Xianxia went back this time, Dr. Benjamin would not easily send people out of Central again in a short time. It would be even more difficult to find the location of Central then. As a matter of fact, although Dong Jun was from Central, he had never been to Central's headquarters. Even when he met Dr. Benjamin, it was at a branch base, so in Dong Jun's view, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't worry. How can you not trust me when I do things? Yang Ming asked with a smile. That's true. Dong Jun thought about it and felt that he was overthinking things. Who was Yang Ming? He was an extremely cautious person. Dong Jun and Huang Yukai repeatedly tried to harm him but failed. Yang Ming naturally had an extraordinary ability. Otherwise, it was impossible to always maintain the posture of a victor. Thinking of this, Dong Jun was relieved and ate with Yang Ming. Until 11 o'clock in the evening, there were not many people at the dock. Except for Yang Ming and Dong Jun, there were only a table of drunkards left. The owner of the booth came over and politely said to Yang Ming and Dong Jun, "Two guests, my booth is about to close. Is there anything else you need?" "For more bottles of juice," said Yang Ming. "Also, 2 drumsticks and 2 sandwiches." Dong Jun knew that Yang Ming might be prepared to stay up all night, so he ordered some food and then asked, "You are closing. Is it okay for us to continue to eat here and watch the night view?" "Naturally, there is no problem." After the boss wrote down the needs of Dong Jun and Yang Ming, he instructed the waiter to prepare and said, "You can stay here until dawn. My place is a resting place for sailors and merchants waiting for ships at the dock. You see, there are a few sailors at that table. Their ship will arrive in the early morning, so they have to wait here until midnight." It turned out to be like this. Dong Jun glanced at the table of drunkards in the direction pointed by the boss and nodded. "It's just that I am closing, and the sea breeze here is very cold at night. I suggest that you two drink to warm your body." The boss shrugged and said, "Although it is not very cold here." "Alright, just get whatever you want." "Thank you." Yang Ming did not refute but said to the boss, "Okay." The boss was happy that he managed to sell some more drinks, so he turned around and went to prepare them. As for Yang Ming and Dong Jun, they continued to sit at the table and eat and drink out of boredom. They were not like the other table of drunkards who were loudly joking, saying vulgar words, and telling vulgar stories. Yang Ming and Dong Jun were going to do something very confidential. Even though there was no one around, they were still very careful, just like 2 ordinary guests drinking alone. In the middle of the night, a ship docked at the dock. The table of drunkards stood up one after another, patted their buttocks and left. When they left, they did not look at Yang Ming and Dong Jun obviously. They were used to waiting for a ship in the middle of the night, and they did not care much about the table next to them. After they left, only Yang Ming and Dong Jun were left. "How is it?" Dong Jun asked. "I don't know, but it should be here soon. It seems that the second tank of fuel is almost used up." Yang Ming said. "That's good." Dong Jun nodded. "Sure enough, we're almost there." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I vaguely saw an island, but it was dark and there were no lights." Yang Ming estimated that Xianxia should be here soon. After all, when Dr. Benjamin designed the speedboat, it was impossible to design the fuel tank perfectly without any leeway. That was impossible. After all, accidents during the voyage had to be considered, so it was reasonable to leave a small half-tank of fuel in the end. Oh? An island in complete darkness? No lights? Dong Jun was slightly stunned. It can't be, right? In my impression, the center should be located on a technologically advanced island that is brightly lit day and night. How can it be pitch black? I see. After Yang Ming listened to Dong Jun's words, he smiled. On the surface, it is like this, but there is another world in the interior. This island is a deserted island on the surface. There are some jungles and reefs on the island, but there is another world under the island. Even under the sea within 1 nautical mile of the island, there is another world. This seabed and under the island is a base. End of chapter 2302. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.